Chapter 1, Hello there. Kirito-kun? Hey. Yoon, be careful behind. Kirito yelled to me in panic. Hey. Before I could react, I was cut into two alive by a huge sword. A lot of blood splashed around, and my vision gradually turned upside down. Ah! It hurts. In my brain before unconscious, there was only a sharp pain that stimulated the nerves of the whole body. The roar that was like Kirito-kun should be to the lizard men who shot at me and hacked it to death. Got it. Although I did not see him in victory, I could hear the last scream of the lizardmen and the sound of breaking into crystals. Time to go back to a hearty morning in August 2021, I just woke up sleepily and walked towards the vanity in the room. Ah! Another ordinary morning. I was still a little confused and started to wash. Ding dong, I heard someone ring my doorbell. I am a little puzzled. I remember that I haven't bought anything recently. Although I can't be sure, I walked down the wooden stairs from the second floor to the gate not far from the stairs. Ding dong, doorbell rang again. Okay. Okay. Coming soon. I lazily shouted outside the door. After changing my outdoor shoes casually, I unscrewed the door. As soon as I opened the door, I saw a courier girl smiling at me with a box. Ah! She is a cute girl. I looked at her with a blush. Hello. Is this Mr. Tsukizaki Yoon? The girl said when I was stunned there. Ah. Yes. I'm Tsukizaki Yoon. What's the matter? I realized that my behavior was a little gaffe, and I bowed to her and asked with my hand on the back of my head. Ah. This is your express delivery. Please sign for it. The girl didn't care about putting the box in my arms into my arms. Did you make a mistake? I haven't bought anything recently. I pushed the box back to her with some confusion. That's right. It says that you sign for it. Okay, let's get a seal. The girl swiftly avoided, and handed me a receipt. I checked that it was indeed sent to me. I wasn't very willing to see the girl's cute face again, and I had to reluctantly stamp it and accepted the box. The girl bowed to me happily before riding the battery car on the side and continuing to deliver the courier. Confused, I couldn't refuse the beautiful girl's plea. I looked at the box in my hand and smiled helplessly. Turning around and carrying the box back to my simple Japanese-style room, I looked at the sender of this box, GBTW. The name I have never seen is not a company, either. Well, let's open it first. I did not expect much and started to open the box to see what was inside. Let's lie. Isn't this nerve gear developed by Argus? I was surprised to look at the machine I had always wanted. Just working part-time is just enough to make a living. This machine is what I have dreamed of, and suddenly my eyes turned into star eyes. I held this helmet-like machine and rubbed it on my cheek for a long time. Although it's a bit unexpected, why would someone send me nerve gear? I am happy, but suddenly someone gives you a precious thing for no reason, which makes me feel a little weird. Just when I was puzzled, something fell out of nerve gear. I looked down and it turned out to be a letter. When I saw this letter, I thought this thing should give me a satisfactory answer. So I lowered my body and picked up the letter, and with some hesitation, I opened it and took out the paper inside. It wrote in detail. My dear Moonsaki Cloud. I know you must be confused by this sudden gift, but I also know that you feel ordinary and boring about your own life. For this reason, our GBTW provides you with nerve gear and a beta account of SAO and a beta disc of SAO. Hope to help you have an extraordinary life. GBTW book. Hey! SAO? It's the VMware page that will start beta testing tomorrow? So good. I was already happily exploding the pot, holding nerve gear. I jumped up on the spot, and I couldn't wait to put the remaining software in the box. I took out some accessories and started to prepare for testing. It didn't take long for me to confirm that the nerve gear and SAO software are real things, which made me even more overjoyed. He had been holding two things silly lying on the bed and rolling around with a smile. Ah! I am looking forward to tomorrow. With this thought, I repeated a day that was usually indistinguishable. The next day, I am looking forward to preparing nerve gear. Waiting for the countdown of the opening time. I finally checked the equipment and software, and then took nerve gear and lay down on my crib, silently counting down. 5 4 3 2 1. My consciousness entered the game world as soon as I shouted link start. I quickly set up and entered the account, and the name was filled in with Kumo, and after a period of brilliance, my side gradually appeared. A place in a city or a village. Level 1. The text of the beginning town slowly appeared in my field of vision, and it didn't take long for it to disappear again. Ah! So beautiful! Is this the world of the game? I was fascinated by the beautiful streets around me and the city where a large number of players gather. I have never played Vermeerpage because of my poverty. This game feels like entering a different world. Full of unknown and novelty. I look around like a countryman, and brave the stars to watch and experience like a curious baby. It feels like I was living in this world from the beginning, so fun. It looks interesting. Is this a Vermeerpage game? It feels quite real. I waved the limbs of my virtual character, and the players around me gave mocking eyes. Hey! Look at that kid who is stumbling around like a hillbilly. A handsome player with a female companion behind me pointed to me mockingly there. Ha ha ha! Looks so silly. The female companion he was carrying laughed a little while covering the bridge of his nose. However, I didn't care about their derogatory statements, just obsessed with the impact of this game and technology. Hey? That guy? Isn't it the first time to play Vermeerpage? A handsome man who saw this look seemed to me to recall something, so he squeezed the crowd and came to me with a smile. Patted me on the shoulder. Hey? Ah! I'm sorry to disturb you. I'm sorry. After I recovered, I realized that I had been surrounded by many people like watching animals. I hurriedly bowed and apologized to the people around me. I was expecting something to happen to me. Now that it has become dull, the onlookers slowly dispersed as the interest faded. Is it your first time to play a Vermeerpage game? The handsome man who patted me on the shoulder asked me in a somewhat amiable tone. This is my first time to play. I told you that When I was about to talk about my feelings, the man raised his hand and stopped me with helpless expression. Way of speaking. Good. 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 That's it. I know what you want to talk about. The first time I played it was the same as you. But instead of chatting here, we might as well experience this world with only swords. I call Kirito. Please advise. Kirito smiled and stretched out his right hand to me. My name is Yoon. Please advise. Kirito-kun. I looked at Kirito who could understand my mood, and shook his right hand with both hands and shook him a few times. But he withdrew his right hand a little uncomfortable with my enthusiasm. Let's go. Let's try how to fight monsters. He smiled and pointed at the city gate beside him. I nodded quickly and followed Kirito. Before long, we passed through the gate and came to a prairie. There are many wild boars and slimes of level 3-5 everywhere on this prairie. Many players have already started to practice killing monsters, and Kirito suddenly stopped and turned his head. Ask me. Do you have any equipment now? Equipment? What's that? I looked at the slightly surprised Kirito with a bewildered face, and he patted his forehead with his right hand. A complete layman? It seems that I don't know what will happen if I teach it. Well, do you know how to open the menu? He looked at me with a hint of expectation as if he had lost to me. I tilted my head. What is that? Can you eat it? The same expression. After seeing my reaction, Kirito was completely desperate. Looks like I'm going to start from scratch? Did I get into a big trouble? Kirito regrets that he wants to help a cloud with the shadow of playing a Vermeer game for the first time. Listen. I only speak once. If I don't understand, I will leave you behind. Kirito warned that I would abandon me at any time with a hint that I should listen carefully. I desperately nodded to him like a chicken pecking at rice. Seeing my serious attitude, Tong Talent started his guidance. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. I talked about it for about 10 minutes. Fortunately, my learning ability is not bad. I quickly understood the meaning of the interface display, how to open the menu, etc. Seeing that my absorptive ability is good, Kirito nodded with satisfaction. Okay. I'll ask you again. What equipment do you have now? Kirito looked at me very seriously. A long stick. I opened the inventory interface and tilted my head to look at Kirito in confusion. Hey? Long stick. Kirito came to me and looked at the picture I was hanging in the air. There was indeed an equipment that was a 2-meter long ordinary long stick. It's strange. Isn't the default weapon only a one-handed sword or a dagger? How can there be a long stick? Kirito touched his chin and thought. Is that so? What should I do? I looked at Kirito in a panic and didn't know that his weapon was different from others. It's not bad indeed. In the early stage, there was such a long-range weapon and it was quite a hand. After all, it can avoid entering the attack range of many close-range weapons. It can reduce the chance of being injured very well. He smiled and patted my shoulder and said. That's it. Then I'm ready to go. I turned my head to ask for his opinion and watched him nod to me. I equipped the long stick and suddenly a long stick that was taller than mine appeared on my side. In my hand, it looks as interesting as magic. I have disassembled and disassembled several times. If I didn't feel the resentful look in Kirito's eyes, I might have enjoyed it. Okay. I'll leave you behind if I don't leave. Kirito turned silently and walked towards a grassland area where wild boars gathered. Don't leave me. Kirito-kun. I hurriedly followed behind him as I was about to cry. Chapter 2, is this sword skill? Yes. Switch to my sword skills now. After Kirito hit a wild boar with a sword, and Yoon quickly switched the position of the front and rear rows. Yoon held both sticks against the wild boar who launched a surprise attack on Yoon due to his anger. It was a 2-hit front stab combo with a grey halo, forcibly stiffening the red blood of the wild boar's body. Using the rigidity of the two, Kirito shot a diagonal cut from behind Yoon. The wild boar with residual blood was beaten into broken crystal pieces. Hey! Nice sword skills. Sure enough, Yoon still has the talent to play games. Kirito smiled and patted his shoulder beside Yoon who had just lifted his stiff skills. I was scared to death. By the way, Kirito-kun. Was that sword skill just now? It feels so amazing. The whole person is so comfortable and a little addicted. Yoon happily waved the long stick in his hand. That indiscriminate swipe almost hit the side of Kirito several times. Fortunately, Kirito has good skill and reaction, otherwise he would be beaten back by his companions to rebirth, but he couldn't accept it. Just call me Kirito. Yoon. I think I should have been upgraded a lot. Looking at the excited Yoon, Kirito said with a smile. Ah. Let me take a look. Wow. Really? Kirito. I am now level 5. I looked at my data and said in surprise. Really? It's level 5. Kirito came to Yoon with a little surprise and looked at his status bar. But it did say level 5 and it was just a little short of level 6. It's weird. I think the experience of 2 wild boars only allows inexperienced players to reach level 2. The amount of experience gained is a bit strange. Kirito shook his head, and didn't see anything from the statistics. Had to sigh and let it go. Hey? What should I do? Yoon was a little at a loss. After all, I played this game for the first time and I had no idea what these things meant. Nothing. Just go to the next place with me. My level is only level 5. I didn't expect you to reach the same level as me in such a short time. By the way, there just happened to be something I wanted to do. Let me form a team to find an NPC. Kirito was also very excited to open the menu and propose a team invitation to the cloud. Yoon did not hesitate to press yes. After seeing the formation of the team, Kirito took Yoon's arm and led him all the way back to the town. Passing through the winding and rugged streets and alleys, I don't know how many pedestrians we hit, but in this still overcrowded place, Kirito's speed was not affected at all, but the cloud pulled behind became a little panting. I don't know where this is. After running for a long time in the state, the two finally came to a place like a chamber of commerce. An uncle NPC greeted them happily when he saw the way of the two. Ah ha ha ha. Welcome to Harley's grocery store. What do you need to order? The small shop has everything. The uncle complacently promoted the two. That. Can you still do the task of collecting bee stings? Kirito asked the uncle kindly. Oh. Could it be an adventurer? Ah. Welcome. This is a quest book, then you still need to take those quests. The uncle didn't look like an NPC at all, he looked like a living person, so he hurried from himself the pocket in his arms, handed a blue book to Kirito, and Kirito opened the book habitually, and then the information inside was projected in front of Kirito as an image. Kirito selected a few of the screens he swiped by hand. The Crusade mission, the collection of materials and the collection mission closed the blue book and returned it to the uncle. Uncle looked at receiving so many tasks and took 4 bottles of Micro MP potion and 4 bottles of Micro HP potion from the shelf and handed them half to Yoon and Kirito. Come, here is my gift. I hope I can give you some help. The uncle gave a hearty smile and gave a thumbs up to Yoon and Kirito. Even if Yoon was surprised, he didn't expect that even Kirito's behavior and attitude towards the uncle would slightly open his mouth and widen his eyes. It didn't take long for us to leave here with the uncle's warm farewell sound. Kirito frowned along the way, as if he was still thinking about something. What's the matter? Kirito? Is there anything to be surprised? Yoon looked at Kirito, who became serious. It's weird. The previous NPC was not like this. When I was dealing with him before, there were some fixed lines. Today, how do I feel like a real person with our own feelings and emotions? And it's given to us who came to take the task? Some potion. It feels different from before. Kirito pressed his hand on Yun's shoulder and began to look at it with serious eyes. Seeing Yungzan is inexplicable. Does this have anything to do with Kirito looking at me? Yoon looked at Kirito, who was looking at him very incomprehensibly. Nothing. I feel that since I was with you, I feel that the whole thing of Sao has undergone subtle changes. Is it my illusion? Kirito looked at the cloud without any special problems, and some felt that he might be thinking too much. Okay. Don't care about this tedious thing. Let's go to the wild silent forest to do the mission. Kirito also beckoned to Yoon in relief, and walked out to the wild with Yoon. It didn't take long for the two of them to clean up the monsters on the road all the way to the entrance of the next area. Okay. Go ahead and you can be teleported to the silent forest area. You have to be careful, there may be some level 10-15 dangerous area bosses. Don't do it alone. Kirito before entering tell me repeatedly. Okay. I can't wait to go in and take a look. Yoon held the long stick and looked at Kirito enthusiastically. Hey. It should be boring to look at you. Okay. Remember not to be too far away from me. Kirito sighed and looked at the cloud like a hot-blooded fool. And had to compromise to give him a minimum limit. Yoon nodded desperately like a chicken pecking at rice. The two entered the glory and came to the next area. A few large characters of Silent Forest appeared in the vision of the two after the transmission was completed, and then disappeared completely, and the surrounding has become a strange dense forest. Looking at a dirt road and a large number of monsters of level 8 to 12 on the road, the two entered a state of battle. First, one of Kirito's charges swung his sword and slammed the 8th level spider closest to the two, but unfortunately this behavior actually caused the alert of the small spiders around 50 meters in radius, and suddenly a small spider surrounded Kirito. Oops! It's a joint reaction. Kirito was a little sweaty looking at the dense spiders around him, screaming badly. I made a mistake. I didn't expect this kind of monsters to have a certain range of linkage effects. Kirito rolled his eyes and looked at these little spiders around the corner. Kirito. Seeing this situation, Yoon saw the same charge and hit the small spider closest to Kirito. As a result, he attracted the attention of 4 small spiders. At this time, Kirito was already feeling very uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, Yoon ran actually helps more and more. Kirito is already a little bit cried, not afraid of opponents like gods but teammates like pigs. It seems that this time Tuanmi has been finalized. Kirito was already dumbfounded and began to sigh for a while. I don't know how much EXP will be lost because of the resurrection. Ah! More. What to do? Kirito. Yoon was a little helpless holding a long stick to push back some eager little spiders, and the little spiders seemed to be looking for the flaws in the two of them and turned clockwise with them. There is no way. It is the first contact after all, there is indeed a lot of information that is not clear, and I am ready to use group attack sword skills. Kirito looked at the 12 little spiders and pointed to the cloud. Yet. Dallin attacked. The long stick in Yun's hand gave out a blue brilliance and hit the fan-shaped area in front of him with a 3-hit whirling stick combo, with continuous sweeping left and right and one down split to suppress it. The effect, blow and force stiffened 8 little spiders in the range, but something surprised Kirito that he didn't expect that the cloud's range skill was 3-hit and how big the range and damage were, and directly beat the 8th level little spiders into red blood stiff. At this moment when he was absent-minded, 2 of the little spiders beside Kirito had already launched a forward sway, and 2 of them had a tall stand-up sway. Forcing him to quickly hit a 1-hit level cut, just to interrupt the release of the 4 little spiders and force them to stiff, but only half of the blood was knocked out to reach the yellow blood. Is it weird? This damage is so different. Kirito looked at the health bar value between the two in confusion. Switch. This time it was unexpected that Yoon, like Kirito, requested a switch. Switch. The two leaned back against each other tacitly and turned around at the same time to perform the second range sword skill. The cooperation of this line of clouds and flowing water allowed Kirito to take away 8 little spiders with residual blood, while Yoon knocked out 4 little spiders with half blood. The system prompts that the two have actually upgraded, although Kirito also thinks that 12 level 8 monsters can indeed upgrade them, but when he saw his level, he couldn't help but open his mouth. Level 16? How could it be? It's just 12 little spiders of level 8. He looked unacceptably as he had become a level 16 prompt icon, not only that, but also dropped a lot of things. Wow! I'm actually at level 17. I didn't expect to rise so fast. Yoon gleefully watched his level bounce around in place. Well. After all. It's the beta version that may have been bugged by us. Otherwise, it would not rise so fast. Kirito slapped the triumphant cloud on the head, beckoning him not to be too proud. Come and see what a good thing. Oh. There are a lot of game coins. You can buy things after you go back in a while. Good harvest, there are a few bottles of small HP, MP potions and some materials. There are some. Sickle? What's going on? Kirito checked his inventory and clicked on the data with some questions. Well. There is no difference between a general and a novice weapon. But there is an EXP item? Is it a special growth weapon? Kirito was a little expectant and equipped the sickle on his weapon page. You read www.yuyugonshu.com in a moment. The grey stone sickle, which was about 3 meters long, appeared in Kirito's hands, but it seemed a little heavy. As soon as Kirito got it, he heard the big sickle bang on the ground with gravity. It's heavy. My strength value can't handle it. Kirito struggled a few times holding the sickle handle, shook his head and took the sickle back into the inventory. The cloud next to him was already shining with stars, and he looked like he really wanted to play, making Kirito sigh. That's it. If you can't use it, we will sell it. It's just a pity. This is the first time I have encountered a weapon that can grow. Kirito pressed on the shoulder of the excited cloud and said to him. Give it to me and try. Yun stretched out his hand to Kirito and asked for it like a child. Hey! I really can't do anything with you. Coming. Kirito manipulated the menu to submit a transaction application to Yun. Yun did not hesitate to press yes, and then the scythe he had dreamed of was put into the inventory. Seeing Yun humming a cheerful little song happily, he summoned the scythe into his hand after a quick equipment operation, but the weird thing is that the scythe that Kirito could not pick up with exhausted milk is now in Yun like a toy in his hand. He waved it slowly, and had a lot of fun like an okay person. While Kirito looked at this situation with his mouth wide open, some of them refused to admit defeat and asked Yun for a scythe to try again. The result is the same as before. Still can't take it. The compromising Kirito had to return the scythe to Yun. Now Yun, who was given the new weapon, waved the scythe happily like a child, and began to run to the surrounding monsters to clean up. Kirito looked at this situation. I had no choice but to sigh and followed helplessly. Chapter 3, First Death Experience. I saw the cloud blatantly opening the road ahead, while Kirito stared at the hot-blooded fool's cloud while collecting materials needed for the mission along the way. I don't know how long the two came to the depths of the dense forest, and there was nothing around them. After the wild monster, the outside became quiet. Even if Yun is an idiot, he has wild instincts, forcing him to stop advancing, and Kirito, who was originally very cautious, also felt that the atmosphere and environment were not right here. That. Kirito? Did you feel anything? Yun's nose moved like a dog, as if looking for something with his sense of smell. I don't know why my intuition tells me that it seems a bit weird here. Kirito subconsciously drew out his one-handed sword from behind, and looked around with some anxiety. This smell. Very pungent. I don't know why there shouldn't be too much information about the 5 senses in Sao. Even Kirito can smell a foul smell. That's not right. According to reason, this game should have no information other than sight, hearing, and some touch. Why does it have a sense of smell? Kirito, who has been exposed to vermipage for a long time, obviously feels that this Sao has a clear deviation, and this deviation is again unlike a bug. I feel that it was originally designed like this. Since acting with the cloud, I vaguely feel that this game is no longer the vermipage I am familiar with. Caveat. Caveat. A high-risk boss is found. A high-risk boss is found. Players in Silent Forest are asked to use the transfer crystal quickly or escape the area quickly. Suddenly a blood-red system warning appeared in the entire field of vision. This sudden situation made a large number of players still in the Silent Forest panic, and the same warning also appeared in the field of vision of Kirito and Yun in the depths of the forest. Oops! Get out of the cloud! Kirito nervously pressed Yun's shoulder. Hey! Yun looked at Kirito at a loss. But Kirito's expression suddenly became flustered and shouted at Yun. Hey! Be careful behind Yun! I saw Kirito stretch out his right hand in the direction of Yun just like going crazy. But it was too late. A huge figure had appeared behind Yun. It mercilessly waved the big sword in its hand and slashed towards Yun's waist. Hey! Before Yun could react, his body was cut into 2 alive by a huge sword. A large amount of blood splashed around, and his vision gradually turned upside down. Ah! It hurts. It's cold. In the brain before the cloud was unconscious, there was only a sharp pain that stimulates the nerves of the whole body, an inexplicable feeling of emptiness, and the collision and coldness of falling on the ground. And Kirito, who watched as his companion was smashed by the giant lizardman who gradually revealed his appearance, let out a heart-breaking roar, raised the one-handed sword in his hand, and fiercely issued a sword skill he had just learned. The sonic impact directly pierced the lizardman's unarmed right eye. The severe pain caused the lizardman's body to be forced to stiffen, and the one-handed sword in Kirito's hand was also stuck on the lizardman's head by the hard skull, and the lizardman's blood bar fell by a quarter. 1. And Kirito, who lost his one-handed sword, flew aside because of the extra energy generated by his sword skills. After landing, he rolled for a certain distance before stopping. He was a little struggling to prop up his body with both hands. It hurts? What's the matter? Isn't the pain induction blocked? Kirito suddenly thought of the cloud that had been cut in the waist, and quickly raised his head to look in the direction of the cloud, and saw that the cloud's HP had slipped to the bottom and changed directly with the corpse. The fragments for the polygon disappeared in the sky. Kirito feels bad and looks at the team icon in his field of vision, which shows that the cloud is dead. He feels suffocation at this moment, reminding him of the changes around him and the sharp pain he just had. Does it mean that he would die when he died in the real world in the game? This bold idea allowed him to constantly confirm the state of the cloud in the team. If he remembers correctly, he would be resurrected in about 30s after he died. By the way, the message record in the field of vision, 13 hours 20 minutes and 30 seconds, the player Cloud was killed by the Lizardman Lord of the area boss. He looked at the real-time display 13 hours 20 minutes and 50 seconds in the lower right corner, and it was about 10 seconds before the situation could be confirmed, but the Lizardman Lord recovered his mobility at this time. All his hatred values are now concentrated on Kirito, who is alone. Oops! Kirito quickly moved his aching body and ran to the side. While on the way, he quickly manipulated the menu to call up some one-handed swords that had been dropped in the previous battle, equipped with emergency equipment in his hand, and the Lizardman Lord did it. Having already used the advantage of his body, a sharp jump landed in front of Kirito's escape route. Boom! The Lizardman leader had already smashed a lot of smoke in front of Kirito, obstructing Kirito's sight. At this moment, Kirito has no spare energy to verify his thoughts. The most urgent thing is to find a way to escape or defeat the boss. Detection of danger. Suddenly, Kirito learned to activate passive skills, and his strong consciousness of survival forced Kirito to slam down and avoid the horizontal slash that had killed Yun's life before. At this time, the Lizardman leader had already entered the sword. Kirito, who was stiff, with a slight smile, hit the immovable Lizardman leader with a 3-hit triangle blow. It knocked out 1/3 of the Lizardman leader's remaining health and almost forced it to the point. Yellow blood value. But fortunately, the collateral effect of the triangle blow played a key role. It extended the time of the opponent's forced straightening by about 2 seconds, just in time for Kirito's straightening time. In the first ones before the Lizardman leader had lifted the straightening, Kirito once again played a 2-hit double flash. Although the damage was not high and it fell to the half-blood position, but the rigid time was short, it could quickly use the roll to leave the Lizardman leader. After these two lucky combos, the Lizardman leader's blood volume dropped a lot, but the opponent became more brutal because of this. As soon as he lifted his rigidity, he yelled at Kirito. Originally, Kirito thought that there should be no problem with such an inability to attack, but suddenly there was a lightning symbol on the status bar, and it continued to flash. He had seen it before. As mentioned in part of the game's public information in the introduction, there are several fatal states in the game. One is the poisoning of the purple water drop icon, and the other is the paralysis of the yellow lightning icon. One is the severed limbs with partial body patterns, which will have different negative effects. It's over. It's paralyzed from time to time. When Kirito saw this familiar icon that could no longer be familiar, he cried out in his heart. This is a deadly negative state. I thought it would still have a chance to kill it if I slowly consumed the lizardman leader, but now I press a time bomb on my body and I don't know when it will explode. Kirito's head was already covered with beads of sweat, and what brought him was the pain and fear that was so painful before, because he felt that if this continued, he might really die. Both physically and mentally, it will be deeply imprinted. Breathing began to become heavy and hastily, feeling that the one-handed sword in his hand had become cumbersome, and the enemy in front of him was raising the big sword in his direction like an angry crown. Fear, fear, even the coercion exerted by the enemy and the blinking paralysis icon on the status bar made Kirito feel the invitation from death for the first time, and it has been squeezed into his hands, and the of death has already lifted the deadly one with both hands. The sickle hit himself. Are you going to die? Kirito's mind flashed with this thought and the revolving scene from childhood to childhood, which made him feel the possibility of imminent death even more. Ha ha ha. It's good if you die here so you don't have to think about how to face Sugyaha in what way. Kirito closed his eyes in despair, ready to accept the guidance of the envoy who took him to the underworld. Kirito! What are you doing? A familiar voice appeared in his ears. Kirito suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the source of the sound. He held a scythe in front of him in the appearance of a familiar silly boy. A fierce bullet knife forcefully interrupted the lizardman who came in front of him. The leader's sword skills made him enter the forced straight. Switch! Ready to go to Kirito. Once again from Yun's request, Kirito shed 2 rows of crystal tears with relief looking at his serious and trusting expression. I'm so stupid. Someone who is stupid than me is still rushing back to save me. I even surrendered and waited for death here. I'm such a coward. I don't believe my partner so much. Kirito first slapped himself in the face with a backhand, then roared and raised the one-handed sword in his hand against the lizardman leader. It was a 3-hit triangle blow, and suddenly it dropped the health bar in half again. The red blood state was lost, but something bad happened. As soon as he reached the position of red blood, the lizardman leader lifted the forced body hardening effect, and the ordinary double-edged sword also deformed, turning the other half of the blade like a folding knife into a wild field twice as far away as before. Tato, facing them is a 2-hit range sword skilled Arashiyama. It inflicts 2 whirling blows on the enemy whose center is 360 degrees. The 2 were also hit in the position where the weapon was blocked and they were shot and flew out. All of a sudden, it hit the big tree behind, and the blood bars of Kirito and Yun of the Ho were also beaten to a state of red blood. With the display of this health bar, his body was accompanied by a lot of severe pain, which made the 2 of them unable to stand up. And the lizardman leader also took advantage of this opportunity, and an assault sword skill rushed towards the 2 of them. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Yun saw this situation in spite of his own safety, gritted his teeth and kicked Kirito aside, and hurriedly called out the inventory to use a small amount of HP potion against him, while he took the charge of the lizardman leader. The sword skill was hit and destroyed many trees and some distance away from Kirito. And Kirito, who had recovered his HP and returned to the yellow blood, got up with some difficulty, came to the road that was washed away, and watched the lizardman leader not far away, pulling out the nota key from the ground, and as soon as the notato was pulled out, there was an unrecognizable object underneath that was crushed, and then it was converted into polygonal fragments and disappeared into the sky again. Ah! You bastard! Kirito was irritated by the second Yun's death, holding a one-handed sword in his hand, shining with the brilliance of sword skills, and crying before returning to the fight. The head of the prepared lizardman rushed away. I know. I know. It hurts. Really hurts. Just being bruised is so real and so painful. Not to mention being chopped and crushed into flesh. Stupid. You bastard. Why? You want to protect me. How desperate to save me from the violent death pain. You big idiot. Kirito glared at the lizardman leader in front of him with tears. Ah! Go to my death! Kirito directly used the charge and the sonic impact used in the process to directly cut off the head of the unsuspecting lizardman leader, and it was fatal because of the severed head. The blow directly caused the lizardman leader's health bar to 0, and it turned into a polygonal fragment at this instant and disappeared into the sky. A system prompt of a successful crusade appeared in his eyes, but Kirito's tears did not stop because of it. He just cried and wailed for a long time at the sky, and the paralysis like a time bomb also took effect at the same time. Chapter 4, Kirito and Number 039, S Offline Investigation. About 1 minute after killing the wild boss, Yoon trod all the way to Kirito's back with a smile, and greeted him happily. Hey! Kirito! We did it! We actually defeated a level 20 wild boss. However, I don't know how sad Kirito was in his heart this minute. When Yoon just ran to Kirito's side, Kirito turned around and hugged Yoon tightly and continued crying. What's the matter, Kirito? Is it still painful in your place? I used the healing potion for you. It shouldn't hurt anymore. Yoon was a little at a loss, not knowing how to put his hands, although they are all boys, but it still feels a little uncomfortable to be hugged all at once. Stupid. Yoon. Obviously painful. You still smile at me. Don't you believe me? We are companions. We should be blessed and enjoy the hard and the same. Why do you have to bear the terrible pain alone? I only know that cutting the waist and smashing into meat sauce must be more painful than ordinary pain. Why don't you let me bear it together? We are still not partners. Yoon. You answer me. Kirito suddenly released his arms. Pulling Yoon's collar sadly and tremblingly, pour out his inner pain and torture to Yoon. He is crying. It can be seen that Yoon's spirit of sacrifice has had a huge psychological impact on him. I have to bear this kind of pain alone. It's because you are my best friend that I don't want you to accept that kind of pain. Although Yoon looks a little silly, he cares about his companions. Sincerely, Kirito, who has been entertaining himself by himself, feels warm. He still couldn't stop his tears and banged his fist heavily on the chest of Yoon, who was obviously idiot but thoughtful of his companions. Idiot! Let me bear a little too. It's only because I am a friend that I should share some. Idiot! Kirito continued to tap Yoon's chest weakly. Okay. How do you feel that Kirito has become like a girl? Haha. Yoon looked at the resentful Kirito with a smirk. Alright. Time is running out. Let's go back to town first. Kirito wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and waved to the cloud beside him. Ah. It's already 2200 hours. It's over. I will have to work tomorrow morning. I will go to bed after a while. Yoon yelled tragically, looking at the real-time time in the lower right corner. He slowly followed Kirito and returned to the town. After returning to the town, the two of them first handed in the task, sold some useless things, bought some crystals and some medicines for abnormal conditions, and now reached level 21 equipment. It didn't take long for the two to bid farewell to each other and then went offline. Yoon took off the reality of nerve gear and rolled around on his bed happily. He still remembered all the games in the game, and there was still pain throughout his waist and whole body just after he exercised vigorously. He said to himself, sweating profusely. Sure enough, it was correct to not let Kirito accept the death in the game. I feel that there is still residual pain in my body. But I didn't expect how real this game is. It hurts. Well, I am used to this situation. After all, sometimes from time to time, there will be some weird damage or something. Then he fell asleep directly. And one of them is on Kirito's side. He took off Nerve Gear's long black hair and slipped out with gravity. He has a cute round face and long eyelashes, as well as round obsidian-like beautiful double eyelids and big eyes. Some thin and short stature, he closed his eyes and endured some of the faint pain remaining in the game, then turned on the computer next to him and started searching for comments and information about Sao on the encyclopedia. It's a pity that other players gave normal feedback. Submitted with a bug, and no one appeared in a similar situation with him and the cloud. Let him fall into contemplation. What's the matter? Why is it that only myself and Yoon have been hurt by the game? It seems that I have to check it carefully. And Kirito continued to tap the keyboard to inquire or ask questions on various Sao-related websites and post bars. But he still didn't find any useful information, and even some sneers were ridiculing his own problems, saying that he was too addicted to playing games and other useless information, and he couldn't help but feel his tongue. Unhappily, she turned off the computer and went to the bathroom to soak in the water, recalling everything that happened after being with the cloud, trying to find a clue from it, but unfortunately there was still no clue. It looks like you can only see what else can be found in the beta. Well, it doesn't take long for the beta to end. Only one step is counted. Kirito closed his eyes and began to enjoy the hot bath. And Kirito didn't know it. Someone who shouldn't have seen their questions saw their questions. They were happily discussing Kirito's questions and feedback with each other. Seeing their ecstatic looks, they knew they must be unkind. Ha ha ha! Didn't I tell you what? Akihiko Mao. Your technology and mine can definitely realize your dreams. Your world will be better than you designed after this beta. It's more perfect and outstanding. A man like a mad scientist sat in front of the computer and looked at the questions and feedback left by Kirito, looking at Sao and Akihiko Mao, the creator of Nerve Gear, beside him with joy. Well, I have some expectations for the public beta too. But your technology is really amazing. But why do you want to help me? K. Mao Dao Jinjian looked at the person called K indifferently. Nothing. I just think your technique is great. But the original way does not fully reflect its value. It looks strange and pity. I am a researcher. I just want to help you fulfill your dream. K-sum laughed frantically at the screen. On the second day, Yoon hurriedly ended his day of working life, carrying the ingredients he bought, and racing against time to make a delicious meal. After eating it, he washed the dishes and hurriedly ran to his room. Looking at Nerve Gear on the bed panting with excitement, he was lying on the bed holding Nerve Gear, and once again entered the world of this sword. After a glorious moment, Yoon once again returned to the place where he was offline. He checked the real time at 17:30. He scrambled to a pub with a nervous face, and soon he came to a pub. He panted and scanned the interior of the pub until he noticed something beckoning him. Tong Talent slowly walked in his direction with confidence. Sorry. I just finished my part-time job. I rushed back at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Yoon said as he sat down opposite Kirito. Ha ha ha. All right. It just happens to tell you the good news. A team has found the entrance to the maze. Kirito yelled to the cloud with excitement without caring. But maybe Kirito is too excited. Everyone in this tavern heard everything clearly. Yoon pressed his shoulders and pushed him back into position, before sitting back on the chair with a sigh of relief. I can understand your mood. But don't say so loudly. But what does the maze mean? Yoon looked at Kirito's cheerful look a little helplessly. The labyrinth is the center of each floor. There is a boss room inside. As long as you defeat the boss, you can go to the next floor. And there may be rare items or equipment. You said it is not tempting. Kirito's emotions were not weakened, he introduced the benefits to Yoon. Really? Is there another boss that is as powerful as the previous wild boss? Great. Last time I didn't have the opportunity to participate in the whole process. This time I will definitely fight to the end. Instead, Yoon noticed that he hadn't participated carefully before. Regular boss battles have always been brooding. But when I mentioned the last time the boss, Kirito's expression became uncomfortable, he looked at Yoon's waist and body with some hesitation. Seeing that Kirito was still worried about him, Yoon also laughed happily, and touched Kirito's head to signal not to worry about his problems. Kirito reluctantly took Yoon's hand away and looked a little unhappy. "Cloud. I'm not a kid. Don't touch your head. Okay. Get ready." Kirito got up angrily and walked out of the tavern first. Yoon had to hurriedly follow his steps with a wry smile. It didn't take long for the two of them to follow the previous route through the silent forest to the next area. The path of the labyrinth outside the forest freezes for a while and then disappears again in fading out. You read the book www.yuyugonshu.com, and the surrounding environment has once again changed, becoming a scene of a part of the grassland and a wilderness. At the end of the wilderness, there is a square building entrance made of white marble, which leads to the bottom of the wilderness by long and winding marble stairs of the same color. Haha! The map information I bought from the previous team is really useful. Kirito looked at a map used in the silent forest and said. Ha! I didn't expect you to be ready before I came. That's amazing. You deserve to be the Kirito of the game predecessor. Yoon touched the back of his head and smiled and praised Kirito beside him. Of course. After all, I met the lizardman leader in the wild before. Do some more hands and get ready. When Kirito said this, he still looked at the cloud with a sullen face and eyes from time to time. It seems that he still cares about the previous things. You. Don't worry. I'm not very good. You can see that I can move freely and nothing at all. Yoon played like a fool, like some bodybuilding postures that were not suitable for him to show muscles. Kirito, who was still a little sad, made a laugh. Stop. Stop. Cloud. These actions are not for you at all. Ahahaha. My stomach hurts with laughter. The tears of Kirito on the side were laughed out. Ha ha ha. Finally showed a smile in front of me. As expected, Kirito is still suitable for a smile. Yoon touched Kirito's head again softly. Stop it. I said not to touch my head anymore. It's not to coax a kid. Kirito slapped Yoon to interrupt Yoon's rude behavior, and walked towards the wilderness without turning his head. Yoon shook helplessly. Shaking his head, he had to trot behind Kirito in compromise. Chapter 5, Weak Adventurer. Da has gone through a mowing-like sweep. Yoon and Kirito's level has long been higher than the wild monsters in this area, about 4 levels, all harvesting effortlessly, and that strange the amount of experience points gained was because the 2 low-level wild monsters on the road actually gave birth to 2 levels and became level 23 at the same time, and Kirito had already inquired about the surroundings before the cloud went online, and now except for the 2 of them the player with the highest level other than humans has just reached level 11, and he feels that Yoon and himself are 12 levels higher than others, as if they have opened a plug-in, which makes him surprised and troubled. It's just that fortunately, almost no one can see the opponent's level under normal circumstances, so there shouldn't be any trouble for the time being. Probably. Kirito has been entangled in his heart. Is this okay? The idea has been around for a while. And while he was still looking down and meditating, he almost tripped over the marble steps. If he hadn't heard Kirito's panicking voice, Yoon almost caused Kirito behind him to fall to the ground, and now Kirito fell straight down. In Yoon's generous embrace, Kirito, who came to consciousness, quickly pushed Yoon away and said thank you. Then Yoon felt that Kirito was weird. He was a boy, but he was a little bit twisted like a girl. He didn't care too much and told Kirito not to patronize and think, and to see the road ahead. He once again waved a scythe in front of him to open the way. Kirito shook his head. I patted my hot cheeks with my hand, and then no longer thought about what to pull out the one-handed sword behind him, and began to seriously climb the marble staircase leading to the entrance of the maze. Although there are some wild monsters here, the strength is too bad and straightforward. With a single sickle by the cloud, it was directly seen as a polygonal fragment. Oh! Come and see, Kirito. This sickle has changed. Yun saw the stone sickle in his hand beating like a heart, and turned to look at Kirito behind him. Kirito also saw that the sickle made a continuous boom sound like a heartbeat. The sickle moved a few times on its own, and it began to crack slowly. My God! It might have been broken by me. My baby sickle! Looking at the broken sickle cloud, she started to feel scared. You open the inventory and check its durability, don't you know? Kirito was also a little curious to let Yun open the inventory. When he opened it, he found that the sickle had no durability value at all, and the EXP I saw before. The bar is also displayed as the state of max. After reading it, Kirito has confirmed his speculation. This mutation should be a metamorphosis process of the growth weapon. Just like crustaceans and reptiles, they will peel off their skin to carry out a new growth stage. Well, don't worry. It's not broken. It will be okay after a while. Looking at Kirito's confident smile, the cloud, who was afraid of the explosion of the weapon, was relieved. Hey! It's not just fine. It's not fine. Otherwise I really can't find a weapon like this how to take advantage of it. Unexpectedly, Yun was not worried about growing weapons but worried about not having a weapon suitable for him, which made Kirito feel he shook his head dumbfoundingly. With a loud bang, the outer shell of this stone sickle was completely shattered into a large amount of powder. Instead, it turned into a beautiful metallic luster like all iron, and the eyes of watching clouds emerged. With star eyes. Wow! It's so cool! It's shiny and sparkling. Yun happily held the pure iron sickle and waved it like a toy. Unexpectedly, I would upgrade my own texture directly. What a powerful weapon for growth! Why didn't I encounter a weapon that is usually handy? There is no need to change it. Kirito looked at the lizardman leader in his hand and exploded. The relatively good lizard scale sword, which can provide a certain degree of defense and physical strength, is a fairly satisfactory reward weapon. And just as the two were chatting and laughing, there was a soft scream of a cute girl from the depths of the maze, and the two nodded to each other with serious expressions. Yun opened the way with a new weapon in front, and Kirito resolved it. The enemy approaching behind Yun, the two of them tacitly came to the sound source that was still screaming. But as soon as they approached the sound source, the two frowned. They saw that there was nothing but a huge wall like a dead end. The two people began to wonder if they had gone in the wrong direction, until after hearing the screaming from behind the wall again, Tongren felt that something was wrong there. There may be a hidden door. We should look for a mechanism on the wall. Kirito pointed to the wall, Yun nodded at him, and the two began to quickly search for the wall of the wall until Yun saw a place like a moving crack with his hand, and a hidden stone gate slowly opened from his side. Good job! As expected of my good partner. I found it so soon. Good job! Let's go in. Kirito came to Yun and patted him on the shoulder, holding the lizard scale sword and cautiously probed. Going in, the cloud with a bewildered look had to put away the huge sickle from his waist and drew a one-handed sword just in case it was a spare and followed him in. They saw that the place was dark and could not see anything, and only some torches on the wall provided a certain range of light, and while the two were still exploring in the weak light, the scream came from this again. The deepest part of the place came out. However, Kirito had to take out a wooden stick with a cloth-like front end from the inventory. He took out two black stones and knocked each other a few times to ignite the tip of the stick. A simple torch was completed. Man quickly handed it to Yun and made a second torch again, and the two people accelerated their pace and touched in with the light of the torch. I don't know how long it took for the two of them to pass through a long corridor-like tunnel and finally came to an underground space built with a natural stone ladder, and they sneakily came to the edge of the stone ladder and stretched out their heads to look down. I was surprised when I saw it. Several adventurers were surrounded by a group of lizard people in the central area of the underground space, and several adventurers on the periphery have been polygonalized and returned to the sky. What is even more evil is that those lizard people actually turned some female adventurers into the sky. Sever his hands and feet and inflict a stab at them on them. This makes Kirito and Yoon feel peculiar, and the situation is urgent. Can't wait any longer. Strange. How can these unoperated monsters behave like humans? Kirito didn't understand why, but he didn't think he could stare at him, seeing that Kirito reached an agreement with his own opinions. Yoon put away his one-handed sword and equipped with a scythe. He jumped and slashed directly from the stone ladder only a few meters away, and brought a lizard man who was using his weapon to cause continuous damage to the female adventurer directly from the middle. Split into two halves and broken into polygons. Ah 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 ah! Cloud complete the kill after issuing high-pitched cries attracted their hatred against the values of these lizards. And these lizardmen are obviously in a different order of excellence. They chose to give priority to directly beheading several male adventurers who were besieged, leaving behind a girl who had been frightened, and then collectively encircled to the lonely Cloud. And just as the lizardmen were about to launch their charge sword skills, Kirito, who was hiding on the stone ladder, blasted the heads of the nearest lizardmen at the speed of sound first, standing in a row stupidly. The lizardmen directly judged that the owl head system was dead. And the lizardman, who was attracted to hatred by the damage caused by Kirito's killing, had forgotten another existence behind him as soon as he turned around. Yoon caught this moment when his opponent slackened and activated his exclusive sickle skill to make a large-scale swarm. The 6-hit of death practiced dance cutting with the advantage of attack, and suddenly a scarlet sword skill shone on the sickle of the Cloud. The eyes of the owner of the sickle suddenly showed a frightening fierce light, and he fanned in front of him. The enemy group exerted a short-term fear effect. With the swing of the weapon, the lizardmen who had just ended their fear state were like being stuffed into a meat grinder, turning their combos into countless polygons and shattering into the sky. A tacit combo swept away the lizardmen in this area of the cave. After the two walked in, they gave each other a high five and saw that the female adventurer who was continuously injured had turned into a polygon, and the other one was more cute. The female player was so scared that the soft-legged duck was sitting trembling in the same place, and there were 2 rows of crystal-clear tears hanging on her delicate and cute little cheeks, where she burst into tears. What should I do? Kirito. I don't know how to comfort the girl. Yoon put down the sickle in his hand and looked at Kirito aside with some panic. None of you. How could I? Kirito himself stared at Yoon speechlessly, as if you were going to solve it by yourself. Okay. Let me try. Yoon realized that he hadn't thrown the pot out, so he had to bite the bullet and walk to the girl's side, squatting down to avoid height problems. Don't be afraid. There are no more enemies. Yoon touched the back of his head with his right hand and smiled awkwardly at the girl. Hey? The girl looked at the sunshine boy who had come to save herself and had a silly smile, and hesitated to avoid her gaze left and right. I also don't know how to face unfamiliar players. Yoon saw that the other party was wary, so he turned his head and looked at Kirito behind him, casting a SOS gaze. And Kirito looked at such helpless Yoon and had to sigh, and slowly came to Yoon's side and squatted down and greeted the girl. Yo! Lovely lady! It's okay. The dangerous monsters here have been solved by me and this idiot. Or let's send you back to town. Kirito stretched out his right hand to the girl and smiled normally. Show off the avatar of your handsome big brother next door, but I have to admit that it does look warm and safe. The girl I looked at has a reddened face, and she stretched out her right hand to hold it without hesitation. Kirito's hand. Thank you, big brother. The girl who was pulled up by Kirito bowed to him with a charming and lovely smile. Ha ha ha. Nothing, nothing. Kirito waved her hand humbly. Sure enough, it's worth being deceived if someone looks handsome. To me, whether it's an avatar or a fair-looking person, is a despised object. Damn handsome guys. Why don't you all explode? Well, I don't hate someone like Kirito. After all, people are really good. Yoon sighed, and even though he roared in his heart, he felt relieved when he thought of Kirito's kind of type. That. Can you take me with you? I have an exploration mission. It's about the inside of this maze. The girl panicked, holding the spear weapon in her hand, and asked Kirito. Hey? Explore the labyrinth. When Kirito heard this task, he looked at the girl with some caution, but remembered the team that had been killed here before, as if he understood something. So that's it. You can take on this kind of task not just for exploration. Kirito looked at this hidden girl with some seriousness. Ah. Are you a proficient player in the strategy game? Great. It's true. The team I joined was a temporary wasteland team. One goal is to obtain a detailed map of the maze. The other is to find it in advance. Boss room. After all, the beta time is tight this time. I want to get more information before the open beta so that I can get a good position in the open beta. Please forgive me. The girl actually said her thoughts in a 15 to 10. Yoon and Kirito couldn't help but opened their big mouths into an O shape, and looked at each other. Isn't these things supposed to be hidden in my heart? Could it be that this girl is a stupid? The two of them thought of going together for some reason, and it turns out that sometimes they get close together after a long time together. Then the two turned around and discussed quietly. What should I do? Kirito? I don't know if she is really stupid. Do you want to take her? Yoon turned to look at the girl who was still bowing her head and asked Kirito from time to time. Well. To be honest, I don't know what to do. But I can't leave the girl here alone. Kirito didn't know what to do with this girl for a while. Why don't you see if you can get something from her as a reward, and then consider whether to bring her? Anyway, what can we get? Yoon thought for a long time, and only asking for some reward might be a good excuse to bring her. Girl. It has to be that way. Kirito closed his eyes and thought, and shook his head. For now, only this method is more realistic. After reaching a consensus, the two turned to face the upright girl. How about this? We can bring you. But it must be a bit sweet. Yoon actually took the initiative to play the role of a white face who sings a little bit of a slapstick feeling. It's not that the acting really feels like a punk and the picture has no characteristics. The ordinary face, feeling a bit derogatory. That you want, what kind of sweet? The girl saw the cloud that had suddenly changed from a sunny boy to a ground rogue and couldn't help but tremble with fear. Well. Yoon continued to act and even stroked his forehead and jaw with one hand, and looked at the girl's equipment with a smirk. However, the girl saw him like this and subconsciously used his left arm to protect the girl. The huge front and important parts below looked at him with disgust. Hey! I just want your equipment to be sold, what do you think of it? Yoon looked at the girl with a misunderstanding and stared at his eyes with a dazed expression. And Kirito on the side had already turned his head and snickered because of this misunderstanding. Pervert. Molester. I misunderstood you. The girl did not hesitate to hit the pervert with 4 combos. Suddenly hit Yun's fragile heart. Ah! My heart hurts. I was misunderstood by an unfamiliar and cute girl as a pervert. Ah! It hurts. Yoon was pierced by this invisible attack. He uncomfortably clutched his chest and squatted on the ground. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com has been reluctant to speak for a long time. Well. This young lady. He just wants the arms on you. No other meaning. Can you bring us any rewards? Kirito, who couldn't stand it, played a red-faced role. She explained her affinity to the girl. Only then did the girl realize that she had misunderstood. She blushed her cute little face and desperately bowed her head to the cloud on the ground to apologize. Haha. It's okay. It's okay. I'm so easy to be misunderstood. Ha ha ha. I want to draw a circle and curse you people. Yoon sneered, holding a wooden stick on the ground, and was really drawing a circle ring. Ah! What should I do with my big brother? Your companion doesn't seem to forgive me. The girl turned her head in embarrassment to look at Kirito, who was watching the play. Kirito turned the beads for some reason, suddenly came to the girl's ear with a smirk and whispered something quietly, and the children's faces were red to the base of the ears. She swallowed and swallowed. Kirito nodded on the side. Quickly came to Yun's side and squatted down, while Yoon still drew circles on the ground and cursed the two. But the next moment a warm feeling appeared on Yun's face, making Yoon instantly crash on the ground, but the girl had quickly hid behind Kirito, revealing something like a ripe red Fuji. Little head, looking at the clouds on the ground. Ah! This feeling! I was single for 18 years, did a girl kiss my cheek? The key is a cute girl. Ah! I'm dead and no regrets. All of a sudden Yoon fell on the ground and fainted, died in the past. Chapter 6, outside the boss room on the first floor. Not long after, Kirito twisted his ears to the cloud that had been floating on the ground pretending to be dead and forced him to stand up. Kirito, the corners of Yun's eyes are already in tears. After all, in this world, both Kirito and him can truly reflect the pain on their own body. Painful Yoon had to bow his head to Kirito's violence. Look at your triumphant look, maybe you don't have a girlfriend. Kirito looked at him with a smirk and was still rubbing his reddish ears. Hey! I'm so ordinary and I don't have money. I'm sorry to have no girlfriend. Yoon looked like a wounded animal that was traumatized in his heart, and looked at him like a current Kirito. Ah! Oh! That's it! Ha ha! I didn't expect to be the same as me. When Kirito heard this, he also said that he is also a single dog. It was like a bolt from the blue sky that made Yoon open his mouth. Hey? You guy! What are you talking about? It's obviously a handsome guy who told me that you are a single dog? How do you let us frustrations live? Yoon was very excited and grabbed Kirito's collar and shook it vigorously. Hold him! Hey hey! There are girls! The girls are watching! Kirito grabbed Yoon's arm and looked at the side. Ah! Oh! Yoon remembered for a minute that there were other people beside him. Hee hee hee! The two of you have a good relationship. Are you childhood sweethearts? The previous cooperation is also very tacit. The girl showed a lovely smile and looked at the very cute two. Well, I only knew each other for 2 days, right? Kirito stretched out his right finger and scratched his face while thinking about it. Well, it's the same as before. Ahaha! Yoon took the opportunity to slap Kirito's back violently, tears streaming out of the painful Kirito's eyes. You guy! You took the opportunity to get revenge. Kirito was about to fight back and was stopped by the girl. Ah! Wait! Can you pull me into the team first? It's a bit late now. The girl seemed to look at the real time and said. I'm going. It's already 2100 hours and we have been here for so long. Ah! I have to work tomorrow. Yoon heard the girl's words and looked at the current real-time time in surprise. Oh! This way! How long can I play? Yoon! Kirito realized that they really wasted a lot of time here. Well, as long as it does not exceed 0 o'clock at the latest, it is still acceptable. Yoon hesitated for a moment and looked at Kirito. 3 hours? That's enough. By the way, I will pull you into the team now. The reward and experience split system is okay. Kirito operated the menu and looked at the girl. No problem. The girl nodded. Okay. Click to accept. Kirito? Originally his name is Kirito. The girl looked at the inviter written on it, and then at the gentle elder brother Kirito. I clicked on the option of yes, but the strange thing is that just after it was clicked, the girl suddenly felt an unbearable dull pain covering her whole body. Kneeled directly in front of the two of them uncomfortably, and began to gasp. "Ah! What's wrong? Are you okay?" Seeing this strange unexpected situation, Kirito and Yoon strode to the girl's right and left to support her arm. It's okay. It's just that I feel particularly uncomfortable all of a sudden, now it's much better." The girl's complexion gradually improved. Kirito and Yoon looked at each other and expressed a little concern. This was the first time this happened. After all, this situation did not happen when the two were teaming up. "How about? Are you standing up?" Kirito gently supported her shoulder and watched her breathing rate gradually stabilized. "Well, time is running out. Let's go." The girl stood up under the support of the two and nodded to them. "Yeah. Don't force me to clear the way. Kirito, you just need to protect her." Yoon took a sigh of relief and stood in front of the two again. "No problem. Let's go." Kirito looked at the girl who was already able to walk on her own and nodded to Yoon. "Is Isa her name?" Kirito looked at the team status bar in his vision. The first one is Kumo, Cloud, and the second one is Isa. In this way, the few people returned to the previous blind alley with hidden doors. The first Cloud came out and saw many wild monsters that had been refreshed. Then he turned around and asked the two of them not to come out and put their hands out to equip them with a sickle. It was a takeoff and flew out of the hidden door, and at the same time launched a charge and a 1-hit 360-degree whirling sword fencing skill, killing a few lizardmen not far outside, turning them into polygonal fragments. Yoon fell into the short-term rigidity of his sword skills after he finished sliding, and the other lizardmen who noticed him took the opportunity to use the charge sword skills and combo sword skills and fell into a forward swing state. "Watch out for the Cloud." Kirito, who just stuck his head out, picked up the lizard scale sword and immediately launched a charge and sonic impact. After all, this state can ignore the start of the charge sword skill. This is also the time to avenge Yoon. Lesson learned. This sudden sonic impact caused several lizardmen to sway forward starely and did not know how to interrupt their movements, and after a blue halo penetrated, it was their memories of death. "Wow! So strong! When our team came in, we dared at most to face 2-3 at the same time. And it took a lot of time. Can they both be killed in a flash with just 2 groups of swords? Could it be me?" Embracing the thigh of the great player, Isa was very happy to watch the two tacit cooperation, and the surrounding monsters were wiped out at once, but her side kept reminding her that she was upgraded. She didn't care much at first. Yes, but the system has prompted many times in a row and made her look at her level curiously. "It's a lie? Level 20? I just got level 9. Isa was surprised and went down on the spot. And the monster duo who finished solving the monsters also moved their shoulders very easily, talking and laughing to the side of Isa who had been stunned. "It's a lie? Did you use a plug-in? How could it be so fast? I actually jumped from level 9 to level 20. Isa's eyes widened excitedly and grabbed Kirito by the collar. Shook it. "Ah! Stop! Stop! My head is so dizzy. Isa!" Kirito fainted and called out the girl's name. "Hey? How did you know?" "Kirito." Isa let go of her hand with a confused look, thinking back that she hadn't introduced her name at all. "Ah! Well. Look at the team status bar. That is there anything written on the player's HP?" Kirito shook his own hands with a wry smile and explained. "Ah! It's true. I didn't even notice." Yoon and Isa made noises in unison, and the two smiled at each other again. "My god! You don't even know." Kirito smiled bitterly at the two guys who looked like life treasures again. "No." Yoon stuck in his waist and said straightforwardly. "Neither did I." And Isa also blushed and rubbed her palms while looking at Kirito. "Okay. Let me introduce it again. I am Kirito. The Paulownia of the sycamore tree, a human person. Please advise. Kirito looked at Isa with his hand on his chest. Isa smiled and nodded. Ha ha ha. I'm the cloud. That's the cloud floating in the sky. Please advise. Isa. Yoon smirked like a cold joke, but there was no laugh at all. Kirito and Isa looked at the cloud with wry smiles. Ah. I am Aisha. Love of love. Elizabeth's chat. Please advise. Yoon. Kirito. Aisha smiled at the two. Okay. We actually didn't open any auxiliary and plugins. I don't know if it is a bug. But after we submitted the results, GM reported that there was no problem. It was normal. Kirito said, while opening the video of his feedback with GM to Yoon and Aisha to watch. Wow! I didn't expect Kirito to do so many things when I was away. I don't know. I just know how to play. Yoon scratched the back of her head in shame, and Asia felt relieved after seeing these. He was relieved. Ah! As long as it is officially approved. Otherwise, it will be a big loss if you get a title. Aisha stood upright in relief. Let's go. We have all been delayed for 20 minutes. Kirito looked at the real time and waved to the two. The two nodded and started the maze exploration according to the previous formation. About 40 minutes later, they have reached the 4th floor of the maze area, and they did encounter some unexpected results along the way. Sometimes I would run around in several maze layers like solving puzzles. Or the idiot cloud stepped on some strange mechanism and triggered some traps. Was teleported to the entrance of the maze, surrounded by a circle of monsters. A bunch of messy things, but fortunately, the level of the 3 people is already more than 10 levels higher than that of the wild monsters in the area. Otherwise, it would be destroyed just like the previous Rookie Wasteland team with the highest level of 10 or less. Hey! Exhausted. It's all my fault that Yoon likes to make trouble everywhere. Kirito panted and sat on the ground, panting. I don't know. After all, I really care about what those bulging things can do. Yoon also put a big word on the ground, panting. Well, it's not without gain. Aisha was also very tired, panting slightly on the cold ground in the manner of a duck sitting on it. Well. As a result, I reached level 27 and got a lot of materials and potions. You don't need to supply it. Ah. By the way. Kirito, you can trade me the potion-making materials from your side. Aisha's side, is there any? Yoon sat up as if thinking of something, and stretched out his hands to the two of them. Yes, yes. What are you going to do? Even though Kirito said so, he passed a lot of material to Yoon. I got a lot in the backpack when I was with the previous Wasteland team. Aisha also traded the materials to Yoon in the same way as Kirito. Oh. All I need. Sorry, Kirito still needs you and Aisha to be on my side. I have a life skill here to try. Please. Yoon lowered his head and folded his palms. 2 people. Okay. Time shouldn't be too long. Kirito also believed Yun's words, so he pulled out the lizard scale sword behind his back and began to alert Yun's side, and Aisha also took the spear of the trophy she had just obtained and came to Yoon. The other side is on alert. I saw Yoon took out this strange green book from the inventory, and began to throw in the materials just given to him in a screen that looked like an operation panel, as if a lot of reagents and crystals appeared inexplicably. Hey? You won't get a pharmacist's synthesis book, right? Kirito used his peripheral light to see the increasing number of reagents and crystals around Yoon, all of which were relatively excellent self-made water and crystals. Yes. You are waiting. Mass production will be completed soon. I saw Yoon desperately using various materials to make more potions and reagents through the method in the synthesis book, and even mixed these potions and reagents to make a compound potion or reagent. It took about 20 minutes before Yunkei finished the operation, sweating profusely. He looked at the large number of potions and crystals on the ground and was very satisfied, while Kirito and Aisha returned to Yun after defeating some refreshing monsters. Sighed. Did you really do this? Yun. The effect of each one is several times better than that of the NPC. Kirito looked at the effect of each medicine and crystal with excitement. Of course. I and Kirito will get some. Then I will give the rest to Aisha. Mainly, Aisha will help us as a support aid. Yun looked at the two and put forward their own suggestions. You reading www.yukansha.com. That's right. Now Aisha just joined in and can't cooperate with our tactics. It's just right to be a support. What do you think? Aisha. Kirito recalled Aisha, who was not outstanding in fighting skills, and asked her opinion. Yet, I am indeed a bit weak. Being a support is just right. At least I won't mess with her hind legs. Aisha also knows herself, especially after seeing the absolute trust and tacit cooperation of the two. Let's go. There seems to be only this long corridor on the map that hasn't been explored. Kirito looked at the map and pointed to a brightly lit passage on the two walls to their right filled with torches. A few people nodded their heads and stepped into this corridor-like place vigilantly, but they didn't know how long they walked, and there were no monsters along the way. They observed for a long time, and concluded that this place seems like it won't be able to spawn monsters. He put away his weapons and continued to move forward. At this time, the entire corridor went straight to a huge room. Oncoming was a huge stone gate with strange patterns, strange statues on both sides, and several huge braziers. When the three of them stepped into this room, the system prompts them to the icon of outside the first floor boss room and then fades away, and a light blue magic crystal stone also shines on the left of the few people. Several people walked over and touched and found that it was a teleportation stone, which could be teleported directly back to the town. Should be able to travel freely here and somewhere in the town. It looks like this is the place we are looking for. Kirito looked at the huge stone gate beside him with some excitement. After hearing Kirito's words, Yun and Aisha suddenly looked at this huge stone gate together. They did not expect that this was the destination of their dreams, and they were obviously a little nervous, gearing up, and eager to try. Chapter 7, Boss Pre-War Preparations and Sudden Changes. In front of the boss room, Yun and Kirito started to negotiate. What should I do? Kirito? I don't have enough time. If I don't sleep, I'll be over. Yun looked at the real-time time, which was almost 2300 hours, and looked at Kirito beside him with a little embarrassment. That's it. Without you, I wouldn't dare to mess with Aisha at all. Kirito also looked at the real time and pinched his chin with his right hand. How about this? Shall we come early tomorrow? Aisha looked at the two new teammates who hesitated and suggested. What if someone else comes first? But there are a lot of rewards behind this door. Yun touched his head and remembered some of the things Kirito introduced earlier. It's okay. Do you think about the previous Wasteland team and what we experienced when we came here? Coupled with the characteristics of Sao, as long as the floor boss is not found and defeated, the next floor or this will not be displayed on the town's teleportation stone. The location of the transmission option. You must explore the map here to activate the transmission function. To the cloud, Kirito began to popularize some popular knowledge he had learned in the official information published by Sao. Also take the official screenshots obtained from the outside. The video was sent to Yun's side to let him understand these common sense in detail. Awesome! As expected of the Kirito of the predecessors of the game. After receiving the information, Aisha and Yun praised Kirito in unison. Well, this is a matter of course, after all, I am a loyal Vermeer-page fanatic. Kirito looked triumphantly, and praised his little expression again. Ha ha ha! Cute look! I'm relieved to hear what you say. Then let's go back to the town to find NPCs to trade the loot and purchase some necessities. After all, it doesn't hurt to prepare more. Yoon rarely at first sight, he thought of a peace with Kirito. Kirito smiled, patted Yoon's shoulder and nodded. I didn't expect Yoon to grow up. I am really happy as a senior. Kirito looked like an elder, looking at the cloud a little dazed. Okay. Let's go. I happen to have to change equipment or something. Aisha looked at the weapons and some accessories on her body that were exploded during the battle with Kirito and others, but she still joined herself. When I entered the low-level equipment of about 7 to 9, I looked forward to seeing the game currency in my backpack that had broken through the highest amount I had already, shining with stars and bursting into a fiery aura, making Kirito and the others shudder. What's wrong with Asia? Yoon elbows Kirito and whispered. It feels the same when shopping with my sister. It belongs to the aura of a shopaholic. Kirito sweated coldly and smiled awkwardly as if thinking of something. Oh. Does Kirito actually have a younger sister? Isn't that cute? Tell me about it. Hearing that Kirito has a younger sister, Yoon looked at Kirito with a squinting look. Ah. Xiaoji belongs to the sports department. She is a cheerful and lively cute girl. It is impossible to have any contact with us who are dead in the game. You die this heart. Kirito said to the cloud. He waved his hand to advise him not to think about it anymore. Ah! What a pity! How can ordinary men like me attract girls? Yoon sighed with disappointment. Alright. Let's go back. Kirito patted the frustrated Yoon on the back and opened the teleporting crystal next to him first. Wait for me. Yoon and Aisha, who were sober, hurriedly returned to the town. In the town, seeing Aisha excitedly buying various things in large quantities in the hands of various merchant NPCs, Yoon and Kirito feel what is the triple violence of spending money, wealthy and self-willed, and inhumane. Hit damage. Ah! Girls shopping is terrible. The two shook their heads at the same time, looking at Aisha, who was extremely obsessed with purchasing. What are you going to do? What are you going to buy? Kirito looked at the cloud with his hands on his hips. Yeah. I'll go to the grandfather who bought this book before and take a look. I don't know what weird good baby will be again. Yoon took out the pharmacist's synthesis book from his inventory. Kirito shook a few times. Oh. Is the merchant who sells this book? I happen to be very interested. Let's go first. Kirito saw the priceless treasure that Yoon used before, and urged Yoon to get up with some curiosity. What about Aisha? Leave her here alone. Yoon looked at Aisha, who was still obsessed with shopping and couldn't help herself. It's okay. Just send a message in a while. Anyway, nothing will happen in the safe zone. Kirito pushed the cloud and moved forward, looking very impatient. Okay. But it's not here. It's here. Yoon had no choice but to compromisingly took Kirito's arm and ran to the small alley on the right. After an unknown period of time, the two of them passed through several winding alleys and roads to a small grocery store on the edge of a shopping street. A grey-haired old man was sitting in the row with a pipe, looking at the sky leisurely in front of a variety of commodity stalls. It wasn't until he suddenly saw Yoon and Kirito walking here that he stood up and waved to them with a smile. Heh. Isn't this the little guy who came to buy things some time ago? Why did you come with your partner today? The grandfather showed a kind smile and shook the soot residue on his hand and looked at Yoon and Kirito. Yes. Grandpa has anything good this time? Yoon smiled and brought Kirito to the old man and bowed politely. Oh. I just bought a new batch of goods this time. If you don't dislike it, please pick it first. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he handed a grey book to Kirito, who was closest to him. Kirito, who was not too formal, nodded to the old man and opened the book, and a list of product icons that two people could see was listed in front of them. Oh. Most of these are rare materials and props. Kirito sighed while scrolling the slider. Wait. Let me read this book. Yoon suddenly grabbed Kirito's hand that was about to slide down and said. Oh. After Yoon let go, Kirito clicked on the not-so-excellent red book, and it showed. The Art of Smelting and Blacksmithing is a comprehensive reference book on the skills of smelters and blacksmiths. I want it. Yoon didn't even look at the large string of zeros behind the price above, and clicked the buy button. All of a sudden, Yoon's wallet shrank a lot, but Kirito could only watch him in a cold sweat when he looked excited. Hold him. So strong. Just this book is 100,000 game coins. I am so willing. Kirito wiped the cold sweat on his forehead with his hand and continued to read the product list. Hey? Growth weapon. Kirito suddenly saw an inconspicuous black one-handed sword thinking. After thinking about it, I clicked the buy button without hesitation, and I saw that Grandpa had another money bag several times larger than the previous Yunpei money bag in his hand. There was a clanging sound inside, which looked quite heavy. Thank you for your patronage. What else is needed? The two put the money bags beside them, and took out the goods they bought and tied them with a beautiful gift box and a beautiful garland. The two continue to purchase a lot of raw materials and some practical props. The old man also laughed and got busy. One sack after another was moved out of the store. It didn't take long for the two people to purchase a large amount of things, and it looked like they had been stacked in front of them about a few hundred sacks. Ah! That's right. Please accept this as a reward for coming to our store for big purchases. The old man handed an ordinary short wooden stick and a drawing for synthesis to Yoon. This is. Yoon accepted and clicked on the message of the wooden stick, while Kirito put the outside things into his backpack, and came to Yoon to look at the ordinary wooden stick. Mysterious wooden stick. This wooden stick has the ability to hold potions or crystals infinitely. After consuming the corresponding potions, reagents, or crystals, their effects can be stored in the stick. It can heal, state, and dispel the wand like magic. The same amount of storage is consumed to achieve the same effect. It is a convenient item. You can use it instantly on yourself or a designated object. One-handed stick and one-handed sword skills can be used. Oh! This is an artifact. In this world without magic and restoration skills. Kirito stared at this rare thing with wide eyes. It's amazing. I feel very suitable for Aisha to use to make her an excellent back row support. Yoon and Kirito nodded at each other. It is obvious that the appearance of this thing can further improve their battle formation, fully become a highly survivable Raiders Wasteland team. Then this drawing. Yoon was looking forward to clicking on the attached drawing. Mysterious wooden stick synthesis method can open the player's ability and method to make the item, provided that they have forging and smelting skills. Production method: wooden stick and smelted mixed ore and smelted mixed gem. Wow! Look at Kirito. This thing is still productive. Yoon patted Kirito on the shoulder happily. But these materials are all rare things except wooden sticks, and they are even the later products of smelting technology. Kirito shook his head. Obviously it is very early for mass production. That's it. Well, I can only continue to improve my proficiency. I will show it to you in the future. Yoon closed his inventory enthusiastically. Ah! There is a message from Aisha. She said she should get off first. Kirito looked at his message prompt and said to the cloud beside him. Wow! It's 23:20 and I'm going to finish it tomorrow. I'm going to go to Kirito. Tomorrow we have to cheer. Yoon said to Kirito in a cheering posture and disappeared into the halo. Ha ha ha. Two guys who are really quick. Kirito smiled and went offline as well. In Kirito's room, as soon as Kirito regained consciousness, Kirito took off nerve gear, once again wearing long black hair, came to the computer next to him and began to look up the information and related materials he cared about, but the result was still unsatisfactory, and he gritted his teeth. I always feel that the current situation is really getting more and more weird. especially the unnatural backlash reaction when Aisha joined. Is it possible that the current Aisha can be returned to the body by the backlash effect of the game injury just like us? Kirito shook his head in fear, and once again went to the bathroom to soak in hot water and closed his eyes, relaxing and analyzing all the processes that Kazumo had gone through until now. The next day, at the same time, Yoon still hurried to the tavern where she met with Kirito yesterday. The only difference this time was that Aisha had already sat next to Kirito, but her expression was a little different. That's right. Yoon sat in front of the two of them strangely, and slowly said. Did something happen? Kirito. Kirito turned to look at the cloud while comforting Asia. Isa died in the game just now. And just like us. Kirito looked at me very seriously, and his expression became serious when he said Yoon. He knew what this meant. Let's go upstairs and talk. Yoon got up and looked at the two. Aisha was still in a state of confusion, and Kirito nodded to the cloud with her shoulders in her arms. The counter of Yoon's tavern first rented a room for more than game currency. Under the leadership of the NPC maid, Kirito and Aisha came to a room on the second floor. Yoon thanked the NPC and closed it. The door of the room turned back to Aisha, who was still trembling on the table and chair supported by Kirito. What happened? Tell me about it. Kirito. Yoon once again sat in front of the two and looked at them with a serious expression. That's it. Aisha and I were already in the game before you went online, and Aisha told me that I was going to do an exploration mission with other teams, but then I ran into a wild boss on the way. When Kirito talked about the wild boss, he obviously paused and he looked at the cloud in mind. It's okay. Keep talking. Yoon didn't mind letting Kirito continue to introduce. Maybe Aisha's level is too high, causing the level of the wild boss to be brushed out has far surpassed the level of the player of the team. The result is naturally annihilation. And Aisha, who has insufficient combat power, was also ruthlessly hacked. Death and on the spot. You read www.yunsha.com, but what is different from others is. Kirito took a deep breath. I felt the same level of pain. Yoon and Kirito tacitly shared what they knew. Sure enough. Yoon closed his eyes. As if thinking about something. Hey hat, you know the pain of being removed most probably. Kirito closed his eyes and recalled the cloud that was crushed into flesh by the lizardman leader at that time. Yet. I know. Yoon obviously became taciturn. He stared straight at Aisha, who was still chaotic, trembling, and fearful with a sullen face. He understood that the kind of heart-piercing pain is not something a girl can do. I even felt sympathy for her accepting things calmly. But I found a problem after I contacted the people who had teamed up with Aisha before. Kirito folded his hands on the table in front of him, and looked at the cloud very seriously. What is it? Yoon looked at Kirito, who was making the atmosphere nervous. There was no such situation when she died before. That is to say, it may be related to the same thing as the rejection that happened when we were teaming up at that time. Kirito gave back to Yoon what he had been caring about last night. In other words, we harmed her. Yoon closed his eyes a little uncomfortably. Yes. We made her life extraordinary. Kirito continued to tap Aisha next to her and looked at her regretfully. Really? Kirito. Can I talk to her alone? Yoon stood up and silently looked at Kirito, who looked up at him. Okay. I'll wait for you below. Okay, tell me with information. Kirito knew that he could not comfort the current Asia, so he bowed to them and walked out of the room. Chapter 8, Peace of Mind and Intelligence Gathering. After Kirito left the room and came to the door, Yoon-K looked back at Aisha, who was still in a trance and trembling with fear and trembling at the feeling of death. He sighed and slowly walked to her side. Can I sit down? Yoon tried to seek Aisha's opinion, but he didn't get a response. He also naturally sat beside her, hugged Aisha tightly in his arms and stroked holding her head. She kept repeating. It's okay. Asia. It's okay. But after all, there was no response, but the trembling situation was a little weaker, and Asia, who was silent for a long time, also began to repeat hesitantly. Okay, it hurts. It hurts really. That kind of cold feeling of being penetrated and torn and cut mercilessly by sharp problems. It hurts really. It hurts more than when it came to me when it was the most painful. She kept going. With tears in her eyes, she kept repeating the painful moments for her, making her enter the cycle of painful experience all the time, making her unable to get rid of this unforgettable trauma. Sure enough, I didn't expect such a cute girl to accept the unnecessary pain. Every girl should be a loved one. Yun's face became obviously gentle, and he brushed it away with his free hand. With tears on Aisha's lovely cheeks, she began to tell her story. Did you know, Aisha? When I was young, my parents were killed by robbers. When she was in confusion, she suddenly realized that Yun started to tell her reality story to herself. She looked at Yun all at once. Isn't it said that you can't tell the other person about your true situation here? At this moment, the strange behavior of Yun distracted Aisha from the previous events. Isn't it, you can't tell the real information? Yun. Aisha looked at Yun seriously, but Yun smiled and stroked her head with her warm hand. Really? Actually, I don't have anything. I just see what you look like. I think I have to do it. Yun's caring gaze made Asia feel a touch of warmth. And they were killed by robbers alive in front of me. I was only 6 years old at that time. Yun continued to touch the head of Aisha, who had forgotten her own psychological shadow, and continued his story. Then how did you survive? Aisha's curiosity has become the one that dominates her actions, and she stretched out her hand to gently hold the big hand on her head in front of her. I was very scared at the time. Watching my parents scrupulous about me at the end, they desperately told me to go fast, but I was dominated by fear, but I could only struggle with my legs, unable to move a step, and watch them die, while the robber did. He walked slowly towards me with an evil smile. Yun's hands in Aisha's hands couldn't help but began to make fists hard, and the felt Aisha was holding this fist that was still big by her own hands tightly. He licked the knife with the tip of his tongue like a mockery, and pressed my body to the ground. Yun's voice became a little trembling, and his eyes became hateful and angry. He slashed the flesh of my body like an ancient torture lynchie, enjoying my expression of grief and fear at the time, obsessed and intoxicated, and constantly intensifying his actions. Yun still gritted her teeth, and even the fist in Aisha's hand caused a lot of blood to soak up Aisha's tender hands because of the excessive force of the nail in the palm of her hand. She felt anxious for the current Yun at this time. And just before I fainted because of the pain after he was tired of inserting a knife into my heart, a gunshot sounded, and a large amount of warm liquid splashed over my face, and the torture in the blurred vision my robber also slowly fell to the ground, and after that I lost consciousness. When I woke up again, it was a huge room with a large number of medical instruments and some unrecognized plainclothes police officers. Looking at Aisha, who was holding her hands with tender and caring eyes and hands, he smiled embarrassedly. Ha ha ha! It made you laugh. What am I doing? I am obviously comforting others and turning into others caring about me. What a shame! Yun is really gentle. You actually used your own way to help me get rid of the cycle of fear when I met by the water. I am really happy. I didn't expect that the appearance of Yun is actually a story. People. Aisha looked relieved now and seemed to have recovered a lot, and she smiled so cutely, and Yun couldn't help but turn her head a little blushing, not daring to look at Aisha who was making his deer jump around now. What to do? Too cute. Aisha couldn't help but laugh when she looked at Yun's innocent appearance. She raised her head to Yun's ear and said softly. Yun. What should I do? I seem to like you. Will you be responsible for me? The cute and soft voice suddenly made Yun's face red. Hey! Yoon just turned his head but forgot that Aisha was right beside him and they kissed together. In an instant, Yoon's brain was completely blank, and Aisha didn't give up. Yoon's teeth opened with his tongue and then launched a fierce offensive, leaving Yoon at a loss for the first time, only to cater to her movements. It's so sweet and so fragrant. The two closed their eyes and didn't know that a long time had passed. Until they received Kirito's message at the same time, they had to reluctantly end the behavior they enjoyed, even if they let go mouth, but the two still kept their blurred eyes. And waited for the goddess to reply to Kirito, holding each other's hands down the stairs, and came to Kirito who had been ordering a drink and refilling it countless times. Oh! It looks like it's not just recovered. And. He. Kirito looked at Aisha and the two holding hands who had become the same as before, with a smirk, and they were pretty good. Well. Looks at the cloud like this. Okay. Don't make fun of me. It's okay here. Yoon scratched his head embarrassedly, still holding the somewhat shy Aisha, and sat in front of Kirito. Okay. Not much gossip. To tell you the bad news, someone has released the first floor room position, and many teams have failed to challenge and returned. Kirito suddenly became serious and combined some information with screenshots and video footage of the intelligence were sent to the two. That's it. It seems that the team I found did so after failing the challenge. Yoon pinched his chin with his right hand and looked at the videos and pictures sent by Kirito and some related articles. So let's arrange and distribute our tasks and rations now. It's time to harvest what belongs to us. Kirito looked confidently at his most trusted Yoon and the involved Aisha. That's okay. Alright. Aisha, and most of the potions and crystals are for you. Yoon seemed to remember something and traded the mysterious stick and related items to Aisha. Wow! This is an accessory that this game player dreams of. Is it really good for me? Aisha looked at this magical stick in surprise, then looked up at the smiling Yoon and Kirito. Of course. Now it is natural for Aisha to be our exclusive recovery teacher to give you these things for granted. Yoon and Kirito looked at the somewhat flattered Aisha with excitement and expectation, making her involuntarily jong big and small mouths looked at the two people. But do you really want to try that black sword? After all, it is a new product that you just started. It is more than a value worse than the lizard scale sword in your hand. It looks the same as a novice weapon. Yoon remembered before. In the old grandfather, Kirito scoured a black sword, and looked at him with some worry. Then your previous sickle is not a growth weapon. After this stage, it becomes what I admire now. Besides, you are embarrassed to say that you have obtained the exclusive skill for unlocking because of the sickle. Kirito looked envy and hatred. He looked at this cloud with back pain while standing and speaking, and his legs hurting while sitting and speaking. Ah! That's right. How did I forget? Yoon suddenly realized that he slapped his forehead. Aisha and Kirito couldn't help but laugh. Sometimes they don't know whether Yoon is really stupid or fake. Sometimes mature, sometimes naive, sometimes gentle, etc. He is a strange and erratic boy. Okay. Almost allotted. This amount should be enough. Let's go. Kirito looked at the inventory of the three people and nodded, very satisfied. Yoon took Asia's hand and nodded to Kirito. Walked out of the tavern together. They talked and laughed along the way. Unknowingly they had already passed through the crowded streets to the place where the teleportation stone was in the center. Seeing that there were many teams scrambling to use the teleportation stone, it seemed that they were all the teams of the boss fighting. They looked at the configuration and lineup of each team, and they all looked good, but unlike Kirito, they have their own therapist, which is much better than a bunch of multiplayer teams without effective and timely recovery methods. 1 point, coupled with the absolute advantage of the two people's level and attribute value, as long as the protection of Aisha is the biggest victory. Ah! I failed again. Damn it! That kobold lord and the guards. I saw some players who had directly escaped with the precious transfer crystals, walking down the return street with a frustrated expression. Feeling that there was information available, Kirito took the two and left the long line to greet them. Oh. Hello. Kirito started talking to a few people without hesitation. Oh. Hello. Is there anything wrong? The man who was talking frustrated before looked at Kirito, who suddenly spoke to him with some surprise. It looks like you have failed the challenge, right? Yoon poked the other party's wound without hesitation. All of a sudden, all of them became sluggish like frustrated balloons. It seems that this failure is still for them. The blow is quite big. Idiot Yoon. How can you expose the other party's scars directly? I'm sorry. My partner is too rude. Kirito shuddered at Yoon, who came next to him, and pressed him up. De Bao's head apologized to several people. Ah. No. It is true. We don't care very much. The girl beside the man looked at the two men and one woman who spoke to them with a wry smile. That's it. How about we invite you to a meal? I apologize for our rudeness. Seeing this embarrassing atmosphere caused by her boyfriend, Aisha sent out an invitation to dinner. It's not so good. These people looked at Kirito and them at a loss. Well, let's do it. In exchange, you only need to tell us what's going on in the boss room. But there is no upper limit for the banquet. Aisha smiled at the four words with no upper limit and emphasized the tone, and looked at the few people who were obviously a little shaken. That? Can you wait a minute? I'll discuss it with my comrades. It will be done soon. After the man said, he pulled his teammates aside and formed a circle and began to discuss in a low voice. Will they agree? Yoon looked at Aisha puzzledly. I think it should be okay. I didn't expect how Aisha understands the other party's needs. That's amazing. Kirito looked at the hidden Aisha with some admiration. Really? Haha. It seems that I won a piece of treasure. Yoon looked at the blushing Aisha with some pride. Well, it's not a big deal anymore. I'm going to be shy when you say that. Aisha couldn't stand the adoring eyes, and she hugged Yoon's hand tightly and hid behind Yoon. Oh. This soft feeling. Ah. Earn it. I saw Yoon smirk and feel the softness of his arms. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Ah. They are back. Kirito saw that the man came back with his partner. Really unlimited? Drink and eat. The man swallowed when he obviously mentioned these words. And the men and women's teammates behind him have begun to shining with stars. We might have encountered the legendary food eaters, right? A few people started to check the storage of their remaining game coins with some worry, and some nodded at them in fear. As a result, these people gave each other a high five and compared a yes posture. Let's go. The eyes of several people are full of desire for food, so Kirito and the others know that eating goods is also terrible, because you don't know what they will do to eat. Just think carefully about these foodies are also cute animals. For example, these few people who are still confident just now have been frustrated. Now, under the lure of food, all the sad things have disappeared. They feel very powerful and simple. Let Kirito and the others. I am very interested. It's just that when they saw their amazing fighting power in the tavern before, Kirito and the others were already sweating. I yelled in my heart, I rely on. This is not a foodie and a big appetite at all. The dish after dish was unavailable at the moment when they came out of the kitchen, making Kirito and these foodies the focus of everyone in the tavern, and it was very uncomfortable for them to see them. Even so, I have also obtained a lot of information about the attack mode of the boss and the mobs around him. At least this makes Kirito and the others acceptable. Fortunately, the characteristics of their food are all about the things they know. Tell Kirito and the others in detail, this may be the so-called good person, right? Chapter 9, Lord Cobalt. So full. So full. Really satisfying. These foodies were finally fed, stroking the casserole-like belly of the virtual character that would not bulge, and it seemed that they really couldn't eat it. Thank you so much. Although we don't know too much information, you still made us so full. Several people smiled at Kirito and the others. Ha ha ha. It's okay. Speaking of which, you are not going to challenge anymore. Kirito smiled and waved to them, and then confirmed their thoughts again. Although I still think about it. But it's obviously not working anymore. The man who took the lead lowered his head in frustration, and the other members were also a little lost. What's wrong? Aisha asked with concern first. Levels, equipment, game coins, potions, and skills are not enough. We are like ants in front of the boss, 1 foot at a time. There is no way to kill a tube of blood, let alone the other party still has 4 tubes. All we are going to do again. Check again. You see, a few more teams have been beaten back. The man pointed to a few more discouraged teams, and they were disappointed to order a lot of things in the tavern and began to overeating. Drink it. Did we meet a group of players who specialize in eating to vent? It feels like we are very uncomfortable. Kirito, Yoon, and Aisha looked at each other and laughed awkwardly. Well. All in all. Thank you for your hospitality. If you need any help in the future, please let us know. Give us a meal. The man and several team members sent a friend request to the 3 with a smile, and after seeing each other adding friends, several people also waved goodbye to Kirito and they walked out of the tavern. Let's go. We should start too. After Kirito settled the bill, he took Yoon and Aisha to the place of the teleportation stone again, but now there are no more people here. It seems that either give up or have already gone to the boss. Several people looked at each other and then entered the transmission glory. It didn't take long for a few people to open their eyes again and return to the familiar door. The only difference was that there were already a large number of players piled up here, and the door had been completely opened, and you could still hear something coming from it. With fierce metal collisions, noise, and screams, it seemed that there were teams fighting inside. However, the players Kirito and the others saw had different expressions, with intricate emotions such as fear, joy, madness, sadness, etc., mixed in the crowd, and some players even fled and pushed the crowd away and the Kirito trio rushed back to the town. In the middle, Kirito and the others were confused, and walked to the door in the direction where these people fled. Ding ding dang dang, dang 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 sound is a bunch of players flying out in the sky, turning into polygonal fragments and being sent to the resurrection point. And carefully discovered that there was a very huge red monster about 40 meters in length holding a nearly 20 meters long one-handed knife and an alloy shield, eyes shining with scarlet fierce luster, and his face was deafening towards the players outside the door. The roar of, even if all players standing outside the door of the safe zone feel that it can rush out at any time, is terrible. Kobold Lord LV-25 and the 4-tube full of blood and green bars without attenuation appeared on the head of this monster. In this situation alone, many timid players were so scared that they rushed to the teleportation stone in a panic. Escaped from this ghost place. And some holding the feeling that the game can be resurrected anyway, with a few teams once again walked in without hesitation, and Kirito began to hesitate looking at this situation. What should I do? There are still a lot of people. I don't know when to wait. Aisha looked at Kirito and Yoon with some worry. Why don't you just jump in the line? Yoon didn't bother to think about the obscure things and thought that going directly in and playing with the boss was the kingly way. Well, let's take a look. This boss's level is not much different from ours, but his value is already higher than it is now. We don't know how many times it is. See if its actions reveal some weaknesses. Think of another way. Kirito held his chin with his right hand. His expression was a little cautious and serious. The domineering swing and the Kobold Lord, who used his sword unscrupulously even if his sword skills were long and stiff, immediately sent the players of several teams back to the spawn point like cutting straws. As time passed, the number of players hoarding here has gradually decreased. From the time when Kirito and the others came, no players have come to the door of the boss room in less than 10 minutes. Now only Kirito and the team of 3 are still standing in front of the boss. The battle situation inside, and the team that was doing the last fight was sent back to the rebirth point ruthlessly. To be honest, Kirito, who originally thought he had some chances of winning, was a little unconfident after seeing the strength of the boss and the active guards of the surrounding kobolds, even though their team was not confident in its level, equipment, props, and staffing. The current player is the pinnacle, but after looking at this almost the same level of crushing strength boss, there are some worries. And the boss inside showed a mocking smile as if he saw Kirito's hesitation, thrusting the big knife in his hand on the ground and chucking his belly and laughing. His aloof look seemed to despise these stupid players who were not able to provoke themselves. Damn, I didn't expect to be laughed at by the NPC boss for his weakness. Kirito gritted his teeth and looked at this defiant boss. Kirito? Didn't you persuade you? Yun suddenly patted Kirito on the shoulder, looking at Kirito, who turned around with an unpredictable expression. Hey? I'm horrified? It seems to be the case when you hear it. Kirito suddenly calmly analyzed. Is it possible? Kirito, are you worried about my problem? Aisha supported her white rabbit with her right hand and looked at Kirito. Well, there is something in it. I don't deny it. Kirito looked at Aisha, who was not as scared as he thought. It looks like I'm completely taken as a burden. To be honest, it makes me sad. Kirito. Aisha looked at Kirito with a somewhat uncomfortable expression. No. I didn't mean that. Kirito realized that he had said something wrong and explained to Aisha. Ha ha ha. Stupid. Kirito. What do you want to do so much? It's better to act more practically than tangled here. It's a big deal, don't you just do your best to protect it? Yun's nerves slapped a little fearful. On the back of the fearful Kirito. Ha ha ha. What Yun said is right. Even if it hurts, it is my voluntary. There is no need for Kirito to hurt me here. Aisha smiled and bounced against Kirito's forehead. Painful Kirito stroked his forehead subconsciously. Yet. That said. If you stop here. What is the difference between us and the loser? Our goal is to clear the entire game. Kirito pulled out from behind, inspired by the words and limbs of the two. With the black sword that they had just started, Yun and Aisha also smiled and took out the sickle and stick. It's still the same way. Yungo's papa cut off the guards at once. Aisha evaded and assisted Yun and me, and I will contain the big fat guy first. Kirito quickly issued formation instructions and tasks. No problem. Leave it to me. Yun and Aisha seriously raised their weapons and rushed into the boss room with Kirito. As soon as he stepped in, the door behind him closed quickly. It seemed that he knew that only Kirito and the others were left. Oh. I walked in and found that it was bigger than it looks outside. Yun blew a whistle and looked at the kobold lord, who had already drawn up his sword in anger. Come. Disperse. Kirito looked at the kobold lord, who was about to swing his sword, and shouted in a voice that Yun and Aisha could hear. The three of them rolled around in a tacit understanding and escaped from the range of influence predicted by the system. After the kobold lord slammed his first blow, Yun stood up and launched a charge against the kobold guards on the side, adding a range of sickle 6 hit skill, Grim Reaper, to practice dance cutting, fearing, and tearing it into polygonal fragments. So fast. It seems that the guards are just mobs of the same level as the boss. After Aisha and Kirito stepped aside, they saw that Yun had solved a kobold guards and began their work. Ha 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 ha. The blue debuff cuts the armor effect. This provocative attack by Kirito achieved the goal of adding debuffs and attracting hatred, and the Lord of the Kobold roared towards Kirito. All attributes are up. Aisha also consumed the stored value of the additional buff crystals stored in the stick and gave everyone a long-term gain buff, which made the activities and abilities of several people light and strong. Oh! The power of Aisha's love is emerging in my body. I am omnipotent. Eat me a sickle, you rubbish. Yunka raised the sickle in his hand with a mocking effect. The skills attacked the other two kobold guards in front of him. Ah! Yun, you big idiot! I won't give you support. Aisha had a little red face and stopped being angry, so she ignored Yun, and began to focus on Kirito, who was hit hard by the Lord of the Kobold and began to lose blood. The restoration effect of the wooden stick is applied. Ah! How is this? Kirito, I and you are not at odds. Yun Huan looked envied from time to time and looked at Aisha adding blood to Kirito, and then groaned the surrounding kobold guards to vent his anger. Ah! Hey! I'm going. It's about this time, you show affection, forget it. Why did you pull me in and lie down with a gun? Oh! I was almost cut off. Kirito dodges the attack of the Lord of the Kobold, while counter-attacking, and distractedly vomiting at the same time. The Kobold Lord who has not really hit Kirito is already very irritable, but now Kirito, who completely ignores it and distracts and chats with others, is very upset. It suddenly jumped back and gritted his teeth and looked at Kirito. Hey? Why did it stop? The three said in unison in surprise. And really when Yun killed the surrounding kobold guards, when he turned to look at the Kobold Lord acted again. It angrily threw the big sword and shield in its hand aside and directly pulled out a nearly 30-meter-long wild long sword in the scabbard behind it. The shape of this sword was almost exactly the same as the last deformed Nosatata sword of the lizardman leader Yun and Kirito had encountered in the Silent Forest. It's just a little improved and huge. What's the matter? Are these bosses not NPCs? Are all actions and attack modes not triggered when certain conditions are set? But now only a little bit of blood has been put into the raging state when the blood is red, plus the change of attack mode? Kirito was surprised to see an angry state in the status bar on the boss's head. Be careful, everyone. The attack mode has changed. Just as Kirito had just finished talking about the Kobold Lord, he raised the Nosagatas with both hands and launched a charge sword skill at the defenseless Aisha. No. No. Aisha closed her eyes crying, curled her head and squatted as she waited for death. What's the matter? The hatred value is useless. Seeing this, there is a blank side in Kirito's brain. Aisha. Ah. Kirito stretched out his hand in a panic and ran towards Aisha. It's too late. The distance is too far. Don't I still have any way to protect my partner? Once again I realized that my weak Kirito had tears in his eyes, and gritted his teeth at the Kobold Lord who was still on the move. Launched a charge and sonic impact. You stinky moved Lao Tzu's woman. Look at Lao Tzu's immortality. I don't know when Yun has launched a charge and sword skills to appear in front of the Lord of Kobolds, Yu reading www.yuuganshu. With a scarlet cloud of sword skills, Com launched 8-hit horrible continuous slashing of the sickle system, the dance of death against the Kobold Lord who was about to collide with itself. At this time, the cloud was surrounded by an ominous black and purple aura. His eyes became frighteningly fierce because of his anger, and Kirito, who was still blasting the speed of sound, trembles involuntarily. The collision is unavoidable. The giant Kobold Lord was hit by a cloud the size of a bean with a sword skill and forcibly interrupted its skills, followed by a crazy 8-hit powerful continuous slash. He directly hit the first tube of blood to the position of the half tube. Kirito was very happy to see this power, but he was surprised to see the HP in the status bar next to the cloud suddenly drop to the position of red blood. Could it be possible that this sword skill is activated by consuming HP? Yoon is a fool. Actually fighting for his life. Kirito gritted his teeth and took advantage of the stiffness of Yoon to hit the sonic impact from behind the Lord of the Cobalt. On its body, the Kobold Lord Yang Tian made a tragic scream and entered a stiff state with the combo of two sword skills. Ha! Shaking Asia. Cloud. After hearing the noise and the sound of the cloud, Asia quickly raised her head to look at the infinitely magnified cloud in front of her, smiling slowly and falling down. She cried out sadly. Cheer up! Yoon! Wake me up! Yoon! She caught the cloud that had fallen into her arms, calling his name, and taking up the stick to start healing the cloud that had fallen to the empty slot. Blood Volume. Chapter 10, Clash. After hearing Aisha's voice again, Kirito took the opportunity of the Lord of the Kobold to look back at the two people, only to see the cloud with closed eyes and panting on the ground, and the expression of nervousness hurriedly took out the wooden stick and used it. The healing effect of Aisha, he looked at the HP bar of the cloud recovering the slow HP speed in the team column, and cold sweat broke out involuntarily. Sure enough, there is a problem with that sword skill. It is a risk skill that hurts the enemy by 1800. Although the half-pipe health bar of this boss is quickly destroyed, Yoon can't continue fighting for the time being. It's terrible. Kirito bite. Kirito's bite is too bad. Looking back at the Kobold Lord who was still yelling at him while still in a state of anger, he felt a sense of powerlessness. But even so, I have to bite the bullet and hold on. Otherwise, I still haven't been able to protect my companion. Kirito held the hilt of the sword tightly and pointed it straight at the Lord of the Kobold who was looking at him. As long as I'm here, I won't let my companion be killed by you. It hit the Kobold leader's left leg severely, and the pain and loss had to force the Kobold Lord to transfer the hatred value to Kirito, and because of the previously added debuff, the 3-hit sword skill damage once again defeated the first. The tube of blood reached the third position. However, the Kobold Lord who was in a stiff state quickly released his stiffness because of the blessing of anger. To Kirito who was stiffened was a horizontal slash. The blade was getting closer and closer, and Kirito couldn't help being approached by death. Feel a panic. Damn! Hurry up! Hurry up! Kirito's expression has become tense and scared, but his body is still in a state of rigidity. Just as he closed his eyes and was ready to receive the knife blade slash, the loud bang of the Kobold Lord had to scream and unsteady footsteps, and Tongren suddenly opened his eyes when he heard this sound. And the scene in front of me was the Lord of the Kobold suddenly falling sideways, and the scene of an object whirling away in the opposite direction to the Lord of the Kobold while maintaining the flying condition. In the rising smoke, someone stretched out his hand to catch the high-speed whirling object, and when it stopped spinning, a familiar feeling reverberated from Kirito's heart. Cloud. For some reason, tears were already overflowing in Kirito's eyes. Looking at the familiar scythe, he felt relieved. Ah! There are some small pains. But it doesn't matter that this injury is nothing. Hey? Kirito? Could it be that you cried for me? Ahaha! It's like a sentimental girl. The cloud was dispelling. With his limbs moving in the smoke, he looked at the tearful Kirito with a smirk. You stupid! You still use it if you know that sword skills consume HP. You big idiot! Kirito flicked away tears with his hands in a panic, and blamed Yoon for his recklessness. Ha ha ha! Really? I also used this new sword technique directly at the time when my head was hot, without noticing its side effects. Yet. Failure. But it seems that there is no time for us to chat. Yoon first smirked. Then his eyes became sharp and serious. Ah! But it recovered. It should be time for the two of us to show off. Kirito looked at the team state before returning to the yellow blood cloud and the angry kobold lord who was slowly rising from the side. It suddenly turned over so that it stood up straight again, holding the Nobegata sword, and roaring at the two of them with huge wind pressure. Leave Kirito! Oh! The two raised their weapons in two directions to attack, and the lord of the kobold looked at each other and then raised the wild long sword towards the cloud that caused the most damage and dragged a wide range. The knife slashed downward on the ground, and the cloud that saw this situation had to suddenly backflip several times and rush out of the prediction range prompted by the system. After a slash, Kirito directly charged and struck the Lord Kobold's fat with two flashes. After a scream, he was about to turn around to fight back at Kirito, and Yoon quickly used a charge plus 3 hit S triple slashing blow in the side of the Lord of the Kobold. When the Kobold Lord turned around again to attack Yoon, Kirito's next armor-piercing stabbing pierced the Kobold Lord's heel again, and the debuff time was updated again. The attack was like a mosquito, so the Lord of the Kobold was overwhelmed by himself, so he had to jump backward angrily to avoid this annoying attack. Heal. Attribute improvement. The regained Aisha also returned to the support position and once again consumed the storage of the wooden stick to refresh the buff for everyone and restore the blood volume of the cloud to the full blood state. Nice. Support. Kirito took the opportunity to make a croak gesture to Aisha behind him. Ah! I feel it. Aisha's love power to me. And Yunzu continued to speak Sao. The tense atmosphere of harm itself suddenly became harmonious. I hate it. This baga. Aisha relieved her previous fear and nervousness, blushing intently, looking at the status bar and HP slot of the two of them. She didn't know how to deal with the Kobold Lord of the three of them. Seeing its triumphant smirk, I felt that it didn't think of anything good. Attention! This boss seems to be about to play some tricks. Be careful, everyone. Kirito couldn't understand the Kobold Lord who looked like someone deliberately manipulated or had his own consciousness, and he felt a little uneasy. Yeah, okay. Yoon and Aisha nodded to Kirito warily. Suddenly, the Kobold Lord kicked the gravel beside them in their direction. The three people who felt that they were unpleasant immediately rolled aside and fled, but the strange thing is that the attack did not indicate the range of influence, like a system. The same is not recognized at all. There is no prejudgment reminder? Is this attack a normal operation? Kirito's mind is already very confused. He has played a lot of Vermeerpage. This is the first time he has encountered such a humanized attack on the fly, and he can't help but sweat. The strange feeling of Sao before the cold is now more and more obvious. And when a few people were avoiding flying rocks, the Lord of the Kobold had already taken off, holding the wild long sword with both hands and facing Kirito in the process of tumbling, which was a violent jump and chop. Oops! Although Kirito has seen the black shadow that gradually enlarges on the ground, he is still in a slightly floating state and cannot change the fact that he is about to fall into the attack location of the Kobold Lord. And at this moment, Yoon once again used the long-range sword skill of circling and throwing that interrupted the action of the Kobold leader before, directly living in the sky and beating its falling trajectory a lot, so that it just missed Kirito's roll. The area directly landed on the open space next to it with a loud bang, and the scythe once again steadily returned to Yun's hand. It's okay. Yoon raised his scythe with both hands and looked at Kirito who had just gotten up. Ah! Thanks to the cloud. Although a little embarrassed, he did escape this unreasonable card attack. At this time, a large number of flying stones flew out from the place where the Lord of the Kobold fell, forcing the two of them to have no way to enter their advantageous attack range. Damn it! This guy doesn't want us to enter the combo range. Kirito watched the attack of countless rubble and shouted to the cloud on the side. Ah! I don't know why this boss became sane after discovering that we had destroyed a tube of its blood. Now we can't fight no matter how high the damage is. Yoon waved his scythe and directly attacked the oncoming gravel. The pieces were cut in half without any omission, but the Kobold Lord who was playing tricks on his face felt very troublesome. And just as the two were discussing how to approach the Lord of Kobolds, the blade of a dazzling Nosagata sword mingled in the flying stones appeared in front of them. Fortunately, the two of them were also activating danger perception. A quick lower back movement avoided the sudden attack, and the Kobold Lord once again lifted up the dust and disappeared before their eyes. Cut a who doesn't dare to head on with tricks. Yoon felt a headache when he looked at this fascinating Kobold Lord, and he was more cautious than the Lizardman leader last time. This type of cloud is the least good it. It seems that we can no longer treat this as an ordinary Vermeer-page game. The humanized AI we can say can be said to be thinking and fighting like real people. Kirito's expression became very serious, and he didn't expect that he would. I met such a human AI. So the question is coming? If the situation cannot be overcome for a long time as a person, from which place will it be broken? That is of course the most vulnerable place. Aisha. Yoon and Kirito thought of the biggest weakness of this formation at the same time, and the two hurried to Aisha's direction. Be careful, Aisha. Both of them yelled in Aisha's direction nervously. Hey! Aisha looked strangely at the two people rushing in her direction, and in the sand behind her, there was already a huge black shadow behind Aisha, the scarlet and fierce light that could be seen, and the huge knife light that pierced through the dust had already carried out a fatal attack on the defenseless Aisha. Damn it, let me catch up. Kirito and Yoon, who didn't have any chance to think about it, threw their weapons at the dark shadow at the same time. As the powerful force inferred, the whirling scythe and the direct flying black sword flicked. Zi hit and interrupted the Kobold leader who had just officially appeared, and forced him to interrupt her offensive action. After hearing the screams of the Kobold leader behind her, Aisha hurriedly ran away. In the position, a wild long sword also pierced the position where Aisha stood before. Although Yun's scythe came back, Kirito's black sword was still pierced by the Lord of the Kobold. It's just that this kind of thing happened a long time ago in the Wild Boss Crusade, and Kirito's habitual general the prepared lizard scale sword was equipped in his hand on the way, and he continued to charge with Yoon shouting and came to the side of the Lord of Kobold who had not fully recovered his posture. Ah! Triangular blow. Ah! 3 consecutive slashes. The two people, one left and the other, once again tacitly hit the Kobold Lord's body. And its second tube of blood dropped by a small square as a result of this. To an extent, a huge scream sounded throughout the room, and the Lord of the Kobold took advantage of the two men's rigidity and took the wild long sword and attacked in the direction of the two. Heavy hammering. At this time, the courageous Aisha raised the stick in her hand and faced the Kobold Lord who was facing away from her. It was a one-handed stick skill that interrupted its action. Nice. Sword skills. Kirito and Yoon, who had recovered their actions by doing so, activated their sword skills again. Kirito launched the newly learned sword skill 1-hit from the left to attack with the magic sword and added a buff to increase his attack power in a blow, while Yoon once again launched the Dance of Death from the right, directly attacking the Kobold Lord. The second tube of blood hit 1/3 of the state, and seeing Yoon launching this expensive sword skill, Aisha also desperately consumed the stored value of the wooden stick to restore the HP value of the cloud's rapid decline, but fortunately, this sword skill the duration is quite long, which can buy time for Kirito's stubbornness. Seeing that the leader of the Kobold moved first, but Kirito and Yoon hadn't gotten rid of the hard straight, Aisha used her free left hand to pull out the one-handed sword prepared on her waist and facing the Lord's ass. It was a 1-hit. The heavy stabbing, let it interrupt the attack. When Kirito saw that Aisha could use his sword skills or props with both hands, he was inspired by it, so he charged with a sonic impact directly on the skin of the Lord of the Kobold where his black sword was located, and drew out the black sword with his free left hand. Turning around, he tried to launch a double flash chase on the Lord of the Kobold. Seeing that the launch was successful, Kirito turned around and launched a heavy stabbing with his right hand that had been relieved of stiffness, and then launched back and forth continuously after 3 additional damages to his own MP. When the value becomes 0, the release of sword skills is stopped. Oh! That's amazing! I'll try it too. Seeing that Kirito was inspired by Aisha's mistake, Yoon equipped a long spear that he had been collecting in his left hand. After all, he learned the long stick he used before. What I got was the sword skill of the spear system. If it wasn't for the extremely high power value of the cloud, swinging 2 of this high-weight long weapon at the same time would be a dream. After recovering from the triple slash, Yoon lifted the scythe in his right hand with one hand to face the Lord of the Kobold who had fallen into the 3rd tube of blood stream. It was an additional sword skill. You read www.yuyugonshu.com, and then when the 2 of them learned the sword skills were about to end, they raised the spear in their left hand and launched a 2-hit front stabbing combo. Kirito, who drank the MP potion, also fired 4 additional sword skills with both hands again. Watching the 2 everyone can do this, Aisha also assisted everyone while quietly adding sword skills with a one-handed sword so that the Kobold Lord could not escape from the hard body of sword skills comparable to 5 players. She was originally angry. The state can be shortened for a short period of time, but the continuous application of rigidity cannot be completely avoided. Even if it is reduced, there will be a few tenths of a second of dullness and interruption. It can only watch its HP value start like a straight line, decline quickly. But what makes it unacceptable is that the potions and crystals of these players are endless. They let the girl holding the stick restore the MP and HP value and the additional buff for everyone, while using sword skills to give it. The additional debuffs are constantly being added. When I watched my blood tank become empty, I regretfully turned into polygonal fragments and disappeared into the sky. 1 hour. After they entered the boss room, it took them a full hour to defeat the Lord of the Kobold. Seeing the death of the boss and the system prompts of the success of the strategy, several people fell to the ground with a smile and weakness, panting heavily. And they didn't know that when they successfully attacked the first tier boss, this system prompt to kill with the power of 3 directly caused a sensation in the first tier, who was still discussing how to deal with this powerful boss that stood in front of the player like a giant. Triangle Team, Team 3 Angle, and offline gatherings about. Congratulations to Kirito, Kumo, and Isa for successfully attacking the first tier boss with 1 hour clearance time from 21:00:22:00 today. Now the system has opened the right to the second tier teleportation channel for all players. But you need to wait until the team activates the portal before you can use it. I hope you all have a good game. This system announcement was repeated 3 times at the loudest volume in various places on the first floor as if for fear that no one would hear it. At this time, every online player was dumbfounded, stopped moving forward and stopped moving forward. Those who were still farming completely forgot the monsters around them and were sent back to the rebirth point in a daze. The player who was still taking advantage of overeating to eliminate the powerless feeling of being abused by the boss also stopped. Almost after this announcement was remembered, this incrad seemed to stop for a while. In general, you can clearly hear the water flow, leaves swinging with the wind, and the low sound of creatures becoming very quiet. Ah! A slightly faint voice. That boss actually died. Some unacceptable noises appeared in cheers. And it was solved by 3 people. There was some hesitation and surprise mixed in it. Clearly hundreds of people failed to challenge and ended up. Some unbelievable voices were confused again. Is it possible to open a plug-in? No. This is a little tighter with special AI and GM surveillance. it should be impossible. People expressed all kinds of doubts and speculations about this unbelievable announcement. Even so, there is Skinny in front of them. In reality, a three-person team exhausted their dignity and gave them the absolute obstacle to feeling true fear for the first time, and the frustration that was completely resolved by a three-person team within an hour. Even players who are under pressure feel subverted their knowledge and incredible for this, right? Obviously, they are more than 3 people, 100 times and 1000 times, and they can't compare to a team with only 3 people. Many arrogant players can't help but feel ashamed and angry at the surrounding things and people, while players with a calm mind are cheering for these 3 people, and players with a lukewarm attitude are not. Continue to perform what you want to do. Different people see things differently, and the attitudes and actions they make are also different. Because of these 3 people as an opportunity, the players in this beta stage have their own different inspirations and goals, and everyone calls the 3 people who have caused the biggest change in the history of SAO game players as Triangle Team, and this thing the parties involved didn't quite understand it, and the SAO Legend of a New Vermeer page game in the beta phase was officially launched. At the same time, the exhausted 3 people who were lying next to the second level transmission path, all levels of fatigue were like hollowing out their bodies, embodied in the sweating and panting 3 people, while the current 3 are only, however, it is still in a state of unconsciousness, half asleep and half awake, and the whole body is physically damaged due to excessive use of high-speed continuous sword skills, burdensome sword skills, counter-shock injuries caused by battles, and fragments of broken surrounding objects. Waiting for the 3 to endure all kinds of pain and torture, this is a unique burden that the rest of the players will not bear except for the 3, whether it is mentally or physically, it has been bruised in a certain sense. The 3 of them didn't know what kind of willpower they used to endure this double blow until the boss's demise. At this time, the brains of the 3 of them were blank, and they felt that their bodies were as heavy and weak as others. This feeling made them feel real, just like living in a real body in this world with only a sword and realizing that they are truly alive. After the 3 of them received this treatment, at this moment, each of them had a sweet smile from the heart. The feeling of being alive. It's great. The 3 of them thought of laughing together loudly. It may be just 3 lunatics in the eyes of outsiders. In order to defeat a virtual boss, they laughed so brilliantly, it feels like a group of heretics. Make people stay away. Ah! Yoon! Why are you laughing about it? Kirito regained consciousness while laughing and looked at the cloud lying not far away in big letters. It feels so good to live with a sword or a cold weapon. I feel that the whole person has become full and has a feeling of leaving the walking dead. Yoon turned his head and looked at the equally excited Kirito with a smile. What about you? Kirito. Yoon looked at Kirito with firm and bright eyes. Well. In reality, I'm just an ordinary student who has done nothing. What has always been with me is the sense of home given by the game. I have always been eager to find my own place in the game world. And this sword world is now with you. I feel very happy and satisfied. I am glad that I am really alive. Maybe I came to this Sauerkraut just to meet you. Kirito showed the softest and sweetest smile so far, Yoon can feel it. That was Kirito's heartfelt feelings. But he felt a heartbeat. He quickly turned his face and didn't realize that his face had become red. So cute? What's the situation? The other party is a handsome boy. How could I have this idea? Is it possible that he behaves too much like a girl? Yun's mood has become messy for some reason, but Kirito's smile now it was deeply lingering in his mind. Isa. Why are you smiling again? Kirito turned his head and looked at the smiling Asian who was on the other side. I don't know. I don't know why I laugh. Slipped to the ground, but it didn't look sad but happy. Ha ha ha. Our family Aisha actually cried happily. Looks like you feel happy to be alive. Yoon slowly stood up and came to Aisha's side, holding her tightly. The slightly trembling hands made Aisha feel warm and at ease. She directly forgot that her body pain plunged into Yoon's embrace. Yoon also gently stroked her trembling body with some muscle cramps, and cried. It also gradually became louder, she was venting what was in her heart. Kirito on the side also slowly stood up and looked at Aisha, who was nestling in Yoon's arms and crying. She looked very warm and yearning. At this moment, he actually saw Aisha in Yoon's arms as his real self. That weak and thin body, he slowly closed his eyes and recalled once again how he was in the low ebb when he knew that Xiaoji was not his own sister a long time ago, unlike the current Aisha. The difference was that he shook his head and didn't care about the pain in his body. When he came to the cloud, he gently felt the peace of mind brought about by the somewhat huge body. It was obvious that Aisha, who was still comforting her in her arms, was a little busy and incomprehensible. Suddenly behind it came Kirito's feeling of relying on herself, which caught him off guard, but Kirito didn't say anything, just lightened his head. Leaning on his back, Yoon calmed down his chaotic mood, and continued to calm Aisha with a smile and give Kirito his back so that he could satisfy his spiritual needs that may be the same as or different from Aisha. It's been a long time, because people's mood swings sometimes fluctuate, and the two people beside Yoon are at two different extremes. It was Kirito who recovered first, but he did not leave Yoon's side because of this. She continued to lean on the back of the cloud, and Aisha in her arms obviously became emotionally stable, but it may be the girl's monopolistic offense, especially if there is another person beside the person she likes who also needs his help. I don't want to leave this warmth at all. It was obvious that the appearance and attitude of the two were not the same as before, which made Yoon a little dilemma. It was as if he had entered a strange Shura field and felt uncomfortable. It was difficult for him to explain. Looked at the two people on the side, Kirito had to compromise and stand up. After moving, I have automatically recovered my body full of blood. I turned around and looked at the two with a relaxed look and said. Okay. It's not too early. We should also go and see the towns and NPC merchants on the second floor. The next goal is to find the maze and rooms on the second floor. Kirito looked at the ground with a smile on his hips. The two people on board. Well. It's already 22:30. I didn't expect to rest here for so long. Hearing Kirito's words, Aisha reluctantly left the big embrace full of warmth and security. Slowly stood up and patted the dust and debris on his body. It's all so late. But tomorrow is lucky to be Saturday. I can play for a long time. Yoon was surprised for a while and was happy like a child. Why? Relax tomorrow? Go out and play in the real world. Aisha suddenly realized that tomorrow is the weekend, and suddenly she wanted to see what Peter and Kirito looked like in the game. Really? I'm afraid it's not so good. I don't look good, I'm afraid you will be laughed at. Yoon heard that they wanted to meet in reality and looked at the two people in a panic and wanted to decline. We haven't turned down yet. I didn't expect that careless cloud will turn down. Is there any ulterior secret? I don't know why Kirito and Aisha thought that it was a problem at this time. Kirito, who doesn't like group activities himself, felt very interested when he saw the cloud that he should agree with the most. Unexpectedly, the cloud, who has a very tall image in our hearts, is actually stunned. Is it possible that there is any ulterior secret? I want to participate. I really want to see what the cloud is hiding. Kirito is still the first once I wanted to get to know someone. After all, I have been with Yoon for a long time, and saying that I don't care what he looks like in reality is just nonsense. It was obvious that Yoon's half-pushing and half-pushing aroused the curiosity of Aisha and Kirito even more. You must come. It's just an order from her daughter. Don't you know? My Peter. Aisha smiled so terribly that Yoon shuddered for a while, feeling that if she refused at this time, she would definitely be taught to be a human being. And there will be the possibility of not being able to survive. Okay. Okay. I know it's okay. You two sing and agree so well that I refuse. Yoon compromises. Under the attack of the two seamless switching languages sword skills, it looks like this she sighed as if she was going to become a strict wife in her life. Offline activities? Then where and when will we meet tomorrow? Kirito looked at the two with a smile and asked. Whatever. After all, I'm not good at this. Yoon scratched the back of his head helplessly. The two of them looked at Aisha beggingly. You won't be a long-term deadhouse squatting, right? Aisha said as she watched the two suddenly throw the topic on her body. Her forehead was covered under the bridge of her nose. As a young man, I'm sorry to be a dead man and squatting at home. The two looked at Aisha, who was like a real life, with faint eyes. Sure enough, what kind of explosion would be enough? Yoon and Kirito murmured silently in their hearts. Ah. That's it. I'm sorry. I didn't expect it to be like this. Aisha looked at the two injured animals as if they were sprinkled with a bag of salt on the wound, and she apologized to them all the time. Bowed and apologized. Okay. It's almost 23 o'clock. Let me first say when I will meet there. Kirito once again confirmed the real time and looked at Asia. Why don't we go to a cafe and bar shop? It seems to be called Dicey Cafe. I got a flyer on the street today to use the promotional and coupons there. It seems that the online reviews are not bad. Aisha is very excitedly sent a photo of the flyer and the web comment address on the website or blog to Kirito and Yoon. Oh. Cafe and bar? I don't know if I can have a drink. Yoon held a drink with his hand, looking like an uncle. No. I'm a minor. I can't drink. Kirito and Aisha waved their hands to Yoon at the same time. Hey? Underage? Lie. Look at your images more mature and stable. Yoon looked at the two avatars like adults with a look of surprise. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Kirito and Aisha looked at each other speechlessly, and then sighed helplessly. So what time? Kirito decided to ignore Yoon and turned his head to look at Asia. Well. 9:30 in the morning. After you arrive, you can chat and have lunch or something. I heard that the food there seems to be pretty good. I'm looking forward to it. Aisha had already seen stars before she knew it. He looked like a greedy cat, and looked forward to tomorrow's offline activities. Okay. That's the decision. It's time to take a look on the street. Kirito looked at the real-time time and then pushed the two into the portal, because the problem of activating the portal is not there yet. The player is coming. Second floor Urbaz is accustomed to the scene once again. After seeing the new environment and the city still belong to the simple Western European-style stone and wood mixed building, it loses some freshness, but the different shapes and scenery are still a little warm. In the atmosphere of a harmonious town, the three of them took a deep breath and stretched their waists. The air here breathed with a faint scent of grass. The three people in a comfortable mood started to familiarize themselves with the location of this new town and the NPC and watch new tasks and rewards side by side. And just when the three of them were almost finished shopping, they discovered that the surrounding players gradually increased. Looking at the players with serious eyes, I feel that the current player atmosphere has obviously changed. Some have begun to actively accept NPC tasks, or emotionally teamed up to brush levels, equipment, materials, and other things. Let the players who sometimes feel lazy or too leisurely become more active and passionate. Looking at these players who show their enthusiasm, the three cannot help but fill the three people with expectations for the next level of exploration areas, mazes, and boss battles. Chapter 2, Offline Party. The next day, I don't know why Yoon arrived at the cafe and bar mentioned by his daughter at 9 o'clock, and he swallowed when he looked at the open tag and the recommended menu list outside. It looks like it's really delicious. And the price is fair. Okay. Go ahead and have a look. Yoon hurriedly wiped his halazi, looked at the sparse pedestrians around him, and pushed away. The store door walked in. Is anyone there? Yoon said politely as soon as he entered the door. Okay. Welcome. How many are you? A beautiful woman with long blonde hair wearing a red round frame glasses and a tight-made costume turned around holding a tray from the bar in front of the crowd answered the crowd. Ah. 3. There are 2 others on the road. Yoon politely continued to nod to the blonde maid. Ah. Then please sit by the window. Bring the menu right now. The blonde maid pointed to the innermost position of the window next to the door with her free hand, and turned to the menu. Ah. Blonde maid outfit with black lace suspender stockings. This is a man's romantic object. Yoon hastily blushed, turned his head and hurriedly walked to the position closest to the wall, a little uneasy there twisted and twisted, feeling looks fidgeting. And at this time, Yoon heard the blonde maid holding the menu and a tall man who came out of the inner room serving as a black wine waiter began to attack the blonde maid. I said Casey. Can you not dress up so irritatingly to entertain the guests? The black sommelier took a wine glass and started to wipe it with a special square towel. What's the matter? Andrew? Don't you allow your wife to show off this beautiful and most suitable figure in this suit? Oh. Are you jealous? Casey's beautiful lady joked to Andrew. The black man cast a wink. Ha ha ha. See what you said? Am I such a stingy person? Andrew shook his head in compromise, and sure enough, he still didn't want to have trouble with his wife on this matter. Long waiting. Come. This is the menu. Today's recommendation is the wild boar chop rice, which is tender, delicious and juicy. The firm and chewy flesh is full of bite. Casey used exaggerated limbs and demeanor. The performance is used to reflect today's signature dishes, and the appetite of watching Yoon has increased. Okay, this is the recommended dish. Ah. By the way. Is there any beer or something? It's best to be a large glass with ice. Yoon didn't hesitate to be caught by Casey's description. For this recommended dish? Okay. We also have side dishes and delicious oatmeal wine. See how this guest has special interest to refill unlimited glasses for you. Casey smiled and was about to turn around. What? Unlimited refills? Casey, are you too bold? Andrew took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat on his head, looking at Casey hesitantly. Do you dare not refill it? Casey looked at Andrew with hands on hips. Continue. Isn't it possible to continue? You are the boss here. Ha ha ha. Andrew sweated profusely at Casey, who was a little shameless and couldn't help her for a while. After all, it's a wife. Well. Let it go. Boss lady? I thought it was really an exclusive maid or something. Yoon bowed his head in disappointment because of the shattered dream. Okay. What else do you need? Casey quickly recovered to a beautiful and sweet smile, turning her head and asking Yoon again. Ah. No more. Order these first. Ah. By the way. More rice. Yoon emphasized the word a lot of rice. But no matter how strong your body is, you really need to eat a lot of rice. Casey took a close look at this face, which is still handsome, plus a somewhat messy but decent short hair, but that is strong but does not lose the image of a beautiful man. The handsome muscle line is clear, he is a good handsome man. Okay. I promise you will be satisfied. Casey smiled and gave an okay gesture and then walked back to the bar with the menu. Ah! Mature beautiful women do not have any charm. Yoon looked at Casey with admiration, then turned to look at the crowded pedestrian street outside. Before long, Casey brought a hot plate as big as a tray with sauced wild boar chop rice and various vegetable side dishes, and a big pineapple cup of oatmeal and placed it in front of the crowd. The scent that radiated has made Yoon's saliva hang more than 3 feet away. Please take your time. Casey looked at Yun's shining eyes as a foodie, and turned around very satisfied to continue to entertain other guests. I started. Yun said happily together with his palms to the food. The appearance of the delicacy made Yun's sight unable to divert. He picked up the chopsticks from the table and cut a piece of wild boar into small pieces, then put it in his mouth after a few breaths. This piece of meat was just one piece. Entering the mouth, the delicious sauce and gravy have spread throughout the mouth. With the chewing of the teeth, the firm and elastic meat makes him linger. In order not to stop his actions, he continued to take a bite of meat and then grilled it. Chew lots of white rice together. This taste. It's really great. Yun is now captive by this delicacy, and he hurriedly began to enjoy the side dishes and delicious oatmeal wine together. Ah! What a bold way of eating meat and drinking alcohol. It feels like a warrior. Don't you think? Andrew. Casey smiled and looked at this primitive meal that he hadn't seen for a long time and felt nostalgic. I didn't expect to see the same way of eating as my hometown brothers. I really miss it. Andrew smiled and looked at this kind young man. Woo-woo. Boss. Another glass and rice. Before a while, Yun lifted the plate with a lot of meat steaks and the big pineapple cup dipped in alcohol. Okay. Casey was very optimistic about this natural and straightforward young man, and was happy to continue serving him. Long wait. Casey brought the big pineapple cup full and the plate with a few large steaks and rice added again. Ah! This can't be done. I don't have so much money and so many steaks. Although he saw so many delicious additional steaks, Yun Qiang swallowed his saliva and declined to Kathy. Ha ha ha! Look at your greedy cat. Okay. This is what my husband and I asked you to eat. Casey smiled and flicked Yun's forehead with her hand, then turned and returned to her job. On. Thank you. I'll keep moving. Yun started to eat again without reservation. When he was obsessed with food, a crimson double ponytail with bangs, a cute white bow tied on the ponytail, a petite and cute figure with a discordant curve cup, dressed in a holy white lace goth lowly suit, entering the shop, blinking like ruby-like eyelids and big round eyes, looking around inside, as if looking for someone. Welcome. How many people, please? Casey greeted the cute little cow. 3 people. I don't know if they are here. The girl looked at her watch and turned to look at Casey with a smile at 9:20. 3 people? The same as the guest said. Is it a companion? Casey pointed to the girl in the corner of the window, who was still silly and mouth full to enjoy the food. The girl looked at Jianchuo Yun, tilted her head and squinted her eyes for a moment. Then he turned and bowed to Casey and walked over to the cloud who was obsessed with food and couldn't help himself. I don't know if I made a mistake. Looking at this weird situation, Andrew whispered to Casey who was leaning on the edge of the bar. I don't know. If you admit your mistakes, it will be a big deal to rearrange a position. Looking at everything, Cash and Drew could only smile and continue to wipe the glass and watch the strange two with her. Delicious. Delicious. Yun continued to sweep away the food on his table, completely unaware of a pitiful girl who was hesitantly twitching beside him. The girl thought for a long time and began to talk to Yun. It's delicious. Yun ignored him and continued to eat and drink. The girl blushed as she watched Yunbu ignore her, deliberately amplifying the voice that can be heard in the store, and couldn't help but let the few customers, Andrew and Casey, pay attention to them. Hey? Hey? Are you looking for me? Yun finally heard the girl calling her, hurriedly swallowed the last food, turned her head to look at the girl who accosted her. Are you a cloud? The girl blinked her eyes uncertainly. I'm Yun. Who are you, Xiao Cutie? Yun, who was suddenly called by her name, looked at the girl who blushed suddenly. I hate it. It's someone. cloud. The red-faced girl who had already seen steam bubbling with naked eyes slowly lowered her head on the opposite side of the cloud. What a cute girl! I don't know if I have a boyfriend. Even if I do, it won't be me. Ahaha. This familiar way of speaking is a bit like my girl. Ahaha. Yoon laughed nervously. Baga. The girl whispered. Ah? Little cutie, what else are you talking about? It's too soft for me to hear. Yoon was also about to get close to his ears and want to listen more carefully. I'm your daughter, Aisha. I'm a Baga. Aisha looked at the cloud with a bitter look. Ha ha ha. Little cutie is really joking. My girl is a lovely big sister. Yoon touched Aisha's little head and laughed in disbelief. Ha ha. Although people see that you are a big idiot in the game, I didn't expect that real people would not believe it in front of you. Obviously played the first layer of boss together. But now the pain in the body still remains. Many. Aisha puffed up her cheeks and leaned her head on the table and looked at the clouds. Wait. Let me calm down first. Yoon felt a little confused when he heard that only 3 people knew about it. In other words, you, really Aisha? Yoon looked at the cute girl who was dreaming of and didn't expect it to be the girl in his game. Yet. By God. Aisha already sighed silently for the long reflection arc. No way. Such a cute girl is my girl. Yoon opened his eyes wide in disbelief and continued to look up and down Aisha's body. Ah. I hate it. What are you looking at? Aisha subconsciously shy instinct to cover her important parts after Yoon's fierce gaze, reminded her of the first time she met Yoon in the game, which was exactly the same. Ah. I'm sorry. I'm not good. I didn't expect such a cute girl to be my girl and couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Yoon found that he was a little rude and turned his head and blushed to apologize to Aisha. Stand up. Baga. Although it was a complaint, Aisha had a little joy in her heart. She didn't expect how her own pet was obsessed with herself. Just as this dumb and shy couple was flirting, the Andrews on the edge of the bar nodded in satisfaction. What a youth! The two sighed in unison. And just as the two were watching Yoon and Aisha as they were watching a love comedy, the store door was opened again, and a girl with long black hair and waist-length, well-behaved and cute girl with big, watery eyes came in. But she was wearing a more neutral black casual dress, with a pair of casual shorts showing white thighs and cute little black sandals. She checked the 9:30 time displayed on her watch and began to look around the store. In the situation, it seems that someone is looking for. Welcome. How many? Casey looked at the cute girl. Yes. 3 people. I don't know if anyone else is here. The girl looked at Casey in a low, neutral voice. 3 people? Is it possible? Casey heard the 3-person configuration that seemed like a coincidence. She couldn't help but glanced at the shy and cute loving duo, and then looked back at the girl in front of her. Look at my sister's eyes. The noisy duo over there is waiting for the 3rd person, right? The girl followed Casey's gaze to Yoon and Aisha who were still communicating feelings. Yes. Casey swallowed as if he had imagined the upcoming Shura field, and nodded stiffly to the girl. Thank you, big sister. The girl saluted Casey and walked towards the 2-person group full of affection. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Kathy, shouldn't the young man be pedaling 2 boats? Andrew quickly wiped the glass in his hand in a cold sweat. I don't know. I hope it won't be full of gunpowder, thank goodness. Casey was a little scared when she saw the imminent situation. Ha ha ha. Ah. It's already time for the appointment. How come Kirito hasn't come yet? Yoon looked at his watch, picked up the oatmeal wine on the side, and drank. I don't know. It should be almost here. I said I don't drink alcohol. Aisha looked a little angry at the cloud drinking in front of her. Ahaha! Aha! Aha! After all, there are such delicious meat dishes. I feel almost refreshed without a little wine. It's okay. This wine is like a drink to me. I'm not drunk. He continued to pour the oatmeal into his mouth, still looking very cool. What? The two of you miss me? I didn't expect it. Actually, you two stupid couples arrived first. I obviously went out very early too. The black-haired girl directly inserted into the topic of Yoon and Aisha. Among. Hey. Aisha and Yoon were surprised when they looked at the girl who suddenly joined the topic. Who is this girl? The two are like the standard expressions of a black man and a question mark. This little cute, are you? Yoon asked, turning his head to look at this also very cute girl. I can't recognize it. It's me. Kiritoran. Kirito looked at the petrified two with a cute smile. Are you Kirito? After a long arc of reflection, the dumb couple was surprised to look at the cute girl in a neutral dress with a sweet smile. Chapter 3, Perfect Equivalent Exchange Quantum Transformation System. It's me. Tong Human O. Kirito made a cute look, and knocked Yoon and Ai directly out of their minds. Kirito is a girl. It strikes Yoon and Aisha like a bolt from the blue. No way. That handsome man who is so cold is actually a female ticket. Oh my god. Yoon stood up exaggeratedly, keeping his face upright, and his expression was extremely shocked. Ah. Why do I feel that I have lost the charm of a girl when I see Kirito's cuteness and petiteness? Ha ha ha. What a fuss. Kirito sat beside Yoon indifferently. Ah. This slight shampoo smells so good. A faint floral scent spread slowly from Kirito's hair beside Yoon's nose. Ah. Kirito. Why are you obviously a girl using the virtual character of such a handsome big brother next door? When she realized that she was going to be snatched away by Kirito, who was like Cheng Yaejin, who had killed her halfway through disregarding the image, he stood up and asked Kirito. At the sidebar, Casey and Andrew looked at the energetic trio and couldn't help but sigh. Ah! It really fried. The silly boy who is not superficial. Just as Casey was worried, the trio there really fell into the Shura field called youth. Ha ha ha. Nothing. After all, he is a young man. Andrew smiled and continued to wipe the glass. Ah la la. It seems that no one has stipulated that you must not use an avatar that is different from your own. If this is the case, your image is not 50 smiles with me. Kirito became a bit unexpected and venomous this minute. With a smile, Aisha didn't know how to tell her back. Ah. She's a cute girl. It's actually not bad. Suddenly, the Yoon who came back to his senses was very serious, holding his hands and nodding, wondering how many reasons he found in his heart to appease the flustered. Of yourself. Oh. Is it possible that Songgun likes my type? Kirito tilted his head to look at Yoon beside him, his face very close. Ah. Kirito. You are a girl. Don't stay so close. Aisha hurried to the side of Kirito, and pulled Kirito, who was playing with fire on the edge in a certain sense, and left the cloud for a while. Distance. Ah. Cloud represents a very serious cough a few times. Ha ha ha. I'm just kidding. I'm just a cute-looking boy. Kirito couldn't help laughing when Yoon and Ai really recognized themselves as girls. Boy. The two were confused again by this sudden reversal, but no matter how they looked up and down, they felt like a girl, even though they were wearing a neutral dress. Haha. You too. I'm really a boy, although I am really cute. Kirito played with his beautiful long hair, feeling a little bit arrogant and looking at them with one eye closed and one eye closed. I don't quite believe it. Yoon and Aisha looked at this somewhat fickle Kirito who was tentatively designated as Hideyoshi with suspicion. Okay. How can you believe it? Kirito looked at the two dumb lovers with a headache. I don't know why there is one mind at this time. Well well. Even if you are a boy, why do you have such long hair? It's all to the waist. Yoon has stopped entangled with Kirito's gender, but is very interested in his long hair and can't help taking it. Play with it in your hands. Ah. This. When I was a kid, I once looked at me cute. She put on me a little dress that is a little bit the same as Aisha now, and put me on a long wig. After reading it after the image, I complained about why I am not a girl. If I have beautiful long hair, it will be cute. Then I specially kept this long hair, although sometimes the sight of others is pierced. But after watching it for a long time, I don't take it seriously. Now. And you can get some good things. For example, there are discounts for shopping. Kirito didn't care and allowed Kyun to make some kind of harassment. Aisha, who was watching, didn't know what to say. Ah. By the way, I haven't officially introduced myself. Tsukizaki Yoon. For some reason Yoon took out his driver's license from him and handed it to the two to observe. This. Kirito and Aisha, who watched Yoon directly take out their driver's license, also hesitated, but they couldn't stop curiosity and watched. Wow! I'm 20 years old. I didn't expect Yoon to be an adult. The two looked at the age written on it in surprise, and exclaimed with other information. Ha ha ha! It's okay. The boss renews the cup. The two looked at Yoon, who was drinking very refreshingly, with a vague expression on their faces. Ah! You can really do whatever you want when you are 20 years old. The two looked at Yoon, who looked like some adults, a little envious. Okay. The clouds have revealed their true identity. As the incumbent girl, I must let him know her situation. How else can we communicate more deeply? Aisha took out her student from her pocket. The certificate was handed to Yoon, wanting him to be the first to watch it. After all, he is his own. Oh. Aisha's student ID card. I really care about it. Yoon smiled and took over the preheated student ID card left by Aisha and began to observe it. Oh. Fuji and Aisha. Actually 18 years old. It feels like a lie. Yoon looked at this age and then looked at this only cup value for Aisha. Ah. Where are you looking? Baga. Aisha felt a gaze staring at her chest and looked at the cloud in surprise and joy. To be honest, I didn't expect that Aisha would soon reach the standard of a legal loli. And the romantic part of a man proportional to age. Kirito also expressed understanding and looked at this young girl who was about to be legal. Aisha of a certain attribute nodded. Ah. Kirito, you baga. What are you talking about? I'm so ashamed. Aisha's face blushed and looked at the shameful and ashamed cute look of Kirito, who was the same as Yun's gaze. It was especially irritating to men. Protect the impulse. Okay. It's Kirito. We've all told you. I'll leave you. Aisha took the opportunity to turn the topic to Kirito. Kirito, who was stared at by two eyes suddenly, became a little embarrassed. I won't explain. Can't you? Kirito scratched his cheek and looked at the two with a pitiful look. No. Let's not eat this set. Hand it over. The two looked at Kirito with hands embracing him without mercy. Okay. Don't laugh at me. Tong Talent sighed and handed the student ID in his pocket to the curious duo. Tonji Kazuto, that's why it's called Kirito? Ah. Oh my god. He was only 13 years old. No way. Ah. Really a boy? Yoon and Aisha looked a little embarrassed and looked aside in surprise. Kirito, it's obvious that this sophisticated Kirito is the smallest of the few, and his student ID card is an eye-catching male gender, plus the almost unmistakable long-haired beautiful girl photo that convinces them to be so cute. Existence is actually a boy. That's why you said it. You don't believe it. Kirito shook his head helplessly, who had finally resolved the gender misunderstanding. Who told you to be unpredictable, and full of mystery? And it's easy to be a cute girl. It's hard not to be misled. As soon as Aisha came up, she described Sanlian. It was too correct, so Kirito didn't know how to refute it. Okay. It's my fault. Kirito sighed helplessly. That's right. Where are we going after lunch here? After Aisha stopped struggling with other questions, she looked at them with expectation. Well. Go to the park. Or walk on the street or something. I don't know what to do. After all, I haven't been out for activities, except when working. Yoon shrugged his shoulders and opened his hands to look. Said the two. Well. I like to visit Akihabara or go to Shinjuku to see if there is any fun software. Kirito also went out almost on the premise of games. It is a complete game house. In the end, I'm just like a normal person. Hey? Why are you two looking at me with the eyes of the enemy? Aisha looked at them with exploded eyes and looked at her, feeling very strange. Well. I can't forget more than doing this. In Sao, we have to prepare to continue to challenge the boss on the second floor. I don't know how long it will take to challenge the boss. Yoon looked at his hands and recalled. The battle between the Lizardman leader and the Kobold leader is even more looking forward to what kind of strange boss is waiting for them in the back. Ah! Speaking of this, I found some information offline. Take a look. Kirito sat next to Yoon and took out his mobile phone and opened some of his saved photos and information for the two to see. Oh! Aisha had already ran to Kirito's side, and Kazumo sandwiched Kirito in the middle and watched the phone in his hand. First of all, I checked the papers of Akihiko Madao, the leader of the technology again, and the construction of the software framework and engine equipment of Sao now implemented. Kirito collected the relevant information about the data that Akihiko Madao could collect. 8. Oh! That's amazing! It turns out that it's so complicated that I can't understand it at all. Yoon looked at the two with a smirk, and it was obvious that the two had deeply understood Yoon's excellence and ignored him and continued to look through the information. But recently when I was searching for information about Akihiko Madao, Sao, and Nervegear, such a strange article appeared on the relevant website. Kirito solemnly clicked on the strange article. Perfect Equivalent Exchange Quantum Conversion System? What is this? Yoon and Aisha looked at Kirito inexplicably. Well, although I don't quite understand, I gradually became clear after reading the narrative of the article. Kirito nodded to the two and began to recite the article. The so-called Perfect Equivalent Exchange Quantum Conversion System is a special software developed. Its function is very simple. It converts the real existence into a quantum form and transmits it to a necessary place, such as a game, and the existence after the conversion will perfection becomes the same existence in this place, and there is no violation and rejection. On the contrary, it can also transform virtual existence into the real world through quantum form. For example, it can transform the existence in the game into the existence in the real reality. There is no sense of disobedience, it is exactly the same as the existence in reality and will not produce rejection. Kirito explained to the two of the capabilities and uses of this system in a calm but a bit agitated tone. Isn't this amazing? It's like teleporting to another world in a novel. Or reappearing things from another world in reality. Can human beings really reach this point now? Yoon heard this thing, the eyes are already shining with stars, and I feel particularly interested. It's just because it's too fancy and unscientific that you get scolded by the following. There shouldn't be such a sci-fi thing now. Aisha analyzed the rationality and looked at the cynicism in the comments of the article below. I am indeed a little dubious, but considering our current situation in Sao, I think it may not be accidental that this article appeared here at this time. Kirito looked at the two seriously and said. Dubious? How does this have to do with Sao's current situation? The two suddenly raised their heads and looked at Kirito questioningly. For example, the NPCs, bosses, and monsters we saw. Don't you think they are controlled by someone? Otherwise, there will be no such humane and complicated actions in the programming of the system. It may be there. The living body and the living person may also be alive. Kirito closed his eyes and recalled that Sao's transformation and strangeness became greater and greater after being with Yoon, and it could even affect the situation of the real body. I had to feel that it was a bit of a coincidence. Too much. Is it possible? Do you think that the initial test software of this system is now loaded in the Sao framework? Although Aisha couldn't believe it, Yu read www.yuyugonshu.com, but recalled the real events that happened after teaming up with the two. Corresponding to many uses of the system, but too few and ambiguous evidence still cannot directly determine whether this cross-age software is actually used as a test site in Sao. Aisha couldn't help but feel terrified even thinking of this. It is indeed possible. But I still have no way to be sure. So I want to remind everyone to be cautious later. Maybe Sao is more than just a game. I don't know how strange it will be after the end of the beta. The change. Kirito looked at the two seriously, explaining that even after Sao, who was still collecting data and testing, didn't know what the earth-shaking changes would happen to Sao after the open beta. That means it would be more fun? Isn't that enough? Yun's words wiped out all the tension, and Kirito and Aisha couldn't help sighing for Yun's IQ. Sure enough, Yun won't give up playing idiot no matter how Sao changes. But I won't let it go. Indeed. If this software really exists in Sao, then it is really a sword to live and wander in different ways. Maybe the world. Kirito sighed, but then remembered that if the game world really turned into a different world, then he might find a place to reflect his own value. It's better than doing nothing right now. Hey! Look at you two hot-blooded idiots. How could I just quit? I'm the one. Aisha sighed and watched these two being brought into an impossible fantasy world by a erratic software. Later, even if so, I couldn't sit back and watch these two duo. Aisha smiled and participated in this fantasy and incredible fantasy with them. Chapter 4, Intelligence Merchant. It's really slow. Didn't you say that you should explore earlier? Baga. Aisha put her head on the wine table and looked at the panting cloud lazily. I'm sorry. I was greedy yesterday. I drank a lot of alcohol while shopping. When I woke up, I had a hangover. Yunlian lowered his head and apologized to Aisha and Kirito. You know drinking. In the end, I didn't give you a taxi to take you home. But the house is not bad. It is also very clean. But do you live alone? I haven't seen your parents. Fighting is not good. There are all large and small wounds on the body. It looks like a knife wound and it makes people feel distressed. Kirito closed his eyes and recalled sending Yoon home last night and saw him lying on the bed with his upper body naked. Situation. That Kirito. Actually. Aisha, who was about to tell Kirito, was stopped by the cloud. It's okay. Let me do it. Yoon looked at Aisha and nodded. When the atmosphere of the two became heavy, Kirito felt that he might have asked something that shouldn't be asked. Is it possible that my parents have already? What am I doing? Kirito has vaguely guessed what he said wrong. He respects Yoon or let Yoon personally confirm his guess. Actually, my parents died when they were a kid in a robber homicide case. Now it is part of the relic left to me by my parents. And the knife wounds on this body are all the marks left by the robbers at that time. It's not a big deal, right? Haha. Yoon looked relieved. After all, the robbers had already passed away with their parents. Seeing him smiling unnaturally like having fun in hardship, Kirito felt a trace of sadness and sympathy in his heart. I'm sorry. My mind was so hot that I asked something that shouldn't be asked. Kirito stood up seriously and bowed to Yoon to apologize. Yoon Nang felt his sincerity, so he held his shoulders with both hands to make him stand up. You didn't do anything wrong. Zihan Wenyuan is human nature, there is nothing wrong with it. Yoon patted Kirito's back and giggled. Ha ha ha. Let's go. But I have to admire, I don't know why there are already players of intelligence merchants now. And it is rumored that a team has actually explored the door of the maze area in one day yesterday. Let's get in touch. Come on. Kirito was always online and offline when Aisha and Yoon weren't here, and has been paying attention to Sao's real-time intelligence, and through the information provided by multiple players, he has discovered where the legendary intelligence provider is. Oh! So fast! It took a few days before, and once again I found the maze area in one day. I feel that the efficiency has become very high. Although Yoon is sometimes nervous, but sometimes smart to die, I really suspect that the cloud that looks like a big silly is like a disguise. It's just okay. I have done some special material tasks alone before, and I did find that the rewards for the current tasks are still pitiful. But it is indeed a lot more than the first level. If you infer this situation, there should be more things in the future, the better. But the average monster level here is only around 1822, and the experience gained now is quite a bit higher for our players who are more than 10 levels higher. Kirito introduced his previous experience in completing tasks and killing monsters. Ah! By the way, did you buy this new coat of Kirito? It looks pretty good. Yoon suddenly found that Kirito was wearing a very suitable black coat today. I really like black. Yoon looked at Kirito, who has always chosen black as his main color, whether it is real or virtual, and thinks that he has quite a personality. Ha ha ha! Look handsome! This is the special armor I got when I killed the boss in the last blow that day. The Black Knight coat. The attribute values are good, the colors and styles are all I like. Kirito proudly showed off his trophy. The final blow? There is such a good mechanism. It looks pretty good. Yoon looked at this somewhat unique trophy, and nodded with satisfaction. But if this outfit is equipped with Kirito's real-world posture, it should be better. Yoon embraced his hands and closed his eyes, nodding his head with Kirito's long hair in the real world and the snow-white round thighs. Stupid Yoon! I'm a boy. What are you doing? Kirito blushed a little at once, and now regrets letting Yoon see his real world. What about it? Isn't it nice to be so cute plus being a boy? Yoon read out offensive sentences in various senses indifferently. Sure enough. The power of the cute male maiden is too terrifying. Seeing that he has a YY tendency to Aisha's monopoly and love's dangerous perception for Kirito, it has exploded. Ah! Don't think about it. You are my pet. The brain only needs the body of the YY family. Seeing that Yun's soul will be hooked away by his YY Kirito image, he blushes and doesn't care about anything. As a result, both hands holding Yun's arms clamped himself in the gully, soft and still magnificent in the game. Suddenly, the soft and elastic touch that shouldn't be like being trapped in a pudding spreads from Yun's arm to his brain. Oh hiya! This feeling is quite predictable. Yoon was forced by this touch to pull back from his YY cute image of Kirito back to reality. Okay. Don't be kidding. We should go now. Kirito was suddenly surprised and slightly blushed when Yoon was regarded as a YY object. Although he had encountered this kind of thing in school or on the road before. He was right. When the other party told him that he was a boy, he was lost. I didn't expect that Yoon would still regard him as YY's object and call himself cute regardless of gender. I don't know why there is a strange feeling of joy in his heart. He shook his head in a panic when he felt this strange phenomenon. Ah! Absolutely not. I am definitely not gay. My orientation is normal. Yes. I am normal. Kirito didn't know that a slight smile appeared on the corners of his mouth in the process of denying. After chatting and regaining their mood for a while, the three of them came to the door of a remote small house in the town, talking and laughing. There was a small open wooden sign hanging at the door, but there was no store name or anything. Very weird and weird, I don't know what it is used for. It looks right. That intelligence merchant should be here for business. Let's go in. Kirito checked the image in his stored photos with the door, and then closed the window and said to the two behind him. Yeah, oh. Yoon and Aisha nodded and followed Kirito in orderly after opening the wooden door and entering inside. Welcome. What do you need? As soon as the three of them entered the door, they saw a small head with short golden brown curly hair lying on a counter in front of them, lazily raising their beautiful small hands. A girl with a strange nasal voice who greeted the three of them, but she had no tendency to raise her head. The three people looked around the store. Although it was not very tidy, some goods were displayed on the surrounding shelves not far from the door, but it was not rare that they were all commonly used potions or consumables such as crystals. They slowly approached the somewhat lazy girl after looking at the ground. It feels very ordinary. Is it really a very powerful intelligence businessman? The three of them couldn't help but look at the girl with her head buried on the table. It feels like she is in a slump. If you don't know what happened, please make her very disappointed. That? Are you Argo? Kirito looked at the lost girl suspiciously. It made Kirito feel a little uncomfortable. As for? I haven't said why I'm looking for her. Just ready to sweep the guests out. It feels so sudden. The three of them looked at the listless girl with some difficulty. That. I'm here to buy the information in front of the second maze passage. Kirito also had to try to continue expressing his intentions with Argo. Buy intelligence. Argo was a little moved when he heard that he was buying intelligence, slowly raising his head and looking at the trio in front of the stage. As soon as the girl looked up, several people discovered that she was quite cute, but I don't know why there were 3 animal beards on her face, but it showed a wild and cute feeling. Then how much are you going to pay? Argo has now changed into an intelligence merchant's professional smile, and looked at these 3 equipment outfits, who are obviously much more advanced, Renze Lam with a gesture of money. It depends on whether your information is true. Kirito also smiled and embraced his hands and looked at Argo with a smug look. Oh. I want to inspect the goods before paying the money. It's interesting. Argo smiled and opened the map and showed the map of the path outside the maze to Kirito. How is it? Sister didn't lie to you. Okay, how much is the price? After Kirito confirmed that the map is genuine, Argo closed the window and put his hands together in front of the bridge of his nose, keeping a cute smile and looking at it. Kirito, feeling like a smiling tiger makes people feel scared. Kirito also smiled and opened his inventory to form a certain amount of game coins into a big bag, and threw them directly in front of Argo. As soon as the money bag touched the countertop, a large amount of game coins were scattered in Argo's hands. In front of her, she looked at this number and smiled and provided the map data to Kirito. Happy cooperation. Do you need anything else? Argo calmly collected the game coins on the table into his inventory, and asked Kirito again. Hey! There are a lot of materials and some interesting equipment here. And the price is quite affordable. As soon as Kirito opened his mouth, Yun's exclamation sounded, and he had no choice but to turn his heads with Argo to look at the source of the sound. Place. I saw Yun Xiang's eyes shining with stars as if he saw a treasure. If he was given a tail, he might wag very hard. Sure enough. Aisha and Kirito sighed as they looked at the cloud that was as excited as a Shiba Inu. Walked to his side. Oh. This guest officer still has good eyesight. These are all good things that are used to exchange information or sell to my hands after falling. Which one should I prepare for? Argo's eyes suddenly appeared. Shining, obviously seeing additional business opportunities, he started to strike while the iron was hot. All. I pack it. Yoon turned his head to look at Argo without hesitation. Really? I want this, wait. Hey? The hostess say it again. Which one do you want? When Argo was about to take out the weapon that Yoon saw at first sight, he heard the answer was different from what I had expected, and he stopped for a while and looked at Yoon with a bit of unbelievableness to confirm it again. I seem to be very clear. I want everything in your store. I don't know if there is any stock. Yoon smiled and looked up at Argo, who was a little stiff in front of him. Guessed. Although I'm very happy to be able to sell them all. But I don't think that the customer has the ability to eat all the big batches. Argo obviously thinks Yoon is joking, because she knows that she has only just reached the second floor. It's impossible for a player to earn game currency for how many things he buys, unless he has something to exchange, but the things that appear now are relatively early things that will soon be eliminated, so it is impossible to exchange them the value of such a large number of resources. Yoon. She doesn't believe you have the ability to take down these things. She wants to check the money beforehand or she won't sell it to you. Aisha patted Yoon, who hadn't figured out the situation, and explained to him. It's just that although she and Kirito predicted that Yoon was going to buy something, they didn't expect to monopolize everyone's goods directly. Cannot help but squeeze a sweat for him. Oh. That's it. I thought this cute little guy would have some ears. No problem. Yoon didn't care at all and began to learn, just like Kirito, and threw all his game coins into an oversized purse to Argo. In front of Argo was a little surprised when he saw this refreshing act like a local tyrant, and he kept smiling and began to check the money bags scattered on the ground. So much money? But still lacking some weight. Argo breathed a sigh of relief and stood up again to look at the cloud. Although this guest officer is bold, it seems that he can only pack half of the goods. But if there is something to exchange, my sister can consider how much more goods can be provided to the guest officer. Argo is already convinced that it can. The people who took out such a large sum of money more or less had some rare props or useful things in storage, and they began to adapt their exchange terms. Do you want something to change? Seeing Yun's silence, Argo became a little suspicious. Did I guess wrong? Or is there any use I don't want to take out now? Argo was not sure if there was a problem with his guess, but after thinking about this unusual amount of money and the high-end equipment on them, he felt that there should be no problem. That's right. Just when Argo was still guessing, Yoon seemed to have realized it, and began to materialize some things to trade. I don't know if this can be exchanged. Although it is self-made, it is decent to use. Yoon smirked and placed a large amount of self-made water and crystals on the ground in front of him. Kirito and Ai saw this situation. Sha smiled knowingly, but Argo walked up to the medicines without understanding. Sure enough, Yoon is not stupid at all. Those high-end consumables with self-made medicines that have started to be extremely effective are luxury goods for current SAO players. Watching Argo click on one of the medicines and check the contents, his expression is obviously moved. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, Kirito and Aisha knew that they had successfully attracted Argo's attention. It's a lie. Is this homemade? Argo's calm face was obviously shocked by the things in front of her. She felt incredible and quickly watched every crystal and potion of different degrees, and her eyes had changed. With the appearance of many money symbols, she happily looked at this cloud with a monopolized business opportunity, and obviously wanted to take out the information of the supplier of this thing from the cloud. That Can I change it? Yoon didn't see the peculiar changes of the Argo girl who had been captured by the business opportunity now, and still wanted to ask if he could get the remaining inventory. Are you the of money? Argo grabbed Yuna's right hand, which was much thicker than hers, and said brainlessly. Hey! Yoon looked at the weird Argo in front of him, Kirito, who had already shown a finished expression behind him, and Aisha who had committed a bit of exclusivity again. Tell my sister well. Who made this potion? My sister will give you all the stock right away. Argo suddenly became like a fanatical believer, shining with beautiful big eyes, staring at the ATM machine in front of him. Cloud. That's it. Yoon didn't understand why this Argo would suddenly say that he would pick up all the goods for himself. Ah! This is not enough. Then you can provide you with anything you need in the future. Ah! I know. Do you want to provide my sister to you too? Think what like all okay. Argo looked at Yuna as he was still hesitant, and immediately prepared to use herself as a bargaining chip in exchange. Now she is beside Yoon with a cute and somewhat evil smile like a sister in a nightclub. Chapter 5, Follower. This potion and crystal are actually made by me. You can give it to me. Yoon was also a little confused by the cute young lady's question, so she had to choose that she was the producer. Really? Can you provide a recipe? Sister will reward you. When I heard that Yoon is the producer, the appearance of Yoon in Argo's eyes has changed from ATM to a cash cow full of money. Argo is fascinated. As long as I can get such a formula to produce it myself, I don't know how much money I can make. Beauty, I don't know if Yoon can withstand the doubts of this sometimes coquettish, sometimes charming, and sometimes cute little animal attributes. Both Kirito and Aisha have swallowed their saliva nervously. After all, Argo is also a lovely and attractive girl. Child. This. Yoon obviously hesitated. Argo felt a little bit when he saw this. After winning, he pressed his body tightly to Yoon's arm, although he didn't know how much tactile information Argo could get back to his brain. But for the cloud, which is almost indistinguishable from the real world, it is a soft paradise like the holy land of bliss. Almost all the soft parts of the girl are fed back into his brain through his arms. Ah! This unconscious entity attack is about to ascend to heaven. No. No. I have to cheer up. Yoon, who was really going to be down, shook his head a few times before barely recovering. No. Yoon resolutely refused the request to provide a synthesis method. Although Argo also expected this result, it still happened. Hey! A little brother who doesn't eat hard and soft. It is indeed a bit difficult. Although Argo sighed, it does not mean that he has given up precious business opportunities. How about this? Little brother provides me with goods every period of time, how about we 3 or 7 points? You 7 and 3. Compromising Argo had to obtain the value of the rebate through concessions. Don't. Yoon shook his head. Then 28. You 8 and 2. Argo bit his lip and mentioned to Yoon once again in concession. No. I don't need game currency. I can earn this thing soon. Yoon directly rejected Argo's request. That is to say? Your goal is not game currency? But something else. Argo's mind turned quickly, but she didn't believe in their abilities. After all, it was the former who bought intelligence. The man, or the cloud in front of him swept his own inventory. It can prove that they are extraordinary. Yes. As long as you can help me recover a lot of materials, ordinary potions, crystals, and purchase equipment of all levels. I can provide you with a certain amount of these things. And I can also provide you with some excellent weapons and equipment. Yoon once again took out several one-handed swords, rapiers, short knives, daggers, and other equipment he had forged and smelted from his inventory and placed them in front of her. Argo dubiously opened its attribute value and turned his eyes into a lot of small money symbols again. No problem. I will help you collect as much as possible. I will bring you the items in the store and in the warehouse first. So, do you have any stock? Whether it's potions, crystals, or this equipment or armor. Argo readily agreed. After all, such a great pharmacist and smelting blacksmith are hard to find a real cash cow. And no matter what stage it is the most popular. If you don't make a good relationship, there will be no small money to make. Then, you give me your inventory first. Then add a friend. So you can communicate with information. After all, I will disturb you in the future. Yoon still thinks it's better to wait for her to give the things. After all, the first time I was talked about cooperation or something, I always felt that there was no sense of reality. No problem. As long as we work together happily, I will not hesitate to provide you with the information you want. After all, you are my partner, cooperate. Argo almost made a mistake and forced a correction. She also looks very cute, and she looks like she is ready to pass the level. She absolutely wanted to talk about cash cows just now. Kirito and Aisha secretly exposed Argo's lies in their hearts. Soon after Yoon and Argo finished exchanging goods with each other, they added a friend. To be honest, Yoon was still hesitating in his heart. After all, he was entangled by a businessman. I don't know what will happen in the future, but I also got it because of this. It is also a good thing that continuous sources of intelligence, trading, and material collection places will be able to obtain assistance from the other party almost free of charge. Okay. I would like to take care of you in the future. Brother Yoon. Argo smiled and held Yun's hands, looking forward to future payments. Ah! Please advise Argo. Yunya catered to her symbolically, and said goodbye to her and left the shop with Kirito and Aisha. The three people walked down the street with a sigh of relief. While Kirito began to watch all the map information, Aisha took the opportunity to continue to buy some necessary items on the road. Yoon felt exhausted, and remembered the feelings of Argo's body before. Make him shook his head. Thanks. But it's also a good sign. Kirito patted Yoon on the shoulder after confirming the map and comforted. It's okay. But I didn't expect that the things I made would be liked by others. Yoon stretched out in a relaxed manner. It's just I didn't expect your girl to even use the beauty plan. It is said that she has not been affected by the change. Cuckoo. It's so hot when I think of it. Aisha stretched out her finger and bit her on her hand. Said the nail. After all, it's a bit uncomfortable for her to be seduced in front of her in public to think about it, especially if the other party is a businessman who can cooperate for a long time, and it is the object that makes her unable to easily lose her temper, feeling a dilemma. It's normal too. It seems that this anomaly hasn't expanded. It may just appear to us. After Aisha's lesson, we can't involve others indiscriminately in the future, or the outcome will be hard to predict. Kirito thought of Aisha, and when they have the same situation, it is caused when they enter the team, which may become a changed condition. Well, although I wanted to leave the city, Argo had just taken away a lot of homemade potions and crystals to make some. However, I only have the materials I just got, and I need a lot of raw materials. Yoon looked sadly. Looking at the few bottles of self-made water left in his inventory, he looked at the two people beside him. No problem, Aisha, and I still have a lot of money and some things that can be sold. After all, the previous win was because Yoon prepared nearly 1,000 bottles of various potions and crystals, although all of them were used later. Almost out of stock. Kirito recalled the crazy drug use and the feeling of being recovered by the wooden stick during the boss battle. Now that he thinks about it, he feels a little vomiting, but at the time he wanted to solve the boss and didn't care. This problem. Until now, there are still some psychological shadows about drinking potions. Okay. Let's move separately. The three people said goodbye and walked to the shopping street or pub. Yoon returned to the familiar tavern alone, packed a room at the front desk, and came to the room after getting the right to use it. After closing the door, he took out the pharmacist's synthesis book and a large amount of raw materials and started to get busy. For a while, all kinds of potions and crystals were placed on the ground. At this time, Kirito and Aisha, who had obtained the raw materials, knocked on the door of the room sent by the cloud based on the information. "Yoon, are you there? We've got a lot of materials." Kirito shouted into the door. It didn't take long for the door to unlock automatically. Kirito twisted the door and walked in. As soon as he entered the door, he was shocked by the sight in front of him. The floor of the spacious room was supposed to be filled with crystals and potions as high as knees, and the cloud was still making desperately in the position inside. "Ah! Aisha is cute. Put the potions and crystals on the ground in your inventory." Only when I realized that I did a little bit too much. I didn't expect the materials this time to be so durable. Looking at the cloud turning his head and beckoning happily, it was obvious that Yoon was over serious this minute. Aisha received these potions in her inventory in a few seconds before slowly coming to Yoon with Kirito. "I think this amount should be enough. It feels more than what I did last time." "Wait. This effect?" Kirito looked at the cloud that was still producing, then picked up a bottle of potion and looked at it. Attributes, once again surprised, this time the potion effect has improved a lot compared to the last time, and some even have a high percentage of recovery effect. The potion of light is second only to the effect of crystal. Kirito did not expect Yun's current pharmaceutical ability to increase so much. "Hoo. It's okay. That's it. Let's explore the maze first, and then see if we can do it in the middle." Yoon wiped his sweaty cheeks with his sleeves and looked at both. The blame felt distressed. Aisha also knelt down and took out the handkerchief to help Yoon wipe her sweat carefully. I think it should be enough too. It's time to go." Kirito looked at the real time, and it was almost 12 o'clock. Let's go." Yoon got up and walked out of the tavern with the two of them out of the city. With the guidance of the map and the mobs on the road are too low level, the cloud in front is like cutting wheat and turned into polygonal fragments in a few clicks. It didn't take long for a few people to arrive at the second half of the journey before the labyrinth passage. "I feel like we are too relaxed." Aisha and Kirito looked at the harvesting cloud ahead, only seeing the system prompts that they had been scrolling. "It's okay. After all, the experience we have gained has dropped a lot because of this," Kirito said while watching his EXP display a slow increase. "Unexpectedly, after we have the map, we are all about to reach the destination, right?" Aisha also opened her updated map and looked at Kirito on the side. "Yes. After passing this area, the next one is in front of the labyrinth passage." Kirito put away the map and looked at the gleaming teleportation location ahead. "Wait. There seems to be something over there." Just when Kirito and Aisha were about to enter the final destination of the map this time, Yoon suddenly stopped and turned to look at the forest aside. He looked wary. "What's the matter with the cloud?" Kirito felt uncomfortable seeing Yoon becoming serious in this low-level area, and drew his black sword from behind. And Aisha also took the opportunity to take the wooden stick that could be used for fighting out of her waist. "It looks like we are being followed." Yoon looked around, holding the scythe in his hand tighter and tighter. He raised his ears and cooperated with the search of his eyes, and inadvertently learned the passive skill to find the enemy, and he could feel an unkind plural aura hidden in the surrounding forest. Kirito also unlocked the enemy at this moment and felt the disgusting sense of sight like Yoon. He raised his hand to signal the beginning to gather the formation. The three were cautiously back-to-back vigilant for the surrounding movement, but with a breeze blowing. After that, the expressions of Kirito and Yoon suddenly became surprised. Disappeared? Suddenly, the multiple sights and strange feelings disappeared. Yoon and Kirito looked at each other with disbelief, and how they didn't feel when they tried to find the enemy again. "It's gone." Yoon put away his fighting posture, and looked around again. "Well, it really disappeared." Kirito also retracted the black sword into the scabbard behind it. Hey? Have you escaped? Aisha, who had been confused so far, looked at the two who were suddenly relieved and asked. Ah! It's like nothing at the beginning, disappearing without a trace. Yoon turned to face the teleportation location. Let's go. But be careful this time. Maybe someone is already watching us. Kirito nodded at the cloud, indicating that he might be attacked unsuspectingly at any time. After waiting for the three people to leave the area, Yu read www.yuyu. Several people in com sneakily uncovered the disguise of the mimicry cloth on their bodies, and talked quietly. According to the appearance description provided by the last defeated team before, the trio who defeated the boss should be the 2 men and 1 woman just passed. A tall man turned his head and said to the people behind him. It should be. They are also 2 men and a woman, and since they left the town, they took the map they got from the intelligence merchant and prepared to go directly to the trend of the labyrinth passage. They should be exploring the labyrinth. Another watched the thin man responded to the tall man. But seeing that they got here easily with only 1 person along the way, it looks really strong. The obese man felt a little scared when he saw that Yunudeo was a big weird thing. After all, how many of them were? But for those who have been here before to fight against wild monsters, it is enough for them to deal with one, let alone harvest a piece of something with a single knife. It feels like they are using some plug-in to cheat. Do you want to keep following up to find out the suspicious places and record the report? A sinister-looking man looked at several people with a treacherous smile. All right. If you haven't cheated, you can still see if you can follow them to get some benefits, or grab the boss or something. At that time, we can still sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, and even if they are not paying attention, we can sneak attack them to grab equipment from them. What? The tall man felt that he could get more things this way, and he couldn't help but nodded confidently as if he was very smart. This is a good idea. You can also save your energy to get a map of the maze. If you find that the room can be sold to intelligence merchants to make a fortune, it's not bad. Several people thought that the proposal was good, and then quietly walked into the teleportation location. In Chapter 6, Strange NPC. These few people behind are obviously doing a lot of bad things. They don't learn good skills, but they have almost practiced concealment skills to an extremely high level. If Kirito and Yunze, who have just learned to find the enemy now, have not learned there was almost no way to find them before their proficiency increased, and it was because a few of them had a strong greed and unkind idea before they were accidentally discovered by the two. When I came to the next location, I found the familiar text describing outside the path of the ruins labyrinth. The entrance to the huge maze is still tall and historical, but this time it is a little bit different. The preliminary judgment of the linking trend of surrounding mountains is that the possibility of leading to the underground maze is relatively high. Although there are only a certain number of forests, desolate mountains, and wilds, or areas that have been transferred to other locations, and 2 to 3 groups of monsters in each area, the 3 of them looked at the level on the top of the monster's head. He shook his head and went straight to the entrance of the maze. Hey! I don't know if this bug is too good or what's wrong. The high level all at once reduced the difficulty of exploring and killing monsters a lot. Yoon looked at his level 35 display and felt a little troubled. Okay. Thank you too. This is also the cost that we could solve with the boss by 3 people before, okay. But in this case, we are already a small raiders group that specializes in dealing with bosses. Kirito thought. Now it can indeed be said that one person can reach the size of 2 or so, and with the use of 2-handed sword skills at intervals, this 3-person team can exert the fighting ability of 6 people, which is much more than ordinary players. But the premise is that you do not encounter troublesome opponents. Hey! Kirito! Where are you dazed? Ready to go in? Looking at the cloud who was about to enter, Aisha turned her head to find that Kirito was walking some distance behind and thinking for a long time. Walk a few steps forward and hit the pillar of the maze. Ah. Okay. Kirito, who reacted, knocked his head on the goalpost just one step away. He quickly returned to the entrance and teleported into the maze together, while the others behind also quietly waiting at the door, preparing to wait for Kirito and the others to go in for a while before continuing with them. Kirito, who entered the maze first, saw a few strange words in the top level of the remains of the water god. It didn't take long for the words to fade before seeing the surrounding scenery clearly. The three of them are now in a spring. At the top of the stone steps in a circular motion, there is a huge hollow in the center. Kirito first came to the edge of the stone steps that can accommodate 6 to 7 people side by side, stretched out his head and looked down, except for a certain extent below. Outside the stone steps against the wall and the wild monsters patrolling on the stone steps, there is a deep hollow in the center that is not bottomless. After reading it, Kirito went to the wall and stroked the wall, with a moist feeling. The feeling of moss passed into his hands. It seems that I can't go down and take a look. Kirito glanced around the stone steps without any other paths and looked at Yoon and Aisha. That's not easy. Don't you know if you just swipe it down? Yoon carried the sickle on his shoulder and started to walk down. But it's better to be careful. Aisha also followed Yoon's back with the sticks held tightly by the two reminders, watching the surroundings from time to time to beware of what special circumstances might happen. It's true that you can only know what to do if you go down and have a look. But the most important thing is to have the spirit of 12 points. After all, we are no different from the wasteland. Kirito has also pulled out the black sword to remind after the team broke. 2 people. I understand, okay. Yoon and Aisha nodded to Kirito in the back. It's just that after the three of them had just discussed and walked a few steps forward, a few bones suddenly emerged from the wall where there was nothing. An assault sword skill, holding the spear in his hand, pierced the left side of the cloud fiercely. At the waist, a sudden blood splattered severe pain occupying Yun's brain. Ah! You bastard! Yoon, who gritted his teeth and resisted the pain, raised the sickle in his hand with his backhand and slashed at the few bones that held the spear through his waist, but the accident happened. With a sound of dang, a bone with a one-handed sword behind these bones actually launched a flick to Yoon, directly interrupting and forcibly stiffening Yun's body. Cloud. Aisha and Kirito made corresponding actions at the same time. Aisha used the healing layer of the wooden stick against the cloud that had been cut to the yellow blood by this surprise attack, while Kirito launched a charge in a magic sword assault, quickly holding the spear and fixing the cloud's body. The bones of Kirito were swept away, but because he was too impatient, Kirito had forgotten something, as if he had already predicted it. Another bone holding a one-handed sword suddenly flashed between Kirito and the gun bone. He looked at Kirito's movements with a wicked smile, and Kirito was already secretly screaming in his heart with a loud bang in the next second. Oops! I was flicked. Kirito only now remembered how Yoon was flicked, and now he has made the same mistake, and he has been interrupted by his sword skills and has become frozen. And a gun skeleton also took the opportunity to pull out the long spear that pierced through the waist of the cloud and launched a 2-hit front stabbing combo against the floating and stiff Kirito. All of a sudden 2 blood holes appeared in Kirito's abdomen, causing severe pain. All of a sudden, Kirito's nerves spread, and a large amount of blood also came out with the spear's in and out hook. Kirito couldn't help but spit out a pool of blood from the air. It hurts. And this collateral reaction that is the same as the actual injury pattern, has it changed further? Kirito's brain was accompanied by severe pain and was surprised by the more realistic situation at this time. Kirito. Cloud. Looking at Kirito, who was also flicked, Aisha couldn't help becoming nervous. She didn't expect that the other party would find the second chance to launch the PvP combat skill, which is generally used by players. Don't come up to Aisha. At the same time, Kirito and Yoon gasped loudly to prevent Aisha from joining this more different change battle. The two men's rigidity was also relieved, and they retreated quickly and violently in the direction of Aisha. Step forward. Both of them used their free hands to hold down the bleeding wound and watched the group of bones that came out of the wall one after another to present a fighting posture. Bone Patrolman of LV29. 4, 7, or 9. Yoon spit out sputum, looking at the 9 wild monsters displaying skeletal patrolmen above their heads and said, "Ah." The highest level is 22 outside, but there are level 29 inside. It's a bit exaggerated. Kirito closed his eyes slightly because of the pain, and then took a few deep breaths and sighed. Treatment. Healing. Aisha was particularly panicked when she saw the pain of the two being attacked. There were tears in the corner of her eyes and even a hint of crying. She watched the two of them also get a debuff of bleeding, blood. The bar has been declining. If it hadn't been for the treatment, the two would have been in the red blood tank long ago. What to do? The other party can play the knife. And it is quite accurate. Yoon touched the gradually healed wound on his waist and stood up firmly, holding the sickle tightly in both hands, and staring at the group of beings with the eyes of an enemy. On the changing skeletal patrol. It's terrible. Although I expected it to be more and more difficult, I didn't expect a big surprise in the second level of the labyrinth, but if I just stay on the second level forever, then don't try to clear the level after the public beta. It's over 100 layers. Kirito obviously also ignited fighting spirit. He understood that the current SAO can no longer be handled as a game, and it can be said that it is no different from reality. He looked at the gradually healed wound, and then looked at it again. Look at the skeletal patrolman who has been in a stalemate with him. Cannot help but smile. And in this serious atmosphere, a footstep of ta-ta-ta plus the sound of pop-pop-pa clapping gradually came from the rock wall where the bone patrol just came out, and it didn't take long for a whole body to be heard. The bones of the black armor slapped his hands and came to the front of the bone patrol. He turned to look at the 3 Kiritos. Interesting. Quite interesting. You adventurers are obviously different from the previous ones. I am really happy to meet you. Ahahaha. The whole body armed skeleton actually spoke. All of a sudden, the 3 of Kirito were shocked when they arrived. It's a lie? The NPC monster actually spoke to us. Yoon turned around at a loss and looked at Kirito, who was also surprised. I am also the first time. Kirito converged a surprised face and looked at the speaking NPC seriously. The words General Skeleton and LV33 are displayed on the top of his head. There is a health bar or 2 tubes, which proves that it is an NPC that can be damaged. Then, what should we do now? Kirito. Aisha looked at Kirito obviously without a point. Yoon also looked at Kirito, who was better at this aspect. Since the other party is willing to communicate with us, let's ask first. If it doesn't work, get ready to run. Kirito looked at the 2 of them, then looked at the strange NPC in front of them, and explained to them. The 2 nodded and looked at the skeletal general. Yet. It seems that I have already discussed with my companions, right? Then I apologize for the action that has just offended you. We were forced to make the best move because of helplessness. General Skeleton politely bowed to the 3 of them. Yi Bao also apologized. Okay. Why do you want to do this, and it seems that many adventurers have been attacked by you in your tone. Kirito was taken aback for a moment and then recalled what the skeleton general had said before and asked. Ha ha ha. You seem to be a smart person. In fact, we are looking for a helper, but we just asked us to be rude. After speaking, the skeletal general charged and drew the samurai sword from his waist, and Xiang Tong people rushed towards the direction. Kirito. Aisha and Yoon yelled at the same time. Yoon leaped to Kirito to prepare a knife, but the skeleton general passed by the 3 of them, and ran behind them, looking at Kirito 3. The person looked confused until he heard someone scream and didn't realize the problem. Ah! That monster is here directly. What the hell? Why were we discovered? What nonsense! Run! Standing and closing the knife, he turned and walked towards the Kirito trio. Ahaha! A false alarm! Don't be surprised, I just don't like some people doing sly things. It's not easy to talk here. Please change place with me. General Skeleton bowed deeply to the three of Kirito again. He let his men enter the seemingly sealed stone wall first, and the General Skeleton made a please gesture in front of the stone wall and looked at the three Kiritos respectfully. Kirito, Yoon, and Aisha glanced at each other, and then slowly walked into the stone wall. When several people touched the stone wall, they walked into a stone passage like nothing. The person turned around and looked at the place where he came in, but found that it was an exit. It felt like a blinding technique similar to an enchantment. Several people looked at the skeletal general who had already moved inward, and then slowly followed. Kirito. Why do you think he is such a powerful NPC talking to us? Yoon came to Kirito's side and asked in a low voice. I don't know. This is the first time I have encountered this situation. He may explain to us in a while. But I didn't expect that the group of players who were wiped out just now had such a good concealment skill. It is possible that we were in the previous one. They met in the area. Unexpectedly, they have been following us until now. Kirito shook his head. After all, he was telling the truth. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is also the most special game he has played in Vmr page. Up. But I don't think he is malicious. Aisha also came to Kirito's side and said. Ah. How do I feel? He looks like a bad guy, but he feels like a good person. I think he attacked us before to test our situation and strength. Yoon relaxed his sickle on his shoulders and looked at him. The skeletal general who didn't care about their conversation in front of him. Well, it's actually possible, after all. Our strength is obviously different from other players. Kirito said that he agreed with Yun's statement, and indeed their level and equipment can be said to be the best in the current SAO. Before long, under the circumstances of various suspicions of several people, they came through the passage to another huge space with a different cave, and the prompt text of Bone Tomb appeared in front of several people, and then a huge underground composed of white bones. The ancient city appeared in front of the three. But some are desolate and there are not too many skeletal patrols lingering around. Please go here. The general skeleton walked into the ancient city with a few more people, but it was obviously broken and overdone, and some looked swaying, even the door was half gone, and the door was slanted on one side. Several people and general skeleton passed through a tunnel filled with bones, large and small, and came to a nearly damaged throne. There was a dying bone sitting on it. Kirito saw the Bone King and LV60 on top of the bone. The astonishing level and the familiar 4 blood bars caused the three of them to sweat a lot and prepare to pull out their weapons. Chapter 7, Commission and Variant Rooms. Yoon 3 people saw that the Bone King in front of them had put my hands on their respective handles, and looked at the Bone King and the Bone General with serious expressions. Looks like I was trapped. I was taken directly to the opponent's base camp. What a shame. The 3 Yoon had already regretted coming over this minute. This place is obviously a hidden area, and General Skeleton is the elite here. Weird, the level 60 Bone King in front of you is the hidden boss here, and now the 3 of them have gritted their teeth and cursed their mistakes secretly. Why did you lead us here to do it? Wasn't it easier at the door just now? Yoon was a little wondering why he had to lead them to this hidden place before doing it. Oh. Really energetic little guys. Is it possible that you still want to treat me who is many times stronger than you? Haha. Bone General. It looks like you finally found the adventure we need. It's a winner. The skeletal king leaned on the armrest with his hands, and laughed happily at the few people in Yoon. Yes. Your Royal Highness. It looks like you are very satisfied. The General Skeleton bowed deeply to the King Skeleton and reported to him. At this minute, Yoon and the others stayed in place directly, only to realize that the place hadn't wanted to fight from the beginning, but they were just busy. This. Yoon once again carried the sickle on his shoulder and looked at Kirito on the side. I don't know. But there should be no hostility. Kirito also took the opportunity to put away the black sword. I didn't feel anything strange about the other party. If you want to say something strange, it is the strangest thing to find us here. Aisha also hung the wooden stick in her hand back to her waist. Helplessly the two shook their heads. During the reporting period between the Skeleton King and the Skeleton General, several people felt that a long time passed. It was not until the Skeleton King talked to them again that they finally recovered the feeling that they were in the game. Little guys. In fact, we came to you to ask you to solve one of our problems. Of course, according to the rules of your adventurers, there are naturally rich rewards. And this task is very difficult, so let the Skeleton General's ambush, according to the reaction of the adventurers, is to select suitable personnel. I deeply apologize to you for their rudeness. I also ask you to forgive that this is a small apologize and hope you can accept it. The Skeleton King smiled with that skinny smile. Throwing something from his hand in the direction of the three people Yoon, the three of them unexpectedly grabbed the three shiny things in their hands. The three looked at the King Skeleton's smile that seemed to treat a distinguished guest, expecting the three of them to accept the gift it sent. The three of them could only carry the things in their hands to them and slowly spread them out. First, a white light appeared in their hands, and then three delicate rings appeared in their hands. The three of them opened the introduction of the rings with different feelings. The last ring of the Ancient King is a relic of an ancient king. It has an excellent physical damage reduction of 20%, resistance to abnormal conditions, and real-time recovery ability to restore the maximum health value of 1% per second. It can be consumed when there is no MP. As an equivalent amount of HP to replace the magical effect. Looking at this magical ring obviously made a few people feel surprised and delighted. They didn't expect this kind of interesting jewelry to exist, but it made Aisha and Kirito full of doubts. After all, accepting this ring means willing to accept it. The unknown nature of its mission made the two of them hesitate. What? Persuaded? Hey. Have you become an adventurer without the consciousness of being an adventurer? I feel disappointed. The Skeleton King shook his head involuntarily. Hey? Not at all. I like this kind of challenge. I accept this ring. Yoon did not think so much, but was still thinking about how to use it. Ha. That's right. How can we give up easily when we have something? It can make up for our recovery and defense problems. Thanks. King Skeleton. Kirito didn't hesitate when he saw Yoon. I thought too much and accepted the ring. I agree, after all, it just solves the problem of my own weakness. This ring is simply tailor-made for me. Aisha put the ring into her inventory and bowed to the King Skeleton in gratitude. Ha. That's how it should be. Then my task is up to you. The Bone King laughed and patted the armrest and threw a black book to Kirito's hand. Yet. We accepted it. Because Kirito was the captain, he proceeded with the team task, and the system prompted General Skeleton to join the team, which made several people a little surprised to see that the team status bar was several times longer than their own. HP. Please call me as much as you like. The General Skeleton bowed deeply to the three of them respectfully. Yet. Let's go. Kirito beckoned to several people. According to the task, several people were prompted to go to the bottom of the maze to find a strange long sword, and the task reward was to provide players with a large amount of minimum daily grade-level materials and permanent rewards for ores. Looking at making one is already worth the money. Is a sword worth such a big reward? Yoon looked at the skeletal general behind him who was 2 heads taller than himself. Naturally. That is my king's sword. It was lost in a certain place at the bottom after defeating the water before. Although we tried to retrieve it, it was beaten by the water god's guardian and fled out of helplessness. We only heard that there are adventurers who have come to this level to continue their activities, so we wanted to entrust you, but the ones who came before were adventurers who were weaker than ourselves, and they were all wiped out at once, so in order to achieve our goal, we will attack the adventurers. Please forgive me. The general skeleton obviously felt that his previous behavior was still brooding. He had apologized to Yoon several people many times along the way, so that several people didn't know how to answer it. Okay. Since you have been here before, which floor is the highest one? Kirito decided to ignore its apology or it would be endless. Well, it's only the third floor. I'm ashamed that this and the next floor are our venues for activities, and the third floor is the official domain of the water god, so it was cut off at the door. General Skeleton was a little bit unhappy. Embarrassed, stroking his bare skull. So that's the case, then please lead the way. When the few people heard that the first two floors were available for guides, they pushed the skeleton general to the front and followed them. It's okay. The bone patrols who I am here will not move a few cents. The bone general patted his chest armor confidently and continued to lead the way. I didn't expect that we could get such a big helper, but it should prove that this task should not be easy. Yoon slowed down and came to Kirito's side and whispered in his ear. Ah! Obviously the guardian of the water is the most tricky. Otherwise, why can't even the bone generals and bone patrolmen of the same level as us be able to deal with it? Kirito looked at the powerful bones in front of him. The general looked at Yoon and Aisha on the side again. I don't know if I will hold back anymore. Aisha still worried about her weakness. It's okay. Kirito and I will protect you. You are the goddess of luck in our team. Yoon smirked with a humorous atmosphere to appease Aisha's doubts and anxiety. Hehehe. It's better like Yoon. Carefree. Aisha hid her face and smiled. Seeing that General Skeleton cleared the way for Yoon and the other skeleton patrolmen knew very well and would not approach them. They watched the wild monsters who were full of doubts and incomprehension altogether, watching them. It made a few people feel a bit of novelty, and with the winding and complicated pathways and stone steps, the few people have already arrived at the entrance of the last skeletal generals and their failed remains of the water god third floor. This is the room. If you don't pass through this room, you won't be able to enter the next place. Inside is an elite wild monster. It's an earthly dragon, but it will use the dragon's breath of fire to burn many of my subordinates. The ashes. Please be careful. General Skeleton pointed to the front door and told a few people. Wow! There are dragons too. I don't know if I can drop some rare materials. When Yoon heard the dragon, little stars appeared in his eyes. Yet. Pay attention to the wide range of skills like dragon breath. It's the cloud before Aisha behind, so I can always walk around looking for opportunities. I also asked General Skeleton to help us guard Aisha behind. Kirito quickly assigned each of them task. Understand? Yes, yes. The three of them responded in unison, and Yoon kicked the door open with a sickle and rushed in. Several people followed suit. As soon as you enter, the door is a very wide room, and in front of them there is a giant oriental dragon winding and circling, and a few large western dragons lying on the ground in front of them, and on the top of the dragon's head is the unknown dragon. LV40 and the familiar 4-tube health bar and the ordinary elite monsters with LV35 in the side earth dragon. What? Special boss? The few people who were about to take action suddenly saw the boss stop anxiously and looked at the skeletal general aside. This? When are there more dragons and so many earth dragons? The general skeleton looked at the sudden new enemy in a little bewilderment. Isn't it known? So it's possible that we joined the mutation. A few people saw the reaction of General Skeleton and realized that several of them are unstable factors. Suddenly adding difficulty is commonplace. Up. Don't think too much, I will attract the giant dragon, Aisha will assist in the whole process, and General Yun and Skeleton will clean up the Earth Dragon, and make a good combat space for us to fight against the boss in the later stage. Kirito took a step forward without hesitation. The charge slashed it and attracted the attention of the boss, while Yun raised his scythe and rushed towards the Earth Dragons on the left without hesitation, and Aisha had already added the auxiliary buff of wooden sticks to all members, only bones. The general also looked at the tacit cooperation of several people with a dazed expression. How do you feel that I am the incompetent existence? The bone general slapped his face with a slap, let out a high roar and charged to the direction of the group of earth dragons on the right. Ha 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 ha! Die! Yun lifted his sickle and drew several earth dragons and flew them together. When the earth dragon was about to take the opportunity to breathe out the dragon's breath to stop the cloud's actions, he was caught by the cloud. The other hand used a powerful force to press down on the mouth to make the dragon's breath explode from the inside, directly borrowing a knife to kill and destroying it, and the sickle in Yun's other hand has also been dragged and flashed out of the sword skill Guanhui formed. Two hits left and right echoing slashes were like a knife, and several earth dragons were in different places together, and all the earth dragons on the left were wiped out in a few strokes. He stood up and turned around to reflect on the other people's fighting. Kirito is still tempting the giant dragon, always relying on tumbling and everything on the ground to avoid the dragon's tail whip and biting claws in advance, while the other side is fighting against too many earth dragons and falling into defense. In the state of Skeleton General, Aisha has been desperately recovering the damaged HP value for the two and is now sweating profusely. It looks like I have to support the Skeleton General. I didn't expect that the level was about to grind 1 to half blood now, and I was under attack by most, so I couldn't use powerful sword skills at all. Yun stepped on the ground after observing the battle. Going to the site that had been destroyed by the dragon, ran across Aisha to the side of the suffering General Skeleton. Damn it! If you have a subordinate, you wouldn't be so passive at all. The Bone General once again flew a ground dragon that was leaping on him with a long sword and flew aside fiercely, but the other ground dragons raised their heads and flared their claws. The attack on him, the long sword himself is attacked by distance and cut, stab, and handle. This is obviously at a disadvantage when he is surrounded by multiple enemies in close combat. Seeing that the Earth Dragon was about to attack him during his gap, General Skeleton felt helpless for his weakness and could only speed up his actions as much as possible, but it was too late to look at it, and he was ready to take this full-faced conspiracy. A blow and claw attack by the same Earth Dragon. A familiar scythe was already on the neck of the Earth Dragon, and it was turned into 2 polygonal fragments in the next second, and the next fast blade and sword shadow had already ruthlessly shattered the surrounding Earth Dragon. So strong! Is this the power of adventurers? The Skeleton General looked at the figure of the cloud who was holding a sickle in front of him and he didn't care about it. It was deeply imprinted in his mind. Symbol of Go! General Skeleton! Our guests are still waiting for us. Yun looked at the somewhat scarred General Skeleton and pointed in the direction of Kirito who was still fighting. Okay. Your Highness Yun. The Skeleton General soon followed him with the Nakata sword in both hands and trot behind him to support Kirito who was still fighting alone. Does this feel like using a tail sweep? When Kirito faces an attack that no longer prompts the range of influence, he can only predict the attack by relying on his previous experience of entanglement with the dragon. A powerful tail sweep is from Kirito's left direction. Attacked from the right. Although Kirito stepped on the upturned stone and jumped off his tail, the broken stones either cut through his skin or hit his body. The severe pain spread to the nerves, and the wounds shed long bloodshot eyes. The storm blew into the distance. Just when Kirito was about to lose his balance and land, a princess who was rushed to Yun held it firmly in his arms. The sudden warmth made Kirito open his eyes, and looked at his familiar figure and felt a sense of peace of mind. Are you all right? Kirito? Yun asked, placing Kirito in his arms on the ground. Ah! No problem. It's a little careless. Kirito held the black sword tightly and looked at the roaring dragon. Don't force it. I will make up for your share. Yun said that with one charge and 3 consecutive slashes, he greeted the dragon's big tail, and cut through the thick-looking tail. The dragon scale knocked out the first tube of blood to the extent that it was a small square. How can I stop if you have worked so hard? Kirito also took a violent step and slashed on the wound made by the cloud with the same charge and magic sword, causing him to lose a small amount of blood. Chapter 8, Trust Task. Kia aaaa. The tragic dragon roar resounded throughout the room. The black scaly dragon moved its body in pain, floating in the midair of this huge room like a step on an air ladder. The fully unfolded body can coil several times around the air, and in the center is a huge eastern dragon head, which looks at the invaders that disturb it in a state of incomparability. Seeing his enemy floating in the sky, Yun and the others didn't know what to do. After all, the 3 people and 1 NPC in the team were all melee characters, and there was simply no way for the opponent's air unit. It's really a bit troublesome now. Yun looked at the huge floating body above his head with a little trouble. Complete air boss. It's not too foul for the world of this sword. Kirito was already a little bit dumbfounded and looked at this dragon, which was completely inconsistent with Cao's setting. What should we do? If this goes on, we can't beat the existence of such a bug at all. Aisha was already holding Yun's thick waist tightly and couldn't start crying. I'm sorry, my lord. This is also powerless. The skeleton general shook his head lost. If it is a simple dragon, he can still fight against one of them. Such a flying dragon himself is useless with his long sword. Although the dragon on its head looks very angry, it does not have the tendency or intention to attack them. Instead, it blinks and observes the situation of several people with its big eyes, and its body circling in the air drops a certain height from time to time. Come and get close to a few people. Obviously, Master Yun was also cautiously raising the weapon in his hand and observing the dragon's every move on top of his head, and he was breathing quickly. What to do? This is a very troublesome flying unit. With that huge body hitting it, there is no way to avoid it completely. Kirito and Yun kept observing the damage of the dragon and the ground to rack their brains. Think about what to do in case of war. You guys? Why did the evil things come here together? Adventurers. The giant dragon questioned Yun and the others with a serious expression. Hey? Did you speak? Yun was surprised as he watched the third strange NPC talk to them. Wait. What do you mean? Giant dragon. Kirito felt that there was something in the dragon's words. The skeleton general didn't say anything, just watched their conversation quietly. Why did you come here with the evil thing that tried to destroy my ruins? Adventurers. The dragon once again looked at the general skeleton behind Yunji and said to them. This is our entrusted object. He is accompanying us to complete the task. Are there any questions? Yun directly fed back the real information to the dragon, but Kirito was suddenly caught by his neck. Idiot! Why are you telling it directly? I didn't see this giant dragon not welcoming the bone generals. Kirito really wanted to seal Yun's big mouth. The giant dragon hovered quickly with his eyes closed on the top of his head, as if caught in deep thinking, and it turned more and more violently, directly forming a powerful wind pressure around the entire room. The severe wind pressure forced a few people to hide behind the rocks, waiting for the end of the whole process. What to do? Although it doesn't attack us, it will be crushed by the violent wind sooner or later if it goes on like this. Yun looked at the rubble that was rolled up and crushed by the wind and shivered, reminding him of being crushed by the wind. The feeling that disgusted the lizardman leader when he was crushed. I don't know. General Skeleton. What did you do to this place before? Kirito couldn't help looking at General Skeleton, who remained silent. At this time Yun and Aisha's eyes had condensed on it. Actually, we just want to get a gem. Then our Bone King led his men to challenge the water god, and the result was a fiasco and hatred the water god. Hey! Our king likes this mysterious treasure. Give us trouble. At this time, the skeleton general should obviously be the real one, disgusting his own king but without the power to resist this. The three have fallen into silence. Just because of boring things, what a stiff relationship. Little kid. The three sighed involuntarily. They didn't expect that the king of skeleton who looked broad-minded was such a bearish personality. No need to hide. Adventurers and evil things. Come out. With the sound of the sound, the storm outside also dissipated, and a few people poked their heads and saw that there was no danger before they walked under the dragon with a sigh of relief. What task are they entrusted to you? I can tell lies without lying to me, and the end will be miserable. The dragon sprayed a thick dragon's breath at a rock on the side, and the fiery flames directly drove the rock. It turned into a hot magma, and it bubbling from time to time to make the sound of pordong pidong dong. Seeing this situation, several people couldn't help but swallowed their saliva. We are here to find a saber of the Bone King. I heard that it is at the bottom. I don't know if the Dragon Lord can let us pass. Yoon took a deep breath, took a step and looked up at the dragon seriously. After listening, the dragon bowed his head and looked at the young man. Suddenly a pale yellow light appeared in his eyes, and then nodded to the cloud. It is not difficult to pass. You must complete my commission. I will let you go. The dragon has already understood that Yoon has not lied and sent a request for the task. Yoon nodded and beckoned to Kirito. And then retreated to the back. As soon as Kirito came over, a red book appeared in front of him. He looked at the content, obviously moved his head and looked at the people behind him, then chose to accept the task. Seeing that the dragon nodded after accepting the task, he returned to the ground and fell asleep, showing no sense of defense against Yoon and the others. A few people hurriedly ran in front of Kirito, looked at the giant dragon that was back to the state when they entered, and then began to ask Kirito. What is the task? Look at your face. Yoon looked at Kirito's pale face. Let's see for yourself. Kirito didn't say much that he would continue to publicize the information of the cooperation mission. The above is very simple. First, a person should go to the nearby stone room to cut off his wrist artery and let the blood flow into the passageway in the stone room. The bloodletting cannot be terminated until the end of the mission. The second is to fix the undead as a sacrifice in the coffin of the stone chamber on the other side and insert the spear on the side where his heart was. Do not leave this place until the end of the mission. The third is to place women in the stone bucket in the third stone room here. There is a hollow stick for the woman in the bucket to breathe, and the stone bucket with the woman is completely immersed in the cold pool on the side. Don't leave Handan until the end of the mission. The fourth is to go to the trial place through the fourth stone room to obtain the promise of the water god and then return to the dragon guardian of the water god to complete the mission and open the map of the water god ruins to share with players and permanent pass capabilities. After reading it, a few people shudder. The task alone is obviously a variety of conditions full of pertinence and hostility, plus a few people are already linked to the feeling of the real world. It is no longer a simple task. This is a test. The task of a team of people and trust. A few people swallowed their saliva, but it was the skeletal general that was the easiest one, and his invitation was obviously quite light. Obviously, the second and third can be said to have designated General Skeleton and Aisha to participate. The problem is that the first and fourth can be discussed with Kirito and I can discuss the location. Yoon looked at these conditions. Several people said. Although I am a little scared. But as long as I can complete the task, I can go to which cold pool to take a cold bath. Aisha looked strong on the surface, but she was still scared with some trembling hands. I have no problem. The skeleton general looked at Yoon and Kirito with his back to several people without saying anything. Let me do this bloodletting. After all, it is me who often faces death. But this time, it's really a bargain to just drop the blood. Yoon quickly decided his position. Yoon, can I be the first one? Kirito, who had not interrupted, turned around and looked at Yoon with a serious expression. Is it possible? You don't believe me? Kirito. Yoon looked at Kirito a little puzzled, but he shook his head. I said that because I believe you. It is you who protect me and Aisha all the time, so I also want to bear the pain that you have previously borne. Kirito tightly grasped Yoon's two shoulders. A solemn pleading to the cloud. Looking at Kirito, who was still worried about the things before, Yoon didn't know what to say to him, but this was the first time Kirito had asked himself seriously. He didn't want to waste Kirito's determination, so he nodded to him. After determining the allocation, several people walked to the 4 numbered stone chambers in this large room. Kirito walked into the first stone room. It was very narrow. There was only a corridor. A stone knife and a stone chair beside the corridor. He sat down and took the ring he had previously obtained from the Bone King, and picked it up. The stone knife on the edge of the tunnel was severely cut on his wrist artery. The severe pain caused Kirito to grit his teeth, and a lot of sweat flowed out of his head, accompanied by a large amount of bright red blood slowly flowing into the tunnel. The blood resounded like a sound in the entire ruins. At the same time, the skeletal general entered into the stone room with a sarcophagus and a long spear. He did not hesitate to lie inside with the spear legally, holding the spear in both hands, and fiercely inserted the heart in his memory position. As there was a click after the insertion, there was also a noise here. At the same time, Aisha walked into the third and stone room, and what was greeted was not far away was a cold pool with a light blue halo and white mist. A stone bucket was already under the cold pool. At the edge, there is a long hollow pole at the edge of the cold pool. Aisha felt the cold here and she retreated a few steps, but remembered the requirements of the mission and the friends waiting outside. She grabbed the long pole. She jumped fiercely into the cold pool that could submerge herself in the air. The cold pool water stimulated her whole body. The feeling of loneliness and coldness enveloped her heart, but she did not give up her own. The body sat in the stone bucket below, desperately using the long rod to keep breathing, using the ability of the ring to keep himself as free as possible from freezing and causing a drop in his HP value. And when she formally met the mission requirements, there were also some violent noises. At this time, Yoon had also entered the 4th stone chamber, but there was still a stone door blocking the way. No matter how he looked for it, Yoon didn't see any mechanism directly causing difficulties. What's the matter? There is no other way? Could it be that we were tricked by the dragon? Zheng Yang Yoon was thinking about the problem with his unintelligent head. The stone door in front of him slowly opened, although he was very happy, but it also seemed to realize that the door was opened from another place, so I remembered the previous 3 mission goals. It suddenly dawned on me. It turns out that this is the reason why Kirito, Aisha, and General Skeleton are not allowed to leave the stone room. Otherwise, the door cannot be opened and kept open. After understanding what these preconditions are, I speed up myself. He ran in, and the door that was closed in front of him opened again. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. He ran faster, and the 3rd stone gate in front of him opened again before he arrived. Yoon already knew that the 3 of them were already in a state of immobility. It looks like. Now I'm going to race against time. A smile appeared at the corner of Yoon's mouth. In this situation that was almost the same as reality, several people trusted themselves to wait for themselves to complete the task in endless pain and torture. Naturally, he couldn't live up to the expectations of a few people. Yoon was more serious than ever this minute. It didn't take long for him to follow the winding and narrow passages and stairs to a small room. As the cloud stepped into this place, the brazier on the wall burned, suddenly lighting up the dark room. After a lot, Yoon looked around. And there was nothing left here except for a statue similar to a giant dragon on the front. He came to the statue step by step. What he wanted should be in it. He stretched out his hands and started to touch and explore and search on the statue, but he didn't find anything. This couldn't help making him feel anxious. What to do? Nothing. Yoon looked at the statue again and still didn't find anything. Now he started pacing back and forth in front of the statue, and his heart was very anxious until he didn't know what he had stepped on the way. I heard a huge noise coming from this room, and then the dragon's mouth of the statue suddenly opened, and a shiny blue orb rolled on the dragon's teeth. Seeing this thing clouded as a surprise, I quickly confirmed it. It's information. The promise of the water god is a quest prop for completing NPC tasks. Seeing this text that was like a life-saving straw, Yoon quickly put it into his inventory and ran wildly along the original path towards the previous dragon. Chapter 9, Fetters. In the bitterly cold dark blue world, Aisha's skin can no longer feel anything, except for the cold inside her body. Everything around her is quiet, and the beating sound of her heart has been echoing in her ears and body. It's so quiet, although I still vaguely feel the cold, but it has gradually weakened a lot. Is it? Am I going to die? Now Aisha seems to be in a calm mood. She is a client, but she feels now become indifferent just like looking at others. Weakly breathe the air on the surface of the water with the help of the hollow rod, but the frequency and intensity have gradually become smaller and sparser. Now Aisha is like a sleeping beauty under the surface of the ice, her eyes closed slightly. With the soft color, the long hair also floats freely in the pool with the fluctuations of the water, looking very soft. Until she was taken out of the pool, the warmth of a long-lost reunion gradually made her feel alive, and a familiar voice sparsely appeared in her ears, and his tone was warm even if he was anxious. The torch of the human heart made Aisha feel at ease. Aisha. 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 Outside of Aisha's consciousness, Yoon had already handed over the task and came to this stone room. Tan Zhong took it out. That poor Aisha's body was as cold as the meat taken out of the freezer in the refrigerator, making it impossible to touch for a long time, and Yun's heart was very sad to see her almost frostbite. I didn't expect this little person to be treated so cruelly in order to keep the team going. Yoon hugged the frozen Aisha. Although the position where he touched Aisha's body had already caused frostbite without feeling, he still couldn't stop Yoon from holding her tightly in his arms. Yun's arms were also already she was white and purple, but she still lowered her head and pressed Aisha loose tighter to let her body temperature resolve this poor girl. There were tears in the corners of his eyes, and it was the first time that a girl who had known herself for a few days experienced a feeling of death for herself and her team. How lonely, that was the first time that she felt distressed after that incident. Scared and uncomfortable, but in order to succeed, she had to persevere because she believed in herself and other companions. It's okay. Aisha. It's okay. I'm by your side. I will always be by your side. Yunan felt Aisha's gradual breathing, which also proved that her vital signs had begun to return to normal. Yoon picked up Aisha and walked out of the stone room to Kirito's room. As soon as he entered, he saw Kirito's back, and his body was also undulating irregularly. It seemed something was not right. Yoon held Aisha tightly. He walked quickly to the side of Kirito, and when he officially saw the front of Kirito, Yoon couldn't help but feel tight in his heart, and the tears in his eyes became more violent. Did you succeed? Yoon. Kirito panted and asked Yoon beside him in a weak voice. Ah. It was a success. I'll take you out with you. Kirito. Yoon replied with a little sobbing in a heavy heart. Really? Then, below, please. I feel a bit tired. Kirito smiled and leaned directly on Yoon. Yoon continued to look at the scene in front of him. A stone knife stained with blood and some coagulated blood was still held tightly by Kirito, while the other hand has been horizontally above the corridor, but there are still countless pieces on the wrist. The huge wound pierced by the stone knife was obviously added again when the blood was running out. The palm that had been bleeding was already pale and purple, which indicated that it was in an anemic state and entered the compensation period at any time. It may become the possibility of necrosis. Seeing this, Yun's heart is very painful now. He can roughly imagine the scene at that time. In order to keep the blood flowing out of the tunnel, every time when the blood crust is about to be solidified, Kirito must endure the pain and gritted his teeth again. To his wound, and with the loss of a large amount of blood, he will become cyanotic. He will constantly use medicine to quench his thirst and restore his HP. His heartbeat will naturally speed up with the bleeding problem, and his desire for oxygen will also increase. To become more rapid breathing, to endure pain, to maintain a clear mind, to continue the work of bloodletting, and to endure the torture of the body's stress response, which is a whole process of suffering. Yun bit her lower lip uncomfortably, and simultaneously hugged Kirito and Aisha, who had fainted after the wound had become scabs, and screamed in pain to the room, hoping to vent in this way. Self-blame and resentment in my heart. If I can go faster. If the mission is finished as soon as this minute. They will suffer less sin. Tears fell like raindrops on the faces of Kirito and Aisha, who had begun to recover their peace. And they showed a sweet smile in the coma at the same time. So warm. This drop of liquid. It is warming my body and mind. After taking a shower of Yun's tears, Kirito Aisha rubbed his magnanimity in Yun's arms like a coquettish kitten with the help of dreams his chest, and this action also pulled Yun from self-blame back to reality. He looked down at the two children who seemed to be sleeping in their mother's arms. Yun couldn't help wiping away his tears, and wrapped the two under her armpits with her powerful arms. Although this posture was a bit uncomfortable for the two of them, Yun moved quickly, and he quickly walked back to the dragon to fall asleep. At the same place, he put the two carefully on his lap pillows and looked at their calmness before sighing a sigh of relief. At this time, the skeletal general in the other stone chamber also slowly walked out of it. It looked at the situation of the three people, and chose to sit beside Yun quietly and wait without saying anything. I don't know how long it took. Aisha and Kirito, who felt contented to sleep, gradually woke up, but the warmth from their necks still made them a little memento. They didn't want to end this beautiful feeling. They watched them closing their eyes, but still with some dishonesty. Yun already knew that the two had fully recovered. He sighed and decided to break this beautiful atmosphere first. Is it better? Aisha. Kirito. His tone was soft and gentle, full of tenderness like a mother caring for her child. Hearing this sound that can melt the body and mind, the two of them opened their eyes a little embarrassedly. Blinked and stared at the front of them, lowered their heads and looked at their own clouds with doting and tender eyes. For a time, the faces of both of them were at the same time. Blushing appeared. The two responded to the cloud softly like a girl in love. That's good. It's okay. Those things are over. Yun stretched out his two big hands and stroked their little heads with love. Now Yun is like the father of the two, encouraging and comforting their hearts. The two slowly stood up and leaned quietly in Yun's arms, like two unweaned children. I feel the same care that a stranger who should have been acquainted for less than a few days treats his family in the same way. Originally this atmosphere was very beautiful, but there will always be people or things that would like to destroy these beautiful things. At this time, the dragon around me regained its vitality uninterestingly, and the huge vibration had to bring the three people back to reality among them. They turned to stare at the culprit who gave them this kind of task. Ha ha ha! Your expressions are very good. This is a qualified adventurer. As agreed. You have obtained the map of the entire water ruins and the right to permanent passage. The dragon looked at this cloud of theirs. The connection is satisfied because the task becomes closer again. As the dragon announced its completion, Yun's system prompts have also updated the map of the entire water ruins labyrinth, and the door behind the dragon slowly opened. Many halos began to appear on the dragon's body, and its body began to fade away. What is this? Yun watched that the dragon's HP bar disappeared directly. Now it has become an ordinary NPC, and it has begun to disappear in a real sense. Maybe it completed the task. So the system determined that it was no longer needed, and began to erase its existence and data. Kirito looked at this situation with a sad expression. After all, he felt that the dragon had its own consciousness. Existence is no different from human beings, but it can only accept the result of disappearance if it has no meaning. How could this happen? Aisha looked at the dragon, who had calmly accepted her own existence, with some surprise. Don't worry about me, children. My task is completed. I am very happy to meet a kind adventurer like you before I am about to disappear. You don't have to feel sorry for me. An NPC has its own mission. And I have completed the mission of my own existence. You should be happy for us. By the way, evil creatures. Although I don't know what your mission is, but I hope you don't let these children down. His expression was harmonious and content at the moment when the dragon disappeared. The general skeleton looked at the dragon, who belonged to the same NPC, and disappeared in front of his eyes as polygon fragments, but his hollow eyes did not allow Yoon and Ji to see what he had suffered in this scene. What kind of inspiration? He just thought for a while and then turned his head and waved to the three people. Yoon, let's go. Our king should be impatient to wait. The tone was calm as if nothing happened, urging the three people to continue to complete the commission of the Bone King, and the three people looked at each other and agreed with each other. General Skeleton walked into the third floor. Although there will always be some amphibious wild monsters to harass the Yunji people along the way, they happily become the dead souls of polygonal fragments under the ruthless sickle, and they come to the lowest level of water god remains on the fourth floor. It seems that this place is where the mission goal of the Yunji people is. Since they have the permanent right of passage, the doors and institutions here are open as if they were in vain. The doors are open to welcome the arrival of a few people, and the journey is unimpeded except for some uninteresting people. Creeps. But several people have been walking around the lowest level for countless times without encountering the saber mentioned by the king skeleton. It feels like this place does not exist from the beginning, making Yunji people start to have doubts. Forcing them to stop in a corridor, turned around and began to question the General Skeleton seriously. General Skeleton, is this mission really right? Yoon put his hands around his chest and looked at the calm General Skeleton. That's right. Otherwise, it won't form a form of commission for several people to accept. The Skeleton General answered Yoon's question without hesitation. Just as Yoon was about to say something, Kirito patted her shoulder behind him. Yoon looked at Kirito behind and shook his head slightly, and walked in front of Yoon. Then I can understand that this strange long sword is just the name, but in fact it is not necessarily a sword. Kirito has been considering this possibility, because although it has been emphasized as a sword before, but it is possible that its form is no longer a sword. The Skeleton General was silent, and the Skeleton General, who had been fluent in response before, unexpectedly chose to be silent after Kirito's inference. Kirito smiled. This behavior has already assumed that this strange long sword may indeed be a sword at first, but after what kind of baptism it may no longer look like a sword. Then Kirito has been here before. Some interesting things observed in the maze began to appear in his mind. Let's do it. Let me take you to some places that I have been paying attention to before. Maybe what we are looking for should be hidden inside. Kirito has already thought of the location of those places in his mind. He turned around and said to Yoon and Aisha behind him. They believed that Kirito's inference was the same and nodded in agreement. You read www.uuganshu.com, and General Skeleton just followed them silently, without saying a word. First, a few people came to the small room beside the door that first entered this floor. There was only a strange sculpture inside. Kirito first came to the sculpture and clicked on its introduction column. Sculpture of something, a sculpture of a person or thing. Looks like some years. But it seems to be of any use. Although Aisha and Yoon shook their heads after seeing this narration, Kirito disapprovingly put the sculpture in the inventory, beckoned to several people and led them to the next location. This time, it was a corner of the wall not far from where the sculpture was found. There was a strangely shaped object like a candlestick. Several people watched Kirito point out the message of that object again. Strange candlestick. A candlestick with a strange shape, but it seems to have some special use. Looking at almost the same thing, Yoon and Aisha still shook their heads, while Kirito continued to put the candlestick in the inventory. Yoon and Aisha watched Kirito's actions with some puzzled eyes. But Kirito didn't care and took the people to the next place. There was nothing but a strange stone table and 2 black slots on the tabletop. Yoon and Aisha looked a little mysterious with wonder. Excise Kirito. He smiled and looked at the somewhat confused Aisha and Yoon, and slowly revealed the candlestick and statue he had just obtained in his hands, and put them in the 2 black slots without hesitation, but it didn't seem to be what happened. The 2 of them looked at Kirito, who was not disappointed about it. He took out the previous flint and lit the candlestick. When this action was completed, the entire bottom layer of the ruins began to appear and sounded. There was a certain degree of tremor. Chapter 10, Entrusted Conditions reached. With the violent shaking, the stone table in front of Kirito also rotated a circle and then began to sink, and a square area on the ground where the stone table was the center also began to move, and the cloud grabbed Kirito and Ai. Shaw's hand ran to the rear abruptly. Not long after the people and the bone generals left, the square ground retreated. And the stone steps one after another also formed a staircase leading down from the wall near them. After a short while, the vibration disappeared, and Yoon and his group looked at each other, before they came to this stone staircase. They looked at the deepest part of the invisible darkness. If they guessed correctly, what they were looking for should be underneath, but it was also obvious that someone else had discovered the remains of the Skeleton King. It was intentionally hidden, but since there is a clue, it is better than rushing in place. It looks like it should be under this one. Kirito glanced at the hidden mezzanine. But it's really weird. Didn't it mean that it was accidentally dropped? How could it be in such a complicated place? Yoon grabbed his hair with his hand and was puzzled. Okay. Let's go down and take a look. Maybe someone hid it deliberately. Aisha patted Yoon on the shoulder and signaled him not to think about so much mental work. After all, the current cloud is not yet fully equipped. The strength of this mentality. The skeleton general just followed him silently and remained silent. Looking at this somewhat embarrassing atmosphere, Kirito took the lead and walked down the stairs, while Yoon and Aisha and General Skeleton followed him. The long stairs don't know where it leads to, and the clouds in the darkness can only provide vision with the temporary torches made in their hands. From time to time, they think of the echoing water dripping around, and it can be seen that the invisible darkness should be very empty. But it is this familiar empty space that makes a few people have a bad foreboding, because so far, the more empty places are bound to have the possibility of unexpected boss battles. For example, for the first time Kirito and Yoon met the wild boss in the forest, or the Bone King and the disappeared dragon, they always felt that there would be no premonition of good things. Just a few people guessed in their hearts. When he was uneasy, Kirito in front had already stepped on the continuous ground. He stopped and raised the torch in his hand to look around. Seeing the actions of Kirito in front, Yoon and Aisha also took the torch in his hand and came to the ground that Kirito was stepping on to search and explore nearby, and the skeleton general in the dark has a natural night vision ability, now in his eyes seeing everything in this area clearly. When Yoon looked back at the skeletal general with a calm face behind him, he walked to his side. Could the general skeleton be able to see the terrain clearly here, right? Yoon looked at the way the general skeleton stared at the surroundings intently and felt novel. Hearing Yoon's inference, Aisha and Tongren turned their heads from the exploration situation, and saw that General Skeleton really seemed to be able to see things clearly in the dark, so they gave up searching and came to them. Is it true? General Skeleton. Aisha looked at the General Skeleton, who was still looking around with a little excitement. I think it should be correct, otherwise he wouldn't have been looking around seriously. Kirito also vaguely sensed the important use of General Skeleton, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Your Highness Kirito, if you put the torch in your hand on the torch in front, you should be able to trigger some mechanism. General Skeleton noticed the three people surrounding him and stretched out his fingers. After seeing the darkness in front of a few people, Kirito, who understood what he meant, walked forward cautiously. Slowly, he advanced not far, and saw a stone pillar welded to the ground 2 heads shorter than himself. Above it was a torch with a hole similar in size to the handle of the torch. Tongranyeo he didn't hesitate to insert the torch in his hand. As soon as he let go, the torch slid a short distance with gravity, and it didn't take long for the entire space to vibrate again. A lot of firelight began to appear around, and it immediately filled the space. It seems that the flames appeared in the center of the fire on the wall. It seemed that it was artificially brought up, but it was also because of this firelight cloud that a few people finally saw it. Clear what this space looks like. The hole is a huge, irregular-shaped cave. There is no other things or decorations besides the fire lamp. There is a small step at a distance in front of a few people. There is a stone platform on it, and a stone platform is placed on it. A strangely shaped and unidentified object. A few people knew at a glance that this thing should be what they were looking for after all the hardships. When the few people overjoyed were about to go up to take it, the General Skeleton watched the 3 people walk forward in silence. He raised his hand before hesitating to speak, but finally put it down and chose to continue following them. Every minute we approached this thing, there would be some subtle noises around. Although the sound was very small, Yoon and Kirito, who had a sense of danger, suddenly felt a little unnatural. They stopped, and Yoon moved behind him. Aisha took her in her arms. Before she could react when she suddenly hugged Aisha, she held the sickle tightly with her right hand, paying attention to the surrounding situation very vigilantly, and Kirito also pulled out behind her at the same time. He held the black sword tightly in his hand, and looked around at the surrounding movement. Similarly, the skeleton general, as he had known it a long time ago, had already drawn out the Nagata sword from his waist in a fighting stance. "Is there an enemy?" Yoon. Aisha asked in a low voice, holding Yoon's body tightly. "Ah! It seems to be very troublesome. This feeling of being stared at in secret is really annoying." Yoon remembered the feeling of chills in his back for a moment, and his face was already showing disgust. "Attention is coming." The General Skeleton reminded a few people loudly, but as soon as they finished speaking, the wall to the right of the few people broke and made a huge noise, accompanied by a thick whip-like hidden inside the gravel. Things swept towards them, and a few people jumped and escaped the fatal whipping, but they were blown away and scratched a lot by the accompanying storm and gravel, and the few people lost their balance and moved along with the arc of free fall, falling on the ground in different locations. The first one to get up was Aisha. Her bruises were relatively light, but she was always accompanied by a trace of pain. When she turned to look at a few people, she pulled out the wooden stick with some worry and started to restore the people to the yellow blood position. HP. A few people except General Skeleton got up with difficulty. Although they didn't make a hit, they didn't fall lightly, especially Yoon. If it wasn't for Yoon to hold Aisha in his arms and force herself to bear the weight of the two of them, they would not directly falling to the level of yellow blood. As several people stood up, the enemy who had attacked them finally revealed its true colors. Although a serpentine snake was several times smaller in size than the previous dragon, it was still quite large for them. Creeps. There are 2 tubes of blood in Cave Serpent LV33. It is an elite mob. They are relieved to see that they are just elite mobs. After all, they have seen 2 bosses on the way before. One was erased by the system, and the other was erased by the system. He is still living happily in the hidden area outside. If another boss appears today, I don't know whether it is the Broom Star possessed or the Goddess of Luck is taking care of them. Although it is an elite mob, the destructive power of the tail attack just now cannot be taken lightly. Soon several people resumed their regular lineup. Yoon and Kirito fought from left to right. The skeleton general served as a shield or wandering support in the middle, and Aisha it is the auxiliary work of buff and recovery. Before the cave serpent displayed its supernatural power again, Yoon and Kirito left and right with a charge and sword skill to force him to be stiff. When they saw that their sword skills were about to end, the general skeleton had the opportunity to make up one. The 3-hit triple blade dance of the sword system, the red sword skills are radiantly wrapped around the body of the Nagata sword, using the standard 3-stage knife method of downward splitting and back to the left and right diagonally horizontally, which is a bit slow and long release time. It gave Yoon and Kirito time to activate the next connection sword skill. I don't know why the trio are very fortunate that the NPCs joining has made their attack formation much smoother. This makes up for the lack of an output wandering position, and also allows Aisha in the auxiliary position to no longer be distracted to focus on herself. It didn't take long for a more powerful elite monster to get rid of the compulsive rigidity problem except when it first appeared on the stage. He did not completely get rid of the mandatory rigidity problem. It was as dry as the first tier boss. It turned into a polygon and disappeared into the room without a lot of joy. The long time no official battle made a few people sigh involuntarily, and then looked at this skeletal general who cooperated with them quite tacitly, and couldn't help feeling a touch of relief, whether it was the elite mobs who wanted to use their skills when they were free. The accuracy of the knife is still forced rigidity by skill or ability. The skeleton generals have done quite well, helping a few people to make up for the shortcomings of the team. Now a few people look at it like an old player who takes care of a few novice players. Same respect. This is the first time I have met with eyes like you? So how should I respond to you? Looking at the eyes of a few people, it seems that there are many small stars popping up, and the general skeleton doesn't know what to do. The admiration of these little guys was a bit awkward for a while. It's okay. The Bone General is like a senior with us. It feels really good. Yoon squeezed his fist as if full of strength and enthusiasm, and stared at the Bone General with fiery eyes. That's right. Whether it is to make up for our gaps in battle or to cooperate with our chain sword skills, it is an outstanding warrior performance. Kirito also smiled and praised the hesitant skeleton general. I also got a good support environment under the cover of the precise support of General Skeleton. It's really good. Aisha also nodded. Before, she was busy with supporting tasks and had to help Kirito on the front line. It can be said that Haeun has been very tired through the crisis of hard sword skills. Having the General Skeleton to help her share the task of combat support made her a lot easier at once. Seeing the enthusiastic care of the few people, General Skeleton accepted the compliments of the others and urged them to complete the task, so they took the lead on the steps ahead, and the General Skeleton also snickered as embarrassed. Looks like it follows behind it. Only a short distance away, a few people surrounded this stone platform. Looking at the strange thing on this stone platform, Kirito clicked on its introduction. Strange long sword seems to have been around for quite some time. It was a saber left over after the Skeleton King was defeated and fled, but I don't know who made it such a ghost in the later stage and hid it in this basement. A few people saw this thing and put it into the inventory. Now that the things that should be needed have been obtained, they left this meaningless basement in a happy mood and returned to the lowest level before, but it may be because the mechanism in the basement has been activated, the previously black lacquered stairs have become brightly lit. Now if you open it carefully, if you can carefully decorate this place, it must be a very good lower palace. Once at the bottom, Kirito stopped and looked at the map. Several people came to him strangely, wanting to see what he wanted to do. What's wrong? Is there anything weird? Yoon directly put his chin on Kirito's shoulder, looking a little lazy. If you guessed it correctly, this place shows a locked door, and the back of it should be the boss room of the labyrinth. Kirito pointed to a place on this floor where only one door was shown, but it was behind it. But it was pitch black, which surprised a few people. They didn't expect that they had already obtained the map of the entire maze from the dragon but didn't have any information behind the door. so they couldn't help but pay attention. I haven't noticed before. There is such a place not far from this place. Yoon finally saw the most suspicious place under Kirito's guidance. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.cm. Why don't we go check it out before handing in the task? Aisha suggested to several people after reading the map. I have no problem. Yoon looked at Kirito and General Skeleton indifferently. No problem, after all, I have already got the commissioned props. It's the same for early delivery and late delivery. General Skeleton also nodded without comment. Now that he has obtained important items, he is not as anxious as before. Let's go. I care about this place too. Kirito nodded slightly, and the few people walked to the whole problematic place in unison. When I arrived here, it was not as complicated as I imagined. There was nothing left except 2 stone gates with reliefs, 2 large holes on the left and right, plus a torch on the side. Several people tried to open the stone gate, but it still didn't move. It seems that its mechanism has not been found, and the permanent rite of passage granted before has no effect on it. After searching for a while to no avail, a few people gave up the idea of opening the door temporarily. It seems that this can only be opened by an independent agency. Kirito analyzed it objectively. Maybe. Forget it, let's finish the task first and slowly think about how to open it. Yoon didn't understand, so he directly suggested several people to complete the commission and get the reward. The few people also agreed to turn around and walked back to the original path. The wild monsters had been refreshed along the way, but they couldn't stop them from returning. They had returned to the top level belonging to the Bone General's domain. Following the lead of the General Skeleton, they once again returned to the familiar hidden area and palace, still sitting on the throne, while a panicked Skeleton King did not notice that several people had already come to it. Chapter 11, Mutations and Changes. King. We are back. General Skeleton bowed his head on one knee and greeted this somewhat distracted King Skeleton. The Skeleton King still wandered around Skyrim and did not respond to the Skeleton General. King? King. The Skeleton General called several times without any response. The Skeleton General's appearance became tense, and the Yoon trio who looked behind him were a little confused. My old friend, is it gone? Before the General Skeleton greeted the King Skeleton again, he sighed deeply and shook his head. It looks like it's time for my mission to be fulfilled. The King Skeleton showed a worrisome look again, turned his head to look at General Skeleton and looked at the 3 people Yoon. It seemed that he had already known a few things. The return of man. We are back. Do you want to hand it in now? Yoon looked at the Bone King, who was calm but sometimes exaggerated before, a little strange. Yet. No problem. The King Skeleton nodded to the 3, and the General Skeleton also got up and stood aside, looking at the 2 NPCs. Yoon was like Kirito behind him beckoning, and Kirito nodded slightly. Slowly walked to the front of the Skeleton General, embodied the task item in his hand and handed it to the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King was holding this long-missed thing in both hands. He was both happy and worried. He felt that this skinny NPC suddenly became emotionally rich, and several people smiled slightly at the corners of their mouths. Adventurous. This is indeed the goal of my commission, and the previous promise became a reality at this time. After the Bone King solemnly announced the completion of the commission, the previously promised daily will provide players with a large amount of lowest-level materials and ores. The permanent reward has been recognized by the system. And it has been shown in the trio's information that a very small number of today's production rewards but a complete list of acquisitions has been placed in the messenger's place, and you can go to the NPC messenger's place to get it after returning to town. After seeing that the rewards and permissions had been obtained, the 3 Yoon and the 3 laughed at each other. In this way, a certain amount of materials and ore were paid in every day. Although it was low level, Yoon had forging and smelting skills, and these things would definitely not stay at this stage. But as soon as they were about to turn around, General Skeleton had already quickly approached them, but the system next to them had issued 2 prompts at this moment, which made the Yun 3 people a little strange. When they watched the prompt carefully, they didn't understand it even more. They even drew out their own weapons and turned them back in a combat stance. Because the above system prompt message is one good and one bad. Good news, General Skeleton has officially become a companion NPC of the player's camp or considered as a player to be considered as an adventurer. Bad news, the Bone King who obtained the hidden props has changed his identity, lowered it to level 40 and became the key maze hidden boss guarding the boss room on the 2nd floor. I wish you all a pleasant journey. Bye, Sayagmi. Ah. It's terrible. At the same time, the brains of the 3 people in Yun have already greeted this operator and the 18th generation of its ancestors neatly, and the appearance of the Bone King in front of them has changed. He clenched the handrails of the throne with his hands tightly and appeared whole body trembling, but his appearance was obviously very wrong. Black breath erupted from his body, he let out a harsh roar at a few people. All of a sudden he burst the throne he was using instantly and produced a thick cloud of smoke and dust. Seeing this sudden situation, the 4 of them formed a common Y-shaped formation and retreated a short distance back, tightly holding 2-handed weapons in their hands. Looked into the thick white smoke. Dual-wielding weapons? This is the first time I've seen combat methods. Isn't ordinary adventurers dual-wielding when they only have shields and swords? This is the first time the skeleton general behind Yun and Kirito has seen this look. The adventurer couldn't help being a little surprised. And it is also very interesting that after the first tier boss battle with 2-handed weapons, Yun, Kirito, and Aisha were recognized by the system at the same time and dual-wielding passive skills were opened, as long as the power value was greater than the sum of the 2 weapons. You can directly equip it on the left hand, and get the weak effect of flat a +1 hit and 5% attack power, damage base, rigidity reduction, attack speed, and action acceleration. And Aisha has also been quite proficient in adding attribute enhanced buffs to all members, and she could not help but pull out a relatively portable one-handed sword with her free left hand. This is based on her previous experience. Prepare for close combat in case. And just before the General Skeleton had figured out the purpose and true strength of Yun, Kirito, and Aisha, the boss in the thick fog acted. First, there was a violent sound of stepping on the ground, and a dark shadow already carried a certain degree. The smoke came straight towards the skeletal general in the center. The General Skeleton had already sucked in a cold breath when he noticed that the opponent was eyeing him. He wanted to avoid this sudden charge first. But he remembered that it was when Asia was not far behind him that he realized what the opponent wanted to do. Thinking that the opponent actually took aim at this opportunity of 2 birds with 1 stone, the General Skeleton had to bite the bullet and try to force him to stiffen it by slamming or flicking it when he was about to launch the next attack, but there was only one chance. If you miss it, you are dead and even have trouble with Aisha who is behind you. The black shadow gradually became clear. Although the top of its head is still Bone King but the level has been changed to level 40, but there is a difference in that its performance has been different from the previous meeting, and it has been shining with a fierce red light. What is revealed is the ruthlessness of treating the enemy, from a harmonious and humorous emotional skeleton to a killing machine that eliminates all invaders, holding a one-handed sword about 170 centimeters in one hand and nearly 2/3 of its height. The big shield is only a few meters away from the Bone General. Just as the one-handed sword in its hand was stained with a red halo of sword skills, the General Skeleton had already swung the Nagata sword. His intention was to flick the knife. However, the King Skeleton smiled at him from 0 distance at this moment. When he saw this, the General Skeleton had already secretly screamed in his heart, and he had to send it like an arrow on the string. The King Skeleton interrupted the sword skill of his right hand in the air, twisting his body in the opposite direction, waving the big shield of his right hand, enveloping the light blue sword skill. A fierce shield hit the bullet knife. The head of the failed skeletal general made it spin violently to the right and fly out. General Skeleton. The Yun 3 people sounded worried words at the same time. The weapons of the two were given to the bullet knife, and suddenly the two appeared to float backwards at the same time. The Bone King, who had recovered his mobility, ruthlessly used his left-handed one-handed sword against Yun's abdomen for 2 consecutive flashes. When he was about to end his sword skills, he used the large shield of his right hand to launch a shield-based 2-strike to Kirito. The attack, first was a fist-swinging shield blow. Homeopathic was a blunt arm blow with a shield and elbow to hit, causing both of them to fall to the ground at the same time. Yun's abdomen was invaded by 2 sword marks with deep visible internal organs, and a large amount of flesh and blood flowed down with the wound, while Kirito hit the head directly, and he had not been able to command his body to stand up for a while. It seems that the nerve signals have been disturbed. Cloud. Kirito. Aisha shouted in grief and angrily to recover the 3 wounded who fell to the yellow blood, but the Skeleton King will not let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and has already launched a charge against Aisha. He raised the one-handed sword in his right hand to start the sword skill. Thinking beautifully. The skeleton general closest to Aisha suddenly stood up, raised the Nakata sword in his hand and hit the Skeleton King with a violent blow, forcibly interrupting the action of the Skeleton King, which was somewhat careless, and went into a freeze situation. As the saying goes, it will kill you when you are sick. The skeleton general did not hesitate to use the sword skill 5-hit random blade combat. This is a sword skill he only used when facing a powerful enemy. He wielded a long sword entwined with light green brilliance against the stiff Skeleton King. The high-speed 3 consecutive spurs connected 2 or so bottom-to-up picks in the ending pose to lift his body into the air, creating an artificial floating in the air. And this did not end. He used his own skills as a backhand to speed up the action, relieved his sword skill once and obtained an excessive speed-up effect in a short time. He once again raised the Nagata sword in his hand and launched a triple blade dance against the already floating Skeleton King, draining a quarter of his first blood. Kirito. Yun. The skeleton general yelled to the front, no longer caring about honorifics. Oh! Give it to us! At some point, the two of them endured the wounds that had not fully recovered, and they had brought their weapons to the sides of the Bone King who was still in the air and began to use their sword skills. Kirito uses the magic sword to strike at the start, plus an attack boost buff, followed by a piercing stab to beat the floating Bone King to stand on the ground and superimpose the debuff, while Yun uses his left spear. The forward stabbing combo is the starting hand, and after Kirito just stacks the debuff, it connects to the gap period, and then uses the right hand to launch a triple slash to connect the skill. All of a sudden, his blood volume was knocked out to 1/2 of the second tube of blood. With the support of Aisha's wooden clubs, the trio's MPs were restored again, and the Bone General, who was the first to enter the cooling process, used the 2-hit combination technique of Ying Guyu, which was a jump and then a backflip hook. Go straight into the sword skill stiff. Seeing that the general skeletal entered the stiffness, Yun used his sickle to make another reverberating slash and spear type one-handed Darashi attack. As the cloud entered the second stiff, Kirito reconnected with his hand and sonic impact, and then practice using a single direction horizontal square cut. Under the seamless second round of the 3 men, the blood bar of the Bone King turned into yellow blood and fell to the third remaining position of the third tube. The king skeleton jumped back to the rear of a few people in a vertical leap at this moment, and escaped the third time with the sword skills prepared by the 3. Due to the escape of the target, the general skeleton directly hit the air with a very embarrassing Lycian slash. 3 times of 3-hit continuous movement of using a horizontal slashing hand to turn into an upward slash and a downward slash, chopped out a piercing sound. Cut. Run away. The skeletal general, who was awkwardly swinging his air sword skill, stiffened his sword skill in the same place. Attention! Kirito reminded Yun, Aisha, and General Skeleton. Oh you. The 3 nodded slightly. However, the king skeleton roared at several people in great anger, and threw the big shield aside, and another violent jump directly hit the direction of its throne. The skeleton general saw this trend and faced the clouds. Several people shouted, "It's going to use a killer trick. Everyone should pay attention." Obviously the Bone General should know what the Bone King's whole card is, but a few people can't completely think about it, because their addition may add unexpected changes to the original thing. The Bone King raised his one-handed sword with both hands and faced his throne. It was a powerful slash. In addition to dividing the ground that once had the throne into two, the one-handed sword in his hand was also broken into two sections. The tip of the sword had already flown in front of a few people and plunged into the ground, and the Bone King didn't care and threw the broken sword in his hand casually aside. Directly inserted both hands into the cut-out gap on the ground, took out two two-handed big swords shining with black air from the ground, and held them one left and the other right, and once again showed an evil smile to several people. Roaring, he saw the two big swords in his hand. The Bone Generals fell into silence, because this was not the killer of the Bone Kings he knew. Obviously, the changes had taken place. Yoon and the few people looked at the Bone Generals on the side. From his serious look, he already knew that his previous guess was not wrong, and that it had indeed changed. But the Skeleton King did not give the Skeleton General the time to think silently. www.readaloud.com. It slammed a large number of broken stones of various sizes on the ground with the blades of two big swords and directly attacked Yoon and the others. "Go away! General Skeleton, cover Aisha!" Kirito quickly issued an order, and then jumped out to the left and right together with Yoon, and General Skeleton came to Aisha's side. The general still had a look of horror. She was caught under her armpit and quickly escaped from the original position. A few people had just completed these actions, and the loud collision sound had smashed a lot of smoke out of their place. Before the cloud, they completed the remaining evasive actions. The Bone King, who couldn't wait to have raised his two-handed sword and jumped towards the cloud, and saw the growing black shadow on the ground. The cloud used his right-hand sickle while he was floating in the air. Hooking to the huge gravel on one side, he forcefully pulled a 180 in the air and rolled back to the ground on the other side. As soon as he landed on the ground, there was already a huge collision sound. With a bang, violent wind pressure and gravel were blown from the rear, lowering the cloud's HP to the yellow blood position, and he quickly stood up, but there was a fierce tingling pain in his right arm, and he couldn't raise his arm for the time being. It seemed that the muscle had been strained under the circling movement that was just overloaded. Until a green light lifted up his body, his pain and muscle strain could move as if it did not exist at the beginning. Yoon turned his head and looked at Aisha, who was safe but tired and sweating and still panting. A sunny smile. "Thanks. My lovely girl. This is the power of love you gave me." Yoon began to talk again and again at this minute, and the tension was so good that he made it too easy, even though Aisha's face was flushed. But the roar of the Bone King from a distance brought the people back to the reality of the battle. Chapter 12, in front of the boss room on the second floor. The violent black energy enveloped the King skeleton like a thin film. The fierce light shining in the hollow eye sockets had become more scarlet and had a tail shadow. Its body began to change and gradually began to expand, like a bone balloon. The same, it has doubled its size. It frantically wielded two big swords that were also wrapped in black energy in the air. In the next second, it had already launched a charge in the direction of Yoon. Several people. "Come!" General Skeleton stepped forward. "Cloud is ready to go." Behind Aisha, pay attention to the team status bar. Kirito once again quickly issued a distribution order, and several people came to their respective positions with heart and soul and started their own work. The Bone General, holding the Nagata sword in both hands, also launched a charge against the Bone King. The weapons of both hands were already entwined with various sword skills. It seemed that they were ready to compete against the advantages and disadvantages of the sword skills. The Bone General and the Bone King shouted at the same time. And battlecry, the sword skills of the two have begun to collide with each other. The bright red brilliance is the Bone General, and the black and purple brilliance is the Bone King. In an instant, when they collided, a large number of sparks and two-color sword and light sword shadows were wiped out. The Skeleton General is a short-term, seamless sword skill connection made with sword skills and movement acceleration, while the Skeleton King, like Yoon and the others, has a dual-wielding sword skill, which is obviously better than the Skeleton General who has to wait to accelerate with the movement. For one thing, it didn't take long for the General Skeleton to have entered the sword skill stiff, and the King Skeleton's third round of sword skills had already attacked him. Please. 2. The Bone General's mission goal has been achieved. He successfully stopped the Bone King's advance and lured it to focus on its own body, but it forgot what it was facing. The facts of 3 people. Oh. And us. Kirito and Yoon came to the sides of the Skeleton King. The 2 weapons in their hands had been entwined with the halo of sword skills. Aisha switch. Use sword skills to fight for my stiff recovery, and then switch back to the back row double recovery and continued buff. This time it was the General Skeleton who issued a switchable request to Aisha, and used the shifted displacement to proceed with Aisha. Offensive and defensive swaps, and as soon as she stepped up to the front row, Aisha also let out a roar. The one-handed sword and wooden stick in her hand also flashed with the brilliance of sword skills, and Kirito and Yoon made several sword skills connection. After this set of operations was added for the purpose of honing Aisha's combat ability, it was obvious that the overall damage rose by a large amount, and the boss's blood volume was successfully hit to the half-blood position of the 4th tube. Okay. Aisha switched. Everyone is ready to explode the final output. This time Yoon, who looked at the Bone General's recovery, gave orders to the 2 people beside him. Understand? Leave it to me. Aisha and General Skeleton nodded slightly and switched again. The buff provided by the wooden stick and the timely double recovery effect continued on everyone. The last 3 used their strongest swords. Skill began the final crazy output. The feeling of powerlessness once again appeared on the face of the King Skeleton. The intense pain and helplessness, coupled with the complete sword skill rigidity after Aisha joined the battle together, made it never escape the shackles of endless control, and finally greeted the imminent with hatred. Coming death. The blood bar returned to 0. The entire huge body did not disappear, but transformed into an incomplete white bone. There was still some faint red light in its eye sockets, lying quietly on the rocky ground, slightly facing several people, and Yoon, who were already panting, raised their right arms. King. The General Skeleton released the Nakata sword in his hand, hurriedly ran to the King Skeleton's side, knelt down and grabbed his already trembling hand. General Skeleton, ha ha ha. Do you want to shed tears without tears? I am not pitiful at all. The King Skeleton's consciousness seemed to have recovered, and Yoon Jiren began to put away their weapons and slowly came to its body. Beside King. The Skeleton General tightly squeezed his broken hand and began to disappear like powder. Ha ha ha. It seems that my mission is also completed. Little guys. When I disappear, it will be prompted to complete, don't worry about this problem. Ha ha ha. Old man. I'm coming to accompany you too. King Skeleton. It seemed as if a calm smile turned into a polygon and disappeared in this area. Wang. Although I hate your self-assertion and arrogance. But I have been following you for so many years. The Bone General clenched his fist tightly and looked up at this huge palace, not knowing when it was dark. Many water droplets dripped on the lacquered roof. It was so nice that they dripped near his eye sockets. The water marks that slid down the bones looked like tears and looked desolate and sad. Yoon and the others could only watch in silence. His figure standing on his knees in the rock, did not say much for a long time. After a while, although the system has prompted the completion of the strategy and rewards to be added to the inventory, the few people in Yoon were not in the mood to care about it, but looked at the slack generals and sighed. Let's go. It's already in your heart. Yoon stepped forward and patted General Skeleton's shoulder. He looked at Yun's face and regained consciousness and nodded slightly. Standing up and looking at the smiling Kirito and Aisha beside them, they felt a little relaxed and limp. Seeing this situation, several people smiled, and beckoned to General Skeleton, and walked to the blocked gate at the lowest level. The journey was still so simple, just a few swishes and it was done. After passing here, I have reached the stone gate in a familiar way. It still has no special changes. Here. But Kirito? What kind of props did the system give as keys? After all, there are only these two big holes here. There is nothing else. Yun came to Kirito's side and looked at the left and right sides of Shimon. It's obviously not like the two big holes in the keychain that are as thick as the arms of children and adults. Ha ha ha. Actually, I haven't read it yet, I just know it's in the inventory. As Kirito said, he began to open the inventory and embodied the key he had obtained in his hands. A brilliance retreated to the faces of several people. It was already dark, and Kirito's hand felt sticky and slipped along the edge of his palm. Two bloody, beating hearts appeared in front of a few people. Aisha was already scared and took the opportunity to throw into Yun's arms, while Yun was holding Aisha and stroking her little head with her hands. She calmed down and turned her head to look at the two hearts that were still bleeding around. And Kirito was already frozen there. And the whole person had fainted while standing still. The General Skeleton calmly opened the introduction of the heart with his hands. The heart of King and Dragon is the heart of the Bone King and the Ancient Dragon. There is a time limit. The mechanism can be activated when the heart is still active, and it will be broken and destroyed when it stops beating. After seeing this introduction, General Skeleton snatched the heart from Kirito, and did not hesitate to insert them one by one into the two hearts that happened to hold two different sized hearts. As soon as they were put in, the entire ruins rang again with their familiar vibrations, and the stone gate beside them slowly opened with a heavy sound. The scenery after opening the door could not be familiar to several people. At this time, Kirito only recovered after hearing the sound. He subconsciously looked at the blood clot in his hand, and couldn't help but get goosebumps. After all, he also got goosebumps. But he was still stained with his companion's blood, and still didn't feel anything. When the real throbbing and sticky feeling in his hand just now made Kirito feel scared, he quickly took out a bottle of potion from the inventory and poured it. Come out and clean the blood clots on your hands. It's okay. Kirito. Yun walked to the somewhat flustered Kirito and put his arms around his shoulders. He was startled by Kirito at first, and then he became relaxed and trembling again when he discovered that the person was Yun. Just now. That's the real heart. It's beating like this in my hand. Kirito was obviously still a little panicked with his hands to restore the appearance of the heart beating just now, some unacceptable, after all. He directly put it in your hands and always feel that there is something wrong there. Kirito. Look at me. Yun grabbed his shoulder and let others dodge his eyes to turn to him. We have changed. This game is another reality. What we have been depriving of the lives of these conscious creatures to complete our task. Yun looked at Kirito seriously. But. Kirito obviously wanted to say something, so Yun was held tightly in his arms. It's okay. We are by your side. In this world we are just like the executioners. But their sacrifices are valuable. The sacrifices they prove that we are still alive. Yun kept holding Kirito's waist in his arms. One hand stroked the back of his head, comforting Kirito in a low voice. Kirito didn't respond but stayed quietly in Yun's arms. I don't know how long it has been, and the talent of Tong slammed away from Yun's arms and turned his face away, making Yun feel a little surprised, but when he saw that the roots of his ears were all red, he just showed a faint smile and pulled him. The hand walked towards Aisha and General Skeleton who had been waiting for a long time and embraced his arms. The few people still saw the familiar torch corridor. After a long passage, they came to the familiar huge stone gate and the place where the crystal was sent. The familiar prompt words made Yoon and they determined that this place was the boss room on the second floor. Although a few people have the urge to enter the challenge, real time has not allowed them to do anything. The number of 21:30 in the real-time time in the eyes of a few people made them sigh. They did not expect to encounter so many weird things in one day. Tasks and hidden bosses. To be honest, the few people today are particularly tired. It may be a long stealth time, or it may be feedback from the pain of the body. Generally speaking, they are indeed very tired. Let's talk about it tomorrow. But some want to relax. Yoon looked at his usual sleep time, and sighed and looked at both Kirito and Aisha. Why don't Yoon take a leave tomorrow? Go outside and relax. Aisha looked at Yoon looking a little tired physically and mentally, and suggested to several people. I don't have any arrangements for school holidays. I really should relax. Kirito nodded to Aisha tiredly, and the two of them looked at the cloud on the side very tacitly. Ah. That's it. Actually, I'm really good to make up for the fake tomorrow. After all, I added a lot of classes before. Yoon smirked at the two as if thinking of something. That's it. Tomorrow will be the same. Let's gather at that coffee house at 09:30. Aisha smiled and spread her hands and feet, looking very happy. Ah. I don't know why it seems to look at Kirito in women's clothing. I think it must be very cute. Yoon actually said what he had been thinking about at this moment, and immediately put Aisha and Kirito together. He blushed. Baga. Yoon. What are you talking about? Kirito blushed and shouted at Yoon. Yet. Baga. What do you want to do to Kirito? Isn't it all right if someone's family? Let's talk about him. What kind of clothes do you like? Can someone wear it for you? Just don't bother, it's Kirito. Aisha blushed and rushed to the front of Yoon and swayed his body. She looked at the absent-minded and blushing Kirito from time to time. Ah! It's over. Kirito already wants to accept Pei's suggestion. The man's mother is really terrible. Aisha has already seen that Kirito is hesitating, but after seeing Yoon still sinking into a YY state, she couldn't help biting her lower lip. Does Yoon want to see my women's clothing that way? Kirito is obviously considering Yoon's request, but he can't decide to knead and rub his palms on the side. But I really want to see Kirito's women's dresses. After all, it tastes like that. It must be cute. Yoon shook his head at Aisha, obviously still insisting on his own ideas. But I really don't have girls' clothes in my house. I have always bought unisex leisure sports. Kirito was obviously moved, and there was even a tendency to compromise. As soon as Aisha heard this, she was completely panicked. I couldn't help but feel a headache when looking at Kirito, who was a little girl in surprise. No? Why don't we just gather tomorrow and go to the department store? Let's go and help Kirito pick cute clothes. When Yoon heard this trend, his eyes flashed with golden light, and he directly asked to accompany Kirito while the iron was hot. Buy women's clothing. This. Okay. But I don't have much money. Kirito was surprised at first, then looked at Yoon in frustration and said. It's okay. Leave the money to me. But for the department store. I think Asia, who has beautiful clothes, must know it is there. Yoon patted his chest and looked to the side, still biting her lower lip, still thinking question of Aisha. Ah. Yes, I know. But what about the boss strategy here? Aisha tried to use the questions here to dissipate the heat of buying clothes for Kirito as much as possible. Yet I can't just sit here like this. Kirito obviously recovered from his shyness again, and thought about the countdown of the test time, and looked at the door behind him with a little bit of dismay, obviously sinking into it. A dilemma of choice. Looking at this, Aisha was relieved and looked like a conspiracy had succeeded, but before she was completely relieved, Yoon smiled and inserted a word to make her depressed again. That's not easy. Let's go to towns and give the map data to Argo and it will be done. Let her help us recruit people to crusade. Then we won't kill two birds with one stone. Yoon suddenly became smarter. In other words, in order to see Kirito's women's clothing, she has desperately worked out the most suitable method, which makes Aisha have to refresh her evaluation of her own. Yul.Yukansha.com may even become abnormal in order to achieve the ultimate goal. Wise. But their abilities are too bad. I don't think we can attack the boss in one day tomorrow. Aisha still wanted to hold on. After all, this is also a fact, but when she finished speaking, she saw the clouds showing a confident smile. I feel a little regretful. That's not necessarily. After all, Argo has the weapons and equipment I built, and I should make some temporarily. It should be able to help those guys barely fight it. This is no need to worry about the cute girl. Of course I will provide Argo with potions to make her publicize it. Seeing Yoon Yun's confident thumbs up to Aisha, Aisha knew that her pet clan could not stop seeing Kirito's women's clothing. When the situation was over, she was also most able to accept this dumbfounding situation. Although she was unwilling in her heart, she could only reluctantly nod her head. By the way, General Skeleton. In order to help players pass the second level of boss, please help or lead the team to command. It's okay. Now you are judged by the system as an NPC and player, but remember to run if you can't beat it. I know if you can resurrect like us. Yoon turned his head and looked at the skeleton general who looked at them with interest. That's okay. Some voices from the sky appeared here saying that I have the ability to escape urgently, but I have to determine a teleportation location before I can use it. Of course, there is no CD. General Skeleton is like a person living in Sao, right? We explained some of the abilities we gained again, and the few people nodded in peace. Let's go. Let's go back. Haha. Kirito's women's clothing. Women's outfits. Yoon directly took the lead in activating the teleport crystal here, and hummed Kirito's song of women's clothing and brought a few people back to the second floor. Street. Chapter 13, Paving. As soon as Yoon Jiren returned to the streets of Urbaz on the second floor, they split up while there was still time. The skeleton general and Yoon moved towards the Argo store, while Kirito and Aisha acted separately. A list of material ores needed by the cloud go to the shopping street and stall area to purchase a large number of storages held by players and NPC merchants. Yoon took the skeleton general along the street and attracted the attention of many players. After all, the first time I saw the wild monster fighting NPC will follow the player into the city. What is new? Players look at each other along the way, and sometimes there will be daring players will come up to say hello to the two. The two responded politely and they even talked a bit, which made the players feel unexpectedly accepting and friendly behavior towards this special combat NPC. Yoon looked at these players and the Bone Generals get along very well. Stop interrupting their topic. It took a lot of time to come to Argo's poor and remote storefront. There was a wooden sign in open hanging outside the door, which made Yoon feel at ease, and he took the skeleton general to open the wooden door. Walked in. Welcome. What do you need? Argo's shop has everything. Ah. This is not Brother Yoon well. I won't give my sister a hello in advance if I'm here. It makes people not dress up. As soon as entered the door, he saw a novel sight. Although the store was still narrow and poor, the Argo girl with cute maid costumes and cat ears was indeed dressed in front of the counter, with a faint blushing Argo girl shaking on her face. The tight black girl in gothic Lolita looked pretty cute, which made General Yoon and Skeleton suddenly shine. How about? Sister cute, right? Argo turned the panic just now into a usual smile and confidence, and hooked his finger to the cloud at the door in a very similar posture. Cute. It even seems to caress every inch of skin carefully. Yoon smiled and said rather boldly, and immediately stunned Argo, and then looked at the calm cloud with a slight flush of cheeks. You. But you can't go to the Three Treasures Hall for anything. Do you even molest your sister? Let's talk. What wind is blowing you here? Argo asked hesitantly, as the cloud walked towards her. Ha ha ha. As expected, I can't hide anything from Sister Argo. It is true that I will introduce to you first. This is the skeleton general who has just joined our player power. It is an excellent actual combat command NPC. Yun Xian gave in slightly. Turning from the lower position, the general skeleton stood beside him. Oh. Then the highest second tier. Do you have some information that I don't know? After receiving the information of General Skeleton, he looked at the smirking cloud in surprise. Well, trade secrets. Now he belongs to our team, so he can be hired by other players. I think Sister Argo knows what it means. Yun reminded Argo with a smile, and Argo's eyes have already appeared. Many symbols of small money and money, she understood with an okay gesture. I think Brother Yun will not just come to me for mercenary issues. Let's talk. What else? Argo opened one eye and looked at Yun with one eye closed. Do you want the map data of the boss room of the second maze? Yun had already ran the data of the last layer of the map to Argo. After reading it, she was sure there was no problem, but looked at the cloud suspiciously. Ha ha ha. No money. Instead spread it out. I will send General Skeleton here later. Potions, crystals, and weapons. Of course it's not free. The conditions are very simple. Let other players open the third tier access within tomorrow. We have General Skeleton personally join this boss crusade. As for how to add fuel and vinegar, it depends on the marketing methods of Argo's sister. Yun directly embodied the potions and crystals he had brought on Argo's counter. Then shared the map data directly with her. But Argo looked at the cloud with some confusion. After all, this method of giving consumables and equipment and talents didn't know what he and his team wanted. This is a trivial matter for my sister. But my sister still seems to be sure. Why do you do this at all costs? Financial resources, personnel, and armed forces. Argo's businessmen feel that they are very accurate, because how powerful a forger and pharmacist, with excellent personnel and fighting ability, can give such a good opportunity to others? Obviously there are other purposes. She looked at this silly cloud with some caution. Well. Actually, there is no special reason. I am going to date my girlfriends tomorrow. I am afraid that the strategy time will be wasted, so I did this. Yun said the truth to Argo with a very happy smile. Hey? That's the reason? And he's still a plural girlfriend? Brother Yun is really a strange person with a lot of yanfu. Argo is already laughing and crying. Unexpectedly, this mysterious cloud who just returned to the mysterious world, in order not to affect his private life and at the same time, he can attack the boss, how he bleeds and wants to quickly create a raiders group. Make her a little bit dumbfounded. Ahaha. As expected of my brother Yun. Good. This busy sister helped. Remember to treat girls well. After all, girls should be spoiled too. This is also my sister's advice. Argo laughed and patted Yun on the shoulder, and formally agreed to his stupid request. Yun smiled and left the shop with the skeleton general. Ha ha ha. I'm so cute. I'm so envious. I wanted to love my daughter. And let him sacrifice so many things in exchange for a date. When did I have such a pet? No Argo. You are a strong one. Girl. After seeing this brother Yun, Argo muttered to himself at the counter, patted his cheek and sighed with envy. Ah. That's right. Even after she sighed, Yoon suddenly turned her head and suddenly opened the door, which shocked Argo. "What's the matter? Brother Yoon? You shocked my sister." Argo patted his chest, fearing that he was still beating quickly, and looked at this silly boy with a bitter expression on his face. "Ha ha ha! Sister, did you know that someone used offline transactions to sell equipment, consumables, and game currency?" Yoon looked seriously at Argo, who was still a little panicked. "What? Brother Yoon wants to make this transaction?" Argo smiled and looked at the cloud with his hands folded in front of the counter. "Yes. Are there resources?" Yoon nodded and looked at the message and Guang's merchant sister. "Hey! You are so lucky. Wait a minute for my sister." Argo closed his eyes. It seems that he should be on standby and go back to the real world. Yoon looked at this image of Argo, who was as cute as Sleeping Beauty. "How about take this opportunity to touch her body? Anyway, I can fully experience the feeling of every inch of her skin on my side." Yoon looked up and down at Argo, who is now a nice girl, hesitated to harass him. "Brother Yoon, you are really a shaker." "No. Lucky. I found it." "Hey? What are you thinking about?" While he was still thinking about it, Argo had already returned here and shook his hand before his eyes. The hand feel should be good. Ah. As a result, Yoon recovered from his thinking, and stretched out his right hand smoothly. As a result, the softness of the palm just surrounding the palm was uploaded from his hand, and he squeezed it again with confusion. "Ah! Brother Yoon is so bold!" Argo screamed first, and then hit Yoon's head with a violent thud. Yoon, who raised his head, saw Argo blushing and very angry. "I'm sorry. I didn't expect my sister to be in front of me suddenly. It's so soft. That size is just right to hold." Yoon secretly sighed and apologized to Argo quickly. "Haha. Forget it. This is the buyer's transaction method. My sister acts as an intermediary. Charge some intermediary fees. He wants these things. How can I do it?" Argo blushed and sighed, and handed him a list. Yoon picked it up and looked at it. Then nodded. "When the time comes, bring it over. I will inspect the goods here." "Ah. Hand in the bank card number. I will call you directly after the delivery." Argo reached out to Yoon to ask for Yoon's card number. Yoon gave it to her without hesitation. She looked at it and nodded. Yoon really left Argo's shop and joined the General Skeleton at the door to the tavern. "Go with." As soon as he returned to the tavern, General Skeleton used the ability he said before to set up a location in this place. Yoon went to the front desk to pack a room again, and began his dual processing. After Yoon and General Skeleton entered the room, the General Skeleton sat on the sofa on the side and watched the wonderful craftsmanship of the cloud. "I don't know how long it has been," and the door of the room knocked when the cloud was rushing for work. The General Skeleton took the initiative to open the door and greeted Kirito and Aisha, who had returned from the purchase. As soon as the few people came in, they saw that the room was beginning to grow big and small. There are piles of potions, crystals, and a large amount of refined ores and processing materials, and there are also many weapons and armors that have been forged and refined. Looking at the cloud that was still working, Aisha and General Skeleton sat obediently on the idle sofa, while Kirito went to some weapons and equipment and picked up a one-handed sword to check the information. White iron sword strengthened +10, greatly increased the value of all attributes by 5%, added 30 for all attributes, added HIT 4, and obtained the weapon passive skills after being equipped. Seamless burst, low probability that the sword will be launched directly and randomly again release a sword skill of the system. If the MP is insufficient, it will not be triggered. 0 CD. After reading it, a lot of sweat has appeared on Kirito's head. This weapon is already a very foul thing. The passiveness alone is already very powerful. If you are lucky, you can add MP for him. Give full play to the powerful ability to hang up. Kirito couldn't help but looked at the hard-working figure, feeling a little moved. After all, Yoon is doing the aftermath for tomorrow's date, and Kirito blushes slightly when he thinks about it here. Or choose a nice dress tomorrow to reward this hard-working guy. When Kirito's face was YY, he was wearing a cute little transparent skirt, feeding Yoon with his hands and shaking his head, and patted his hot cheeks. They were almost turning into mosquito coil eyes. And Asia is staring at Kirito with her back to her, watching him twist and do some strange behavior there, knowing that he doesn't think of any good things anymore. Damn it! Obviously he is a cute boy. Why are you preparing to embark on the road of a male mother? These are not important. Mainly because of the ambiguity between Pei and Kirito. What should they do? Aisha is just after YY arrives. If Yoon pushes the completely bent Kirito on a bed, it looks like me, my mind is already blank and peach-colored flowers. In an instant, Aisha's face turned red, and the more she thought about it, the more terrifying she became. She didn't expect that she would be contested by a man's mother. Just when the two of them were thinking about it, Yun's work was about to end. He forged the last weapon and strengthened it to 10 while hitting the iron while it was hot. He lifted it up and looked at the good color, and he was satisfied. Nod. General Skeleton. Come. Send me these to the shop where the two of us just went. Yoon put all the items on the previous list in front of him, and beckoned to the general who was looking at him. And the General Skeleton also put these into his inventory without a doubt. Looking at the behavior almost indistinguishable from the player, Yoon even felt that the General Skeleton was controlled by a real person. The little one, just go. General Skeleton bowed to Yoon and quickly walked out of the room. Yoon watched General Skeleton leave, and talked to Kirito and Aisha. Aisha. Take these consumables. Kirito. Do you want to pick something out of these things? It's guaranteed to be good. The two people who were pulled back to reality by Yun's words slightly nodded to him. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com began their own work, and the two of them swiftly put the things in the inventory, and then began to seriously look at the item on the ground. A delicate weapon and armor, and finally put them away. Ha ha ha. It seems that there is no suitable one. I will make some specially for you two when it's okay. Yoon saw that the two of them didn't choose from them. They were a little bit disappointed. Okay. It's getting late. Let's get down first. Aisha and Kirito waved their hands to Yoon. I am looking forward to the appointment tomorrow. Yes. Yoon also deliberately emphasized the word date, and the faces of the two of them blushed again, and they went offline in a hurry. Oh. Here comes. After Yoon-K watched the two off the assembly line, there was Argo's message prompt. He clicked on it and looked at it. After confirming that the transaction was successful, he returned a thank you letter to Argo, and then watched the return of General Skeleton. A brief account of tomorrow's affairs will be offline. As soon as I returned to the real-world cloud from Sao, I quickly took off Nerve Gear and quickly turned on my mobile phone to view my bank card account. It was obvious that, as Argo said, he did have a sum of money to pay in. Count the digits above. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands? 85,000 yen? It's a lie. So many? It's just a beta game. Current exchange rate is about 85,000 yen equals 5,228.9351 RMB. Yoon couldn't help being frightened by the huge amount of money, and lost consciousness directly. Chapter 14, Dating with 3 People. The next morning, today's weather was particularly good and not particularly hot. It's most suitable for going out to play, helping girls and boys choose cute summer dresses and short skirts. Yoon kept his heart full of joy and looked at the 10,000 units of money on the mobile phone in his hand. Thinking about today's date plan full of joy. Yoon was very punctual. He still came to this cafe half an hour earlier. Looking at the familiar open house number, Yoon opened the wooden door with a smile and walked in. Once inside, he was still the familiar shop and counter. A&D. Hey. Andrew. You can buy 2 nerve gear. According to the official beta version of SAO, some of the clips. It looks really good. As soon as I walked in, I saw Casey in the shop where there were no customers, changing into a seductive bunny costume, and asked domineeringly to Andrew, who was wiping the cup in front of the counter. Really? But I seem to have only grabbed one here. Andrew put his hands in front of him and looked at the aura of Casey sweating profusely. Ah. Welcome. Ah. That brother at the time. Is it dating again? During the conversation between Andrew and his wife, they suddenly heard the bell ringing on the door, and turned around to see Yoon smiled. Did the two of you just talk about SAO? Yoon nodded and looked at the warmly welcomed Andrew and his wife. Oh? What do you say? Is my little brother interested too? Casey beckoned to the cloud with bright eyes, patted the bar chair next to him and motioned him to come here to sit down and talk in detail. Okay. Yoon walked to the bar and sat down. Have you eaten? Andrew looked at this intimate cloud with a smile. No. Ah. That's right. Here is the last set meal. It's a bigger bowl again. I have enough money. Yoon suddenly remembered the last delicious food and said. Let's do it. Our wild boar is out of stock today. But there is beef curry rice which is recommended today. Of course delicious oatmeal wine is essential. How about? Interested? Casey first apologized, then showed Yoon the recommended menu for today, and Yoon nodded with a smile. After confirming, Andrew began to make food for the cloud scene. That's right. Does my little brother like SAO too? The recent MV is very good. There is this video in it. Casey looked at the cloud again, took out her tablet, clicked on a video, and handed it to the cloud. Oh you. Really? Let me see. Hey. Yoon took the tablet and looked at the familiar scene enthusiastically, and frowned involuntarily. Hey? What's the matter, brother? Is there any problem? Casey saw the sunny cloud just showing up and suddenly her face became serious when she saw this MV, and she patted him on the shoulder with some worry. Ah. Nothing. It's really good. At the beginning, so many people were bullied by the boss, and there were 2 men and 1 woman in it that were really strong. This is the first tier boss strategy war. It's so powerful. The boss is defeated. That's amazing. Yoon watched the video of the first tier boss battle between his team and other players, and looked at Casey beside him with a smile. I didn't expect this video to exist, and it was officially released, but fortunately, the appearance of the dual wielding of the few of us in the battle was too small, and we did not see that it was us. And it was us when it was close up. Before understanding dual wielding skills, Yoon looked at the SAO official website below and showed that it was indeed intercepted and produced by the official lens. Right. But my stupid husband has only booked a nerve gear. You said I'm not angry. I told you to have fun together yesterday. It really takes a comparison to determine who will experience it first. Casey complained and looked at Andrew with a firm look beside him, who was still preparing food for the cloud in a cold sweat. That's it. Sister Casey, wait a minute for me, okay? I'll call to ask someone. Yoon closed his eyes and thought for a while, then dialed a call. Hello? Who is it? A familiar girl with a strange nasal voice came from the ground. Argo is me. Cloud. Yoon replied to Argo, who gave his personal contact number for future offline transactions. Oh. Brother Yoon? Why do you miss your sister? A soft ridiculous tone came across. Ha. Yes. My sister's body is very good. Especially the softness that just fits in my hand makes my younger brother want to stop. Yoon in turn harassed Argo in the way that his own way of humanity also cures his own body. The opposite side can't help but pause for a while. The conversation time seems very peaceful. Okay. Isn't it okay if I was wrong? My good sister. Actually, I have something to ask. Hearing that Argo was not ready to answer, Yoon had to put away the inferior joke and ran towards the subject. Oh? Is it possible that brother Yoon is short of a small amount of money? Didn't you just get a big deal yesterday? Oh. Is it possible that the hotel fee is not enough? Argo teased calmly again. Ha ha ha. No. I just want to ask you if there is any way to start Nervgear. Yoon directly clarified his intentions with Argo. Hey? What's wrong? I remember Nervgear is very strong. Don't you want to change it? Argo asked Yoon some incomprehension. A friend Xiang bought one, but I didn't expect the official pre-sale was over. Yoon reflected the real situation to Argo. No problem. The original is guaranteed. But the agency fee is 30% of the original price. Do you think your friends are willing? Argo opened his mouth when he heard that money was being made. That Lucy sister. I have a way to get Nervgear, but the other party will charge an extra 30% agency fee. Can you accept it? Yoon confirmed that there was a supply, and asked Casey, who was holding his phone. No problem. Money is nothing to us. The main thing is if we can get it. Casey is a bold woman. She directly asked Yoon's account number and dialed 130% of Nervgear's amount to this cloud, which is still trustworthy. Okay. How long will the transfer arrive now? Yoon picked up the phone again and asked. Hehehe. You really underestimated your Argo sister. We will be at the place you mentioned within 15 minutes of receipt. Argo confidently assured Yoon on the phone. That's good. I'm hung up. First transfer the account and then send you the address by SMS. Yoon got a reply from Argo and hung up the phone, then took the phone to Casey, wrote down the address in the text message, and transferred the money to Argo as soon as it was sent. The other party also replied that there is no problem. Okay. It will be there in about 15 minutes. Yoon put down the phone and nodded to Casey with a smile. Really? So fast? My husband has ordered it to arrive tomorrow. The little brother knows so amazing people. Casey and Andrew shuddered in surprise. They didn't expect how good this little brother was. Ha ha ha. Sister Casey and Andrew brother call me Yoon. After all, you are so good to me and my girlfriends. I do this for granted. Yoon smiled and waved to the two of them. Tell them not to appreciate themselves so much. No problem. Brother Yoon really helped me a lot. Otherwise, my wife will have to fight with me for life or death. I am in a good mood today. I have this meal. Just say whatever you want. Andrew will give it to you. Do. Andrew was very satisfied with Yoon's set meal, which added more side dishes and beef curry. He held the oatmeal wine in front of Yoon, and the delicious flavor immediately made Yoon salivate. Hello. Your express. Please check. Just as Yoon was about to lift up the spoon, a courier boy had already walked to Casey holding the box he was familiar with. Casey was a little surprised when he watched the delivered package after confirming it, and then closed it. Seal, the courier brother smiled and left the store. Casey couldn't wait to open the box beside Yoon and Andrew. As soon as Yoon saw the familiar arrangement and the contents, he began to enjoy the food in front of him with confidence. It's really imported Nervgear. Husband, look at it. Casey was overjoyed and handed Nervgear in his hand to Andrew, who was also surprised, and continued to observe. He smiled and nodded, confirming that this is the original one, and the two can't wait to verify that Nervgear is the official authentic product with a tablet. I am grateful to watch the cloud helping myself. Ha ha ha. It's okay. I just want to see Casey's sister and Andrew brother can play together. It's no big deal. Yoon continued to enjoy beef curry rice and oatmeal wine, and motioned to the two not to look at themselves so high. And Yoon also looked at his watch, which already showed the number of 9:20. He seemed to remember that his lovely girl arrived at this time last time. I don't know if it will be so punctual today. Yoon Jian's feet just thought about Aisha, and Aisha walked in from the door. Today's Aisha is obviously different from last time. This time, she wore a low-cut lace dress. The skirt just happened to be white and white. The upper third of the small plump thigh looks very short. The cute little straw hat, coupled with a touch of natural makeup, looks very pure and lovely with a hint of alluring. After all, the cup has already embodied the charm of the low-cut round neck. Originally, Casey wanted to say hello to Yoon, but watching Aisha's body language pleading with Casey, she just watched his two actions with a smile on her face. Yoon is still happily enjoying the delicious and thick curry sauce and the perfect fit of fresh beef, but Aisha lightly comes behind him and blindfolds his eyes, but the huge softness is tight. By sticking to Yoon's back, he already knew who was playing the prank. Guess who I am? There is a reward for guessing right. Aisha deliberately used a very soft and cute lowly to whisper in Yoon's ear. Who else can there be? That must be my lovely girl. Yoon smiled and expressed his answer with exaggerated body movements. Hate. Be she, you dead ghost. People will be shy. Aisha retracted her hands abruptly and put her hands on her flushed little cheeks, looking very pitiful. Yoon couldn't help holding her thin waist and kissing her hot little cheeks. The behavior made Aisha feel a little bewildered, as cute as a panicked little animal. Oh! What a loving little couple! It reminds me of the time when Andrew was courted. Casey looked at these two sweet little guys with a smile, and this bold way was just like she and Andrew before, and it evoked a lot of memories. Ha ha ha! My beautiful my wife! Now we are not as sweet. Andrew also proactively kissed the forehead of the wife, who was a little envious of Yoon and Aisha, making Casey laugh. Ha ha ha! I'm an old husband and wife. But I still like it. Casey is full of joy. After all, this is just a way of expressing love. Just when they were still showing their affection here, another familiar figure had walked into the shop, and Andrew and Casey couldn't help but look at the three of them. It makes them feel embarrassed. I won't be caught by the current situation. Is it possible that brother Chin Jae-un is still peddling two boats? Andrew and his wife looked at each other, wondering if this place will soon become a youth azura field. Oh! You guys came so early. Once again, Kirito has also been carefully dressed, wearing a cute little t-shirt with an open little shirt, and wearing cute ultra-short casual shorts, wearing a pair of cute black sandals like a sports girl, flirting with her beautiful black hair. She greeted Yoon and Asia in front of her. Coming. It's normal to insert the topic. Andrew and his wife watched this classic opening method of Shura Arena, and continued to watch their every move. Can not help swallowing saliva. Ah! My cute Kirito-chan! Here you are! Come and give me a hug. Well. Yoon saw the disgusting intimacy of Kirito, and the Andrews were a little worried about him. After all, the ending of such a half-hearted Shura field by hatchet is really countless. For example, the man named Cheng Cheng mentioned in a previous newspaper was smashed by his favorite girl and then packed and brought to Xiao San. At that time, countless scumbags couldn't help but trembled. www.readaloud.com. Annoying. Baga. Kirito is so enthusiastic as soon as I see a boyfriend. Not reconciled. Aisha gritted her teeth and watched the intimacy of the two. Looking at the girl's jealous look, I feel that brother Yoon is about to embark on the road of brother Cheng. Andrew and his wife could not help but began to wipe the sweat on their heads. After all, the clouds are really good, except for the problem of irritating flowers. But it's people's own problem, and it's not easy for the other two to speak straight. Okay. Really? I will be shy. Ah! Don't take the opportunity to eat my tofu. Baga Cloud. Tongren blushed and pushed away just now, a little angrily looking at the salty pig's hand that Yoon just took the opportunity to wipe and touch his butt. Seeing Yoon Ju's repeated dying behavior on the edge, the Andrews felt that he was a little lost. This is a natural playboy. He couldn't help but sighed again for him. Ah! Angry Kirito-chan is also very tempting. By the way, have you eaten? Just after having breakfast here. Let's go shopping for clothes. What do you want to eat? After Yoon took advantage of the situation to molest Kirito, he passed the menu on the side to Kirito and Aisha, who had a bit of resentment in their eyes. The two of them picked up the menu very hard and began to place an order. A chicken sandwich set meal. A set meal of eel and rice. The two people dumbly placed an order with Andrew. Andrew also smiled and began to prepare food for them, and Casey also awkwardly fled to the side and began to greet the guests who came in again, and two angry girls and a few playboy Yoon, who doesn't care about continuing to enjoy food and wine. The three continue to romance a youthful love triangle romance comedy full of vitality. Chapter 15, Cute Boy. After a satiated meal, watching Yoon happily paying for his two girlfriends made the Andrew and his wife feel a headache. After all, one man and two women, and the cloud who doesn't care if he peddles two boats is the most terrifying. The existence of, but seeing the three of them now only has a small spark, and can only watch them leave the shop. I hope brother Yoon can take care of his relationship between men and women, or else I don't know the tragedy of brother Cheng's second triangle relationship hatchet in the newspaper that day. Casey raised her cheek in one hand and became worried. It's okay. I think that guy Yoon is a bit easy to do. It should be okay. We just need to watch them carefully. After all, the boat will be straight at the bridgehead. Andrew also put down the wine glass with his hands on his hips and looked at the figures of the three people who have left. It's just that the three people who left are generally in a good atmosphere. They are not as embarrassed as the Andrews imagined. It's just that Yoon, who has never had the financial means, suddenly invites Aisha and Kirito to dinner so generously, making them suspicious. That, Cloud. Is your wallet really okay? After all, Kirito was still thinking about the problem that Yoon said yesterday that he paid himself to buy women's clothing, and the problem with the meal just now was obviously the cost that Yoon could not afford. No problem. Today I am happy to have fun together. Ah. Of course. I definitely want to buy Kirito-chan clothes. You can rest assured. With a face of spring breeze smugly, Yoon used his salted pig hands to molested him once again. Kirito, who was tightly pressed by the shorts, was slapped on his hands by the blushing Kirito on his slightly plump buttocks. Frowning and staring at the cloud angrily. On the side of this scene, the real girl Aisha has begun to bite her fingernails frantically. Her hands already have many nails that are already incomplete. Seeing that she is wary of Kirito, who is full of love, she is more and more unwilling. The advantages and charm of her own girl will actually be lost in the hands of a cute man. Damn it! Obviously it's his family. But I'm mine with a lovely male lady. Cuckoo! I'm so unconvinced. Aisha has been looking at her body, which is protruding and warped, but on the other hand, in addition to being cold, mysterious, and uncertain, as well as a thin iron body or a boy's body, why is it so attractive to him? Vision. I can't understand exactly what kind of aesthetic concept pay she is. Yoon turned his head to look at Aisha, who was already a little puffed up with her cheeks, and she was puffed up after he had molested Kirito. He smiled and pulled Aisha into his arms, which was a sudden move. Aisha, who was still full of envy, jealousy, and hatred, was at a loss, and the warmth she wanted in the next second filled her entire upper body. She couldn't help leaving her mind blank for a while, and threw all the bad things just out of the clouds. The red face and the embarrassing seductive posture attracted Yoon, the male's eye like a male cat's ex-love female cat. Yoon lifted her chin slightly with a smile, looked at her somewhat watery eyes and then used her nose to inhale the alluring fragrance of Asia. Gently licked the small earlobes on her ears with her tongue, which made Asia feel very itchy in her heart. Her heartbeat was also very rapid, and her rapid breathing looked very beautiful and delicious. Do you want to have more physical contact with the cute girl? Little cute. Yoon also deliberately whispered softly in her ears, and breathed in her ears, causing Asia to tremble in an instant. Her whole body felt very hot, and almost her entire body's skin was reddish. A large amount of white water vapor is also produced. Yes. I'm sorry. Peter. I'm going to the bathroom, a little bit. Come back soon. Aisha couldn't help it anymore. She knew that she would be broken in a certain sense if it went on like this. She blushed and pushed the cloud away, and hurried to the public toilet in the park not far away. I ran, holding my small hot cheeks with my hands all the way, looking very shy. Saw Aisha running away at a critical juncture. Yoon shook his head with some regret, and then turned to look at the cute look of blindfolded eyes but with triangles and fingers. This is the correct way to blindfold the eyes in the legend. It's no different from No Ming. Really? Just watch it. What's so cute? Ah! Some can't help but want to put Kirito-chan on the soft big bed and have a good chat. Yoon was full of thoughts on how to take Kirito's various YY thoughts, and slowly approached Kirito, who was also blushing. Did you see it? Yoon looked at Kirito, who had put down his hand with a smile. Did not see it. Kirito turned his eyes to one side, obviously not daring to look at some uncontrolled clouds. Seeing Kirito's stiff mouth, Yoon smiled again. Really? That would be a shame. Yoon suddenly came up with the words unfortunately that Kirito didn't understand. It's obviously that Yoon and Aisha flirted with each other righteously, and Aisha ran away shyly. Is it a pity for not succeeding? Kirito has been focusing on thinking about the word unfortunately Yoon, but forgot to pay attention to Yoon himself. Yeah. After being suddenly attacked, Kirito screamed as cute as a girl. He recovered and found that Yoon had held him tightly in his arms. As soon as he looked up, he saw Yoon looking at himself. Her eyes were exactly the same as when Aisha flirted. She couldn't help but tremble. What's the situation? Why does Yoon look at me like this? Ah! It feels strange to be stared at by such a hot sight. Kirito is at a loss for being shy this minute. Why Yoon, who is also a boy, sees himself in the same way he treats a girl? Is it possible that you like me? No. What more should I think about? I am a straight man in love between men and men. Kirito has been surrounded by a lot of strange information in this short period of time. He shook his little head in a negative way, letting himself put these impossible things behind, but the next second he did something. He was completely down because of his actions. Oh! So cute! Really, Kirito sauce is so attractive. Ah! I'm going to control myself. I really like you, oh! Kirito. In the romantic sense, oh! Yoon was very intoxicated and earnestly confessed to Kirito directly. This minute he was ashamed of Kirito like a thunderbolt. Hi, like me? But, I'm a boy. Kirito's first reaction was not to object, but to consider that he was not a girl. At this minute, it was obvious that there was a problem with Kirito's thinking direction. Wait a minute. Kirito flees from Yoon's arms at once, holding his hot rosy cheeks with his back to Yoon with his hands. This minute, he doesn't know how to express, or even how to think and express. Seeing that Kirito didn't immediately reject him, Yoon already showed a smirk of conspiracy, but he liked Aisha and Kirito sincerely, and even wanted to embrace both of them, wanting to go further. After the development of the relationship, it seems that the thinking is quite terrible. No one thought he was a real bisexual man, and wanted to open a bisexual harem. Of course he will only like cute boys. And when the atmosphere was very persistent, Aisha, who had already returned from the toilet, still blushed and hesitantly walked towards Yoon and Kirito in the same ambiguous atmosphere. I'm sorry. Peter. I just ran away without permission. Aisha was a little bit afraid to look into Yun's eyes like a kid who did something wrong. Ha ha ha. It's okay. Let's go together. The high-rise building in front should be the department store, right? Aisha. Yun pointed to a building with a lot of people in front of the three people without paying attention, and asked Aisha, who was most familiar with these things. Yes. Let's go. Why is your face so red, Kirito? Aisha nodded to Yun, then turned her eyes to look at Kirito, who was still muttering something with a voice that only he could hear with her head down. Is the department store here soon? I feel so happy. Although Kirito did hear the conversation between the two, the feeling of his reply always made Asia feel a clue. She relied on her girl's instinct. Something must have happened to his B-clan and this male lady when he was away just now. Did you two just talked about some ulterior secrets? Aisha smiled and poked her head tentatively and asked Kirito, who was in a state of uncertainty. Nothing. We are discussing for a while to give me the cute girl and Kirito-chan, what kind of clothes to choose will be better. It's just that the two of us are still laymen on this aspect. The opinions are not very unified. I advocate cuteness and some tempting. Kirito thinks that the proper way is right. Yun looked at Kirito, who had not yet come out of his confession, and then gave Asia a more reasonable reason to relieve him. That's why. I just said. The conservative sportswear like me is the most suitable for me. You don't listen. You are a baga. Kirito borrowed questions and showed some quarrel problems that happened because of this reason. Although Aisha still remained skeptical, she sighed slightly and didn't think there was anything wrong with the way the two people talked about you coming and going. Maybe I want to have a further relationship with Peter recently. I feel a bit too nervous. Aisha also compromised Yun's right hand, and did not pursue what happened in this blank time. After seeing Aisha did not continue to question, Tongren was relieved in his heart. Great. No exposure, wait. Why am I being scared? But the person who did these things didn't care. As soon as Kirito relaxed, he noticed Yun himself, who had brought out this series of things, and now he and Aisha are smoothly turning around each other with ease. Basis simply doesn't care about the impact once exposed. Is it possible? He wants to take me and Asia together. When Kirito thinks of this, he suddenly comes to the scene where he and Yun and Aisha are lingering together. The hesitation picture was too stimulating, so he quickly stopped his meaningless YY, which made his mind a little confused. Just when Aisha and Yun were chatting and laughing, and Kirito was thinking about it, the three of them have already stepped into the location of the shopping street where huge crowds go, and the building now looks very imposing and huge when it approaches. Could not help but let the three people return to this reality and sigh. I didn't expect this place to be so big. I have almost everything I want. Yun walked into the building and looked around. Looking at him, he knew that he had never been to such a big market. Kirito and Aisha couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. Do I look like a hillbilly? After all, I really didn't have the financial means to come to this place before. Yun turned his head and said to the two with a smirk. It's okay. I don't think it is too exaggerated. Aisha and Kirito looked at the embarrassing cloud in unison. Ah! Look at that shop that happens to be buying clothes. Let's go and take a look. Yun glanced at a women's clothing store that looked pretty good, grabbed Aisha and Kirito's wrists with both hands, and ran in hurriedly. There are not a lot of people who bring her to the women's clothing store to choose clothes, but the only one who can bring two or more cute girls into the store is really the enthusiastic Yunji. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is a momentary store. Inside, the eyes of the customers and shop assistants were focused on the handsome man. Yun ignored these gazes, but began to select various types of women's clothing and stuffed them into the hands of Kirito and Aisha, then pushed the two to the door of the fitting room, watching Yun's desperate look. Kirito and Aisha also blushed, holding the same or tentatively selected clothes, and they went into the fitting room of Kongto nervously and changed them. It didn't take long for Yun to look forward to the situation. The two lovely girls had already changed clothes and walked out. The first is Aisha. She has a good foundation, with a black lace-wrapped chest, showing a slender waist, plus the cute denim skirt and some thick-soled flat shoes. Generous, lively and wild beauty, this is the contrast effect that subverts the previous cute style. Transformed into aggressive clothing, showing her beautiful curvy figure and her lordosis to the fullest, showing a strong contrast beauty. And Kirito blushed for a while before walking out slowly. As soon as he came out, all the eyes of everyone around him gathered on him, and some even opened their mouths. The black and purple lace transparent shawl, which is tight and close to the body, showing the slender and soft figure of an immature girl. With some translucent effect cloth and lace mixed dress, you can see the white inside round thigh skin. And that beautiful black alluring stockings and cute thick-soled small black sandals, it looks like a school sister's similar outfit. The character image costumes used by Kuro Yukihime in the accelerated world are very similar in the virtual world. The shy appearance of the weak girl who is only innocent has won the favor of everyone present. Chapter 16, Youth Romantic Comedy. Soft and elegant, as pitiful as a girl who has just stepped out of her boudoir, this is the deep impression that everyone in the store has of this unknown black-haired girl. From time to time they will pick up their mobile phones and cameras, because they travel here. Traveler, recorded this moment to this black-haired beauty. The flash and the unique shutter sound of the camera made this beautiful lady suddenly panicked. She turned her head and hid in the fitting room, quietly poking out half of her head, with a faint blush and big watery eyes. Many people present were tempted by it. They squeeze their chests with their hands from time to time. If they don't do this, they will eventually feel that their hearts will jump out and let themselves die. Seeing the highly anticipated effect, the cloud on the side feels very satisfied with his hands, and they have been caught by everyone and Peter. Ignoring Aisha could only bite her nails and looked at this captive man with a bitter look, becoming more and more afraid and unwilling to be his beauty as a woman. Sure enough, when Kirito-chan really dresses up, it is shocking and seductive. Seeing that the shy girl's actions and expressions are almost done, Yun looked at Kirito, who had gradually developed into a girl's psychological development, with more expectation. After all, Kirito is destined to be his own and no one wants to take it away. Especially girls. At this time, Yun's desire for exclusivity towards Kirito has increased a lot. Woo woo. The eyes of the whole world are watching this boy lady. Even a real girl like me can't show how pure and innocent a girl is. She's just a boy. How can she be better than a girl also look like a girl? Baga's HS eyes have been looking at every inch of this man. Hey. I'm about to break in love. Aisha looked at the eyes of the audience and couldn't leave the man's body and felt the world's coldness. Forget it. Even her own Pei had already wanted Fei for the male and female. As a girl, she felt that she was really a failure. She actually lost to the boy. She was very disappointed and even started to tears from the corners of her eyes. Okay. Just when she was desperate and heartbroken, a warm embrace surrounded her tightly. She recovered and raised her head. Yun's caring eyes were already looking at her, and he gently wiped her away with his hand. In warm tears, this feeling of happiness came too suddenly. Fool! Why are you so sad? You are my lovely girl. Even if the whole world is not looking at you. And I am looking at your beautiful look. The tone is so soft, as sweet as honey. Aisha's heart melts, her face is red, and her eyes are full of love. Before this picture of Otome in love is too cute and foul. As a reward for her, a deep kiss was already pressed against the slightly trembling lips. Me? I was kissed? But, feel good, weird. Itchy feeling in my heart. A little uncomfortable. Aisha, who was prying her teeth open by that rough force, felt an unprecedented stimulus, very tough but very comfortable, for a short period of time, but it was especially long for Aisha. She catered to Yun's move, it feels very sweet and at ease. Until the two separated, Aisha kept her eyes blurred, blankly raising her hand to stroke her soft lips, and even wondering if the time just now was true. She always felt a little impractical, but even Aisha, who is not practical, also feels very happy. She smiled sweetly, it was a pure smile. And Kirito, who turned his head happily in the eyes of the attention of the two of them, saw it, he was a little lost. Because of this passionate kiss between the two, the whole process was deeply imprinted in his eyes. His heart was a little bit painful, and even he didn't know why it hurt so much, and he felt uncomfortable. A warm feeling came slowly from his face. He gently stroked his face with his hand, looking at the crystal clear water droplets in his hand. I cry? Why? I cry? Is it sad because of being watched by people? Or what? Kirito showed a slightly uncomfortable face. In the eyes of others, he thought it was his temporary performance to set off the atmosphere. The melancholy image like a broken-hearted girl made the audience feel vivid, and they thought of him like thunderous cheers and applause. But they didn't know that this enthusiastic applause kept piercing his heart like an additional knife, as if the world was happy for his sadness. Kirito has no way to be here anymore, he is flying. Stepping on the thick-soled sandals that were still uncomfortable, he ran out from the weak point of the crowd in tears. Wait! Aisha, this is my card, take it to pay the bill directly. The password is XXXXXX. I'm going to chase Kirito. Seeing this unexpected situation, Yoon immediately confessed the rest of the matter to Aisha, and he chased it out in the direction of the thin crowd. Aisha, who was left behind, is also very serious to help Yoon and Kirito start the aftermath. Yoon had not seen Kirito as soon as he ran out. He looked around in a panic, trying to find the lovely girl. Wearing sandals a few centimeters high should not run far. Yoon continued to probe around. That. Did you see it? That black-haired beauty just now is so cute. That's right. That's right. It's just that I'm crying very sad. I don't know if something happened. Several girls talked about this topic as they walked. Excuse me. The girl you said. Where is it now? Yoon finally caught the clue and stopped the girls and asked. Ah. She is in the direction of the fountain over there. One of the girls pointed to a huge fountain in front of Yoon, and Yoon thanked them and ran over quickly. Hey? Do you think he is that girl's boyfriend? I think it looks quite like it. Look at that strong muscles, you feel safe. Okay. Stop the nympho. Let's go. These gossip girls left here talking and laughing, and after hearing this clue, Aisha, who had been slowly rushing to the side, also ran in the direction the girls just saw the back of the cloud. It didn't take long for Yoon to come to the side of the fountain. He panted and looked up the beautiful black-haired beauty. Fortunately, his outfit was too outstanding. Yoon saw his back at a glance. Slowly walked towards him in relief. There was silence, he just kept the look of lowering his head and covering his face, but the tears from the cracks in his palms had exposed his sadness. Yoon slowly sat on the wooden bench he was sitting on. He didn't seem to be interested in someone sitting next to him, or he was not in the mood to take care of it. Yoon looked at this sad little guy and hugged him tightly in his arms without any hesitation. The sudden broad-mindedness and familiar warmth made him slowly raise his head, his crystal clear eyes still with tears flooding, the slightly red cheeks looked very weak, and Kirito at this minute was like a sad beauty, making people feel protective. Yoon once again showed the unchanging soft smile, wiped it with his hand and gently stroked this little cold cheek. His eyes were serious, like watching his lover with enthusiasm. The look in Kirito clearly understood, because Yoon had such a doting look at Aisha just now, he couldn't help but roll his eyes, not daring to look directly at this playboy-like cloud. What? Are you angry? Yoon pinched Kirito's small cheek and asked gently. Angry? Nothing. Why should I be angry? Kirito looked at Yoon a little angrily and stubbornly denied it. Really? Then why are you running? And why are you crying so sad? Yoon pinched his somewhat slender wrist and forced him to ask. Hey? Not so many people are there clicking. It's too shame to run away sadly. Kirito once again turned aside his eyes and dared not look directly at the cloud and said that this answer was not the main question. Look at me. Tell me the truth. I know these are not your concerns. Yoon firmly pinched Kirito's jaw with his hands so that he kept staring at him. It hurts. Kirito was indeed hurt by Yoon's rude behavior, and he closed his eyes and shouted. I'm sorry. Not on purpose. Are you okay? Yoon, who realized that he was trying too hard, immediately let go of the hand that held Kirito's jaw, and gently caressed his jaw. Hwa xin big carrot. Kirito looked weakly at Yoon, who became gentle and said. Hey? Why? Are you jealous? Yoon can't help smiling when he hears the jealous lines of such a standard girl, and it seems that it has been effective to lead Kirito on the road of cute boys and girls. Hey! Obviously, I was confessing to me at that time before. Turning your head, you got stuck with Asia again. You big carrot! Kirito was no longer arrogant, and straightforwardly looked at this half-hearted Yoon Fank with a faintly resentful look. Ha ha ha! I am really jealous. I didn't expect it to be so cute. But I am serious about you and Aisha. There is no doubt about this. So, have you agreed to my confession? Kirito-chan. Yoon also bluntly pulled Kirito's wrist and watched affectionately at this jealous little fellow with an otome breath. But, are you going to explain to Asia like this? Kirito blushed and nodded slightly, but then looked at the cloud with a frown. Well, Aisha, you should be aside. I just heard your panic footsteps. I don't know why Yun's five sensibility has changed since he came into contact with Sao. He is already very sensitive to footsteps. He holds Kirito and looks at the back of the fountain, while Aisha also has a somewhat distressed expression from behind. Come over. Although Yoon was calm, Kirito on the side was a little panicked. He had understood that it was possible that Asia had been listening to the conversation between the two, but did not know where to start listening. Kirito. Aisha's expression is complicated, and it can be seen that she has received a certain degree of shock and confusion. If you guessed it right, you're listening to our conversation from beginning to end, right? Yoon straightforwardly sorted out the matter and moved Aisha to his other side. Aisha nodded slightly in Yun's arms. What do you think? A man who robbed you of his family. Yoon continued to look at Aisha, who was a little troubled. I don't know, I feel very confused. I didn't expect that Pays would be such a person. Aisha shook her head, she didn't know what this messy feeling and tangled feeling in her heart actually meant. I didn't expect that Yoon used the opportunity to confess to me when you ran out. Kirito looked at Aisha and felt that confession would be much better. That's it. No wonder the atmosphere just now was weird. It turned out to be like this. Aisha's expression is obviously a bit lost, but this loss is not because of Yun's behavior or Kirito's response, but because the love is too strange and distorted for her to be relieved. She didn't expect that she was not because of her charm or because she was a female. Because of the child, from the beginning, she and Kirito didn't have a situation of who would lose or lose, but their own monopoly and jealousy were at work. At the same time, she did not expect that Yoon would decide to eat the two together from the beginning. Although she was happy, she was also worried because this country would not recognize this twisted relationship triangle, and she was at a loss for a minute. I am confused as to whether I should accept or reject it. Accepting is about facing society and sharing the state of being a man with Kirito, but rejecting or even losing the embarrassing situation of a person who loves herself and a good friend makes her hesitant and uncomfortable in various concepts. Why torturing yourself like this? Aisha. You just need to tell me whether you want to be with me or not. Our future is still very long. Why should we just stop here? If nothing has started, you will be caught, the difficulties are overwhelmed. Don't even dare to try? You may lose a lot of things because of this. Accept your heart. Answer me. Are you willing to be with us? Yoon stroked this Otom's cheek, who was bound by various things. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com wanted her to tell her what she really wanted in her heart. Please stay with me. Yoon. I really like you. Looking at the love that seemed to be lost, Asia tightly hugged Yoon's wide waist and shouted to him affectionately. I don't want to lose. The last thing I don't want to lose is you. My Peter. Aisha further increased her strength and hugged Yoon's waist tightly, making Yoon couldn't help feeling warm, and he took advantage of the opportunity to hug the girl who was reluctant to bear himself. Well. My lovely girl. I have never rejected you from the beginning. This answer is what Aisha has always wanted, and now she has got what she wants most. She cried happily, but smiled sweetly. That's it. That's enough. There are still many people watching here. Kirito blushed and coughed a few times. He looked at a bunch of people next to them, sitting around them like watching a romantic comedy of a youth triangle. He was serious with all kinds of food for the cinema. Watching their reality show. Ahaha. This is really embarrassing. So. Let's go. Yoon looked at the melon eaters around who had already watched the show, then smiled and hurriedly ran out with one of his own bye girls, thanking them. Hey? It's over. I haven't seen enough yet. This play is amazing. They shouldn't be actors in some filming crew. The acting is great. Just like the real thing. Hey. Wait. My dog food hasn't finished yet. A group of people felt desperate and dissatisfied, looking at the back of the harem lineup of a man and two women hurriedly escaping, and sighed with unfulfilled feelings. Chapter 17, Raiders Group Selection and Training Talents. When the few people in Yoon were still shopping and dating happily, showing affection, it was already boiling in Sao. At 9:30 when they started dating today, the strongest intelligence merchant Argo issued an invitation letter to all online players in the entire Sao's interior. The second floor of the maze boss room has been found. If you want a shame, you can participate in the boss strategy meeting in the second floor square. Here we'll provide free special equipment, weapons that can greatly improve the strategy boss. Consumables. The message of Argo spread all over the ears of the entire Incrad online players. They have always been worried about the previous first-tier boss, and they have been drinking hatred and have not vented. This time, the second-tier bosses absolutely can't be snatched away by the last triangle team. Otherwise, the entire Sao players really can't hold their heads up. This is the idea of most players. Although their levels are around 20 or so, they will find that the boss room can also get the necessary equipment and consumables at the same time. Let them gather in this relatively wide square, and suddenly there was a crowd of people. Although it is not all 3,000 players, at least there is a scale of 801,000 people, and they are very interested in this double opportunity. Except for the players who came here in particular, the intelligence merchant Argo had not yet appeared in the center of the square, and they began to whisper to each other. You guys? The triangle team that dominates this matter. Will it come and kick it? Who knows? After all, they came to the last challenge last time. It should be let us test the waters, and after we find the strategy, we will take the opportunity to win the final victory. Just think about it. Don't tell me. What is the truth? It feels like the props are used and thrown away. Give me the data. I can do it too. These players' impressions and reviews of the Cloud Trio were not good at all. Some even started to add fuel and vinegar in it, causing all players to be dissatisfied with them. After all, no one still believes that they are defeating the troublesome boss normally. Now they are 100% confident that they can definitely beat it. I only talk nonsense. You are now the same level as the first tier bosses, so naturally you don't put triangle team in your eyes. Anyway, their image descriptions are pretty similar to those of Brother Yoon. Could they be Brother Yoon and triangle team? It is not that Argo has not come, but has already mixed in the player group to interview and investigate the situation, find a good team to help Yoon train a fully equipped raiders team, but she couldn't help but shook her head when she looked at these mixed and even talkative players. Began to continue to find a suitable target in the vast crowd. Why don't you come? Is that Argo intelligence merchant credible? Isn't it fooling us? SHHH. Be quiet. Don't you seem to have lost the right to purchase special information forever? There are some things that only Argo can handle. If you offend her, don't turn back and sow in your life. These few people began to teach a guy who was stunned, and told him not to talk nonsense, and looked around vigilantly. Yet, people don't have much power. Dying Tian makes you regret entering Sao for life. But the quality here is so low. I feel that they are all players of miscellaneous level. Argo looked at her real-time time with a bit of annoyance. It was 10 o'clock in 10 minutes. That was the start time of this boss strategy meeting. She had to sigh and slowly get away from the inconspicuous place. Came to the central square. Argo stopped moving when Argo entered the center of the noisy square. Their eyes were focused on this small cloaked man. The high-profile feeling made Argo very unaccustomed, so he had to take off the hood on his head. Showing fragmented short blonde hair looking at these players staring at him. Hello everyone. I am Argo, the initiator of this second-level maze boss strategy meeting. Please give me your advice. Argo showed a cute smile and bowed deeply, but all the players just looked at her quietly. There is no response. Make Argo a little embarrassed. That's not too much nonsense. Let's go straight to the subject. Argo instantly turned his map information into 4 huge display windows so that everyone can now see clearly what it is. As soon as the map came out, as Argo turned the page, all players were watching these data closely. This is the second-level maze map, the shortest route, and the detailed data of wild monsters sold to me by the frontline pioneer players. Then I will introduce you to the battle-type NPC skeletal general who joined the boss strategy battle that Sao debuted this time. When Argo's words came out, all the players couldn't help but swallow. The name of this combat NPC was spread last night, and everyone wanted to see the respect. When they watched a skeleton full of black armor coming onto the stage, their eyes widened. The solemn steps are full of the temperament of the elders and leaders, so that they can't help but move their eyes along with its movement. Hello everyone. I am a mercenary combat NPC who participated in the second-tier boss strategy battle this time. Please give me your advice. General Skeleton used his skinny body to send greetings and friendly smiles to all players. In terms of his manners, he was the same as humans. Some people even suspected that he was controlled by humans, but when he saw that level LV34 surpassed the current Sao players, all of a sudden everyone was boiling. In other words, this time the Raiders battle is similar to Gao Wan's Skeleton General, and it can be said to be stable. Everyone feels relieved that they can participate in this call. Even if you do this, you will be stunned even if you hold a thigh. At least it won't let the triangle team dominate. In an instant, the entire square began to look at each other again. If it weren't for the Bone General's ability to deter the audience that day and clap their hands, they might not be able to stop. Okay. Let me talk to you about the weapon preparation and consumables mentioned earlier. But because of the limited number, we need a rough idea. A team seems to have a maximum of 8 people. We can provide free for 3 teams provide these materials. So to the best players. I think you should know what this means. Of course, we will show some of them for everyone to understand. General Skeleton looked at the surrounding players, then turned his head and asked Argo to provide a weapon, a set of armor and a few consumables for a demonstration of information. First of all, this white iron sword is strengthened by +10, which greatly increases the value of all attributes by 5%, adds 30 all attributes, adds HIT 4, and obtains the passive skills of the weapon after equipment, Seamless Burst. There is a low probability that the sword will be launched after the skill. A random sword skill of the system will be released again. If the MP is insufficient, it will not be triggered. 0 CD. This white iron sword exploded as soon as it was released. Almost 80% of the players have stood up in surprise, looking at the data in the screen and feeling that the saliva is going to flow out. Then the silver iron set defense +50, all attributes increased by 2%, all attributes increased by a fixed value of +30, after preparing a set, all attributes increased by +10. Passive skills, damage immunity once, no matter how high the damage is completely resist once, CD 1200S. Saw this complete armor set again, and many players were about to fall directly. The mixed potion instantly restores the 30% double recovery effect of MACP max value. CD 20S. When this potion appeared, many people with things in their hands fell to the ground. Percent potion? Almost catching up with the effect of restoring the crystal. The usual potions are fixed values, but this is a percentage. All players have been in an uproar, this kind of equipment and consumables that are almost and completely excessive from the early to mid-term. It's the gospel of Saruki players like them. Their eyes are full of greed. I began to regard these things as my own. And their competitors are all players other than the 7 players who teamed up with them, that is, a knockout match where 801,000 players enter 24 players. The prize of victory is the exquisite novice suit that can be all the rage and temporarily put them at the pinnacle of Seobita. The conflict in their hearts began when things came out. The decision method is very simple. Win the team PK. It is based on the principle of destroying all the opponents, and the opponent is completely resolved within 10 minutes, otherwise it is considered that both parties are unqualified and eliminated. 10 minutes in a short time super high-level team to cooperate with the annihilation battle. This is the biggest test for team battles, because battles can often determine the victory or defeat in a short time. Soldiers are expensive and fast, and soldiers are tricky. This is the tactics of the strategist. Everyone has been ignited to fight, because this reward allows them to become great gods in a short time. Often the difference in preparation, attributes, and level is the most real cruel gap in Vermeer-Page games. They have begun to replace and adjust their teams in their hearts, and begin to fight for this new goal. Then, give you 10 minutes to prepare. Then continue with the multi-team knockout competition here. Above. Free time. As soon as the General Skeleton announced it, he turned and left the square with Argo. All the players couldn't wait to start reorganizing and adjusting the team based on the crowd they knew. Of course, there were also people who challenged with the current team in the same way, but most of them have already, in order to reward, changed the configuration to improve the winning probability of your team. Not long after 10 minutes, all the players and their teammates were sitting neatly in the square waiting for the host to arrive, and under their anticipation, Argo and General Skeleton stood in the center of the square again. Now the draw starts. Team captains are asked to register their teams in the first Raiders trial tournament created by Argo players. Once you register, you will get the number shown on the electronic ticket, and you will compete with players with the same number. Each team enters the arena directly following the numbers. I announce the official start. After General Skeleton waved his hands, the players had already started to operate. Soon the 8 teams from the first group had entered the field. The elimination game started automatically after General Skeleton and Argo retired and the countdown counted down. When the first major group of battles began, everyone's initial naive ideas were ruthlessly broken by the on-site situation. Because there was no systematic division of the on-site venues, everyone's battles would spread to the entire central battlefield, and it would evolve all at once. It became a big melee. These players don't understand what they really cooperate with. It can be said that they are fighting around. No one is in command at all, everyone is fighting on their own. I didn't know what the cooperation was. After a while, he slashed the enemy on the left, and then turned his head to fight the enemy on the other side. In the end, he slashed to the point where no one knew it, and he directly returned to the rebirth point. The skeleton general and Argo who were watching directly slapped their foreheads. What a mess! Neither they nor the players on the scene thought that this would be the case. Even the players involved in the competition would just be blind as long as they saw that they were people. It was not until the time was up that they were all eliminated. They also stood in place with a dumb face. What's the mess of this fight? Compared to the perfect connection between Yoon, Aisha, and Kirito, I think these players are not filled within their heads. Even the skeleton general couldn't help but swear. Argo shook his head and looked at these players who were even more than rookies. They felt a headache. I was afraid that giving them everything was just a drop in the bucket. Seeing this scene, the attitude of many players has changed significantly, because they know that if they take a fluke or play casually, they will be uglier than the following players. They began to think and draw up plans. When General Skeleton and Argo saw that there were many players, it seemed to see a glimmer of hope during his actions. Well, it looks like it might still be a play. The two continued to watch the game of the second largest group with the mentality of watching. It really started a lot better, but they were still eliminated by all members, but their changes clearly inspired the remaining team's combat strategy. Watching them communicate more and more time while watching the game, and even getting more intense, the two finally saw the real signs. About an hour later, it was surprising that only 6 teams were eliminated in such a short time. They looked a little tired physically and mentally, but the fighting spirit in their eyes was really fierce. They are now in the finals, and they have gone from winning the prize. Need to find a new goal: the honor of team and battle. It must be said that after the baptism of the practice of PK confrontation, these 6 teams have improved their tacit cooperation and mutual understanding. It can be said that in a short period of time, it is second only to the cooperation of General Skeleton before joining the Cloud team. Strength, but the difference is that they rely on the traditional multiplayer switching recovery and the coordinated play style of sword skills, and even the play style that has dual wielding bonuses with the Yoons is similar to the same. But the most basic seamless connection can still be achieved. The 6 teams as a whole have reached the requirements for continued training, because they have gradually changed from a desire for items to a serious attitude towards combat. It seems that even if the remaining 3 are eliminated, you can still pay more attention. After all, we have the precious resources of first-class forgers, smelters, and pharmacists to cultivate a strategy team. Although we are not tired. General Skeleton pointed to the 6 formed teams present, and Argo nodded in agreement. How about this? How about I create a mercenary guild and leave the president to you? General Skeleton. Argo, who has found a new business opportunity, elbows the armor of General Skeleton and proposes. This proposal is not bad. After all, I am also a mercenary NPC, so I just need a unit to belong to. The General Skeleton didn't care what Argo was thinking behind his back, he just felt that there was a bunch of plasticity that made him feel sorry for his talents. Soon the finals began. The battle was very exciting. Whether it was through seeing through the opponent's weakness or defending one's own flaws, a fierce offensive and defensive battle with enthusiasm was formed, but there is always the survival of the fittest. About 4 minutes have passed. 2 groups have been selected. The last group is still competing with each other. Those 2 groups who were eliminated were not so discouraged about the failure www.readaloud.com. Instead, they supported each other and left the square crying and laughing, but they were on the way they had to go. Argo has been waiting here for a long time, and she has sent invitation letters from the guild to these teams. Although they were still a little puzzled when they saw this move, they heard that if they entered this guild, they would have the opportunity to get this or more rewards again when they were very excited to accept the invitation and left the passage happily. It didn't take long for the last group to be the winner, and the General Skeleton had walked to the side of the winning team, and Argo slowly came to their side after inviting the last team. Congratulations! These rewards are yours. The General Skeleton visualized the 3 sets of equipment supplies that had been transferred to him in front of them. Each set was exactly the same as the data provided, and the most amazing were the outstanding potions and crystals. Players who have not left as the audience are very envious and hateful. The players who were equipped with the equipment were extremely excited. They didn't expect that they had actually obtained these coveted things. When they were excited, the Skeleton General coughed to interrupt their bragging behavior. Although very abrupt. You are now officially a member of my strategy team. Our task is very simple. Raid all the maze bosses. Of course our current task is this second-tier boss. Let's go. Time waits for no one. You must reach the 3rd floor within today. Of course, players who lose the selection don't worry, you will have the opportunity to join our raiders group in the future. General Skeleton announced to the audience. All the players greeted with cheers and applause and led them to the portal of the first battle of the raiders team. Chapter 18, the second layer of Maze Boss Strategy. At 11:30 after the date of the 3 of Yun, in front of the second-level labyrinth boss room of Sauenkrad, General Skeleton brought the newly born 24 members of the Raiders group of Mercenary Guild and Argo to this place. Start making the final item adjustments. Argo. You'd better not go in. After all, you are the main intelligence merchant. General Skeleton turned his head and looked at Argo, who was aside, and told her to get up. Naturally. But you have to be careful. Although you meet in peace. But after all, it is Brother Yun's companion. That is, my partner. Argo patted the armor of the General Skeleton and smiled at him. Although it was that unchanging smile, it was enough to have an impact on the Bone General, and he smiled involuntarily. Partner? It's really interesting. Then I and the members of the Raiders team will go in. General Skeleton waved his hand to Argo, and walked into the door with the respectful players of the 3-team Raiders group. Outside the gate, Argo just quietly watched their distant figures. She watched the whole process of their battle outside the gate. As soon as they entered the room, the dark room was immediately illuminated by the torch on the wall. It was just a stone room with quite a large space. The Skeleton General raised his hand to indicate that they were on alert, and pulled out all the items provided this time. All kinds of weapons, looking at this temporarily empty room. Nothing. I think it's impossible. Is there any mechanism? The members of the Raiders team behind General Skeleton looked at the overly quiet environment, and suddenly there was a sprinting sound of ta-ta-ta-ta around them, but they couldn't see anything. This sudden and distant sound made all members of the Raiders team feel unexplained pressure and panic. They rolled their eyes desperately, trying to catch and find the source of these sounds, but they didn't get any results. Quick! Left! Give me your shield! The Bone General pointed to the left of the members of the Raiders team with the drawn Nagata sword. The shield and sword personnel closest to the left did not hesitate to turn to face the left and raised the half-human shield in his hand. When it was just completed, a huge impact came from the shield. After the sound of boom, players with shields and swords were knocked into the sky. Due to the activation of the damage immunity, they only suffered friction damage from falling on the ground and worn out a small amount of HP, but the other personnel still did not see the so-called enemy. They swallowed profusely, and the weapons in their hands were already trembling. Don't panic. I'll break its concealment skills. The ones in front of me. Disperse. The General Skeleton had a dented posture and several arrows flew in front of him, and the players on its way were also very quick to get out of the road. That time was very short, and suddenly the General Skeleton was already there. Entangled with something invisible. The halo of sword skill danced along with it. The scarlet light belonged to the general skeleton, and the light blue halo of sword skill flashed in the air where there was nothing. The halo of sword skill greeted the general skeleton's sword skill, and it instantly turned into a light sword shadow. The violent metal collision and sparks danced along with it, and the sword skills of high hits were also competing with each other. This scene alone makes all players feel different from the monsters they fight. This kind of invisible or even high-hit boss has never seen before. The fierce sword duel is like they are watching a sword in a movie. The scene of the duel of the technologists is the same, the only difference is that this time they are now watching the scene. The Bone General's first sword skill has been swung, and the number of hits and powers of the two sword skills are comparable. It can even be seen that there is some slight damage to the Bone General's body, and at the same time, there is no place in itself. Like a wound floating in the air, they began to gradually see the image of the boss. The hidden ability has been completely weakened after being injured, and a werewolf who is larger than the Bone General in armor appeared in front of the player, its eyes flashed with red fierce light, and the burst of husks, the sharp teeth and strong muscle scars are quite vicious. On top of the LV30 Shadow Escape Wolf Warrior and the familiar 4-tube health bar, it felt that its invisibility had disappeared. It roared angrily at the roof, continued to hold the two short axes, and turned to the direction of the player who was already a little flustered. Jump and hack. Disperse. General Skeleton pursued the Shadow Escape Wolf Warrior while shouting at some players who were uncomfortable with actual combat. Tumble. Fly. Under the instructions of the respective captains of the three teams. Everyone swooped in all directions and tactically rolled and quickly moved away from where they were originally. They were lucky, and they had just escaped from the original ground and they were already affected by the gravity of the whole body. The gravity of Shang directly smashed the entire floor severely. Soot and rubble splashed around in an instant, and most players were hit by this somewhat fast large rubble, wasting damage immunity skills. Although the damage received was nullified, they also lost some time. Life-saving opportunity. But worse things have followed. The two short axes of the Shadow Escape Wolf Warrior have pierced through the smoke and flew directly to the two players who are no longer immune to damage. They directly hit the red blood with 1 damage. Dead location. They are temporarily unable to move. Recover. Leave now. The teammate closest to the two of them immediately confronted the recovery potions used by the two of them and immediately filled them with yellow blood. General Skeleton. This guy has a lot of damage. What shall we do? A player with a blue scimitar holding a shield came to the Bone General and asked. Regroup. I'm going to attract its attention. The Bone General once again waved the Nagata sword in his hand. A charge was added with the 2-hit blade charge sword technique Saratooth. After use, the Bone General had turned into a blue halo and struck straight towards the Shadow Dun Wolf Warrior. But the Shadow Escape Wolf Warrior disappeared into the air again, just like laughing at the folly of the Bone General. Damn it! It's invisible again. Pay attention to yourselves. I can't interrupt the release. You don't have a snap the enemy. It will attack you at any time. General Skeleton couldn't turn his head, so he could only maintain the direction of the charge sword technique, reminding all the players behind him with his loudest voice. Players with shields form a shield wall with me. Hurry up. Otherwise, prepare to destroy them. It's the captain. Another man with a red cloak raised his big shield and came to the edge of the crowd gathered again, and the players with the big shield who responded to him also actively surrounded the players and formed a small wave. The hemispherical shield wall defended, and the moment it was formed, a huge blow hit one direction of the shield wall. In order to resist this impact, the players who were protected inside pushed the back of the player who was under attack with their hands to force it to withstand the attack of the Shadow Escape Wolf Warrior. After several violent metal collisions, he stopped the attack when he felt no results, and suddenly the surrounding became quiet again. What should we do? We didn't seek the enemy and now it's the equivalent of hitting the blind in the dark. The players around the center began to take the opportunity to discuss. According to the current situation, the most troublesome thing is the stealth ability of the Shadow Escape Wolf Warrior. But as long as it gets hurt, it seems to develop. But what's wrong? Can't you see? Would you like to let people out as bait? Hey! That's a good idea. Who else is immune to injury? This group of players seems to have found a good decoy combat method, and they start to look at me and I look at you. At this time, only 2 girls tremblingly raised their hands, which could not help but make other players a little headache. I never thought that the girls still had this effect. What should I do? Girls or something? I can't bear to let go. The girls in my team are like mascots. Yet. So cute. How can you be willing? You people like beasts. I'm going. He fucks. It's unreasonable to let a girl die. Just when these people were still discussing, several male players volunteered. After all, girls are spoiled, how can they be exposed to the boss and hurt everywhere? When these people got down, they nodded with other players, and let a player holding a shield quickly open a gap. These people ran out. As soon as he left the house, it was as if he had known their tricks for a long time, and the 2 air-breaking noises directly smashed down at the players of these death squads. A strong blow to your left. Hurry up! At this time, General Skeleton had already rushed over to the positions of these people. To understanding. No problem. Although a few people couldn't see the enemy on the left, they attacked the left with a few strong blows. Although most of them were empty, the one in the middle was accidentally hit. After the Shadow Escape Wolf Warrior wailed, its figure was once again displayed in front of the player and the Skeleton General. Hurry up and give me a hard blow while being forced to be rigid. Don't stop. General Skeleton saw these newcomers, someone so lucky to hit the Shadow Escape Wolf Warrior's calf, and gave all the players the order to attack. Okay. Switch. Switch. Haha. Switch. Go to hell. After a few people quickly switched with the same number of players behind them, the halo of sword skills was already shining with the displacement, and they quickly hit the body of the Shadow Escape Wolf Warrior. The remaining players also began to surround the Shadow Escape Wolf Warrior and began a high-speed chain of switching and combo sword skills. After a round of fierce attacks, the 2 blood bars of the Shadow Escape Wolf Warrior were directly destroyed, and painful screams also rang through the room, but the accident still happened. I don't know why, the Shadow was supposed to be in a state of rigid sword skills. The Escape Wolf Warrior actually resumed activity. He just went crazy, using his fists and feet together to knock all the players around. Obviously because he had no weapons, the damage was much lower, and he could only knock out about 1/3 of the current players with this enhanced equipment. The amount. However, it was quite powerful. It slammed all the players against the wall, causing additional damage. The health bar dropped to the red area, but it was not enough to directly return to the respawn point. The Skeleton General was also affected. The impact is in it, but the damage is obviously lower. The Skeleton General flipped up from the ground with a caterpillar, holding the Nagata sword that never fell in his hand, looked at the Shadow Escape Wolf Warrior, and then at the surrounding players who were slowly getting up. Generally speaking, it was not too big. Question: after it confirmed it, it focused its attention on the Shadow Escape Wolf Warrior. However, the appearance of the Shadow Escape Wolf Warrior seems to be a little wrong. It looks uncomfortable. It keeps scratching its chest with its own hands, feeling like something has changed in his body. A bad premonition has already flocked to the heart of General Skeleton. Sure enough, just as he was holding Nagata's sword tightly, he saw the chest of the Shadow Escape Wolf Warrior suddenly exploded from the inside out. A large amount of blood and minced meat splashed on the ground, and from its chest, it seemed to be something crawled out of its body. And the HP bar on the shadow of the Wolf Warrior's head has begun to slide down quickly, and its appearance is very painful, it keeps spreading its limbs and waving in the air, and finally after the HP bar is completely empty, it turns into polygonal fragments and disappears in the room. But something like a ball of meat fell heavily into the gravel pile as the shadow escape wolf warrior disappeared. Reading www.youkanshu.com's boss sound was like a piece of meat being smashed on a chopping board, and all the players had recovered to their heyday with potions, and they began to watch their surroundings vigilantly. Even the skeleton general looked around and the pulsating meatball very puzzled. It's weird. Obviously the boss has been eliminated. There is no reminder that the strategy is over? Is it possible that a bug has occurred? I don't know. According to the previous first level announcement, as long as the boss dies, the whole world will announce it. What happened? Could it be because of a beta-like processing error? All the players are suspicious of each other, feeling that they have finally solved the boss, and the result is a bug or something, which means that they have to fight the invisible boss again. They don't want to play like this. Boom boom, I don't know why this room is reverberating with a gradually increasing heartbeat. This sound alone made all players start to sweat. Even General Skeleton became serious. Should not. Everyone's thoughts coincided with each other so that they focused their eyes on that strange meatball. I don't know if it was an illusion. It seems to be a lot bigger than just now, no. It should be twice as big, and now that meatball has become as big as a person. All staff are on guard and form a square formation. Hurry! The Bone General's danger perception has been activated, and he has anxiously issued instructions to the players. Although the players still don't understand what will happen, they are very obedient and form a square double shield facing the direction of the meatball wall. And when the shield wall was formed, the meatball exploded from the inside out just like it did with the shadow escape wolf warrior. Chapter 19, 2 systems that are fully integrated. But at the beginning of this change, the door that had been open suddenly closed. Seeing this situation, Argo ran to the closed door nervously, knocking on the immovable stone door desperately, and couldn't help being full. Head sweating profusely. General Skeleton. What happened inside? Argo had to send this message in the information office and the guild channel, but no one responded to her for a long time, and the people from the 3 unsuccessful teams who saw the guild information had already desperately started chatting in the channel. Did you see the message of the administrator, Argo? I saw it. What happened to the chairman of the Skeleton General and the 3 selected raiders teams, right? It looks like it is. But a boss strategy battle? What else can happen? The big deal is defeated. Or they lose, let's go borrow that set of equipment again. Forget it. I hope you lose. Since those 3 elite teams are not good. We are even more impossible. Look at what you said. I don't know who loses and who wins. What if our on-the-spot performance is stronger? We are actual combatants. Looking at the cynical or caring players in the group, Argo can't help but slap, but it's normal. After all, there are all kinds of people in the game. She continues to pay attention to the information of the Skeleton General and the members of the guild in the boss room. Come on! I didn't expect to have a hidden boss after playing one. Taurus King Astrias LV35. The scene is in chaos. It didn't take long for a girl player in the guild to appear on it, which shocked the others. What? Double boss? It's a lie. The first level is just elite monsters plus bosses. Heh. I really want to see the situation of dual bosses. The chat history of the entire guild information was quickly swiped, causing Argo to have a headache. She quickly went to try private chat with the female player present. What's going on now? I just saw the death of the first boss and something exploded. Argo was a little anxiously waiting for the girl's reply. She watched the real time passing by, her whole heart was suspended. What should I do? Brother Yoon believes in me so. I can't help him. So impatient. Argo looked at the real time while blaming himself. About 10 minutes later, the girl finally got a letter. Now, under the command of the General Skeleton President, he has begun an official deal with the Taurus King Astrius, but he has damaged a lot of consumables before wiping out the first blood. Looking at the news, Argo was a little relieved, but looking at the consumption of a large amount of consumables, he knew that the damage of Taurus King Astrius or the consumption of MP was particularly huge, and he could not help falling into silence. After all, although the inventory is still large, it is not enough. How many consumables are left? Argo asked back just in case. But the same as before, I haven't replied for a long time. It seems that the girl over there is also taking the time to send her a message, but the guild chat on the other side is still chatting in full swing, and some are even talking about it. Argo paced back and forth at the door, continuing to check the real time. At 12:20, it was 11:30 before going in, and the time to close the door was 11:50. The change has occurred for about 20 minutes, and when Argo was extremely anxious, the girl's message was sent again. Come. It's terrible. There are only dozens of recovery potions left for each person. The most troublesome thing is that the Taurus King Astrius attack sword skills will be paralyzed, and the impact of the two war hammers is too large. And the abnormal recovery crystals are almost gone. But now Taurus King Astrius has 2 tubes of blood left. It feels very dangerous. Seeing this message, Argo obviously had a headache. She didn't expect that the Taurus King Astrius would have the sword skills of an abnormal state, and couldn't help regretting that Yoon should produce some crystals to relieve the abnormality. Back in the boss room, a fairly complete girl was hiding in a crack in the stone and sending a message to Argo just now. She was still anxious to tell Argo all the information she knew, but she couldn't help it. Looking at the fighting situation of the sword and shadow outside. A Tauren who is about 5 times larger than the general skeleton, wearing a golden armor, holding 2 huge warhammers in both hands, with golden sword skills and the brilliance of lightning, competing with the skeleton general in front of him. The muffled sound of the 2 brilliants colliding with each other, as well as the sparks in all directions, looked fierce and powerful. The 2 were roaring at each other and using sword skills to compare, and from time to time the large swings returned the king of Taurus Yas. Terius accidentally injured a large number of players around, and the players who were hit instantly fell red blood and even paralyzed on the ground and fell asleep. Wait until the sword is hard and there is a gap. Be careful, everyone. There is no crystal to relieve the paralysis. The captains of the 3 teams began to take over the commanding authority of their respective teams, so that the skeleton general could focus on the attraction of singles with Taurus King Astrius. Ha-ah! Ki-a-a-a-a-a! General Skeleton used action acceleration once again, and now its skill proficiency has increased a lot, reducing the CD of action acceleration a lot, and the buff duration and effect obtained have become much better. Now it can be done. As long as the MP and HP are enough, continuous sword skills can be launched and almost seamless connection can be achieved. The 3 captains once again saw the skeletal general's double bars descend and asked the players with low combat effectiveness to use the double recovery potions and crystals on it. Starting with a counterattack sword skill month by month, the Taurus King Astrius took the bait so quickly that the precondition of being attacked was completed. The skeleton general backhanded his attack and forcibly interrupted his attack and started 3-hit. The high-speed slash hit the stiff Taurus King Astrius on the calf. After that, I used the more advanced perfect acceleration to reset all the skills including the CD of the sword skill, and once again the invalid sword skill stiffened and started to launch the triple blade dance on the legs of the Taurus King Astrius. The chaotic swords, the instant action acceleration and the 4-stage counterattack bursting sword skills, which directly hit the Taurus King Astrius's blood volume to the last red blood zone. The skeletal general who completed a series of actions became frozen, and huge pressure came from the body of the Taurus King Astrius. This is the thing most familiar to the skeletal general. The attack mode changed, and he raised his head and looked at this. The Taurus king asked Rias with a painful face shrouded in a sudden black breath. And this scene is the first time that players in other raiders groups have seen it. The screams that can destroy the eardrums directly force them to cover their ears and close their mouths to prevent it from being directly caused by the overload of sound waves. Of artificial fainting. Come on! Attention! The general skeleton had already lifted his sword skills and stretched his distance with Astrius, king of Taurus. After all, King Astrius of Taurus was in a state of invincibility for a short period of time during this period. He wanted to kill him while it mutated. Is impossible. As the roar faded, Astrius, the Taurus king, who was supposed to be a golden armor, turned into a completely dead black armor. Its eyes turned red, and his face was violent. He gritted his teeth and jumped directly to the one. People's corner. But all players don't know what he is going to do. After all, there is nothing there. But saw it pierced the wall in front of it directly with its fist. And instantly the wall turned into rubble and formed a hollow, but inside it appeared a giant sword wrapped in the same degree of unknown black energy. Seeing this big sword with a somewhat familiar feeling, the Bone General recalled where he had seen it. When he saw the Taurus king Astrius grabbing the hilt of the sword, he remembered that it was the same at the end of the Bone King. Way, that is to say. Attention everyone! The big guy is coming! The skeleton general immediately yelled at the players present with his raised hand, but his reminder was finished. The huge wind pressure instantly blew across the room, and a purple and black halo formed a beautiful arc. All players within the arc had regular broken marks on their waists. The health bar dropped to an empty slot at this time and turned into beautiful polygonal fragments and disappeared into the room. How can it be? This is the current top armor. It's just a cut. Is that a lie? All the players panicked all of a sudden. It was obvious that they had a great advantage before, but in a blink of an eye it became a huge disadvantage, and they took a breath. Don't worry. How many people are left? Calm down. There are about 8 people left. Scattered. The others have been sent back to the rebirth point. Soon the remaining 3 captains began to regroup. They themselves did not expect to lose the personnel of the 2 teams at once. This sudden reversal made them sweaty. They looked at the proud Taurus king Astrius. He is a very serious general skeleton. Their voices were heard by the general skeleton. I didn't expect that the Taurus king Astrius would be so destructive after changing his attack mode. All of a sudden, Yun's most advanced armor was carefully crafted like a canned food. It's as weak as a can opener. So strong. It seems that now is its real strength. The skeletal general was holding his long sword tightly. After all, the current Taurus king Astrius and the just now were 2 things, and just before he was fully prepared, the figure of the Taurus king Astrius has disappeared. The general skeleton began to look vigilantly in all directions. Suddenly the general skeleton rolled to the right, and then a purple halo had passed the position where it was just standing, and a wind pressure also flashed with the light. It blows violently. In a room full of instruments, countless people in research uniforms are constantly tapping on the keyboard and desperately verbalizing a lot of difficult technical terms, and there will be an alarm at any time. Sound, it seems that everyone is busy. Well, it's perfect. I didn't expect the degree of fusion to be so high. What do you think of Madao Akihiko? It looks good, right? The researcher who claimed to be K slapped Madao Akihiko's back with a poker face, as if he was showing off with excitement. It's really interesting. Whether it's the triangle team system experimenter, the skill tree reform that triggered, or the activation of NPCs. This skeleton general is a good example, whether it's the way of talking or thinking. It's almost true. There is no difference between human beings. The only flaw may be the perception of emotions, right? This is also due to the error caused by wild monsters. Mao Dao Jinjian squeezed his chin and watched the battle scene between the Raiders team and the Taurus king Astrius, which is still live broadcast by the Bone General, but he seemed to be thinking again, watching the current Taurus King Ystrius's way of fighting. Hey? Mao Dao Jinjian? What are you thinking? I don't think you are satisfied with something. Kei has noticed Mao Dao Akioko's every move staring at the screen. As a researcher, he can see at a glance that Mao Dao Akioko, who is almost similar in nature, must feel that there is something imperfect. How about the overload status of cardinal system and the experimental perfect equivalent exchange quantum system now? Madao Akioko ignored K's actions, but began other researchers and assistants to confirm that the two systems had begun to merge with each other. Report. Because of the increase in fusion now, I am in a situation of no load and no way to fully function. A man wearing glasses turned his head and reported to Mao Dao Jinjian behind him. I don't know why I can vaguely feel Mao Dao Jinjian showing a faint smile. Remove the restriction of sword skill rigidity and forced rigidity and the intellectual limitation of Taurus King Astrius, and let the Sayobita version be changed to real-world data to calculate the physical rules. Let's extract all the last precious data. Mao Dao Jinjian surprised everyone with a single sentence, even Kei couldn't help but widen his eyes. They knew what this action meant. Do you really want to dismiss it? Director? Is it too risky? Most of the researchers stopped what they were holding and stood up and looked towards Akioko Madao. No problem. I know what it means. Do it. Mao Dao Jinjian did not give other people a chance to choose. After all, he was the core researcher of this project, and just when a researcher was about to report him secretly, the ruthless gunfire had sounded and the researcher had fallen into a pool of blood. Kei, you are. Madao Jinjian watched the act of killing the informer with a pistol beside him. Ha ha ha. We are grasshoppers tied to a rope. Your business is mine. Don't you say it. It doesn't matter that my perfect equivalent exchange quantum system, perfect equivalent exchange quantum conversion system, will help you achieve your wish. I will help you control the bad memories of these beta players. Don't worry. Kei raised the pistol with a smile, and swept it at all the people present, making these researchers involuntarily hold their heads and squat to shiver at every corner. Looking at this effect, Kei is very satisfied. He just put away his pistol. Go. Give me the instructions of the director. Kei kicked a researcher, forcing him and other researchers to start making changes as instructed, and at the same time issued an official announcement to all players. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Temporary notice. The current data value of SAO is temporarily changed to be similar to the actual physical rules, and the unnatural rigidity such as sword skill rigidity and forced rigidity is cancelled. Happy everyone! As soon as this announcement came out, all the players and everything inside SAO stopped all their actions for a while as if something unexpected happened suddenly, and it didn't take long for all kinds of real feelings to exist on everything in SAO, and they were affected by this. The sudden change is most affected by the Skeleton Generals and the Raiders team with the Taurus King Astrius. A sudden sense of weirdness hit the Bone Generals and the Raiders who were engrossed in the battle with the Taurus King Astrius, and the Taurus King Astrius also unconsciously returned a blow due to this change. How does this feel? Uncomfortable. There is pain in all the places where I was attacked just now. My waist, it hurts. The players in the Raiders group who were present at the scene for a moment were all occupied by the sudden feedback from the five senses. They looked like the previous Aisha, unable to adapt to this too real feeling for a moment. Most of them have clasped their heads and felt their heads exploded. Ah! Humankind! And Taurus King Astrius started to hold his head uncomfortably and shout to the roof as if he had his own consciousness. This feeling, it seems a bit unpleasant. Even the Skeleton General couldn't accept this various sensory shocks, and he couldn't stand up anymore. Humans have to die. To death, to death, to death. And the King of Taurus, Astrius, regardless of this rejection, raised the big sword in his hand and directly attacked these players who have no power to bind the chicken. Chapter 20, The Final Beta Test. The huge sword carries fierce wind pressure, and following the roar of Taurus King Astrius, it attacks the players who have not resumed their actions. The skeletal general who saw this situation picked up the Nakata sword that had fallen from the ground and launched a charge towards the side of the Taurus King Astrius. "Hurry up, everyone, get out of the way!" The three captains, who barely opened half of their eyes, moved their bodies full of feedback, and hugged the people next to them. They avoided this fatal slash in time, but as a price, the strong wind pressure was also right. They cut their armor on their backs, causing a certain amount of HP damage to them, and then they rolled and fell to the ground aside. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! You humans who torture and kill my companions!" Taurus King Astrius saw his attack missed, and once again raised the big sword in his hand, shining with dark golden light, preparing to bash these targets that he inexplicably hated. It is a pity that the skeleton general, who also shines with the glory of sword skills, has once again entered the swordsmanship duel head-on with the Taurus King Astrius. "Don't think about it. Ah! The general skeleton waved the Nagata sword in his hand, and his sword skills and the same fierce power, and Taurus King Astrius inserted even more fierce sparks. "Damn it! Compatriots! Why are you betraying us to help these shit-like slayers? You unconscionable traitor! Go to with these unsympathetic invaders! Go die! Go die! Go die!" I don't know why the grievances on Taurus King Astrius are getting heavier and heavier. It feels like being possessed by a vengeful undead. He began to use continuous sword skills without intervals. It seems that this world has really cancelled many restrictions. His shackles completely disappeared from the unnatural game stiffness except for paralysis. Every time they compete with each other, the skeleton general can feel the resistance of the air, the gravity of the earth, and all the feelings have become more cumbersome. Whether it is the attack of himself or the Taurus King Astrius, there will be an attack. A certain degree of movement deviation, seeing that they have not yet become accustomed to this environment that is infinitely close to the real environment. Every time he was injured, the wounds on the Taurus King Astrius's body were dripping with bright red blood. They were still dripping on the ground, and its blood bars began to drop slightly. Naturally, the general skeleton was also here. The power of fighting each other and being repelled by each other's HP has also dropped at a speed that is visible again. The king of Taurus Astrius started with a large 2 hit slash from Delantian, followed by the 4 hit of Crazy Slash, swapped diagonal slashes from side to side, followed by a violent 3 hit of Violent Slash. The big sword vertically splits with strong blows of continuous horizontal cutting from left to right. The skeleton general used the first 2 hit of the triple blade dance to reluctantly attack the Great Arashi Mountain and the Night Slash, and seamlessly connected the Mountain Slash to counteract the attack of the Night Slash. At the same time as the Taurus King Astrius, he used the chaotic blade Lianwu not only to offset the violent attack but also to oppose the direct damage caused by 2 hit. Letting his blood fall to 2/3 of the last tube of blood, Taurus King Astrius had to step back a few steps, glaring fiercely at this skeletal general who was even higher than his own sword skills, but just as the Taurus King Astrius had just retreated, the skeletal general Blade-a-Tooth had already charged. "Damn it! You traitor who helps the enemy!" Taurus King Astrius gritted his teeth and had to wave the big sword in his hand forcibly to compete with the assault sword skills of the general skeleton. There is no longer a rigid and restricted sword skills competition in this scene. The players who are gradually adapting to the environment are a little dumbfounded. After all, this series of swordsmanship duels closer to reality seemed to make them surging. Seeing that their bodies had recovered 7 or 88, they relied on the auxiliary effects given by the system to reproduce the same as General Skeleton and the others. His sword skills joined the battle between the two. "Damn it! You humans as annoying as flies! Ah! Go to hell!" The Taurus King Astrius is now in a serious duel. The players of the Raiders who ignite fighting spirit continue to use the seemingly abrupt sword skills to harass from all directions. Every time they are harmed, the Taurus King Yasterius had a headache, and Astrius, the king of the Taurus, who was dazzled by anger, had now begun to brute force his sword in his hand, hoping to wipe out these humans with great power. Come on! Use the greatest strength to play the knife. Quick! Even if the force is gone, interrupting the attack can still be done. It is clear. After watching the battle between General Skeleton and Astrius, King of Taurus, these players have also learned a lot from it, but they have no idea whether they can really interrupt the King of Taurus as before. Terius' attack created a gap for a while. Don't you dare! Let me go! After all, there are some adventures that many people dare not try, and one of the captains is anxious all at once. Take the lead in swinging his most powerful bullet knife at the terrible sword. With a loud bang, the King of Taurus Astrius was actually interrupted by his great sword, and he leaned back with a huge counter-shock force. Oops! Damn it! Taurus King Astrius has secretly called himself reckless in his heart. And what followed is the fierce offensive of the players and the Bone Generals. Nice flicks! Little ones! Give me all the strength to eat milk! The Skeleton General was overjoyed to encourage the players who had grown up again. Okay. President. No matter how other players were exaggerated by the success of the flick knife and the Bone Generals who were strong, their morale rose. They were like children who wanted to be praised, and each took out the high damage of their own housekeeping skills. He and Gao's various sword skills began to attack the Taurus King Astrius desperately. And in this short interval, the King of Taurus Astrius has been reduced to the final HP by the sword skills of these somewhat blunt players and the Bone Generals, and it is turning into a polygon with hatred. Before cursing at everyone who was there again. Ha 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 ha! Don't be too happy. Sooner or later, my undead will come back again. The next time will be the end of your human race. Ah ha 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 ha! And you? You traitor! I or my companions will pulling you into together. Ah ha 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 ha! Taurus King Astrius disappeared into the room with a frantic laugh in the end. As the Skeleton General and the players on the scene panted, the settlement screen of the strategy victory prompted by the system had appeared in front of them. After they saw this, everyone was plunged into the joy and cheers of the success of the strategy, and then the door was opened again, and the system's voice announcements were also spread throughout Encrad, but the method did not change, only however, the list of passers has changed. Everyone cheered for this message, and the General Skeleton smiled and sat on the side of the stone wall. It looked at its red blood HP slot and couldn't help but smile. If it weren't for these little guys, the guy may fall first by himself. And Argo, who was already nervous, also hurried in from the door, looking at the cheering players on the side, looking for the figure of the Skeleton General, and finally she found it in a broken corner, still panting and leaning against General Skeleton resting on the wall. She walked towards General Skeleton with a sigh of relief. Argo? Sorry for worrying you. I only saw your message just now. Ha ha ha. There are all 99 plus. Sorry. I am too focused on fighting. General Skeleton apologized to Argo with embarrassment, and Argo just squatted down and shook his head. It's okay. As long as you are safe. Let's go. Let's go to the third floor. Argo smiled and stretched out his jade hand to General Skeleton, and General Skeleton also smiled holding Argo's hand and stood up, and activated the teleportation gate on the third floor with the players who had been smiling and waiting beside him. It turns out, it feels really good to have a companion. General Skeleton followed the players and Argo towards the third layer of teleportation halo with some warmth. In the still dark room full of instruments, countless researchers are still desperately solving system errors and a large amount of information problems, but Kay kept watching the previous fighting situation that worked well, and Mao Dao Jingyan also watched the final battle scene where the restrictions were completely lifted. Are the backups of Taurus King Astrius and General Skeleton preserved? Madao Jingyan turned his head to look at an assistant aside and asked. Yes. The director has been saved. Assistant nodded at Mao Dao Jingyan, and Mao Dao Jinjian also turned his head to look at the excited K. Can the Taurus King Astrius be converted into a real human being? Madao Jinjian asked K, who was on the side. K smiled and gave him an OK gesture. Then took out the mobile phone from his pocket and handed it to the assistant beside him. Give me the data of Astrius, King of Taurus. The assistant looked at K, then at Mao Dao Jinjian, who nodded at him, and then sent the data to the phone in K's hand via email. K picked up the phone with a smile and started typing something quickly, and then took Mao with him. Dao Jinjian came to a large room in this research area. Have you made up your mind? Mao Dao Akihiko? It's just that I don't think it's interesting to change into an adult. It will be much more interesting to just turn it over. K smiled and looked at the poker-faced Akihiko Mao. Did you control it? If it becomes actualized, we have no way to subdue it. Mao Dao Jinjian frowned and looked at this crazy K. He didn't expect that he wanted to convert the original Taurus King Astrius directly into reality. They already knew how powerful this thing was from the previous battle. Combat effectiveness. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, I have my own way. K smiled and used his mobile phone to visualize a person. It was covered by a long cloak, but through the gap of the cloak, I could see a pair of big obsidian eyes, looking at K seriously. And Mao Dao Jinjian. What are you looking for? Master. A beautiful female voice came from the cloak. It's nothing. Now you are my escort. There will be a troublesome thing that may run away. Then I will trouble you. K still looked at the girl in the cloak with a smile. It's okay. This is my duty. Master. No need to apologize. The girl stood calmly behind K, and K turned to look at Mao Dao Akihiko. Then I will start. K looked confidently at Madao Akihiko to make the final decision. Give it to you. Madao Akihiko agreed with his idea when he saw that the winning ticket was in hand. Okay. K got approval from Akihiko Madao and started to operate the phone. Perfect equivalent exchange quantum system is running, and the conversion of the target is continued. All conversions are completed in the last 10 seconds. 10, 9, 0. With the progress of the mechanical female voice from K's mobile phone, a lot of halos have gradually appeared in front of them, and finally they have completely formed the appearance of the Taurus King Astrius. Now appearing alive in front of them, it looked the same as in the game, and it seemed more full of biological aura. Its chest gradually floated, and its eyeballs began to react, and the gentle breathing sound could be heard even so far away from it, and gradually it opened its eyes. www.readaloud.com. Somewhat vaguely I looked around at the unfamiliar open environment around me. Here is. I remember I was dead. His powerful words still seem a little confused in memory. Yes, you are indeed dead. But now I make you alive again. K looked at this Taurus King Astrius, who was several times taller than himself, and explained. Human. Go to hell. Taurus King Astrius found that he was in front of the abominable human beings, regardless of the 3 or 71, he just raised his fist and slammed it in the direction of K. Sure enough. Madao Jinjian calmly looked at the huge fist that struck him and K. From the beginning, they didn't have any fear of death, but they didn't react too much to seeing things that were taken for granted. Suddenly the girl in the cloak came to the front of the fist track at some point, slowly stretched out her hand and easily took the fist full of huge impact, with the huge collision sound, and Taurus King Astrius with the scream of sis, they discovered that the menacing hand had turned into a twist, and naturally fell on the shoulders of the Taurus King Astrius. The Taurus King Astrius, who felt the severe pain, could only use his other hand to cover his crippled hand, gritted his teeth and looked at the girl, who did not reveal his dignity. It seems that I don't dare to mess around at will. Ha ha ha. Finally know that she is better than you? That's good. Let's start talking slowly. Taurus King Astrius. We can realize your desire for revenge. K opened his arms and smiled very ferociously. He began to offer strong conditions to the Taurus King Astrius. Vol 2 Chapter 1, SAO Public Beta full of expectations. In September 2022, the beta version of SAO, which has lasted for nearly 2 months, officially came to an end. According to players' enthusiastic comments on the game, the popularity and attractiveness of the entire game entered before the beginning of the beta version. An unprecedented climax period. Almost now, whether it's a newspaper or a big platform, the news headlines are all about the promotion and introduction of the SAO public beta version of cross-age game technology, so that in addition to the whole university and all over the world, even the world is issued invitations, just pre-sale games and Nerve-Gear. It has already won the honor of first place in this year's worldwide sales turnover. However, there are also people from all over the world who have asked why the company will continue its international publicity so generously, but it is always ignored. They always feel that there should be some ulterior secrets behind, but people who don't want to go into it are only interested in the game. Formally promoted MV and various comments posted by beta players at the time and felt yearning and indulged. An almost completely real world, whether it's the 5 senses or the feeling of reality reduction in various senses, is just like being in another world, making people unable to extricate and indulge. Even NPCs will act and behave in various ways just like players. Language can even be used for hiring and molesting, but these seemingly beautiful remarks have always made a few people wonder, and they are also gathered in that familiar cafe today. 9 o'clock is a familiar time again, and Yoon once again came to this gathering place that has become a routine on time, but there is a difference that he is now a little different than before, with a confident and calm smile and that suit. The casual suit, which looked like an office worker, appeared energetic and mature. He opened the door of the shop and walked in. Welcome. Hey? Isn't this Brother Yoon? What happened today? You came here to party in this way. As always, Lucy changed into a noble evening dress today. It looks mature and beautiful, with the charm of ripe fruit. Her wicked smile appears to be all over the country. If it weren't for married women, maybe I don't know how many men there are. Will bow down under her pomegranate skirt. Sister Lucy hasn't dressed up very carefully. Not only that, Andrew didn't wear a banquet suit, it looks pretty good. Yoon smiled and walked to the immutable bar and sat down to praise the Andrews and his wife, who were both men and women. Ha ha ha. Look at what you said. Brother, I am a little embarrassed. Would you like a drink? The Chinese 5-pointed star Urquatu purchased today, it tastes a bit good. I don't know why today Andrew actually took out a small famous Chinese wine. Although it is not as good as the country's famous wine, it is still a good choice for the public in a certain sense. Yoon raised his hand and hooked it with a smile, indicating that Andrew would give him a small bottle to try it out. After all, he hasn't tasted this kind of foreign bar? Andrew smiled and brought him a small bottle of 5-pointed star Urquatu. The appearance looked like imitating a kettle from the war period. It looked very nostalgic. Yoon twisted the lid and sniffed it close. The smell of the wine was not bad. It feels very similar to sake but obviously different. Yoon was about to pour into his mouth when he was stopped by Casey. Wait. Brother Yoon probably hasn't eaten breakfast yet. Drinking on an empty stomach is not good. You will have stomach problems then. My husband will serve today's signature dish. Casey smiled and grabbed the wine in Yoon's hand, then turned his head and gave Andrew a look. Andrew smiled and nodded, then began to cook for the cloud. Hey hey! Sister Lucy is really good, well. But it's for my good. Brother, just bear with me for a while. Yoon sighed and watched Lucy, who had been dealing with her for a long time within 2 months and had become a real sister, so she sat down at the bar and drank the white water that she had just brought to suppress her drunk spirit. Ah! By the way, Brother Yoon. Today is November 5th. Tomorrow is the official beta day of SAO. Have you bought the game software? I already got it with you, Andrew brother. Look. Isn't my sister very good? What? Lucy happily took out the 2 sao boxes that she had been hiding under the low-cut dress to show off. Seeing the softness of the shaking, Yoon couldn't help swallowing. Lucy. It's too exciting for you to drive like this. You see, brother Yoon has a nosebleed. Andrew shook his head. After all, his wife is a US native. This open character does not know how many guests who wooed her. After knowing that Lucy is married, the men's desperate appearance made Andrew shook involuntarily. Shook his head. Ah ha ha ha. It's okay. Sister Lucy is a beauty after all, and I'm almost used to it like this. Yoon still kept a smile, picked up the tissue next to him and wiped his nose gracefully. Ha ha. Brother Yoon is good. But you haven't answered your sister's words? Have you bought it? At that time we started to say we would play with your 2 little girls. Lucy suddenly looked at the grinning Cloud with her hands on her hips and her brows. Of course. I have already bought it. Of course, my lovely girls are also available. When the server is opened, we will gather at the same place. According to the introduction on the official website, everyone should be at a starting point, right? Yoon is still half-truth and a little bit more general about the information he knows, in order to prevent the problem of revealing that he is a beta player. And the change of Sao at the last time affected almost all players. But apart from Yoon, Aisha, and Kirito, no one remembers the real painful feeling. Every time I walk on the street, I can see that many people cannot accept it, but when I see them the next day, they look like nothing. I don't know the problem of continuing Sao's strategy, which makes a few people feel doubtful. However, no matter whether it is online or offline investigations, nothing has been achieved. Even the article Perfect Equivalent Exchange Quantum Transformation System that I saw before has disappeared like never before. If it weren't for Kirito's photo at the time, we would really think it was just a pipe dream. In this way, they ended the beta test amidst a bunch of mysteries. They felt that in addition to the great changes and the fact that they were too real, a bunch of doubts remained, so that several people did not carefully taste the content of the game. But because of this, Yoon started to make a fortune quietly under the cooperation with Argo, which of course is real money. It seems like this? It is the same as other games, right? The starting point is unified or what? Lucy also looked at Yoon and Andrew faintly. Why bother to think so much? Why not have a good experience of the game? It's rare for everyone to play games together, wouldn't it be better to relax occasionally? Andrew brought out the freshly made Chinese set meal of shredded pork with green pepper, accompanied by a bowl of pork rib soup and a few side dishes, and placed it in front of Yoon. The strong fragrance made Yoon's saliva flow out. What happened to Andrew today? Apart from Chinese wine, there is a Chinese set menu? Is it possible that you like Chinese or popular Chinese style recently? Yoon put Lucy back to the urquiotta next to her while serving the rice with shredded pork with green pepper, Some spicy green peppers, soft and tender fresh pork, and a slightly strong urquiotta, it's really refreshing. The Andrews smiled as they watched Yoon enjoying their faces. No, it's just that a Chinese customer came here suddenly. He said he wanted to eat some local dishes, so I asked him to use the kitchen. At that time, his craftsmanship and cooking pot looked quite sensational, plus the color, fragrance, and flavor. The Chinese cuisine captured our couple and many customers here, and I also let him teach me a lot of Chinese dishes. How about it? Andrew's craftsmanship is not bad, right? Andrew closed his eyes and nodded to Yoon as if recalling the scene at the time. Is that so? No wonder there are wine and dishes. Yoon sighed and continued to enjoy the Chinese cuisine that he was exposed to for the first time. 9:20 is still so punctual. Today's Aisha is also very mature and cute. She's still naughty, covering Yoon's eyes from behind, but the softness from behind will always reveal who she is. Yoon smiled and grasped her little hands. Caught it! My lovely girl! Yoon took advantage of the situation and hugged her in his arms, but when Yoon saw Aisha's dress, he couldn't help being a little surprised. The pure white low-cut one-piece dress and the cute lily headband on her hair, the slightly light makeup and fuchsia lip gloss, coupled with the fair skin, made Yoon couldn't help swallowing her saliva. It can be seen that today's Aisha really spent much time in dressing up. She raised her head and blushed her cute little cheeks, some naughty stretched out her little fragrant tongue to me, which looked like a cute little cat, and she couldn't help but let Yoon squeeze her little baby cheeks. However, Aisha didn't look like she looked particularly enjoyable. I am coming. Baga. Aisha directly leaned her head against Yoon's chest and smiled sweetly. Ah. I have been waiting here for a long time, my cute little cat. Yoon gently stroked her hair with her hand, looking very fond. How is it? Is it good looking? Aisha rubbed her head against Yoon's chest muscles, looking very pitiful. Deserve to be my that girl. Yoon smiled and wiped her mouth with a tissue, and put her lips together while Aisha was still complacent. It was still a bit rough, but after Aisha and Yoon gave her first kiss, she loved this feeling very much. It didn't take long. He reluctantly let go of his lips, those violent gasps combined with blurred and tender eyes, and the happy smirk at the end, were like a loving couple of fools. Seeing these two young people so open, the Andrews and his wife laughed off, and they kept nodding their heads. It really is youth. You need enthusiasm. Andrew and his wife exclaimed with laughter. She couldn't help turning the shy Aisha into a red little apple. Every time I was with Yoon, he would ask for it like this, so she couldn't help but cater to it. Once it was over, she was only shy to answer. She looked at it with a bit of bitterness. I looked at my culprit stupidly. Why? Still not used to it. Yoon smiled and touched Asia's hot little cheek. Dang, of course. Even if you date for 2 months, you can't get used to it. Aisha complained to Yoon with some slurs. Ha ha ha. My cute little cat. If you get used to it, you don't feel so cute anymore. If you don't get used to it, it's better. Yoon hugged Aisha's small cheeks and rubbed it like he was treating his beloved kitten. Don't be like this, it feels like being treated like a small animal. Aisha gently pushed the cloud away, looked at him reluctantly and said. Just 10 minutes after the two were in love with each other, another protagonist also appeared at the last moment. With a smile, he hugged Yoon and Aisha from behind, shocking the two of them. I saw the familiar face in the middle of the two. Sure enough, the two of you were the first to come. I had already set off very early. I still did not come as soon as the two of you. Kirito, with a single ponytail purple bow, looked at Aisha and Yoon with a smile. Oh. Really? Let me check to see if today's Kirito-chan is well dressed. Yoon smiled and put his arms on Kirito's waist, and he pushed Kirito into his lap with force, making him sit on it very well behaved. Yoon stroked his cute waist-length ponytail, lifted it up very intoxicated and sniffed it a few times. The fragrance of the floral shampoo used by the fragrant girl made Yoon nod his head very much. Ah! Don't do this! There are still people watching. Kirito blushed slightly and pushed Yoon's head away with his hand. The black lace dress with cute little bells on the neck and little sandals, although very ordinary, don't have the shyness and weakness of an innocent girl. It is a cute stunner. It seems that Kirito already likes to dress up as a girl. This is also an excellent result of Yoon 2 months of soft grinding and hard foaming. The cloud kept checking various fashion magazines with Aisha, and it turned out that the dark color suits Kirito's appearance best. The only pity is that Kirito's defense is too strict, even the first kiss is good, not to mention the other things above. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com just because it has not been fully obtained, on the contrary, it makes the cloud even more. The flame that activates possessiveness becomes more wanting and attractive because it is not available. Still not planning this? Yoon lifted Kirito's cute chin with his thumb, and gently stroked Kirito's soft lips with lipstick. But the one who greeted Yoon was the look of Kirito frowning and staring at him. Yoon had to sigh slightly when he saw this. Although he agreed to date, he still didn't want to do what lovers should do. That's a good boy. Ah! Brother Andrew. I want today's signature dish of the Gonggyeong Bao kidney set. Kirito nodded and turned to place an order to Andrew, who was watching the show. Andrew also smiled and started cooking his own Chinese cuisine. Ah! Kirito sauce. So cunning. Brother Andrew. I want this set of Gongbao pork liver. I heard that the liver is nourishing blood. I want a large portion. These two women have become veteran foodies since they followed Yoon, but they just don't see any growth. What if their nutrients have been absorbed? Yoon's yang must be at the place where the front is convex and backward. After all, the most obvious thing is that Aisha is much more plump and exquisite in terms of softness and buttocks. And Kirito can only make his small more elastic and soft due to gender issues, but cuteness is justice. For the cloud. This is the reason for everything. Brother Andrew. Add rice, add ingredients, Urkuatu. Yoon also asked for a full continuation, which made Andrew busy. It's just that today is just the peace before the storm, and they are like celebrating the last dinner called usual, because now all the conditions have been fulfilled. Just wait for the personnel to be in place, and this huge event of world change will be ruthlessly promoted. Vol 2 Chapter 2, back to the world of swords again. After one day of crazy offline celebration, the next day is the public beta time that many people expect. For this moment, many office workers staggered their working hours, and some people in the other hemisphere also stayed up the night watch countdown to the public beta time. They put on nerve gear ready to go, and now they are lying in the most comfortable position, looking at the real-time time displayed in the helmet. They can't wait to enter the game now. Seeing the synchronized countdown set by themselves, they were calling these numbers loudly. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1, 0. Links start. For the familiar interface and all the operation sequences of Seobita players, when they waited for the final load, they heard another name that was most familiar and unforgettable to Yoon. Perfect Equivalent Exchange Quantum System. Fully operational. Start conversion. And when all players concentrate on experiencing the magical and complete sneaking feeling, they are all accompanied by huge mental rejection, which makes them feel very painful involuntarily, and they don't know that their real body is also shrouded in a halo. It disappeared without a trace with nerve gear, as if it didn't exist in the beginning. After being accompanied by the comfort of suffering and suffering, everyone appeared in a huge city. They regained consciousness and stood up and stroked their bodies with their hands, feeling like their own bodies. The Asian area of the town at the beginning of the first level, or the names of the other 6 continents. Wow! That's amazing! It's really the same as flesh and blood. This texture, oops! It hurts. It actually restores the authenticity of the 5 senses. It's awesome! Yahoo! The environment here is so beautiful. The players around are all amazed that this world is just like the real world, just like another world. They are already cheering. I didn't expect a game to be perfect. At this time, Yoon raised his hand with some doubts. Looking at this physical feeling that was even more like the real world than in the previous version of Bata, he looked around him. This starting town was compared to the previous one. Even bigger. It's like changing from a small village to a province. Nothing. I don't know what's wrong, but the perfect equivalent exchange quantum system that appeared before is definitely not just a display. Obviously that thing is already in the official version. But is the current technology really realized? Perfect equivalent exchange quantum, the conversion system, is something like alien technology. Just when Yoon was a little distressed, he was slapped on the shoulder behind his back a few times. Let him return to reality from thinking. What? So it's Aisha. Yoon looked at Aisha, who was still in the beta image, with a sigh of relief and turned to smile. Why, it's Kirito-chan that you want to find you first. Humph. That baga from pies. It made people happy. Aisha turned her head with her hands on her hips and looked a little angry. Yoon held her in her arms with a smile and looked at her grinningly. How come? By the way, did you show that thing over there? Yoon first smiled and then turned to look at Asia seriously. Well, although some are not very convinced, I did see that thing was added to the system framework. It seems that our previous inference is correct. It is very likely that this version is the official version. I don't know how much has changed to Sao. Let's not act rashly. The intuition of other girls tells them that they have a bad premonition. Aisha nodded and said quietly in Yun's ear. Yoon also nodded slightly and agreed with Aisha's analysis. They must make their determination. This time I always feel something tricky. Okay, I found you. Did that thing appear in your place? Kirito also ran up to Yoon and Aisha panting in his previous image and asked with a frown. The two nodded slightly, and Kirito stood up and pinched his chin with his hands. Isa said this before. I think it makes sense. After all, there were all kinds of weird things mixed up in it last time. Let's take a look at the situation first. Yoon whispered in Kirito's ears to tell Kirito just now. He also nodded in agreement. Ah! That little brother, wait for me. Ha ha ha! You are running too fast. I have chased you for most of the street. I told you to keep going. A young man with a red turban who looked a little tall, followed Kirito from a long distance to the front of Yoon and gasped. Kirito-chan? Is this your friend? Yoon pointed to the man in the red turban strangely and asked Kirito. No. I don't know him either. Who are you? Kirito shook his hand and obviously didn't notice that this man had been chasing him for so long. Ha ha ha. See if you came here without hesitation, it should be some beta player. The man in the red hood immediately made Yoon and the others vigilant when he said that, yes, only beta players can do exactly how to find them in this kind of street. They forgot about this problem, and they knew they shouldn't be first. The position was determined in advance, and the three of them were looking for Brother Andrew and them slowly after meeting first. I didn't expect to encounter such an observant player as soon as I came up. What should I do? Do you want to fool him? Hey? Can you hear me? I don't know why the three people can talk directly about what they are thinking in their hearts. They started to check their friends list, but they didn't expect that the friends list from the beta period was automatically inherited. In addition to the three of Yoon, there are also Argo and General Skeleton. There is a bracket with Kuro written after it. Seeing this miraculous name after a few people actually laughed at each other happily. Unexpectedly, the Skeleton General is still there. But is he still the beta? I don't know. But what about the man in the red turban? Hey hey! What are you doing? With big eyes and small eyes? Did I say something wrong? Ah! By the way, can you teach me about the world's problems? I am playing this Vermeer page game for the first time. I don't understand at all. Please. The man in the red turban bowed deeply to Yoon several people with a sincere look. It seemed that he was not a bad person in this way, and the three Yoon looked at each other. Why don't you take him? It shouldn't be a strange person. Yoon several people smiled and nodded to each other and looked at the man in the red turban. Yes. But we still have companions to find, I wonder if you would mind. Yoon stretched out his hand to him with a smile, he shook Yoon's hand a few times and nodded with gratitude. No problem. Yet. What a great help. I came to experience it in advance. My best buddies will come in after a while. So I want to learn from them and show off to them. Ah. My name is Klein, please excuse me more. My name is Yoon. He is Kirito. This is Aisha. Kirito and Aisha waved to Klein with a smile. Oh. This is a handsome boy and a cute girl. Miss Aisha doesn't know if you have a pet. If you don't mind, can I ask you to date? When Klein saw Aisha, he wanted to grab Aisha's hand and wanted a gentleman's kiss, so Aisha hurriedly ran away, and she hid directly behind Yoon, a little angry. He stretched out a small head and looked at this somewhat beast-like Klein. Pies beat him. He actually wanted to insult someone in front of you. Aisha grabbed Yoon's sleeve and encouraged Yoon to beat him. After all, hitting people in the city in this game will not lose blood. Looking at this situation, Yoon showed a harmonious smile and looked at Klein, who was a little confused. Ah! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't know it was your daughter. Don't hit me. After all, Klein's own hands are no different from a real gangster. He just looked at the contemptuous eyes of the surrounding players and the cloud that moved his fists and muscles. He had already closed his eyes and was about to be beaten. But I don't know how long it took, but nothing happened, so he slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the smiling cloud in front of me. Okay. You are not really taking advantage of my daughter. Let's go. Ah! Yunda. You are such a good person. I was really scared just now. Klein knelt down in front of Yoon with his nose and tears all of a sudden. He looked dirty, so Yoon handed him a handkerchief. He used it normally, and slowly followed Yoon several people. Behind. Sister Casey. Brother Andrew. Where are you? Several people yelled at the surroundings while walking on the street. And Klein just silently followed behind the three of them. Ah! Brother Yoon. We are here. Husband, beckon you too. A cute loli and a young brother beckoned and called to Yoonji. This look really confused Yoonji. They took Klein to the young man and woman in a somewhat unbelievable way. Before seeing that loli was in a posture against her own image, Yoon and the others could only smile a few awkwardly and walked over, covering their faces. They never dreamed that the couple would actually use the image of deceiving others. You shouldn't be Lucy's sister, and this is Andrew brother. Yoon. Several people looked at these two images in a questioning tone, which are completely contrasting. Of course, except that Yoon is almost similar to reality, none of the few around him are normal images. Of course. I wanted to be like this in the game a long time ago. How is it? Isn't it cute? Lucy still used that extremely seductive posture to express the image that is almost indistinguishable from the young girl now, and Andrew directly covered his face with his hands and did not dare to speak. It seemed that he himself was extremely depressed. Let Andrew brother be quiet. I didn't expect Sister Casey to use the foul image. I feel really scared. Hey? Is this your new partner? Casey directly hugged Klein's hand and pressed it against his arm with the slightly developed softness. As a result, this action directly stimulated too much. Klein's face was flushed directly, and he sprayed from his nose as if it was down. 2 pieces of nosebleeds fell to the ground. Wow! Look at it! That person fell straight down. Cuckoo! This is really enviable. No. I feel outrageous. Yes. Yeah. Sister, hug your brother, okay? My brother will buy you equipment. All of a sudden, the people watching the theater around burst into confusion. This is also a vivid manifestation of Sister Casey's boldness. She really can't stand the support of the crowd. Yoon Jiren pulled Casey, and Andrew directly carried it on Klein. He ran into the alleys of the street and left the center of the riot. Ah! So tired. Sister Casey is really popular. She's just a young girl now. Yoon. Several people can't help but gasp and sigh the greatness of Casey's charm. Ha ha ha. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My sister didn't expect to be like this. My sister will converge. Casey apologized to Yoonji very apologetically, and Yoonji just breathed a sigh of relief and didn't blame her again. Ah! Hey? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Klein suddenly recovered and looked at the surrounding alleys with a dazed expression. You woke up. I'm sorry just now. I didn't mean it. Casey showed a pitiful look to Klein with a cute foul expression, but Yoon Jiren had already predicted what Klein would do next. Ah! Sure enough. Then I was beaten by Andrew. Yoon. Several people could not help but shook their heads looking at the expected ending. That familiar way of apologizing just didn't have any effect on Andrew. After all, they were real husbands and wives. All right. All right. Brother Andrew. We have to take him to practice sword skills. Yoon smiled and hugged Andrew's hand. If he hit it, his face was really bruised and swollen. Klein had already fully understood the consequences of molesting his wife. Okay, brother Yoon. Just call me a Jill in the game. After all, this is the name of the game. It's just that your sister is still Casey. Okay. Remember to be enough in the future. Brother. Jill patted Klein on the shoulder with a harmonious smile. Klein also nodded desperately like a chicken pecking at rice. Mom. I don't dare to mess around anymore. Or sooner or later I will become the first player to be killed by Sao because of a woman who hooked up with someone else. Well, good. There is an old Chinese saying that suits you well. Jill patted Klein on the shoulder and said. What are you talking about? Klein swallowed and looked at this very aggressive young man. You can teach you. It means you can still teach well. Haha. Jill went back to Casey after speaking. Klein only sat on the ground with his legs soft, and Lucy, who saw Jill come back, also put out her tongue playfully and looked cute. Ah. By the way, listen to what you just said. Do you know the basic operation of this game? Casey suddenly remembered something and turned to look at the three Yoon. Well, after all, I have played similar games and I feel like it looks the same. Kirito helped Yoon block a wave of problems first, and Aisha and Yoon were secretly giving Kirito a thumbs up. That's great. You guys teach us too. Casey clapped happily and pulled Jill to the side of the three Yoon. Please teach me the three of you too. Klein, who recovered from the side, also stood up and walked to the side of the three of them. Please get up. No problem. Let's go to the grassland outside the city first. There should be some neutral monsters in that place that will not be very dangerous. You can teach on the spot. As soon as Yoon mentioned it, the others nodded, and followed Yoon behind to walk outside the city. Vol 2 Chapter 3, Real World Class Sao and Number 039, S Other World. It didn't take long for the people of Yoon to cross the street longer than the beta period, and came to the familiar but unfamiliar grassland outside the city. Here, some players are already practicing sword skills with some low-level wild boars. It's pretty serious, and of course there are players who are purely entertaining themselves. Yoon took a few people to a slow refreshing wild boar site and began to prepare for teaching. Seeing that the frequency of spawning monsters in this place is obviously much slower, otherwise there won't be only 2-3 LV2 wild boars here. Then we have our great swordsman teacher Kirito. Come and demonstrate and teach yourself. Come and applaud. Yoon suddenly smiled and threw the task of teaching to Kirito, causing Kirito to be surrounded by applause with a dazed expression, and was pushed by the wild boar by Aisha, and Yoon, who was just talking to herself, came quietly to Sister Casey and watched the show next to them. Yoon, remember it to me. Don't want to kiss and do other things with me in the future. Hey. Kirito glared fiercely at the cloud that could hear the conversation in his heart. He smiled bitterly and patted his forehead. It seemed that he was a lot farther away from the days when he had intimate with Kirito-chan, and he couldn't help but regret it. Seeing such a cloud, the corners of Kirito's mouth rose slightly. Baga. Kirito whispered slightly, and then began to continue the teaching demonstration of sword skills. It took a few minutes. Jill and Casey themselves are very good in motor nerves. After demonstration and practice, they have quickly learned to use sword skills. It was with the switching technique, On the contrary, Klein was a little awkwardly chased by a wild boar and ran around. "Help! Kirito-chan! I am so hurt by the wild boar. Ouch! My ass! It's going to bloom! It's going to bloom!" Klein ran around with a short knife embarrassedly by the wild boar, and many small scars on his buttocks had been cut out by the fangs and began to bleed. After seeing this appearance by the three Yun, he felt a little strange. Klein really bleeds. "Kirito, let's intercept the wild boar." Aisha went to watch Casey and the others. Something is always wrong. After Kirito and Yun nodded each other, they quickly picked up the one-handed sword and the familiar long stick, and used the charge to come to the wild boar and hit the wild boar in both directions at the same time, making it forced to stop. And looked at Yun and Kirito angrily. "Klein. Sword skills rely on imagining how handsome you are swinging your sword, and then other actions will be automatically triggered by the assistance of the system." In this state, Kirito still did not stop teaching, so he showed in front of Klein a horizontal cut with a halo of sword skills and slashed heavily on the back of the wild boar, forming a huge blood stain, splashing. Shot on both of them. It's weird. How could there be such a real injury? And the blood is still warm. Aisha, you have to pay attention to Sister Casey. It always feels something is wrong. Yun and Kirito stepped back to each other and shook their arms tightly. Looking at this wild boar that had been shown to be bleeding and red blood, its painful and struggling look looked so real. Yun and Kirito couldn't help but start to breathe and sweat. It felt like they were really hunting wild boars with their bodies. The wild boar roared and supported Xiang Yun and Kirito slowly and tremblingly, while Klein, who seemed to have mastered the sense of sword skills, suddenly assumed a stubborn posture, facing the scarred wild boar. It is a 1-hit assault sword skill of the one-handed sword system charge / accompanied by a blue halo. Directly pierced the wild boar's body severely and divided it into two vertical corpses, and fell on the ground, still rushing blood around. It looks particularly miserable and real. Although Klein was very excited that he had learned sword skills, he couldn't help but vomit when he looked back at the boar corpse. Kathy and the others on the side also have this phenomenon. Not only did the corpse not disappear, but they lay quietly in front of them like a real corpse. Some of them had already started vomiting like Klein. This is too real and excessive. Yun and Kirito couldn't help but braved cold sweats with their mouths wide open and watched the scene of the murder scene that ordinary people simply couldn't accept. The blood-filled weapon in their hands metaphors that they are like murderers, making them feel terrified, all of a sudden. Lost the weapon in his hand. Calm down everyone. Don't panic. Yun and Kirito have some headaches, and they can no longer be called a game. And while they were still comforting Sister Casey and the terrified Aisha, various unexpected situations began to happen one after another. Ah! My stomach was punctured by fangs, my intestines. Ah! Please help me. My hand. My hand. Go away. Go away. You beasts. Ah! The surrounding area has been quite chaotic for a while, and many players have experienced the same problem one after another. Even after being beaten into empty slots, some players fell to the ground alive and lost their lives. For this reason, the players have caused panic and riots. Started to flee. It's a lie. This is not a game at all. It is really going to die. No. I don't want to die yet. Dad. Mom. I was wrong. I shouldn't just be addicted to games every day. You should study hard. Yes. I want to log out. I want to go home. What's the matter? There is no option to log out. It's a lie? How could it? It really didn't. With the appearance of this news, the Yun 3 people quickly began to confirm the problem, and when they actually saw it, they added the current situation. They are aware of the problem. That perfect equivalent exchange quantum conversion system is real. And based on the description of that system at the time, their current situation is. Sao who really came to another world with his body. Damn! We should have thought of it long ago. I didn't expect that the system actually succeeded. Yoon knelt down on the ground abruptly, raised his right hand and hit the rock with a fierce fist. In an instant, a large amount of blood had started to stain the stone that was in contact with the wound from the hit, but it was painful. It's nothing, the real trouble is that the sense of reality that they have come to another world is the worst. Let's go. Let's go back to the city first. Now it's dangerous outside. Kirito came to Yun's side with a serious face, holding on to his shoulder and said. People think so too. After all, this place can't stay for long. Aisha looked at the chaotic surroundings. Some players even pushed the players in front of them to the ground in order to escape, let the monsters encircle them and strangle them. She also shouted that she was right to escape, and some players accidentally fell down. Later he was trampled to death by other players. Everything was too cruel and couldn't help causing Asia to close her eyes. She didn't dare to look at the embarrassing look of each other now that the disaster is approaching. Kirito. Cloud. The enemy is coming. It's a large herd of wild boars. Agil braved a cold sweat, holding a short knife to protect Casey behind him, and shouted a reminder to Kirito and Yoon on the side. I'm a man too. I can shrink back like this at this time. Klein also cheered up, holding a short knife in both hands, and came to LG's side. I didn't expect you to be a tough guy. Looks like you can be a brother with me. Of course you dare to do something to my wife next time, do you know what will happen? Agil smiled and said to Klein beside him. Don't worry. I am a man with his own principles, and friends and wives should not be deceived. This is an old saying I have learned. Although Klein was in a cold sweat and his hands were shaking, but his eyes were firm, he was a good person. Aisha. The restorative items are handed over to you. Kirito attack formation. Yoon stood up and threw his only props to Aisha. Kirito was the same, the two of them returned to the previous beta, no. It should be said that a more serious model, because they have realized it. Dying here is death in the true sense, and players who have fallen to the ground and lost their vitality are good examples. Let's go. I am left, Kirito is right. Klein, Akil. The two behind are pleased to you. Okay. Leave it to us. Klein and the two maintained a fighting posture to guard Aisha and Casey, who were still a little frightened. Ha. Yet. Yoon held the long stick in both hands of the wild boar group and launched the range charge technique of the spear system. The charge stab directly hit the wild boar on their left, either directly divided into two, or knocked out, and Kirito from the right, the one-handed sword's range charge technique, 1-point penetration, had the same effect as the cloud. However, the wild boar, who has always slipped through the net, raised his fangs and attacked Agil and Klein with a ferocious face. Klein. Brother Eagle. Range sword skill level /. Wait until the opponent reaches the attack range and start. Yoon and Kirito pointed out to them while using flat A. Oh. Understood. Haha. Seeing that the straight wild boar did enter the range, first Klein's horizontal cut two wild boars horizontally, and then Agil's second horizontal cut, which was switched back to the front and rear position, cut the last few points. Only after the wild boar was killed, the wild boar raid ended again. And Kirito and Yoon went back to meet the remaining wild boars. Ha. The proficiency is just right. Too timely. Dallin attacked. Suddenly discovered the cloud that unlocked the new sword skill just after a battle, smiled and lifted the stick in his hand, and launched a large-scale triple-range combo with a suppression effect, controlling all the last wild boar in one breath and hitting it. In the red blood tank, a lot of blood has been splashed around, but if you stop, you will bleed or lose your life directly. They have to cruelly annihilate these lives. Kirito. Yoon just yelled with his back to Kirito as soon as he lifted the Dallin strike. Ah! My proficiency is just right. It's just the first sword skill unlocked. Watermark. Kirito had already switched back and forth with Yoon in a sprint, and raised the one-handed sword with a blue halo to the remaining blood boar. It was a slightly softer left and right 2-hit range sword skill, mercilessly cutting off the remaining boar. The first level. The battle quietly ended with the seemingly magnificent sword skills this time, but a large amount of blood will protect everyone in the wild boar group. Yoon and Kirito are dyed red blood people. They are confirming that there are no wild monsters and dangers around. After sitting directly on the grass, he began to greedily breathe the surrounding air, and then fell to the ground. Cloud. Kirito. Aisha rushed to the side of them. Aisha hugged the two blood men tightly, with clear tears in her eyes, while Casey and Klein stood silently with their complex expressions. Next to him, I don't know what to say, but I can't help but feel a little sad when seeing the bodies of players and wild monsters on the grassland. About 10 minutes later, but there was no monster spawning around. It seems that there is no longer a problem of spawning monsters because it has become a real different world. Yoon and Kirito have also recovered their consciousness from physical and mental exhaustion, slowly. Stand up. Come here, everyone. I have something to say. Yoon looked at Aisha, Kirito, Lucy, and Klein, and beckoned to several people seriously. They also slowly sat beside Yoon and looked at Yoon seriously. First of all, Kirito and Aisha and I are beta players. Yoon's words came out. Klein and Casey and his wife were surprised. They reflexively looked at Yoon and the three people knew that they were not joking, so they nodded slightly. This time we can be sure that this Sao is a far cry from our beta period Sao. What is certain is that this is a real different world Sao. We are now physically fighting these wild monsters. Yoon's next paragraph made the three people feel incredible, but they knew that this was the reality when they thought of the situation just now and the current scene, but they couldn't believe it. What caused this imagination should be the perfect equivalent exchange quantum system that was launched when we entered the game, which translates to the perfect equivalent exchange quantum conversion system. I think everyone should see this program loaded when they come in. Yoon once again looked at the appearance of a few people and it became clear that all players should see this component loaded. They nodded slightly but still didn't understand. Kirito. Can you still connect to your previous database here? Yoon turned his head and looked at Kirito on the side. Yes. I just tried it. Kirito nodded at the cloud. Let's show Sister Lucy the files and photos we left at that time. Yoon pointed to Kirito at Lucy, and Kirito put out a window about the article about this system and pushed it in front of Casey with his hand. They carefully looked at the content on it, although I can't believe it, but the situation they are in now has proved that the system is real. www.readaloud.com can't believe it. Unexpectedly, the current human technology has developed to this level. But how did they pass Congress and the World Organization? Casey's question is a mystery that can't be found on the internet, but I can only know that this game development company has already extended a black hand to the world. This has been confirmed. Otherwise, this time the original plan is to push to this Yamato Sao, but now it is also being promoted to the whole world at the same time. Ah! I found out the news. It's a lie? Then how do we get back? Aisha saw the live news of her own world through Sao's built-in function of linking the world to the internet. About 2/3 of the world's people in the world suddenly disappeared, and the World Organization's investigation team has determined the reason. According to the confession of the family members, the family who disappeared was when they put on nerve gear to run the Sao game. Make a beautiful light and disappear out of thin air. And this testimony has been gradually learned from the missing family members. Therefore, it can be determined that this time the world-class missing persons are all related to the most popular today's public beta game Sao, and the R&D company and the propaganda operation company disappeared into the world together when they started the public beta. Just seeing these news and continuous world headlines, Yoon and they already know one of the most shocking facts: maybe all their Sao players really can't go back. This news has caused them to go down directly. And now the time is close to the evening, and their surroundings suddenly prompt a large number of system warning icons beside every player who lives in this other world. Vol 2 Chapter 4, Live? Waiting to die? It's just between one thought. With the end of the system warning, a large amount of red liquid flowed out of the sky above the heads of all the living players, and it didn't take long for the liquid in front of everyone to turn into a strange humanoid in a red robe, which was fierce. Facing all the players who are alive, they spread their hands and began to speak. Welcome all players to have the honor to come to my world. I don't know what kind of gratitude you will have for this different world so that you started to experience with your own body, but these are not important to me. When he opened his mouth, many players didn't dump money on this strange thing, but most of them were panicked by the disgusting scenes just now. Even some people are still vomiting madly. Occasionally, some players could not help but yell at this red-robed man. Hey! 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 That's right! It's really another world. Klein couldn't help sweating profusely. Even though Yoon told him that he might be in another world, he didn't expect that the temporary announcement here was also announced in this way, so he could only believe this amazing fact. It seems that it has been confirmed. And it is clear that the operator of this red-robe man should be Mao Dao Jinjian. Why did Kirito point to the man in the red robe? Yoon, Aisha, Klein, and Casey swallowed involuntarily. And now in this world, the number of players who have died in ignorance since they came in, has exceeded 10% of the total players. It is a pity that only hundreds of millions of people have died, and it will not affect anything. Listening to Mao Dao Jinjian as if reading a report, the appearance of such an amazing thing in one stroke, could not help all players feel chilly. Because that cold language is like a machine, they have not taken their lives seriously for a long time. Hundreds of millions of people died. It's really crazy. Casey and Aisha have covered their faces and looked at this red-robed man like a demon in fear. And you should have discovered that this option has not been logged out in the menu for a long time, of course. Otherwise, how can you experience this wonderful world, and there is only one way you want to go back? At that time, it was all in CRAD. A special 100-level strategy is enough. Why do you say it is all? That's very simple, because in CRAD now has 7 regions representing the players of the 7 continents. As for what the 7 continents are? I think you don't need to let me explain. I don't know why, looking at the head position of this man in red robe, I can feel it laughing crazy. And the smile is weird. Cannot help making everyone shudder. And those 3,000 beta players. Don't be proud of your experience, because nearly 2,000 of the hundreds of millions of dead players are your good friends and partners during the beta period. Choose. Live? Wait for death? It's just that. It's just a thought. And in this game there is no means of resurrection. So you can do it for yourself. This first and final opening service is over everywhere, but in order to reward you, I also provide you with a small gift in your inventory. Hope you all like it. As soon as the red robe man finished speaking, all the players started to open their inventory and found a hand mirror. The player holding the hand mirror glowed when he was still in a daze, and the appearance of all the players after the light was lit. It has changed. Everyone. Are you okay? Hey? Kirito? Aisha? Casey's sister and Aguirre brother? How did you return to reality? Yoon opened his eyes and saw the original sound and shadow of the most familiar people. That's it. This is the real purpose. Use your real body to survive in another world. Kirito looked at his appearance and the appearance of Yoon Jiren and couldn't help but clenched his fists tightly. Then? This samurai-like uncle? Could it be Klein? Aisha looked at the uncle in the red turban who was standing in Klein's position and asked with some confusion. Yeah. I'm Klein. But I didn't expect everyone to be like this. I just didn't expect Kirito to be a girl. The first thing Klein saw in his eyes was the image of Kirito's beautiful long-haired beauty, who was already very innocent and girlish. If it hadn't been for the cloud to watch Klein by his side, Klein would have repeated the same mistakes. Up. Is it possible? Is Kirito-chan also Yun's? Oh my god. Looks like I am destined to die alone? Yun is a peach blossom bastard. Woo-oh. I didn't expect Klein to be so fragile at this time. He still silently drew circles on the ground and cursed the cloud. The people who watched the cloud didn't know what to say about him. And the man in the red robe, who saw that the players had become real, disappeared into the sky as if satisfied. It's just that the initial preparations are really tight. Yes. It hurts me to be strangled. Casey and Aisha kept pulling on their tight clothes in the huge soft part, making Yun and Klein can't help but feast their eyes. The huge softness that emphasizes their own existence made the two of them think about it. Ahem. It's enough. You too. This is very rude to women. Agil, who was calm on the side, coughed a few times, and then pulled the cloud and Klein, who had fallen into YY, back to reality. The two of them were embarrassed and turned their backs with Agil until they adjusted. After turning around, it's just that the tight lordosis is still so seductive. That's right. Brother Eagle. Come and peel off the meat and skins of these wild boars. Considering the narration by Akihiko Madao through that image, these things are what I need to survive. The regained cloud turned his head and explained to Agil. I see. Klein, you and Kirito warned me and Yun to start collecting food and leather. Agil also nodded, and Yun began to take some daggers obtained by killing the wild boar, and carefully processed the surrounding wild boar, but it was too bloody. Aisha and Kathy did not dare to come close, they could only look at them. People started bloodletting, peeling, cutting meat, peeling tendons and bones in an orderly manner. Looking at their fluent operation, Kirito and the others can't help being surprised. Of course, the most surprising thing is Agil. After all, after so many years as a chef, I didn't expect Yun's skills to be comparable to him, whether it is a knife or right. The control of meat quality in every part even surpassed him. I didn't expect Brother Yun to be a hidden chef. Agil couldn't help but admire the cloud while processing the ingredients, that did not lose the processing craftsmanship of the senior chef. Ha ha ha. Brother Igwe, you look up to me. After all, I am an orphan, and I have lived alone since elementary school. After all, no parents can only rely on me. Yun continued to process the ingredients with a smile. Your parents, they. Agil couldn't help but feel surprised and stopped to look at Zion Jiun. Nothing. There was a robber incident at home when I was young. They were killed in front of me at that time, and I was stabbed a few times in the chest, and I survived. Yun still kept smiling and continued to deal with the ingredients seriously, and his words could not help but make Casey and Klein feel a little sad. Sorry, I do not know. Agil bowed to Yun and apologized. Ha ha ha. The matter is over. It's really nothing. Compared to this, I found that these foods that were turned into ingredients were actually put in the inventory and then taken out and still kept the appearance of entering the inventory. It's impossible. Can their time be frozen? Yun was surprised to demonstrate what he had discovered by accident in front of others. This couldn't help but make a few people start to confirm. They didn't expect that it was exactly the same as Yun said. The items really kept entering the inventory as if time had stopped, making them a little happy. Great! So you don't have to worry about the spoilage of the actual food. The others clapped their hands happily. And Yun and Agil started their work of collecting ingredients more quickly. Or let's help too. Aisha and Kathy walked to Yun and Agil's side and proposed. Okay. Wife. You often beat me in the kitchen, you can teach Aisha how to do it. Agil watched Casey tell her. And Casey also nodded and took out the same general dagger that was rewarded for killing the wild boar, and Aisha began to deal with the wild boar on the other side. Although it was disgusting and scared, they thought of ending the food collection faster, and they also gave it up. Treat it with the same care. However, the speed of collecting ingredients has also doubled because of Aisha and Casey's participation, while Kirito and Klein are patrolling around and guarding them. I don't know how long it has been before that the nearby ingredients have been collected by them. After that, although several people were covered with clots, they returned to the town without looking back. It's just that as soon as you step into the town, you can see that the streets are full of players sitting on the ground. Although some players have conflicts, as long as PK does not drop HP, they will still feel the pain as a price. People who suffer from blunt injuries and internal injuries are now typical examples of people falling on the ground and rolling in pain, but overall the atmosphere in the town looks very bad. Yoon and the others appeared on the street stained red, and could not help being noticed by others. After all, most of them ran back in a panic. Xiang Yun and the others really fought and returned after being so few that they couldn't help but let them go. Many players have strange eyes, and even look at each other and whisper to each other. Look! That team is definitely not a good guy. Yet. Especially those who look like blood people, they must have done something bad. But if there is no red name, it should be Digwai or something. Cut how desperate to fight monsters, I don't think it will be a good thing, stay away from them better. Otherwise, it is the same as the old saying. Those who are close to Zhu are red and close to Mo are black. These players hurriedly stayed away from Yoon and them, they didn't dare to look at them, but when Casey and Aisha wanted to argue, they were stopped by Jill and Yoon with their hands. They continued to walk in the direction of the tavern. First of all, how many game coins do you still have? Yoon asked as he walked with everyone on the way to the pub. I will add more than 200 bonuses from the boar killed just now. Kirito looked at his inventory and replied to Yoon. Yoon nodded. People here only give me more than 100 rewards when they form a team. Aisha looked at her game currency and gave the cloud feedback. My wife and I add up to more than 300. Jill and Casey looked at the cloud and said. Mine is about 150 or so. Klein also reported to Yoon. Yoon looked at his own game currency, which was probably more than 200, and then became a little thoughtful. I remember that if the market does not change, a room should be more than 10 a day, and staying for a few days should be no problem. After you book the room, go take a shower. Take a good rest. We will go to the NPC store street tomorrow to see if you can exchange what you got today for some necessities. After all, you may have to survive for a long time. Maybe you have to hunt wild monsters again. After Yoon gave you a brief explanation, everyone nodded and walked into the pub that had become even larger. As soon as I walked in, I saw a lot of players overeating and drinking to ease their worries. It seemed that there was still some lack of psychological endurance, and the few people in Yoon came to the counter without saying anything. Welcome. Ah. It seems that a few of you have worked hard today. Are you going to stay in or eat? In front of the counter was a beautiful lady boss. She smiled and asked Yoonji. I want 5 rooms, these 2 are 1 room and the others are single rooms. How much? Yoon looked at the boss's wife and started asking about the current price. Yet. 1 double room and 4 single rooms. The double room is now 2 game coins a day, and the single room is 1 game currency a day. If it is a permanent residence. A single room with 20 game coins a month is also included. 3 meals, and the double room is 25 game coins with 3 meals. What do you think? The lady boss looked at Yoon Jiren with a smile, but Yoon Jiren was a little surprised. He didn't expect the market to be lower than when it was in beta, but considering that it has become a different world now, it should be difficult to make money. After all, it may be a state of losing life at any time. Yoon turned his head and began to determine the situation of several people. They nodded slightly. I began to visualize a bag of gold coins and placed it on the front desk. The beautiful lady proprietress tried the weight with her hands and put it away with a smile. She handed a red book to a few people and signed her name. Permission to use the 5 rooms. A lot of guest officers can find your room based on the map information. The red dot on it indicates the location of your room. The lady boss used her proficient operation speed to call out her map to explain to Yoon and the others, and then began to prepare dinner for Yoon and the others. Several people looked at the actions of the proprietress, and indeed found that they were exactly the same as them. That was natural. They are the real aborigines of this world, and Yoon and their players are outsiders. With a smile, Yoon and the others walked up the zigzag wooden staircase next to the counter and came to the guest room area on the 2nd floor of the tavern. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. As soon as they reached the corridor on the 2nd floor, they realized that the 5 rooms were all next to each other. They smiled at each other and entered their respective rooms. Ah! I almost forgot. You guys go ahead, and I still remember that I didn't go to the dead party. Klein was just about to open the door and remembered that his best friend was still waiting for him to pick him up, so he quickly ran down the door. Yoon and the others shook their heads and entered their room. As soon as Yoon entered the room, he took off his blood-filled clothes and threw them on the ground. He came to a large wooden barrel in this room. Although he had not had time to prepare hot water, there were several barrels for spare. Yoon poured the 2 barrels into the cold water, and then went directly into the big tub, and began to cleanse the dirt and blood on his body. Unexpectedly, I was actually transformed into another world. Damn it! Yoon squeezed his fist and knocked on the edge of the big tub, but the sound insulation here was not bad, so the sound from the room was not transmitted to the outside. Look at what's in the inventory. Yoon opened the inventory and soaked in the water to start counting. Hey! I didn't expect these things to be inherited. In this way, there is still a way to make money. The 3 things, the pharmacist's synthesis book, the art of smelting and forging, and the mysterious wooden stick synthesis method from when the beta was discovered by Yoon have actually survived. Suddenly it made it a little ecstatic. It seems that the old saying is so good. The sky is infinite. And there is a saying in the West that God has closed a door for you and will leave you a window. Yoon felt very happy just now. After all, there are some means of making a living in another world like this. But it's not certain how many people will buy it. Vol 2 Chapter 5, The First Day of Survival in Another World. Yoon just washed his body and walked out of the bathroom and heard a knock on the door. Who is it? Yoon took a dry towel and wiped his body, shouting to the door. It's me. Peter. Can someone sleep together in your room tonight? I'm so scared. There was a weak voice of Aisha outside the door. Yoon quickly took out a set of common clothes that came out today from his inventory, put it on and opened the door, and saw Aisha holding a pillow and wearing a loose dress outside. Bai looked at herself with big eyes blinking, and her body was still trembling slightly. Seeing Yoon like this, she walked in with a smile, and then closed the door. Aisha also twisted into the room, sat on Yoon's bed and waited quietly for Yoon to sit beside her. What's wrong? Are you still thinking about bad things today? Yoon used his big hand to gently stroke Aisha's hair that had just been out of the bath and still had water droplets. It's completely different now from the beta time. People are really scared, especially when we think that if we go to fight against bosses or ordinary monsters, we must have the consciousness of death, otherwise there will be no survive here, no. The real fear is that the possibility of losing him is true. Aisha put down her pillow and threw herself directly into Yoon's arms and started to sob and cry. Yoon could only hold her when she saw her sadness, pat her back softly and whispered comfort. It's just her. It's okay. Neither I nor you will die. Because I'm protecting you, I won't give up my life easily. Yoon felt Aisha's body temperature. He knew that the current situation was not optimistic, although the current economy would allow them to be fine for a period of time. But if they don't go to the 100th floor, they will always be trapped in this world, which is perilous as soon as they get out of the city gate. That, I don't want to be able to leave this world, I just hope you can live with them at ease. Is that okay? Aisha pushed the cloud away some distance, eyes are already pouring out a lot of tears. After experiencing the death of people around, Aisha no longer asks to be able to leave this world, just want to be here with Yoon two people peacefully. Just live peacefully and stay together forever. Her tender eyes were expecting and hoping that Yoon would give herself an answer. Seeing Aisha like this, Yoon really began to hesitate, because he also understood that Aisha no longer wanted to take risks, because now it's just a matter of being alive. The greatest happiness, but I don't know why Yoon has no way to agree with this idea, because if this goes on, I always feel like I will lose something. He did hesitate, but when Aisha saw that Yoon hesitated, she already vaguely felt something. With tears in her mouth, she actively pressed her lips to Yoon's lips. This is Aisha. For the first time, I took the initiative to kiss Yoon. Yoon was really taken aback, and greeted the active offensive from Aisha. It was fierce and sweet, and even actively fighting for his position. It really made Yoon feel Aisha's sincere intentions. This time I don't know. How long did the two people reluctantly separate? Blurred and affectionate eyes are the state of the two at the same time, and the hot and ruddy face is also the expression used by both of them, but when Aisha was about to take the next step, Yoon forcefully grabbed her shoulder and stopped her movement. Aisha. I know what you mean. But I hope you don't sacrifice your body for exchange. I like you. But not just to possess your body. You little fool. Yoon grabbed the lover who wanted to use her body to keep her lover. At this time, Aisha really started to cry. Doesn't this stop Bai's actions? People know that Bais will never give up the possibility of struggling. But what else can others do? Although they don't want to wait for death, they don't want to die. Bais. People. How should I do this? Tell them. Aisha was shouting, this was a soft girl's cry from the heart, because she knew that she had no other ability other than dragging her legs. She felt self-blame and scared for her weakness. Seeing such a weak girl, Yoon was naturally distressed. She didn't expect that she would face so many things that she shouldn't have faced. Yoon can only hug Aisha tightly, love and guard her, and there is still very little that he can do. It's okay. I won't let you die. As long as I'm alive. You have me to protect you. Aisha. Yoon tightly embraced Aisha, who was trembling and crying in his arms, and began to enlighten her. At this moment, the sound of knocking on the door came from outside the door again, causing the two of them to restrain their emotions. Who is it? Yoon walked to the door again and asked outside. I'm Kirito. The lady boss said that the food is ready. I just knocked on Aisha's room and found no one, she should be here with you. Kirito's voice came from outside the door, and Yoon opened the door and looked at the somewhat complicated Kirito outside the door. Isa, let's go eat together. Let's go Kirito-chan. Yoon waited for Aisha who came out of the room, and followed them down the stairs with the two of them, but the three of them were speechless on the way. As soon as I walked downstairs, the lady boss in front of the counter spotted the three Yoon and smiled and led them to a large wooden table full of food not far away. There were already Agil and his wife, Klein, and a few. The people they didn't know were already seated, and they waved to them when they saw the arrival of the three people. You eat slowly. There is a lot more. Then I won't accompany you. The lady boss arranged for the three of them to sit down and went to work on her own. It's really late. Could it be that the three of you have lost some time again? Agil and Casey looked at the three with a smile. Nor. After all, sometimes I have to vent my mood, so I'm late. I've kept you waiting for a long time. I'm so sorry. Yoon started to make up for the others with a usual smirk, but everyone laughed a few times and didn't seem to mind anything. Today we will forget everything. Let's eat and drink. Cheers. Yoon smiled and raised the oak wine glass to toast and shout. Oh! Cheers! Everyone responded in response, raising the oak wine glass in their hands. Puff puff. This bitter taste. This shouldn't be a bar. You fool. People and Kirito can't drink before they reach adulthood. Aisha reflexively squirted the wine beside her mouth just now, her face was full of wine. No way. Damn it. You actually brought me a drink. Are you trying to do something special? Kirito was reminded by Aisha's reaction before he even drank it. He angrily poured the wine directly into Yun's mouth. Yun is still struggling. Although he likes to drink, it doesn't mean that he likes to be filled by others. Because it's so uncomfortable. It doesn't taste good at all. Ha ha ha. What a youth. Cuckoo. Yunda is really enviable. Do you think it is? Everyone. Yes, yet. What is the explosion of the current charge? Klein and his good friends drank fiercely with envy and hatred. And the Eagles were also looking at these lively young people while drunk their sorrows, so they had a carnival all night, and then they went back to their rooms, but Aisha returned to his room with Yun. Besides, Kirito just smiled and watched the two enter the room, and then returned to his room. The next day, Yun woke up very early, he looked at the light outside the window, and Aisha, who was sleeping soundly beside him, smiled and put her hand off his body, then got up and opened his belongings. The column began to organize the existing things again. Hey? Why are there so many? So many low-level materials and minerals? I remember there should be none yesterday. Yun is a little strange to find that there are some low-level raw materials and ores in the inventory today. He opened the menu and looked at the information prompted by the system. Hey? That's it. I didn't expect that the permanent reward permissions obtained during the beta period were also retained here. I didn't expect that there is such a good thing. Let me see. These materials can try some low-level potions and equipment forging. After Yun confirmed the materials and the two composite books in his hand, he looked at Aisha behind him. She didn't seem to wake up yet, then cautiously walked out of the door, and knocked on the door in front of Kirito's room. Is Kirito-chan awake? Yun asked Kirito tentatively. Although Aisha's room was empty, she could not enter without permission. Come in. After Kirito's permission was granted, Yun turned the doorknob and walked in. Kirito had already put on a cute cloth dress and looked at the entering Yun with a grimace. What's wrong? Is it possible to be angry? Yun looked at Kirito's jealous little expression, and sat beside him with a smile. Yesterday, did you do it with Asia? Kirito is very direct, he turned his head and looked at Yun seriously and asked. That's it. I didn't expect Kirito to really care about this. It's just normal. Because he always minded that he was a boy. Why? Want to know? Alright. No. I am not a man at risk. Although it is indeed tempting, but it is not the time. I am just comforting her emotions and hugging her to sleep. Look at your anger toot's little look. It's so cute. Yun originally wanted to continue to molest Kirito, but seeing his serious expression Yun can only tell the truth. It's just that after Kirito heard that Yun did nothing, he looked a little happy. Although it was short, everything looked into Yun's eyes. Then you won't go see your girl. What are you doing in my room? Kirito looked at the cloud with one eye open and the other closed. I miss you. So, when will you kiss me well? Yun unexpectedly looked a little bit ashamed at this moment. Thinking beautifully. I think you shouldn't just go to the Three Treasures Hall for nothing. Let's talk. What did you come here for? Although Kirito blushed and was a little excited, he also knew that Yun came to him at this time not just to flirt. Ha ha ha. As expected of my Kirito sauce. I think your permanent permissions should be there too. Yun saw that Kirito had seen through his intentions and rushed directly to this question. Yes. Just like the previous beta, low-level materials and ore are paid in every day, and the restoration officially started today. That's how it is. If this is the case, wouldn't you keep those two things? Or else you don't will ask about this. Hearing what Yun said, Kirito really remembered the material receipt notice and the real thing that the system prompted this morning. Looking at Yun's complacency now, his inference seems to be correct. Aisha is still sleeping, so I will ask you first and prepare to start making potions and forging equipment. Yun nodded, and placed the materials he obtained yesterday from the wild boar, as well as the things he obtained today and the synthesis book on the ground. Seeing these things, Kirito also put the things that Yun needs in his own hands. Together. After watching Yun's inventory, he began to work hard to make all the gadgets he needed, and then began to make low-level potions and equipment. The tinkling sound was indeed a bit noisy, no wonder Yun no longer loves playing in the room where Sha was sleeping. Oh! I saw that Kirito was also covering his ears and watching Yun's every move with interest. I don't know how long it took, when Kirito saw the system prompt that someone was knocking on the door, and went to open the door. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Asia looking at herself angrily. Kirito smiled awkwardly, then brought Asia in. Still in some noisy room. Aisha covered her ears as soon as she came in, and when she looked at the familiar potions and equipment everywhere on the ground, she knew what Yun was doing now, and even why she came to Kirito's room. I don't know why. She still has a slight sense of joy, maybe she realizes that Yun is afraid of making herself annoying. At the same time that Asia entered, Yun seemed to end his workstation and move his somewhat stiff body, only to realize that Asia had already entered. Ah! Are you here? Little cute. Yun looked at Asia with a smile. I didn't expect Peter to make so many things while people were sleeping. That's amazing. Aisha knelt down and started looking at the various things on the ground. It's okay. You should be able to get through the poverty period now. See if you like it. Yun sorted these things with a smile, and Kirito and Aisha began to pick them out. I didn't expect that Pace still made this stick. It just feels like it has changed a little bit from the beta time. Aisha picked up a stick that was very similar to the previous mysterious stick and looked at the cloud beside her. He. Of course. This is a new thing made in another way. Not only has it become lighter and more durable, it also seems to be able to activate a new exclusive skill tree. Very close to a magic wand. Yun proudly introduced the wooden stick in Aisha's hand. Really? I will try. Aisha directly picked up the stick and received the prompt from the system. Congratulations, you have obtained the blessing skill tree activation conditions. Oh. Really? Let me see. That's it. That's it. It's just that this is a pure auxiliary type buff skill. It has no combat power at all. I saw Aisha a little bit dumbfounded to see that the blessing system sword skills were wrong and the active skills were more accurate. Almost all kinds of positive buffs and debuffs, as well as some control skills, can be said to be coordinated skills that can't fight alone. Isn't that great? So Aisha can concentrate on assisting in the back row. And this wooden stick can use one-handed stick and one-handed sword skills. There is no problem of lack of combat power. Yun explained to Aisha with a smile, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Only at this time Aisha remembered that she could use these two lines of sword skills. Then she picked up a less demanding one-handed sword, and then regained the passive effect of dual wielding. Sure enough, it's still there. Fortunately, the value of this wooden stick is low, so you can get the minimum conditions for dual wielding early. Aisha breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the familiar dual-wielding skills still exist. That's it. As expected of Aisha. Actually found the fastest condition to activate dual-wielding. Although the attack power will be reduced a little. But you can quickly continue to switch attacks. Ah. By the way. I think there is an old Chinese saying. What is it? Why does the world martial arts come? Kirito recalled looking for two suitable one-handed swords. The world of martial arts will not break soon. Yoon smiled and chose a Nagata sword. This equipment was used by General Skeleton before. Yoon felt that he liked it after reading it. He decided to try this sword system this time. Hey? Will Yoon use this weapon this time? Is this giving up the advantage of the sickle system? When Kirito looked at Yoon unexpectedly choosing the long Tachi sword beside the spear and sickle, he couldn't help feeling a little surprised. After all, the value of the long Tachi sword was still very high, and there was no way to dual-wield it in the early stage. It's okay. I also want to learn the style of the Bone General at the time. I don't know if I can figure it out by myself. Yoon smiled and picked up the about 2m long sword in his hand. From the attack range, it was similar to the wooden stick. It's just slower and more cumbersome. All right. Let's pack up and have breakfast with everyone. Then give everyone a choice. When we are ready, let's go see what the shopping street is now. Vol 2 Chapter 6, Stronghold. The three of Yoon happily walked to the counter on the first floor. The lady boss had been waiting for the three of them for a long time. She brought the three of them with a smile. It was still like a big reunion. Klein was sitting at the big round table. Seeing that they were in a good state of mind today, the Yoon trio sat down. Good morning, Brother Yoon. And the lovely girls. Casey has regained his previous vitality and enthusiasm, and smiled and greeted the three of them with a Jill. The Yoon three people also responded. Oh. Yoonda and the girls. Good morning. Klein and they also greeted Yoonji with a smile, and Yoonji also politely responded. Since it's all here. Let's start. Klein and his best buddies can't wait to put the food in front of them into their mouths. Similarly, the Eagles and his wife also started to eat while smiling. Seeing how enthusiastic everyone was, the three of them also started to eat. By the way, are we going to the commercial street in a moment? Klein took a chicken leg and tore off a large piece of meat, chewed it and said to Yoon. Ah. Yes. After all, we have to make a long-term plan, first look at the prices of the various commodities here. Now our situation can only be self-sufficient. Otherwise, there is no difference between waiting for death. Yoon also took a large piece of meat, shredded it with his teeth, and began to chew. That's it. I didn't expect a happy game to become a world of survival. To be honest, I really can't adapt to it all at once. What Klein said, the buddies around him stopped moving a little uncomfortably, and the atmosphere seemed a little gloomy. Klein. You stupid. You are like this. What will your best buddies do? Cheer me up. Now we have to consider how to survive is the key. As for the boss, I think Mao Dao Jinjian does not how easy is it for us to solve it. So. We have to solve the survival problem. Yoon patted Klein on the shoulder beside him to encourage him. Ah ha ha ha. That's right. It's useless to think about so many useless things. I decided to mix with the big Yoon. You guys think so too? Klein looked at the way his buddies nodded, then turned his head and looked at the cloud expectantly. This. Yoon looked at Klein and the others, and turned his head to look at AI Gear couple, Aisha and Kirito. It's okay. There are so many people now. After all, our combat power here is relatively loose, so we can take care of each other. Ajil and his wife nodded to Yoon and said. No objection. After all, the current situation is not something that only the five of us can solve. I also approve of their joining, but our training started very strict. Klein, you must be mentally prepared. Kirito watched Klein seriously and they gave a warning. Klein and the others couldn't help swallowing, but the serious behavior of this cute iceberg beauty made them feel so cute. I only need to be with Pei Shi and Tong Renjiang. After all, I am weak. I can only serve as an assistant. Aisha also nodded slightly. After all, how weak she is can be reflected from the beta time. In order to reduce the burden on Kirito and Yoon, increasing the number of combatants is obviously the best choice. I know. You can join us. But I won't take care of you all the time. You have to be strong. This world can be said to become the weak and the strong. Everyone is mentally prepared. Yoon saw that everyone was doing this, and he sighed and warned Klein and the others. Klein and the others nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. The old way Kirito is the captain. After all, I'm not good at those tedious operations. Yoon turned his head to arrange for Kirito, and Kirito nodded and started to regroup. It was just that this time Sao didn't have the maximum requirement for team formation, so he couldn't help but let Yoon and the others. See a long list of character status bars next to it. Will this be a bit exaggerated? What a long icon! Yoon and they sighed in unison. Is everyone generally around level 3? Yoon looked at everyone's status bar and said. It seems that the exaggerated experience correction before it is gone. But it's normal. Yoon and Kirito looked at them, except for Klein's best buddies, who were at level 2, everyone else was at level 3. Okay. After everyone has finished eating, have a short meeting here. Above. Continue to eat. How did Yoon announce that everyone is enjoying food again? Ah. Boss. Yoon suddenly thought of something and called to the lady boss at the counter. What's the matter? Guest officer. The lady boss also came to Yoon's side very enthusiastically. Is there a meeting place here? Yoon turned his head and asked the lady boss. Yes. Behind the door over there is a large and spacious room, but there is nothing in it, so I can rent it to you. The lady boss smiled and pointed to a wooden door beside the counter and said to Yoon. What price? Yoon smiled and began to discuss with the boss. It's a big room after all. How about 30 gold coins a month? The lady proprietress directly offered the price. Yoon gave a bag of gold coins to the lady proprietress without hesitation. The lady proprietress tried the weight and handed the red paper to Yoon, signed the name and bowed and left. Will it be too expensive? Aisha and Kirito looked at the cloud and said. Otherwise, you will know the map information given to me by the lady boss. Yoon shook his head and handed his map window to Kirito and Aisha. They were almost frightened after reading it. Such a big? Only 30 gold coins a month. Aisha and Kirito handed the map window to others, and they were shocked by the data in the large room that occupied almost 2/3 of the entire tavern on the first floor. This is equivalent to a warehouse. Agil and Klein already knew the meaning of this room. Yes. This place will be our stronghold in the future. This little money is necessary. Yoon reminded them with a smile. They finally knew why Yoon was so generous. So I wanted to settle down here first. It is true that whether it is living or serving as a warehouse or stronghold, this tavern does take a lot of hands. They can't help being a little honest on the outside, but the carefully planned Yoon feels different. It's been a long time. Yoon is throwing the trouble to me, so let's do more preparations by myself. Well, I'm nothing. As long as you like it. Kirito finally knows why Yoon said that those trivial matters were left to himself. It turns out that he still has a lot of things to deal with. Alright. Eat quickly. Then have a meeting. Go to the shopping street again. After Yoon finished his orders again, everyone followed them and started eating hard. After about 10 minutes, Yoon and the others had already walked into this big room after a satiated meal. As soon as I opened the door, I saw that there was a rocky room without any decoration, but the windows were a lot of ventilation and light collection was good, and it was a very good room. After closing the door, Yoon asked everyone to sit on the ground next to him. After seeing everyone in there, he took out the armor and potions he made today in his inventory, and with this hand, he asked Aisha. Everyone except Kirito was taken aback. Brother Yoon. Who are these? Yoonda. What are these? Agil and Klein took up the good equipment and potions around them and looked at the cloud. These are the things I made with materials. Everyone quickly choose. Get fully armed. Yoon introduced it as the little stars flashed in everyone's eyes. Is it possible that Brother Yoon is a blacksmith and pharmacist? Agil and his wife asked the cloud. Yoon nodded with a smile. It's amazing. Do you guys have katana and foot armor sets? It just happens to be our favorite. Klein and the others saw the samurai suit made by Yoon, and they bounced happily. They couldn't wait to equip them, and even tried the katana in their hands. Seeing their delightful look, Yoon felt very satisfied. Cuckoo! This katana feels great. It's even better than the one in my house. It looks like Yoonda's smelting technology is quite good. Klein took the katana and waved it happily, looking alike. That's good. Yoon looked at the movements of Klein and a few buddies. They seemed to be veterans of kendo, and they seemed to be fairly reliable. Hey? What does this wooden stick mean? I think Asia has it in her hands. Noting the key point, Casey picked up a wooden stick exactly like Aisha's waist and asked Yoon. As expected, it is Sister Casey. That is. Yoon proudly explained to Casey the various functions of this wooden stick with blessing ability, and the eyes of everyone else who listened to it were lightened. What? There is such a strong auxiliary effect. It's amazing. This way we have medical assistance. Great. This way, there is a high survival rate. The others cheered and looked at Aisha and the somewhat tempted Casey. It turns out that if there is only Aisha as an auxiliary therapist, such a large team can't bear it. There is no way. Let me become a member of the medical team too. Casey smiled and picked up the stick. She seemed to like it very much, and then Aisha gave other people a dual-wielding skill course, which made others feel magical again. Then only I, Asia, and Kirito can do it now. Casey picked up a very low-demand one-handed sword again, and achieved the effect of dual-wielding. Seeing her eagerly using two hands to send sword skills, and the enjoyment of fighting while assisting, it can be seen that Casey very suitable for people in this position. Cuckoo! We want to become stronger. The two-handed swordsmanship of both hands or something. It's so enviable. Klein looked at the awe-inspiring Kathy and Kirito dual-wielding. They had secretly made up their minds and kept waving their samurai swords on the side. Okay. Let's go and see the shopping street. Yoon stood up and clapped his hands, looked at everyone who had already prepared, then took the remaining items back into the inventory and walked out to the street together. It's just that the street is still lifeless. After all, so many people died in front of them all at once. Most of them were ordinary people. They rarely made the same determination as Yoon and the others. Yoon and the others chose to ignore it and came quickly. The direction of the commercial street. Stop! Are you adventurers? As soon as I arrived at the entrance of the shopping street, I saw some people wearing uniform armor stopping Yoon and them. Adventurers? That's it. They are people from this world. Kirito patted Yoon on the shoulder and motioned Yoon to look at the names on their heads. Town Self-Defense Force is about LV 1015. Well. We are adventurers who only came to this city yesterday. May I ask how many people stopped us? Yoon smiled and asked the Self-Defense Force personnel in front of him. It's nothing. Routine inspections. Go ahead. But don't hurt the residents. Or you will feel better. The Self-Defense Force member seriously showed his weapon on his waist and warned Yoon several people, and there were many adventurers on the side who were by the 5 flowers and kneeled aside. It seemed that this was what they meant to intercept Yoon and them. These idiots actually attacked the villagers. Yoon they knew what the self-defense forces meant and bowed deeply, and slowly walked into the shopping street under the close watch of the self-defense forces. It looks like the situation is more serious than we thought. I didn't expect that the people here have already become suspicious and wary of us. Klein and the others leaned against Yoon and looked at the vigilant eyes of the Aboriginal people beside them. It seemed that the players had caused something here since yesterday. There is no way. You can only take one step and count one step. Let's be careful. Yoon looked around and asked everyone to get up, and everyone nodded slightly. Soon they came to a merchant sister in full view, but the merchant sister's expression was very frightened. It should be the player who did something to her. That. I'm sorry. It should be us outsiders who gave you a bad impression. I apologize for that first. Yoon stopped and bowed to a standard 90-degree www.readaloud.com plus the ground seat made by taking advantage of the situation, which confused everyone. Especially Tongren and the others. They didn't expect that Yoon would come up to apologize to the Aborigines, and several of them also bowed to the merchant sister. Actually scared the merchant sister. I didn't expect that this time outsiders would apologize to me or something. That, can you get up and talk? The merchant sister asked Yoon a little at a loss. If you forgive us outsiders for being rude, I will get up. Yoon still keeps his head down and sits down. All right. All right. Get up quickly. I can't bear it. The merchant sister quickly squatted down and helped the clouds on the ground. They raised their heads when Kirito saw this, and the serious atmosphere around them eased a little, and there was no such special sense of hatred as before. Thank you, sister. We are here to trade. I don't know how much these things are worth here. Yoon smiled and handed some finished medicines and vegetation to the merchant sister. The merchant's sister got up as if she took over and braved a small amount of money, carefully watched the details of the medicine and equipment, and then patted Yoon on the shoulder. Did you make these things? I saw that the signature was your name. The merchant sister smiled and pointed to the signature of Akumo at the bottom of the message on the equipment and asked. Yoon nodded. Little brother. Can you do me a favor? Please. I saw the merchant sister directly bowed her head to Yoon and asked. Ha. If I can. It's okay. Yoon looked at this businessman's sister who wanted to be direct in a cold sweat. Really? Great. We are worrying. Actually. Vol 2 Chapter 7, Aboriginal Commission. Hey? 18 sets of iron armor and 18 iron one-handed swords were created within 3 days? Or is it an urgent task from the city lord here? As soon as Yoon heard the merchant's sister's commission, he felt puzzled. He and everyone just saw that there was a well-equipped town self-defense force on the street. Why would the lord of this town send out such a strange task at this moment, and it is still urgent? Please. We have only one grandfather who strikes iron quietly here, but now we are too old to stand up. We only received such an urgent task today, just like ants on a hot pot. I met you, an adventurer. Please. Help my sister. I don't know why this businessman's sister is a big beauty. This minute she used her big watery eyes to ask for the cloud like a weak beauty. She couldn't help but make him a little dilemma. After all, today is just to explore the market and buy something. I didn't expect what happened all of a sudden. Then, what can you give me? Looking at this merchant sister who was ready to die endlessly and entangled with herself to the end, Yoon had to sigh and soften up to the other party, but she has to get paid. Otherwise, I helped them complete the task and didn't get anything. Wouldn't it be a big loss? Cuckoo. I didn't expect the adventurer to be a master who won't lose money. I think about it, or else. I have a big house for sale here. I don't know if you are interested in using a small amount of money. I bought it. My sister is giving you a big discount. Is the property? How much is it to buy out? Yoon heard that an Aborigines actually sold the property rights to him at a discount, so he came to a wall and pressed some blushing merchant sisters against the wall and asked. Ah! This. The merchant sister is obviously a little flustered, she seems to be an innocent girl with a newfound love. So how much is it? Seeing this situation, Yoon smiled confidently and charmingly. He gently lifted the merchant's sister's chin with his hands to make her eyes look at each other, and Yoon could even hear the rapid heartbeat of boom 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 boom. The beautiful boy's plan worked. 300 gold coins. It's already very cheap. No more, no more. At this time, the merchant's sister saw Yun's face getting closer and closer to her. Her eyes had turned into mosquito coil eyes, her brain was blank, she panicked and said an extremely low number of gold coins. Hearing that the transaction amount, Cloud looked very satisfied, he gently kissed the businessman's sister on the forehead. This sudden action directly caused the businessman's sister to slump on the ground, and a lot of water vapor emerged from her whole person. Really a who loves to pierce the gaps in girls' hearts. Aisha and Kirito beside Yoon showed a very understanding look. After all, they were people who were here in a certain sense, but they always felt that there was something wrong again, and they couldn't tell by themselves. Okay. So where are the materials? Yoon didn't know when he actually took off his upper body equipment, revealing his bruised muscular body, but he has a sense of sight of a beautiful muscular man, and he looks particularly safe. He couldn't help but stay here. Many Aboriginal women were staring at the shirtless Yoon, and they were uncomfortable, and even Kirito and Aisha on the side could not help but blush. So handsome! That sturdy feeling and big inverted triangle figure. Kirito and Aisha shook their heads involuntarily and forced them to return to their usual appearance, but the hot red cheeks had betrayed their situation, causing the Agle couple beside them to hide their faces and smile, while Klein they are jealous and hateful. Here. I take you there. The merchant's sister who recovered her face was still blushing. She was about to hit her head by a door panel on the way to a store with Yoon. She was yanked by Yoon and fell directly into the wide chest muscles. Direct contact with the tight touch of the strong muscles directly caused the businessman's sister's heart to jump out. It's okay. Beautiful and cute merchant sister. Yoon still breathed in the businessman's sister's ear, and cared about her in a whisper. The feeling that the merchant sister was going to pass out, this feeling really sweetened the merchant sister's heart. This can't be done. We have to complete the task. You can't fall down, cute. Yoon gently put the merchant sister back on the ground, squeezed her small soft cheeks and the tip of her nose, and cast a lethal wink at her. Okay. Lord Yoon. Suddenly, the merchant sister's entire personality collapsed, and her eyes turned into a little peach, jumping in front of Yoon to show him the way. Seeing this overjoyed merchant sister, Yoon also shook his head helplessly. Took the others and followed her into a room. Help me up. If I don't do it, the city lord doesn't know what he will use to suppress this storefront. Hey! My old waist, just, flashed. The voice of an old man reached Yun's ears from the inside of the house. Grandpa! Don't move anymore. Your old problem is now more serious. If you mess around like this, you will die. A cute lowly voice, some very anxiously discouraging the old man. Hey? Is there a lowly or a young girl? Yoon suddenly heard this voice for some reason, and swallowed involuntarily. This action was seen by Aisha and Kirito, and now they had a bad feeling in their hearts. Yoonbin and the businessman's sister who had already gone offline walked in. After all, this place is a bit cramped. Kirito and the others chose to wait outside the door, but the two of them, who are Yun's female counterparts, were a little worried about Yoon, who had noticeably stopped just now. Stand up. I have a strong premonition of a new rival in love. This is my first feeling as a girl. Do not know why? The current Kirito truly merged into the identity of a girl, and it was a minute to think about it with Aisha, who had the advantage of being a girl. Master! I brought you a super powerful helper. You can have a good rest. This merchant sister has completely become a fan with a negative IQ, and now she is like a neurotic, and greets the old man lying on the bed in a small room next to the door, making her look bewildered. looked at this merchant sister who had been set apart. Now this minute is purely funny. The cloud who walked in was also embarrassed and covered his face, obviously leaving the merchant sister aside, and definitely not with her. So, I said this little brother is. The old man in aside, a very petite and cute blonde with double ponytails, a fleshy baby fat, less than 2/3 of a cloud's thigh, a little girl with white skin and reddish skin, blinking with a watery blue eyes, looking at the unsaved merchant sister beside Yoon. Ah! This is Master Yoon. He is an excellent forger and master of smelting. It is obvious that the merchant sister in the current state is no longer convincing. She is purely a and is like a possessive existence. However, the old man and the young girl directly ignored the businessman's sister and turned their heads to look at the cloud on the side. It's like this. It's better to see if you hear it. Just show it to the old man. You will understand. After thinking about it, Yoon embodied a one-handed sword, walked to the old man and presented it to him with both hands. The old man looked at Yoon very politely, so he took the one-handed sword to observe, but the more he looked carefully the more I became more serious. Just when Yoon Zheng was about to talk to this, watching his little girl, he was directly grabbed by a dry hand on his wrist. Yoon saw the old man on the side looking at him seriously, branding the signature on it. Young man! Tell me honestly. You made this sword. The old man obviously couldn't believe that this sword came from the hands of a hairy boy. Yes. How about a fight on the spot? After all, 18 sets of weapons have to be completed. Yoon looked at the old man with a smile, and pointed at the old man outside with his thumb, looking very confident. Oh. The tone is not small. Okay. The old man really wants to see if your skills are good. But people have to be old. I'm afraid my waist won't rise. The old man touched the waist that was still unable to move, and said to the cloud with some ferocious features. Grandpa! Don't move. Your spine. You can't straighten it anymore because of years of forging work. Don't force yourself. The little girl has already frowned, looking at this old man who is still life-saving. She doesn't know how to let him lie down and rest quietly. That's right. How about I try this potion? Yoon suddenly realized a purple solution potion and shook it at the old man. The little girl and old man could not help being scared by the ominous purple. Seeing the reaction of the two, Yoon looked dazed. This is a good healing potion. Non-toxic and pollution-free. A first-class potion for absolute conscience. Yoon had unscrewed the cork directly in front of the two, showing an evil expression, looking at the two who were afraid of JPG. Directly opened the old man's closed mouth first, and began to pour this purple halo potion to see how he struggled. It seems reluctant. Big brother is a big badass. Actually pouring grandpa with poison. You big badass. Watch me punch you in the back with a small fist. I don't know why the soft fist of the little girl next to him hit Yun's right back. It felt weird. I couldn't help but increase the intensity of the old man's potion, but the old man seemed to have given up and drank it. Some sweet potions. For a while, I felt as if my body lightened a lot. After I finished drinking, the old man burped. There was something unfinished, and the side also gave up Daeun's back waist, and hurriedly ran to the side of the still dazed old man, shaking his body. Grandpa! Are you okay? Don't scare me. Grandpa! The little girl let a few lines of tears fall to the ground along her small cheeks with a crying voice. Looking a little sad, Yoon-sum didn't know what to do. After all, I did not do anything wrong, but the method was a bit tough. Go away, you big bad guy. Watch me poke your heart with this knife. See if the bumbling thing inside is black. You murderer! Give me back my grandpa. The little girl actually took out a small dagger less than a few centimeters from her waist. It looked very delicate and sharp at the same time. Although she was very angry, she used that cute look and said that some children should not be too young. If mosquito style. Suddenly, the little girl's eyes were full of murderous intent, holding a small dagger with a halo of sword skills, and piercing it against Yun's chest. She looked quite skilled and fast. The reacted Yun directly clamped the short dagger with 2 fingers. Dagger. It's a pity. Your power now can't compare to mine. Yun smiled at this little girl who seemed to be interesting. It seemed that this little guy was a little guy with a certain sword skill, and he was very cruel. He pierced directly in the direction of his own heart, if it was an adult. With a weapon larger than 7 centimeters, it is really possible to open a fatal penetrating wound directly in the almost defenseless cloud. Is a girl with a talent for killing. If you train well. Isn't it a good killer? Maybe a very powerful fighter. Yun clamped the little girl's dagger with 2 fingers, squatted down and prepared to stroke her little head, but she was slapped mercilessly away. You murderer! The eyes of the little girl were red from crying, and she kept trying to pull out the small dagger from Yun's fingers. Okay. It's all healed. The waist is not sore and the legs don't hurt. The whole body looks like no disease. The body is so light. Oh! My good granddaughter comes to see grandpa's illness is all healed. The old man who came back to his senses suddenly jumped off the bed happily, moved and stretched his limbs, and even made a few sets of stylish punches and kicks. He looked like a very powerful kung fu master. Each hit has a different degree of breaking through the air. 3 consecutive kicks. Dancing style. First dance shadow. Second dance break. Just watched the old man burst into a loud shout. First he raised his right leg up, middle and down 3 consecutive sideways high-speed kicks, followed by a homeopathic sweeping leg plus one-handed support for a round and round kicks. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com then stood upside down in mid-air, and the recovery posture changed to a violent downward elbow strike and a series of speed combo boxing, a forward kick followed by a whip kick followed by a heel strike, and 3 consecutive kicks in the upper, middle, and lower rounds again. Looks brave and brave, waving slowly, without the slightest feeling of muddy water, and every time the old man makes these moves, his fists and feet have the same brilliance of sword skills, and it seems that if he is hit, he will still cause damage. Yes, and when these moves are used, they don't need weapons. This should be very practical in actual combat. Hey! The whole body is refreshed. Ever since I got old waist disease. It's been a long time since I attacked this physique so freely. It seems that the young man is a master of pharmacy. The old man came to Yun's side with a smile, patted his shoulder and praised him. So the old man can watch me build it. Yun smiled and looked at the restored old man. Grandpa! Are you all right? Asked the little girl jumping around and holding the old man's thigh. Of course. You see what Grandpa looked like just now. Does he look sick? The old man touched the little girl's head. Ah! That! Sorry. Big brother. So that's not a bad guy. The little girl bowed to Yun as if thinking of something, and then tilted her head to look at Yun with some uncertainty. Of course. Only. Old man. If I can play at that level. And I have to complete this task. What good are you to me? Yun is also a smart person. If it's just the reward from the merchant's sister, it's just an expedited fee. On the contrary, the grandfather who is really helped is not paid for, so he still wants to scrape something from the master. Vol 2 Chapter 8, Reward the friendship between girls. Ah! You young man is really interesting. Let's do it. How about giving you the physical skills just now as a reward? The old man smiled and stroked his goatee and suggested to Yun. It's too cheap. Old man. You have to know. I am a businessman and a blacksmith. I know the value of 18 sets of equipment and arms of this level. You can't fool me. Yun smiled and shook his head. Looking at Yun's appearance, he knew that it was not easy to dismiss it. The old man closed his eyes and thought about it. Grandpa. The little girl pulled the old man's sleeve. What's wrong? Mia? Grandpa is here. The old man squatted down and touched Mia's head with a smile. Grandpa. Bring your ears together. Mia has something to discuss with you. Xiao Mia looked at the cloud on the side strangely, then waved to the old man and said. The old man also stretched his ears to Mia's mouth, but Yun was a little concerned. Looking at the old man's face, it already felt a little colorful. Is this really going to be like this? Mia? This is a difficult thing to do. Once you agree, you can't go back. The old man looked at Mia very seriously and confirmed to her again, only to see Xiao Mia nodding her head with a smile. The old man stood up with a sigh, and looked at the cloud that had been observing them with a complicated mood. Hey? We've discussed it. So what are you two talking about? It looks serious. Yun looked at the two with his arms around him. Ahem. Mia, she said. The old man began to hesitate. Looking at Yun, Man felt weird, and then looked at Mia, who was on the side of the party, but with that cute smile, Yun couldn't tell what was going on. So what did this cute little guy say? He made the old man's face look like pig liver. Yun looked at this cute creature with some wonder, but couldn't see why it came. So? What did you say? I feel anxious looking at it. Yun somewhat speechlessly picked up the sledgehammer that was hitting the side and swung it in midair for a try. We just said. If the big brother can do and complete the task, then Mia is yours. And you can do whatever you want. I don't know why this sentence came out of this Xiao Mia's mouth. Yun slid his hand and slammed the hammer on his toe. The dull pain that came from that moment made Yun lift his toe on the spot. It stopped for a while. Hey! Ah! Hey! It hurts. Also. I heard what I said just now, right? Yun endured the pain, and looked at something incredible, this evil smile that shouldn't have appeared on the face of such a small girl. I heard you right. Look at the body of a delicate, tender, and lovely young girl. I think the big brother must like it very much. It's like this. Mia began to use this petite body to make moves that were not at her age. She gradually pulled up her short skirt, revealing white with a cute bear pattern, and her face was already red. Yun's also looked a little bit shy, and Yun couldn't help swallowing. It's just an eccentric, sultry little fairy. I'm a little bit dry when I see it. In Yun's eyes, the white and soft skin, the petite and exquisite body, and the attractive appearance of a soft little girl made Yun a little bit moved. How about? If you are done, Mia is yours. You can do whatever you want. Mia put down her skirt with a smile, and looked at the cloud with her back and her hands as if she had succeeded in a conspiracy. So who are you? I don't think you are Mia before. At this time, Yun has regained consciousness from his favorite temptation, and looked at Mia, who was obviously different from the previous one, with a serious face. No. It should be said that it was exactly the same as the assassin like Mia who wanted to kill herself before. That's it. It seems that you are not an ordinary adventurer, but the merchant, forge, and pharmacist are like your multiple masks. Who are you? Why do you come to help us? Like a journey, the Mia in front of her was tearing up her mask and looking at the cloud in front of her with an evil smile. Should we be half a catty or 50 smiles, right? Who are you? What do you want to do? Yun didn't give her a good face. Although she now uses a lowly body, the current Mia is obviously not the naive Mia before. Yun was already preparing to withdraw the Nakata sword from his waist. This behavior was kept in the eyes of the old man and Mia. Oh! Do you want to face me? Big brother? I don't think this is a good choice. Mia looked at the cloud with a smile, and slowly walked towards him. If that's the case, then why do you still do that? Like this body is not yours. When Yun heard the meaning of Mia, he stopped his hands and looked at Mia, who came to him immediately. It's nothing, but, whether it's vigilance or reaction ability, they are all better than those adventurers before. It feels like you and them are not at the same level at all. Big brother. Who are you? Why do you want to help us? This is the second time Mia has asked Yoon. Yoon looked at Mia, who was no more than a few centimeters in front of him, but the current Mia no longer had the previous expression, but was very serious. With her appearance, Yoon couldn't help sighing. Survival, price, intelligence, combat power, trading rights, materials, etc. It only helps you to further develop the relationship with you, and it can be said that when I see you, I already want to touch your little head. Up. Yoon bluntly stroked this with his hand, and the little head he had always wanted to touch rose up. I don't know why Mia didn't knock off Yoon's hand like before, but instead allowed him to touch his little head with acquiescence. There is also a look of enjoyment on his face. Is it really just like this? For some reason, the current Mia has returned to her former pure and innocent appearance, her big watery eyes blinking at the cloud. That's it. What do you think? Mia. Yoon smiled and squeezed Mia's small fleshy cheeks, looking very doting on Mia. That's it. Then please. Of course, the previous agreement counts. As long as the elder brother can play that quality thing and complete the task. Mia belongs to you. Xiao Mia blushed, looked at Yoon dodging eyes and said. Really? If I can do it. Mia. You think it's brother Yoon's? You can't make a mistake in the middle. Let's pull the hook. Yoon squatted down overjoyed, and smiled and stretched out her little finger to Mia. Mia was a bit uncomprehending, looking at Yoon's little finger dangling in mid-air. Come on Mia. You stretch out this finger too. Then hook on this finger of mine. Yoon once again shook his little finger and taught Mia. Is that right? Big brother. Mia also cleverly hooked her little finger in Yoon's. Come and tell my brother. Hook your finger, the deceiver will have to swallow 1,000 needles. Hook your finger, the deceiver will swallow thousands of needles. Mia showed a childlike smile and hooked her finger with Yoon. Okay. Now the power has poured out. For my lovely Mia. I will definitely forge first-class weapons and equipment to complete the task. Yoon has already begun to prepare things for use. At this time, Xiao Mia pulled his pants again, as if she had something to say. Yoon squatted in front of her again. What's wrong? My brother is preparing to complete the task for Mia. Just as Yoon just said this, a little warm feeling came from Yoon's cheek, and then Xiao Mia completed this move. Like a girl who turned into the wind, hiding behind the old man, with a small head stretched out with red cheeks, and big talking eyes blinking, Yoon felt warm in his heart, and then turned around. Fuck a big hammer and began to smelt and forge. On the street outside, Kirito and the others have been sitting in a shop at the door, because the merchant sister walked out after bringing the cloud inside, and took them to their own shop. Of course, the merchant sister now still in a silly state. Kirito and Aisha, who originally wanted to get news from her, saw the merchant sister's unsettled appearance, they had to sigh back to the chair and sit up. I don't know why. I think nothing good may happen after Yoon enters. Kirito complained to Asia with his cheek in one hand. What a coincidence. I didn't expect Kirito-chan to also go with others. Aisha did not expect that as a boy, Kirito would go with what she thought, but it also made her feel another terrible possibility. Now Kirito has gradually become a girl who lives by herself. That is to say, she has completely integrated into the identity of Pei's daughter, and this bold idea can't help but swallow her saliva and look at Kirito on the side. No way? But Kirito-chan looks like herself in the mirror before. It's exactly like a girl in love. Aisha looked at Kirito's appearance of a girl playing with the tips of her hair and pouting her mouth, which made her more comfortable with what she had just thought. What's wrong? Is there anything on my face? Aisha. Kirito turned his head and looked at Aisha, who had been staring at his face, stroking his face, and asked her strangely. No. Nothing. Ahaha. What should I do? Go on like this. Could it be that Peter will be in bed with Kirito-chan directly? That scene seems too. No. I can't think about it anymore. It's going to be weird. Aisha is YY to Yoon and Kirito-chan on the bed. When the fruit is frank, Yoon is when Kirito is shy and shy. The whole person blushed to the corner of his ears, and a lot of steam came out hot, and he kept shaking his little head to get rid of the evil thoughts. And this panicked look has affected Kirito on the side, and he looked at Aisha's panicked look with a wry smile. Sure enough, Aisha is really cute. And she is a real girl, in comparison. Although I am dressed like a girl now. But I am still not a real girl. Even so, is this all right? Cloud. What are you doing? Do you really want me like this? Kirito lowered his head again and stroked his body with his hand, and the characteristic representative of being a boy, could not help but sigh and worry. If Yoon presses Kirito-chan on the bed. I can't even imagine the back. At this time, Aisha's heart came out of her mouth. As soon as she said this, Kirito blushed and panicked and blocked her big mouth with his hands. He quickly looked at the surroundings. Only then did he realize that the eagles had already hid their faces and smiled. But Klein and the others were erecting their ears to continue listening to the next development content. This frightened Kirito. He directly covered Aisha's mouth, took her in his arms and ran out in a hurry. It didn't take long for Kirito to take Aisha to a corner with no one on the side and looked at no one. Then he let go of Aisha's mouth, and looked at Aisha, who was gradually recovering with his hands on his hips. You people! What are you thinking about? And thinking in a place with so many people? Miss you. Thinking Cloud pressed me to the bed. I was pressed underneath. Kirito is like a ripe red apple, and he has pointed out this shameful thing to Aisha. Top ditties to justify all, to say all to be said. Aisha hurriedly hugged Kirito's shoulder and asked. She really didn't seem to be conscious of it. Kirito couldn't help but squeezed a cold sweat for her situation. And nodded. It's a lie. People said it. What a shame. Aisha squatted on the ground, holding her red and hot cheeks in her hands, and her eyes had turned into mosquito coils, which seemed to be quite irritated. Woo-woo. What should I do? What should I do? Does Kirito-chan look down on others? Actually, I'm so full of things that you are lingering on the bed with Peter. Aisha was already crying and wiping her tears with her hands. She looked very disappointed. Kirito, who could not see a girl crying the most, also sighed and sat beside her. www.readaloud.com. Do you remember yesterday? Did you and Yoon enter the same room at night? Kirito looked at Aisha and said. What's the matter? Aisha raised her head and looked at Kirito, wiping her tears. After you went in last night, I have been lying in bed dreaming about what you two are doing. Nothing. We just kissed last night, and then Yoon has been comforting others. After hearing what Kirito said, Aisha remembered the scene of Yoon holding and comforting herself very gently last night. Although there was no raw rice to cook mature rice in the end, it really made Aisha a little regretful. I know. But do you know? I didn't sleep well last night. I always imagined you and Yoon doing something in bed. I even did everything. Tongren looked at Aisha blushing, and told her directly about what Aisha YY and Yoon were doing just now, without missing anything. Aisha and Kirito's faces were the same as the mature red Fuji at this time. I didn't expect Kirito YY's own XX. And just like the appearance of YY Kirito and Yoon full, Aisha and Kirito are directly 2XX, and they both covered their faces with their hands, and they have not calmed down for a long time. That. Aisha. Don't say anything about today. Kirito first reminded Aisha. Of course. Kirito-chan is a baga. You. The same over there. It's too hungry. Aisha also reminded Kirito not to spread it to others. The two finally stood up and nodded, holding each other's hands, and decided to rot all the things today. Vol 2 Chapter 9, Mission Completion and Physical Skills. Complete. A total of 18 sets of iron weapons and equipment. Father, come and have a look. This time it was pretty good. Yoon smiled and put all the finished products on the ground, 18 sets of shiny new iron armor and weapon suits. The old man's eyes straightened when he saw him, and he hugged him to observe for a long time, while Mia's eyes were on the side. It is full of many small stars. That's awesome. Whether it's smelting, quenching, forging, shaping, stabilizing composite materials, polishing, etc., all of them are made by the best knife smiths. And you are only in your early 20s. Boy, are you a monster? Hey! I'm old and old. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect Ching to be better than Blue from Blue. Lost. Lost. Even if I am young to your age, I can't create this kind of technology. The old man shook his head looking at Yoon-hee and the equipment and sighed, and put all these outstanding things on the ground. Big brother did it. So. Mia belongs to the big brother. The little girl is not talented. Big brother, please forgive me. After seeing Yoon Zhen finished the task, Xiao Mia squatted down, blushing, sitting in front of Yoon and bowing deeply, looking like a little daughter-in-law who is about to get started. Unable to let Yoon swallow. Lolita, is mine. So, what should I do? After all, I am still young and can't do some follow-up things. Then, raise first. That's it. Yoon closed his eyes and nodded, so he decided to wait until the time was right, or if he had the opportunity to taste this delicious little loli slowly. Big brother. What are you thinking about? This Xiaomia hugged Yun's lap unsuspectingly. And from time to time it is like a special floral scent, with some milky scent, just like a few slices of flowers and honey in the milk. This smell? Could it be the legendary young girl scent? Ah! It smells so good. How to do it? It feels addictive. Yoon squatted down and hugged Mia's soft body, and the special scent had been inhaled into his nose. He was about to become a fool who could only laugh. There was only such a small and exquisite in Yun's eyes this minute. The figure of Xiao Mia. Ha ha ha. Itchy. Big brother, don't keep touching people well. Itchy. It feels so strange. Xiao Mia's small red cheeks, sticking out her little fragrant tongue like a kitty, licked Yun's jaw. The soft and moist touch is really too comfortable. Yoon smiled and rubbed Xiao Mia's small hot cheek with his cheek. In my heart, I can't tell you love this cute little animal. Ahem. That. Brother Yoon. We have other things to do. The old man coughed in the beautiful atmosphere of the two, and he opened one eye and closed the other and reminded him of the ambiguous atmosphere. Ah. That's right. Aha. And the old man's physical skills didn't teach me. Come to Mia, let's learn physical skills with my grandfather. Yoon smiled awkwardly, put Mia in his hand down, and began to learn from the elderly. This physique is not difficult. The difficulty is that it took a little time to understand the process of turning into an action. It's just that Yoon and Mia's learning abilities are good, and they have already understood and taken shape within this time. Hey! Haha! Yet! After Yoon and Mia burst out in an open place, they played the same tricks at the same time. It seems to be paying off. So fast! I didn't expect to have learned it so soon. What a monster! The old man clapped his hands and congratulated Yoon and Mia. Thank you for the compliment. But if this ability is combined with various sword skills, It can be said to be quite practical, especially when there is no weapon. It is the best life-saving skill. Yoon smiled and watched that he had activated the physical arts department, and the combination of various abilities and skills was possible, just like playing arcade machine key combinations. It seemed very enjoyable and very cool and practical to use. Congratulations, Big Brother. Now Big Brother will be stronger. Xiao Mia smiled and hugged Yun's arm to congratulate her. Of course. How else can I protect other companions? Of course there is also my lovely Mia. Is it just a mixture of physical skills and sword skills? I have seen General Skeleton used it in the beta before, and the effect is really good. Not only can I change my position quickly sometimes, but also can achieve various changes. Many effects. Yoon smiled and touched Mia's head, and then recalled that he met the Guardian Boss Bone General at the time, and that excellent performance was inseparable from the combined skills of physical and sword skills. Excuse me. Old man. I'm here to urge you to get your gear quickly. Hey? How come today's old man is alive and kicking? Is your back pain healed? You are all punching outside with Mia. Don't you panic. At this time, one on his head, Yu reading www. The armored man of LV-15 with the name of the captain of the town self-defense force of yuyuganshu.com slowly walked to Yoon and said hello. What mission? 18 sets of weapons. Inside the house. Take it yourself. The old man waved his hand angrily, seemingly perfunctory. Oh. As expected, the old man has a pretty stubborn temper. Okay. I'll get it myself. But you just finished the task just today. Shouldn't you just knock a few times and get ready to go through it? Seeing that the old man was not angry, the captain made a little deliberate teasing. It's just that the old man didn't want to pay attention to him, he wanted to blast him away like he was driving a fly. The captain looked at the old man and didn't intend to stay too much, so he went in to check and accept the goal of the mission. Old man? I don't think you like him? Why is that? Yoon was a little puzzled and hugged Mia and came to the old man's side and asked. Nothing. This guy is a little bit arrogant. He is just a relative of the lord of the city. Since he was a child, he has been a fake tiger. Well. With his three-legged cat kung fu, he can only work as a captain, unlike other relatives. So promising. The old man was completely the captain of the team like the air, and he spoke bad things in front of others with a voice that everyone around him could hear. Yoon had to admire the courage of the old man. Changing to being an ordinary person is nothing more than turning big things into small things, but the old man doesn't care. So that's it. That's it. But I don't think that the urgent task of the city lord should be forced to do it. I don't know this. After all, this is the first time this has happened. The old man shook his head and together with Yoon, he looked at the captain who had already received the experience and was coming. Vol 2 Chapter 10, Attack of the Borman Defense Mission released. I've been listening. Don't think of me as good heir. Father. I also act according to the above requirements. You don't have to say so badly. It's just that this is an adventurer. After all, this is the first time. See you. Captain stared at the old man with a grimace, and turned his head to look at the cloud on the side with a smile. Yes. What's wrong? I only came here yesterday with my companions. Yoon nodded in response to the captain's question. No wonder. It's just to see how the old man believes in you. You should be a good person. Just tell you as I'm kind. Yesterday started because of the sudden arrival of your adventurers, the peaceful grassland and wild boars in the forest. They have become a little bit volatile, and the worst part is that among them, wild boars have evolved into half-orcs. We are called wild boars. Just as the sky was still very dim this morning, the guards of our city gates had already been attacked by the opposing wild boars. There was no guard team allocated enough armed. 3 people were killed and 2 were injured. The captain of the team was also seriously injured, and after the opponent succeeded, he withdrew to the depths of the forest. And the current leather armor has a certain amount of arms to the opponent, and the physical ability is greater than ours. It is obviously insufficient, so the city lord donated the materials and ores used for forging to build an excellent armed team to fight. If you adventurers have the strength, please come and participate in the defense mission of the Borman attack again. The registration place is in the house where the self-defense forces are stationed, then I will go one step ahead. Captain now doesn't look as aggressive as before, leaving Yun's side like a good-hearted person. That's it. It seems that our arrival has had a great impact on Cao's world. I didn't expect that the wild boars we killed would mutate and evolve into more powerful races. If this continues, it will be difficult for us to survive. After all, it's a different world where the weak and the strong eat. I have to inform everyone. Father, Mia, and I are gone. Goodbye. Yun thought for a while and took Mia farewell to the old man. Grandpa, take care. I'm leaving with my big brother. Xiao Mia also said goodbye to the old man very seriously. Go ahead and stay alive. The old man is here waiting for you to come to see me. If you have time, you can also fight together. The old man couldn't help but shed tears as he watched the two leaving figures. Mia. Isn't the old man your grandfather? Can you follow me like this? Yun looked at Mia next to him and asked. It's okay. I was picked up by my grandfather when I was very young. Although it is not my grandfather, it is also a very important person, but now the more important big brother has appeared. Then I must follow the big brother. Xiao Mia was sad for a while, then she became more cheerful. Well then. Do you know where the merchant sister's shop is? Yun looked at Xiao Mia again and asked. That's natural. Come with me. I think big brother's friends should be there. Mia looked at Yun, who nodded slightly with a smile, then used the slender Xiaohu to hold Yun's big hand, and walked to a storefront not far away. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Kirito and Aisha, who were just about to sit down, and the Eagles and Klein were surrounded by them. Seeing their appearance, they should be a little impatient. Ah! Lord Yun, you are here. Sister, I really miss you. But I didn't expect this to be the first to rush over. The businessman's sister, who is a fan of brainless fans, see how stupid she is smiling. Bai Tianyun doesn't know what to say to her. I'm back, the merchant sister. The mission is completed. So the money I sold with you before. You haven't accounted for it to me. Of course, the lease of the vacant house for 300 gold coins will also be handed in. Yun stretched out his hand to the merchant's sister with a smile, and began to ask for it. I hate it. You don't have to coax people first. You know how to talk about money. Master Yun doesn't know how to talk about money to hurt feelings. The merchant's sister pouted her small mouth and looked a little unhappy. Yun, who saw this delicate situation, also pinched her little nose with a smile. Stupid sister. I only talked to you about work to attract your attention. Don't be angry, okay? Yun smiled and stretched out her hand to lift her chin, and in that soft tone, like the businessman's sister Peter, once again let the businessman feel the dear bumping, and a lot of little hearts have appeared in her eyes. Master Yun. You are really bad. In fact, you took them together. Isn't my money yours? What a man with a dignified taste. No matter what, my sister also likes it very much. Okay. Don't talk nonsense. The equipment and weapons received before, along with some potions, wild boar, and materials are calculated to be 3,000 gold coins, but because of the commercial tax, the actual remaining amount is 2,800 gold coins. Plus the remaining 2,200 gold coins for all the accounting costs of the discounted house deed. Please accept it. Ah! The extra charge is the real estate tax and management tax. After all, the first sale may be a bit expensive. Please don't be offended by Master Yun. The merchant sister returned to her professional status while helping Yoon with his calculations. After all the calculations were completed, she handed a large bag of gold coins and a parchment-like scroll to Yoon's hand. "Thanks, my good sister." Yoon took two things and thanked the merchant sister. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. This is my duty. Ahaha. Sure enough, Master Yoon is so handsome. When the matter was over, she changed back to the state, and began to haunt the cloud. And Yoon didn't care about taking Mia and the businessman's sister, and walked to the side of Kirito, who hadn't bothered them to discuss business. "Now I will report to everyone what I know." As soon as Yoon sat down, he began to tell others about what happened and what happened after he left. Of course, when Mia who completed the task was preached, the eyes of Kirito and Aisha never left. Mia passed a single point, and the look in her eyes that seemed to see a new rival was indeed a bit terrifying. Mia couldn't help but trembles in the arms holding Yoon, and when she saw this situation, Kirito and Aisha realized that they had something wrong, quietly apologized by Mia's side, and turned the whole atmosphere back into harmony. Look like. And because the cloud mentioned physical skills and the upcoming defense mission of Boorman incoming, I also realized something. If this time the defense mission fails, the result will be a large number of wild Boormen attacking this almost defenseless city. Although the city was said to be safe before, if the protected army and enchantment are destroyed by this attack, it means that they will be homeless, and a large number of indigenous people and players will be bloodbathed and slaughtered. Coming back. Finally a safe place, it will be very troublesome if it is scrapped. After all, I don't know if there are other towns, but according to the previous beta version, it is impossible to have two cities on the first floor unless one is a relic. But also because it is a different world now, there may be other cities, but there are still small villages. I hope they are still safe. Vol 2 Chapter 11, Invitation Letter for Treatment. Just when will this defense mission begin? After all, we don't know, when will they attack? Is it possible for us to wait for them without sleeping? I don't know why Klein is so smart today. As soon as I came up, I asked the key to the problem. It is true that the task must be corresponding again, because it may be related to the future survival problem and has to be solved first. Klein is right. If you don't take part in the mission again, I don't know if the self-defense force alone can solve it. Although their equipment and level are no problem, they are definitely not enough. Today I will build for them. In terms of equipment, there are at least 3 corps in size. Although there are almost 1 platoon. I don't know how they played in actual combat. In order to understand this situation, we may have to take a look at the guard team that was attacked this morning. See if we can use it. Intelligence. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. This is an old Chinese saying. I think the current situation is most suitable for use. Yoon nodded and shared all the information obtained today with others. This is indeed a very good proposal. But we don't know where these people are. Should we go and ask? Agil and his wife stroked their chins with their hands, looked at the cloud and said. Kirito and the others nodded in distress. That's the adventurer who just got where the old man is. Where are you? Ha ha ha. Why are you missing now? It's strange. A familiar voice was uploaded from the street to Yun's ears. Ah! This voice belongs to the captain. Big brother. His tone seems to be looking for you. Would you like to call him? Xiao Mia tugged Yun's sleeve and asked. It looks like. The sky is endless. Our source of information is here. Go. Let's go out and have a look. Yoon heard what Mia said. They looked at Kirito with a smile and said. So he took them to the road outside the door. As soon as they left the house, they saw that the captain was lying on a stone staircase, panting, and he seemed to be running quickly all the way in this heavily armored situation. Seeing him already stretched out and gasped like a dog, I couldn't help feeling that he was very pitiful. Ah! It's you. That's right. I found you. I broke my leg to find you. Captain saw the emergence of Yoon just like seeing a savior, and he climbed directly to Yun's side and hugged his thigh. You, what's going on? Looks pretty anxious. Yoon looked at the captain desperately holding on to his thigh, uncomprehendingly. Big brother. Since you can cure the old man's disease, then you should be able to cure the injured person. I just asked the old man. You are a great pharmacist. Can you help me to see the patient? The captain has already started begging for the cloud with tears and nose. Hey? I'm not a doctor, why should I go to see a patient with you? Go. 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 Go and play. We have to rush to other places to find out the situation. Tongren didn't expect that they were still looking for opportunities to find the wounded soldiers, but now they have come to the door and refuse them. They also don't understand what Yoon wants to do. Cloud. Just when Aisha and Kirito called Yun's name, they realized that Yoon was winking at all of them. As a result, Kirito seemed to understand something, and immediately covered Aisha's mouth, telling her to stop talking. After Aisha nodded slightly, Tongren released her hand from her mouth. I'm acting now. Don't interfere yet. Yoon said to all the team members in this special way of communication. After hearing Yun's reminder, everyone closed their mouths obediently, but Mie, who had not been invited in, couldn't figure it out. Big brother. Don't you help them? Looks weird and pitiful. Xiaomia looked at Yoon and persuaded very uncomfortably. Yes. Yet. Your lord. You have pity on us. Now there are several people who are a little bit unable to hold it. The captain saw Mia intercede for herself, and immediately saw the windshield Zion Jiun playing the emotional card. All this is seen in everyone's eyes. How come there is a sense of sight of pushing the nose up the tree? This is to that, right? Everyone sighed as they looked at the already desperate captain. Then? What benefit can I get? Do you think I will save people voluntarily? Yoon stopped acting as he watched Mia, and began to request her in return. Ah! I have to pay. I can't do this. I'm just a small captain. I don't have any right to decide. You should be kind. Make an exception and save it. Yoon can already determine that the captain is ready to empty the glove white wolf. It is a pity that his moral kidnapping is meaningless to Yoon. In other words, I'm going to risk such a team and get hungry together. Will you come to save people for free? How can there be such a good thing in the world? Let's go without a reward. Go slowly and don't give it away. Yoon put on a please pose and made the captain a little headache. www.readaloud.com. I'll go. Who is this person? Someone is dying in front of you. Also pay for rewards from others. Does this person have a conscience? Although the captain cursed secretly in his heart, Yoon, this person has no sympathy or morality. But after all, there is something to ask for now. He could only continue to beg him with a cheeky smile like a chrysanthemum. Don't. Or you can go and see with me first, because our chief is there anyway. Or you can negotiate with him personally. Then you can help me complete the task, and you may also get you from it. I want the reward. After all, I'm the person in the middle. You can ask the upper level staff if you have something to do. It's better than letting us waste our tongue here. The captain knew that Yoon was soft and hard and didn't want to eat, so he directly came to offer a reason, and put forward a reason to do it by himself, and at the same time it was not a face-to-face method. After listening to Yoon, he felt a little bit interesting, so he nodded and carried Tong. People, they, followed this liberated captain walking down the street. It's just. Are you looking for me to save the team that was injured today? Yoon finally confirmed to Xiang once again, and asked this slick captain. Yes. When we found them this morning, we had lost a lot of blood and passed out. And most of the injuries were terrible. Even the best doctors in the city could not treat them thoroughly. He is only temporarily delayed. Lost their lives. When he heard that, I went back and told him that the old man's old waist was cured. He ran straight from the patient. Asked me what happened. I just said that you seemed to have cured the old man's waist. He told me to take you there, and even alarmed the superiors on the side. So I had to come to you. Vol 2 Chapter 12, I also want to live. It is impossible to help you voluntarily. Before long, after Yoon learned a lot of information from the captain, they had come to a stone building guarded by a 5-sized self-defense force. When Yoon walked by them, he suddenly noticed himself. Unexpectedly, the iron suit he created was applied to the self-defense team so quickly, and he smiled confidently. Ah! Big Brother laughed. Could it be that I saw the equipment on the people at the door just now? Ha he he. That's something Big Brother made by himself. Why do you show such a weird smile? Mia tilted her head and looked at the cloud incomprehensibly. She was a little bit smiling. Hey? What? The 18 pieces of equipment handed over to me were made by this pharmacist? It's a lie? That's pretty good craftsmanship. Mia, you can't lie to me, the captain. I knew this captain at a glance, and I couldn't believe that the good equipment was forged by the cloud. After all, even if it was someone else, there was no way to believe that such a good weapon would be made by a yellow-haired kid. Killing them would not believe how young the blacksmith would be. Yoon sighed. After all, this is the situation in this world. A good forge and smelter takes a lot of time, and actual skills and proficiency in production to become an excellent forge, but this is also the case. With the deep-rooted common sense in this world, Yoon didn't want to say more. Okay. Mia, come here. We are not the time to care about these things. We are going to do business now. So let the past things pass. Yoon smiled and hugged Mia, and then continued to follow the captain to the interior of the building. They stepped on the wooden stairs to the side and came to a relatively spacious second-floor corridor. They saw several girls as soon as they came in. And the man, through this only corridor, was busy in the several rooms on the corridor. Ah! My stomach! Intestines have fallen out. Doctor! Help me! Help me! My hand can't move. It's still there, but it can't move. Doctor! Save my hand! I want the life of those wild boars. My feet! Be made like this by those wild boars. There are varying degrees of wailing and cursing in each room. It seems that the yelling people in these rooms should be the problem they want to solve. Bring me the scalpel. The end of this patient's intestines has turned black. Cut it off before it dies. Get the tools. Does the doctor not give him painkillers? If this goes on, he will not be able to bear the pain of the operation at all. There is no time. Get the knife quickly. Help is important. I only heard that it was quite chaotic and noisy now, and Yoon and the others could not help frowning. Yoon also covered Mia's ears with both hands to prevent her from hearing these meaningless sounds. It looks like the situation is worse than before. Let's go, pharmacist. Ours must go in quickly. Captain urged Yoon to push in by himself, and because the place was too narrow, the others hugged Mia and waited quietly outside. But Yoon didn't notice this little guy. He immediately followed behind him, and he could walk silently. I said, can you let me go by myself? Let go. Yoon broke free of the captain's arm when he turned over, and walked into the first room as he stared at the captain. As soon as I entered Yoon, I saw a man sitting on the bed. There was already a big wound on his abdomen, and the internal organs could be seen beating. A male doctor was starting to cut off the blackened part with the cooperation of a girl. Organization. Seeing the two of them sweating profusely, Yoon couldn't help feeling that they were busy. That one. Is there another patient? If it is not serious, just leave it there. I am very busy. The male doctor was engrossed in performing the operation, while exhorting the cloud behind him. Ah! My stomach hurts. I want painkillers. Ah! I can't take it anymore. The patient was tightly with his limbs so that he could not move, but his appearance of struggling desperately due to severe pain looked pitiful. No. What I told you before, I brought the pharmacist who cured the old man's waist disease. Captain deliberately amplified the voice, covering the chaotic voices in this room, and said from behind the doctor. What? It's already here. Then it's easy. Let him provide the medicine to cure the disease. We are already helpless here. You are too timely. When the male doctor heard that this was the case, he quickly turned his head and looked at the Captain He-Yun behind him. But, he said that it is okay to help. Think of it as not doing unpaid things. He refused the request to help us directly. The captain hesitated to say that, he really confused the doctor, and he was really stunned for some time. Hey? Isn't it justified to save people? Is it a medical staff to you? When the doctor heard this, he looked at Yun angrily and asked. In other words, I should help people unconditionally, right? Yun looked at this funny doctor with a smile and asked. Isn't that bullshit? A person who has no medical ethics like you. It is an insult to this sacred profession. If you don't save it, please do it. We don't care about people like you who take advantage of the opportunity to make money. It's a shame to live. The doctor looked down at the cloud and said www.readaloud.com taking the opportunity to make a fortune? Are these people my friends? Yun looked at this doctor who had some brain problems with a smile. No. Are they my relatives, family siblings? Yun asked again. No. The doctor shook his head again. Then it's over. It's not a pro and a reason. Whatever obligation I do is them, I can't get anything, and I may even lose these useful medicines. If you don't ask for the rewards, you can see me everywhere. Good guy? How come I have to feed a bunch of people? Why do I want to give you free? Do you treat me as a fool? Yun pointed his finger at his head, and mocked the doctor who took it for granted. Doctor. I think he seems to make a lot of sense. We can't impose our views on him. After all, people have to rely on this to make money to support their families. The girl next to the doctor can obviously understand why Yun said it. After all, she is also a girl from a poor family, and she knows what it looks like when she doesn't have enough to eat or wear warmth, so she is almost starving. Do you still have to take care of the life and death of other people? Under normal circumstances, no one can be so noble, because the reality is very bad. Cut. Forget it. If these people don't do anything, they can have tea with the of death. Tell me, what do you want? The doctor looked at the patient who had passed out of pain, then compromised and began to negotiate with Yun. Vol 2 Chapter 13, The Magical Pharmacist. So what do you want? Can you come up with your so-called elixir? The doctor was really blunt, and he came up and asked Yun what he wanted. Interesting. It seems that you are still a refreshing person. Very simple. After the cure, give me the information of the Borman, plus a certain amount of raw materials and the daily supply of herbs to my rights. Since they didn't mean anything, Yun said directly. But as soon as this sentence came out, the doctor was so angry that he was pinching himself with his hands. Seeing this, Yun couldn't understand it all at once. Isn't it the right to continue supply of some raw materials and herbs? As for the performance, Yun does not understand why this doctor is so exaggerated. If it weren't for the girl next to him, he would really be kept in the dark. It seems that the adventurer doesn't know the situation of this place. The girl patted the doctor's back and looked at Yun and asked. Well, after all, I just came to this city, I really don't know anything. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Yun nodded slightly and looked at the girl. Then it makes sense. In fact, the herbs and raw materials in this town are extremely scarce, so why are we here in this field? It is more or less related to this question. The girl looked at Yoon with a somewhat uncomfortable look, and after hearing what she said, he finally knew that this city is a town with very limited resources, and suddenly became Yoon sorrowful. He didn't expect this to be the case. Big brother. How about saving them first? It seems they should not be able to survive today. At that time, we will have a good time with them and ask for something useful. Okay, well. At this time, Xiaomia, who sneaked in, hugged Yun's thigh directly and rubbed Yun's legs with her little face. Yun was indeed a little surprised and softened when she saw Mia's appearance. He sighed and put a few bottles of good results. The purple potion is taken out. Hey! I didn't expect the cutest little guy to hear it. I can only help them once by watching Mia's face. This, shouldn't it be poison? Don't fool me. This scary purple potion. The doctor and the girl moved away from Yun's side, shaking their body and pointed at the medicine. This was a common reaction, but when Yun saw this situation, he frowned again and ran to the dying patient directly. Okay. Don't you believe it? I'll show you how useful this medicine is. Hello? Do you want to live? This medicine can cure your disease. It depends on whether you want it. Yun held the purple medicine dangling in front of the dying patient. Think, give it to me. In order to survive, sometimes people will go to the doctor without any illness, but what this dying patient encounters is the real medicine. He didn't hesitate to hold the potion with a trembling hand, unscrewed the bottle cap, threw it aside, and began to pour it into his mouth with hunger and thirst. At this time, although the doctor and the girl were dubious, they also knew that the soldier who broke his bowels was almost hopeless. No matter how magical the medicine was, it would not be possible to come back to life. Most of his internal organs are indistinguishable from dead, and it is a miracle to let him live up to now. After a while of cow drinking, the soldier burped full, then looked at the empty bottle in his hand with a little bewilderment, and then at his mouth that remained unchanged. He was desperate. Unexpectedly, this so-called good medicine is just a liquid with no effect. Sure enough, is it just an ordinary potion that talks about it? Not only the soldiers but the doctors and girls shook their heads. Suddenly he threw the empty bottle to the ground angrily, and he stood up directly and lifted Yun's collar, staring at him fiercely. You liar! Didn't you say that this medicine can heal me? Then why is the big hole in my stomach still bleeding? Although he was frustrated, he didn't realize that his pain was gone, and now he stood up, looking for Yun Jingli, but of course the doctors and girls were the most surprised, because now the soldier is like a good man, keeping the wound. Actually stood up and looked for Yun Pingalai by himself. Are you scared? But they also found that the soldier's wound was healing at the speed of the naked eye, and it could be seen through the gap, and the organs that had almost ceased function began to recover. And they are repairing and growing like traumatic injuries. They have never seen this before. They were so scared that the boss couldn't close their mouths. Are you sure my medicine is really useful or not? Yun saw that he had regained his vitality first, and he knew that his medicine had begun to work. He stared at the soldier calmly and asked. Haha! Is your brain flooded? It doesn't hurt anymore? Hey? Why did I stand up? After Yun's words, the soldier discovered his own situation. He looked at his freely movable limbs with some doubts, and saw that the wound on his abdomen was about to heal, and now there was still a small hole-sized wound. Heals quickly. After he was completely healed, he stroked in disbelief, as if his skin hadn't been injured in the first place. Yu read www.yuyugonshu.com this minute, his mind was really blank. Because the only thing he knew was that he was really well, and he was obviously going to see Pluto before. This minute he was alive and kicking. A miracle! This is really a miracle. I'm okay. I'm okay. Ahaha. The soldier held the doctor's shoulder like a madman this minute, repeating this sentence again and again. Then he ran to the girl and said the same thing. Looks really happy. It's like this body and mind are baptized and saved. Thank the gods for bringing us the gospel. Thank the gods. Thank the pharmacist for his life-saving grace. Thanks. Thanks. Soldier, he cried. Although he cried, he could see that he was very happy. He was glad that he was still alive. He even kowtowed his head in front of Yoon to express his gratitude, just like worshipping a god. He broke his head. Okay, okay. Don't do this. I save you for a profit. Don't think of me so well. I can't bear it. I can't bear it. Yoon looked at him like this, and quickly pressed his shoulder to stop him from self-harm. How about? Trust me now. All right. Take these medicines to them. But remember that I have to ask for something in return. All right. Go and save people. Yoon impatiently stuffed these purple potions into the hands of the soldier, doctor, and girl, and they reacted to pick up these potions and went to each room to start saving people. Sure enough, Big Brother is the best. Mia likes Big Brother the most. The little guy he followed was really cute, and it was because of her that Yoon compromised to help these people. He smiled and hugged this cute little animal, waiting for the doctor's response. Vol 2 Chapter 14, Get Your Own Soldiers. Just when the potion had been drunk, everyone exclaimed from the room they were in, and they were all thanking the gods, thanking the clouds for giving themselves a chance to live. This place has become like a church in this minute. In the same place, these soldiers turned into devout believers. Oh! You're pharmacist. You are our gospel. Sure enough, gods exist, allowing you to save our hearts in times of crisis. I clearly remembered that the captain said that only 3-4 people were sent here. How come there are nearly a dozen at this moment? Moreover, they are all powerful handsome men from Kongwu. Looking at their well-developed muscles, they didn't expect to be injured like that. Yoon couldn't help but begin to evaluate the fighting power of the boars. It seems that this wild boar is not as simple as imagined. The almost fatal injury is indeed a bit troublesome. At this time, Yoon recalled seeing different degrees of damage, and began to worry about the fighting ability of his team. Yet, you are really a special person. I'm sorry I blamed you. Let's talk. Although we don't have many herbs and raw materials, I think in the hands of your magical pharmacist, you must be better than ordinary doctors like us. More useful. Seeing that these soldiers who have almost stepped into the gate of the ghost gate are alive and kicking after being caught by Yun's bottle of medicine, they no longer doubt the identity and ability of Yun's pharmacist. This wonderful technique of rejuvenation, no matter how much time is given to him, why should I fight with the cloud who really needs this medicine? Can you? Even if you can't make a potion like mine, you can still mix it out with ordinary potions, right? Yoon looked at something unexpectedly, and asked the doctor who had just died with a hard duck mouth. Otherwise, you have proven your abilities. Although you are not conspiring with each other, there is no doubt about your strength. I think the herb will choose its own master. Instead of being in the hands of those of us who do nothing, it is always extravagant and waste. The doctor shook his head, and it seemed that he wouldn't be blocking Yun's principle. Let's do it. You provide me with these things every day, and I will also give you a batch of curative medicines in exchange. After all, you have to ask for these special medicines to cure diseases. How about? No. Looking at them, Yoon also knows that these herbs and raw materials are hard won. Compared to his own huge profits, it is better to seek a win-win situation. After all, he can continue to obtain materials every day, and the other party also has a certain degree of drug protection. Only in this way can we continue to provide ourselves with a steady stream of materials. Really? You are really thankful. If you prepare the medicine yourself, it is naturally worth it. As soon as the doctor heard such a situation, the whole person became energetic. Not only that, even the girls and the soldiers applauded the case. It feels that the current cloud is the greatest help for them, right? Deal. Come and receive this authorization letter, please. The doctor smiled and picked up the pen and paper on the side desk, and quickly wrote an agreement, and stamped it with a large stamp on the side. He couldn't wait to put it in Yun's hand. Ah! That's right. And this? Please, pharmacist. I must accept this thing. It has been reported to the pharmacist for help. When a soldier saw the doctor's authorization letter, he took out a badge-like thing and handed it to Yun. Yun didn't care to take it, just at this moment. The captain, who had been standing stupid by the side, actually grabbed the soldier's wrist. How can you administer your team's talisman privately? Even if it is a life-saving grace, you can't do this without the approval of the upper level. Seeing the actions of the soldiers scared the captain. This is an unauthorized operation. You get out of the way. What about our patrol team? What is your little logistics captain doing so generously? I am the leader of this team. This team is in my hands and it is my decision. You little captain, could it be possible to stand up against me, a corporal leader of the 2 Corps? At this time, the squad leader looked at the captain with an angry look. This kind of look immediately scared him. Indeed, he has no real power. There is no way to take the position of the patrol captain, so he can only watch. The captain put the silver white eagle's talisman into Yun's hand. This is too expensive. And I'm just an adventurer, but I have some little skills. Why don't you give me the military power like this? Yun's resignation was prepared to return this valuable soldier talisman to the squadron. As a result, they still did not take it back. What can't stand it? You are our savior, and it depends on your physique and the scars on your body. You told us that you are an ordinary weak pharmacist. Don't underestimate the vision of our brothers. You should be a good hand. Is it possible to continue to pretend? The captain smiled and slapped the slap on the back of the cloud. Although it was loud, the cloud did not move half a minute. The captain and the soldiers nodded their heads just like this. How about? I'm not mistaken about the head of the corps. At first glance, he is a young man who has exercise. It is still hidden in front of us veterans. It's really a foreigner. Boss. Chief officer laughed and announced to the other soldiers. He took the lead and clapped to applause. For a minute, everyone agreed with Yun's ability and was a person who could safely deliver his life. Boss. Boss. Just accept it. Although we are all big bosses. But everybody is good at fighting. All the soldiers have already acquiesced that Yun will become their new leader. This is the first time that Yun has encountered this difficult situation. www.readaloud.com. It seems that it doesn't make sense to continue to shirk, but it just happens. The combat power of almost 2 Corps is most suitable for us who are still at present and do not know the strength and actual combat ability. It is a good hole card. I know. Then your life will be mine. Don't regret it. Yun looked at these soldiers with a smile and exclaimed. That's natural. Our life was picked up by the boss. If we were born and died for the boss. Go up and down the fire. What's the point? Are you right? Everyone. That's right. Leave the battle to us. Yes, yes. Under the leadership of the corps leader, these soldiers were already cheering and cheering. It seemed that Yun wanted to leave them aside. It was harder than going to the sky. Yun couldn't help sighing, looking at the group of soldiers who were so loyal to him. Congratulations on your acquisition of the White Eagle Soldier Talisman, and you are officially promoted to Chief of the Army. As well as the official skills of the Commander-in-Command and the Army, please continue to work hard. At this time, the system also opened official positions and corresponding skills to the cloud, which made Yun feel a little bit different. After all, this is something that the previous beta SAO did not have, and it is indeed worth studying. Yoon immediately began to check the extra official job tree and special official job skills. That's it. I'm still the second to last official position, not bad, I can control up to 3 corps. Commander can make the team responsible for his official position unconditionally obey his own command ability. The ability to have direct dialogues and give orders with all soldiers in the team under the responsibility of the official position in the army order. Ignore the special skills of distance and terrain and enchantment area. Vol 2 Chapter 15, Preparation for the defensive battle and the establishment of the medical team. Very good. This way I can conduct group operations. Yoon looked at this interesting official position system and official position skills. He could see that he was the chief corporal of this unit, and there was a position of deputy corporal under his hand that was free, and now it showed that he had 12 soldiers. In addition, you can also see the detailed reports and values of 12 soldiers, which can be accurate to the equipment and skills. Most of them are level 12-15 personnel, and what's worse is that they are all leather armors, except for the little squadron who gave way to them before, and the other little squadron has thin skin. Except for the iron armor, it's not very good, and it's also mainly a sword and shield. Can it be said that it is a meat shield? Yoon pinched his chin with his hand to read the information on it, and frowned involuntarily. What's wrong? Boss? Any dissatisfaction? The 2 corps leaders have noticed Yun's situation. It's nothing, but I didn't expect that your armors are all leather armor, so it's no wonder that you will be injured by the wild boars. Yoon finally understood that they were injured not only because the opponent's attack power was high, but also their own defense power was low. This is indeed a bit ashamed. After all, in the economic and material situation of this city, we can only have this kind of equipment. All the soldiers cried to Yoon with aggrieved expressions. It's okay. All right. Tell me. What is the situation with those boar people? Yoon didn't want to discuss some of these, so he started to inquire about the Boorman's information. I know this best. Their body is about twice as strong as ours, and they are also wearing leather armor with stone weapons in their hands, but because their power is so powerful that they can reach the destructive power of iron, my stomach is it blooms like this. The little squad leader who impressed Yoon Bing Talisman was so impressed that he gave Yoon a one-to-one explanation of the information when he was injured. This alone already made Yoon a little bit tricky. This is nothing. The most important thing is that even if the opponent is injured or dying, it is the most terrible to die with us. That kind of brutal and wild style of play is simply chaotic, even if there is one's own friendly army beside him. Relentlessly clean up with the enemy. It's really troublesome. Another small corporal told Yoon the most troublesome situation, which is the most unfavorable problem for mankind. Unable to help Yoon some headaches. This is very bad for us. This is a little troublesome. The problem Yoon heard was not only that their physique and combat effectiveness were superior to them, but the main reason was that the death squad-like style of play was already very clear and how unfavorable this suicide style of play was to them. Okay. Now give you a task. One Wu will go to the surrounding forest, cut down a lot of logs and move me to the entrance of the tavern. Another Wu will go hunting for wild boars or beasts around me back. But remember to pay attention safe. Contact me directly if you have any circumstances. Understand? It is better for Yoon to prepare quickly for this decision. After all, this is a defensive battle, which can also be called a defensive battle. A lot of preparations must be made to improve the defensive ability and combat effectiveness as quickly as possible. Understood. Boss, let's go as soon as we go. These soldiers lined up to salute Yoon very seriously, and quickly equipped their leather suits and weapons, and ran away from the building. When Yoon turned around, he found the fearful one just now. The captain is nowhere to be seen. Oops. The most troublesome guy took the opportunity to slip away. I hope this guy will not make a small report. After all, what he just warned about is a bit worrying. Yoon yelled badly in his heart. So he asked the doctor and the girls to find out the whereabouts of the captain and returned without success. Damn! Let him run away. Yoon couldn't help but slapped his tongue, but Mia on the side pulled the corner of his clothes. What's the matter? Mia? Is there anything to tell big brother? Yoon looked at Xiao Mia, who was looking up at her with some surprise. The captain just slipped away when he said he was going to inform the police. Mia pointed to the door, and it seemed that what Yoon was most worried about had happened. Forget it. If you come, you will be safe. Whether it is a blessing or a misfortune. Let the fate. Let's go, Xiaomi, we will go by everyone's side. Yoon sighed and hugged Mia in his arms, but when he was about to leave, he was stopped by the girls. That. You're pharmacist, do you still need an assistant? About 6 girls gathered around Yoon and asked him. Yoon looked at them and closed his eyes again, thinking about it. By the way, if you can use this thing, I can consider you to join my medical team. Now I still lack an excellent medical team. Yoon suddenly remembered the problem of his wooden stick. After all, the blessing system and recovery ability can still be considered. Even with the treatment effect of low-level potions, it can still delay life and restore wounds. Although it is a little slower, it can still improve the survival rate of the team. Yoon took out the 6 improved wooden sticks from the inventory and asked the 6 girls to try them. So, we know. Let's try it. As long as we can save people, it is the responsibility of us nurses. Yoon had never thought that these girls were nurses. He really didn't know that there were nurses in this other world. www.readaloud.com. He couldn't help being full of curiosity about this other world, but Yoon didn't. What comes to mind is that these 6 girls easily picked up the sticks and received the blessing system reminder. They looked at the cloud like a big figure with surprise, and even almost hugged him enthusiastically. That's not good. Everyone is beautiful and predictable. I don't dare to mess around. After all, when Mia comes in, there are already some signs of fire in the harem, and 6 more will be choked to death by Tongren sauce and Aisha sauce. Yoon hurriedly dodged with sweat, but he didn't expect that not only his abilities, but also his appearance were all spotted by other girls. Damn it! Your pharmacist really runs so fast. Yes, yes. Why do people like you obviously? The girls pouted frustratedly, holding the cloud with Mia's smirk. Okay. Now you are my medical team. Congratulations on obtaining a medical team of 5 core. Now the maximum force limit of the chief corporal is full, and you can't recruit new personnel to join your army. After the rank is promoted, the maximum force can be expanded. I didn't expect that the medical team was just established and its maximum strength was full. This made Yoon frown involuntarily, but when he saw the importance of this medical team, he only sighed slightly. It looks like, see if you can be promoted after this battle is over, or if you encounter a defensive battle, and if it is a large city, such a small number of people will not be enough to fight. Okay. You are the captain of this medical team. Let me see. Your name is Lena, right? Yoon opened up the situation of the medical team under his jurisdiction and confirmed the information of the girl named Lena he appointed as the head of the corps and asked. Vol 2 Chapter 16, The Vinegar Jar and the Joining of the Medical Team. Yes. This is Lena. Any advice? Your pharmacist. This girl with long red hair and bangs, a pair of crimson eyelids, and a curvy lordosis, saluted to the cloud in a plain linen dress. Well. You are choosing a dagger or a one-handed sword to defend yourself. Dual-wielding skills are your compulsory courses. A certain level of low-level potion and crystal making is your daily routine. Yoon copied the contents of these aspects in his pharmacist's synthesis book, and printed it on parchment by pasting, and made 6 copies and sent them to the girls in Wu. They were seeing this operation. And the content of the props. I couldn't help but lowered my lips, admiring my pharmacist even more. After all, like this 6-copy prop, it can be a very precious and rare prop. And they also set up confidentiality measures for them, except for Yoon and them. Whoever gets this thing is the same as the wordless heavenly book, a blank. Congratulations on obtaining the title of copywriter and the 2 special skills of encrypted copy printing and carbon copy printing. I wish you a happy game. Yoon also acquired the corresponding skills at this time, and he couldn't help but feel that these abilities were really good. That's it. It seems that what I gave Lena and the others should be an enhanced encrypted printed copy. This way I am not afraid of the confidentiality being leaked. Yoon took a look at this interesting special skill. It can do letters like secret reports. It is a practical skill suitable for warfare and intelligence transmission. Okay. Girls. Let's take today's materials, hurry up and join me to join the main team. Yoon clapped his hands at the girls. These girls are very obedient. In this room, they put all the previously agreed materials into the inventory quickly, and then neatly followed Yoon and left this place. They really confuse the guards at the door when they go out. After all, the soldiers who have just been indistinguishable from the dead just run out alive and kicking out enough that they don't understand the situation. Now the nurses in this place are all following. Ran away at an unknown man. Hey! What's the matter with you? The guard on the left at the door asked the guard on the opposite side. I'll go. You don't know how I know. The soldier on the right was also dumbfounded. Forget it. Don't tangle. Anyway, our task is to watch the door, and the rest has nothing to do with us. What these soldiers said, they decided to ignore Yun's actions. It didn't take long for Yun to hug Mia and bring a medical team with Wu to meet with Kirito and others who were rushed outside by the soldiers to wait. They are now waiting for Yun and them on the street. Of course, it was his 2 daughters who saw Yun first. But at first they smiled and waved to Yun and Mia, but when they got closer, they felt something wrong. They saw a team behind Yun and Mia, and various beauties followed Yun. When I was in a daze. What's going on? Could it be this big carrot? I hooked up with a new girl again. I don't know why the faces of Kirito and Aisha are a bit ugly, especially since Mia had come here before. I felt a little troublesome. I didn't expect Yun to get worse now, and brought a group of girls back in one breath. Do you say they will be happy? It's over. These 2 cute vinegar jars are now overturned. Otherwise, how could this face be the same as a pig liver? Yun looked with a bitter smile and looked at the 2 women who were close to him and the medical team with a bitter look, and he couldn't help but make Yun a little headache. Let's tell the truth. If you jump into the Yellow River, you won't be able to clean it. After Yun made up his mind, he took the lead in holding Mia and ran to the side of these 2 glamorous and beautiful women. Hey! It's just that Yun had just approached the 2 of them while holding Mia. Unexpectedly, the 2 of them accidentally turned around together, and Lee didn't want to talk to Yun. I'm a good boy. What are you 2 trying to do with each other? Yun came over by himself, as if he had a hot face on his cold ass. He ate a closed door, and couldn't help but make Yun feel depressed. Kirito-chan. Aisha-chan. I'm back. Yun can only report to the 2 of them that they are safe. What's our business? Don't you have a bunch of new girls with you and me? Yet. How could this daylily like us be remembered by brother Yun? Kirito and Aisha directly took their nicknames and attitudes towards them, feeling cold as if they were downgraded, and they seemed to have misunderstood the extreme. Seeing this, Yun directly slapped his forehead. It seems that the 2 have not given him a chance. My lovely girls, don't be so cold to me. Well, I said that they are the medical team I called to expand their strength. Would you believe it? Yun explained to the 2 without concealing it. Oh. The medical team? Is it necessary to have all the beautiful, cute, and scented girls? I have accepted all of them, and why are you still defending? That's right. You say that, these girls are too pitiful, and they are thrown away after you play. These two jealous jars are on the bar, biting the Tuan who has been deceived by Yoon alive and deceiving it as the premise, and then changing to say that Yoon is a sad man, whether it is for them or this girl. My dear. Why this thing is getting more and more muddy. Sure enough, love and the jealous girl's YY ability have reached the realm of max. Yoon is now a dumb eating coptus and it is hard to tell. But at this moment, Xiaomi, who could not understand the attitude of the two, raised her hand in Yun's arms and protested. The two big sisters are good or bad? How unsightly what the big brother said. What the big brother said is the truth, but Xiaomia has been with the big brother from start to finish. Two nasty big sisters. Mia made a grimace at Kirito and Aisha directly. Although the two would not believe a child's words credulously, she was a little suspicious. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Could it be that it's just our hearts? The two could not help but consider this possibility, and looked at Xiaomiya who was already puffing into a little bun's face. But at this time of suspicion, the medical team has already come to them. After all, their disputes are quite loud, and even they and the Akil couple behind them can hear them clearly. Although Klein they are envious and jealous. But when I heard what Mia said, maybe these felt that they had a chance to win the other half, right? All have ignited a new fighting spirit. It's rude. I think the two should be the wives of pharmacists. Seeing Yun's unspeakable appearance at this time, Lena, who couldn't stand it, came to a few people and asked. Madam or something? People are not. Yes. We haven't married Yunja, yet. When they heard this general term of established facts, they desperately denied it. But the small apple-like cheeks on his face have already betrayed the feelings of two people. I said. Are you two so disgusted to be my partner? You are desperate to be like this. Yoon looked at the two people desperately shaking their hands at Lena with a helpless expression. Okay. Don't shirk the two ladies. We are indeed the medical team levied by the pharmacist. I am the leader of the corps Lena. Please also two of you for your advice, and I also ask everyone for your advice in the future. Lena took the lead in helping Yoon clarify the facts, and took the initiative to salute and bow to the two Kirito and all the team members behind them. Please advise. We are the medical team collected by the pharmacist. The other 5 girls saluted and bowed to the others. Vol 2 Chapter 17, Sudden Kobold Tunnel Battle. Ha ha ha. Those brash men who only have brute force, it was a mistake to let me escape, so that you all took the opportunity to press me down and watch me go to the lord of the city to secretly report, let you all die. Ha ha ha. Nothing makes me more happy than their regretful look afterwards. The cautious captain who fled in a panic from Yoon and them ran on the street with a wicked smile, but now there are some dead players on the street, and he didn't care about them and ran into an alley. Go in. It's a way to go from here. Ha ha ha. I have seen those losers. Just when the captain was complacent, he was tripped on the ground by something. With the sound of bang dang and his pig-killing wailing, the others turned their backs on their backs and landed their faces on the ground. There was a profound contact with Mother Earth. What the is he who tripped me up? Hey? Ah! Don't come! Don't come! Come and save me! Unexpectedly, the captain raised his head cursingly, and when he saw clearly what tripped him, he was already very panicked and ready to crawl and run away, who knew that the heavy armor made him get up for a while. Do not come! Humankind! Human! I saw that in this alley that looked like the mouth of a sewer, suddenly many kobold warriors in metal light armor climbed out. The level of LV-15 above their heads and the hideous look had already regarded this captain as a target. Flicking the weapon in his hand at the captain was a torture and killing. It didn't take long for the captain to become a cold corpse under this brutal attack, and just before these kobold fighters were still happy, a girl's tip the call attracted their attention. I saw that at the entrance of the alley, there was a girl who might have heard the captain's rescue. She was vomiting on the spot with a look of fear. She had obviously forgotten her current situation. Female sex. Female. Female. These kobold warriors saw the girl like a hungry wolf that had been hungry for a long time, with scarlet eyes shining with fierce light, and directly surrounded the girl. Don't. Help. When the girl realized that she was surrounded by monsters, she had already panicked and leaked a light yellow liquid from her lower body. She burst into tears and shouted to the sky. This action attracted the attention of all decadent players on the street. But the scene they saw next was too stimulating, and they couldn't help but start to get scared. The girl was torn to pieces by these kobold warriors, and in this state of fruity dew, she was publicly XX. While the rest of the kobold warriors who couldn't hold back, they began to hunt players separately, and began to capture female players alive. The most serious thing about those female players who resisted was that their limbs were alive and amputated by that cold and ruthless weapon. After they were burnt with torches and condensed into burned scabs, they carried them into the sewer while XX, and it seemed that these female players who were captured alive were going to be transported to a designated location. For a time, the streets of the entire starting town were filled with flames and billowing smoke, and the sound of hacking, screams, and weapon collisions filled the town. Of course, this situation was also known by the town self-defense force and Yoon, and the first action was from the town self-defense force. After the street was invaded, they took the patrol team that had been kept on alert to the incident. The location began to fight back. Is on the side of the cloud. It was obvious that the news came a bit late. After all, they did not have a special intelligence organization. It was also when the indigenous people suddenly discovered that wolf smoke and a large number of players were fleeing, only to realize that the other party had begun an invasion. What's the situation? Why is it so noisy outside? First realized that what was wrong was Kirito, who was closest to the window. He looked out the window with some unpredictability, and saw a large number of players fleeing outside, which made him more uneasy. He hurriedly opened the wooden door and went to the street. Wait for us. Kirito-chan. Yoon, who also realized that something was wrong, took Aisha and the medical team, and hurriedly followed Kirito to the noisy, mixed street. The raging flames and the thick smoke in the distance, coupled with the unique battlefield sound that can only be heard during the war, made Yoon and the others swallow, and their heads were already covered with a lot of cold sweat. Is that a lie? It's on Earth. Everyone present finally realized that the other party was impatient in waiting, just as expected. Sure enough, there will be a big movement in the last few days, but I didn't expect the other party to come back so quickly, and they didn't know they used it. What kind of means actually succeeded in a sneak attack from the center of the town? Everyone is ready to fight. Brother Agil. All Klein. Isa, Sister Casey, and the medical team will be handed over to you. It's time for us to be the vanguard of Kirito-chan. Sister Aisha, Sister Casey. And the medical team gave us buffs and auxiliary operations of the blessing system. Cloud quickly divided up the labor among all personnel. www.readaloud.com yet. Leave it to us. Everyone also responded to the distribution of the cloud for the first time, and began to arrange the formation, with the assistants headed by Aisha as the center, and the surrounding guards of Agil and Klein, and Yoon and Tong as the pioneer. The man drew out his weapon, and a charge greeted him from side to side. Damn it! I wanted to wait for the troops to get more materials for defense and long-range weapons consumption. I didn't expect them to come first at this critical point. The plan can't keep up with the changes. Even if we mobilize 2 missions now, they can't keep up. Just use the current lineup to support the return of the reinforcements. Yoon looked at the kobold warrior who was nearly 10 levels taller than him in a cold sweat, and couldn't help gritting his teeth, at this moment. With a few rays of light, the buff of the new blessing system is superimposed on them. Guardian Poetry enables all friendly units centered on the caster to obtain a fixed amount and a percentage amount of defense enhancement effect. Note, this buff can stack up to 3 layers at the same time. Battle poem enables all friendly units centered on the caster to obtain a fixed amount and a percentage amount of additional damage and boost effects. Note, this buff can stack up to 3 layers at the same time. The Ballad of Swiftness enables all friendly units centered on the caster to obtain a fixed amount, a percentage amount of movement acceleration and sword skill forward swing shortening and improving effects. Note, this buff can stack up to 3 layers at the same time. The Rhythm of the Berserker enables all friendly units centered on the caster to obtain a fixed amount and a percentage amount of HP stealing and peace attack, and sword skill MP with recovery and improvement effects. Note, this buff can stack up to 3 layers at the same time. Vol 2 Chapter 18, Hard Fight. With the blessing of the 4 buffs, Yoon and the others feel an unprecedented sense of lightness and full of power. For some reason, Yoon and Kirito can feel that their current strength is close to the strength of the previous beta version, which is about 9 levels. The corners of their involuntary mouths rose slightly. Ha ah ah. Oh. Kirito and Yoon think about the 2 kobold warriors who are still preparing to kill the player. They are the 2 assault sword skills, the one-handed sword's point penetration and the knife's blade tooth protrusion, which come alive after 2 halos. Cut the light armor of the kobold warrior into 2 pieces directly like a can opener meets a can, turning it into a cold corpse. Don't worry, everyone. Take up the weapons in your hand and fight back. We have more people than them. And the size is not much different. Let me fight all. After killing the kobold warrior at this time, Yoon unconsciously mixed his words with his own words, just like the commander skills that exist in passive skills. It seems that it can also play a certain psychological hint and inducement for the player. Oh. This is our city. Be driven out by these invaders. We have more people than them. What are we afraid of? With the help of Yun's commander skills, players who were originally discouraged and unable to face the facts that were too real have triggered the wild instinct of the creatures from their hearts, and detonated their hatred of the invaders. The energy made them forget their fear of death for a while, and they began to pick up the weapon in their hands that had not been used many times, and began to fight for selflessness. So awesome! I don't know why. The cloud now becomes extremely huge in our hearts, like a dazzling spiritual pillar and beacon, to lead all the players on this battlefield for a while. The fighting Kirito and Agil, who were slowly advancing in a circular formation behind them, couldn't help but sigh the cloud's rapid growth during the battle, and the trustworthy sense of peace of mind. Be careful behind the cloud. While Yoon was still encouraging the players around him, several kobold fighters seemed to understand that Yoon is now a temporary commander tower on this battlefield, and they purposefully launched a charge sword skill or long-range attack on him. Big jump and split offensive sword skills. What? Oops. It's too late. When Yoon realized, the kobold warriors had launched strong attacks on him from all directions. 4 times hard hit. Just when Yoon was ready to take the sword skills, a girl with strong power came from behind Yoon. I saw a slender figure wearing a red hood, cloak, and sprang out from behind Yoon. The 4 targeted charging sword skills in midair at high speed, with the halo of rapier charging sword skills, penetrated continuously in an instant. With the head of the kobold warrior, the 4 kobold warriors interrupted their sword skills in an instant, fell to the ground and trembled a few times before losing their lives. Oops. Patronized to save people and finished landing problem. But just when the girl was about to fall from a high altitude, several kobold warriors had already shown evil smiles, raising their weapons and preparing to abolish the girl's limbs, when she slapped her tongue a little. When another phantom, accompanied by the charge sword skill 1-point penetration, helped her clear the ambush below, and was directly below it firmly, caught in the way of a princess. The cloaked girl has a taller body than her. Rotated a few times in place. Are you okay? The cloak girl in her arms heard a slightly low and neutral voice greeting her. The girl in the cloak slightly raised her head in the arms of the person who caught her, and looked at the poor ex-beautiful girl with long black hair and waist, she couldn't help but attracted her eyes by her dashing and chic figure. So beautiful. So tall. This girl looks smaller than me. But much stronger than me. The girl in the cloak couldn't help but captured her body and mind by this beautiful girl with black hair, and felt very intimate as if she saw the ideal herself that she longed for. The girl in the cloak nodded slightly, and looked at the black-haired girl with a blush in response. Although I want to thank you very much for saving my life. But the current situation may not be able to express my gratitude. But how about making a promise? I will treat you to a meal after the battle is over. Hope you don't shy away. The black-haired girl hugged the cloaked girl vigilantly, looking at the kobold warriors who were gradually approaching them again. Thank you for saving my life too. After the girl in the cloak was put down on the ground by the black-haired girl, she nodded to the black-haired girl, then continued to pick up the rapier in her hand and watched attentively at the kobold warrior who was about to attack. Great! Kirito-chan really understands me so well. I didn't expect to realize the danger of this girl so quickly. Okay. I have to be more serious. Yoon looked at Kirito who had rescued the cloak girl in a moment, and then greeted the kobold warriors who continued to attack, and merged in the direction of the two. Ah! My hand! My hand! Ah! My feet! My feet! My belly! Whoops! The intestines have fallen out. At this time, the poor strength has gradually emerged. Whether it is level or proficiency in combat skills, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is a lot more superior to the opposing kobold warrior, although with the hard work of these makeshift players, the battle situation has obviously improved a lot, but the disadvantages have gradually opened up as the war continues. Healing poems. Seeing this, Aisha, who led the medical team, used them. The first blessing skill to restore HP just activated because of proficiency. With their eyes closed, they continued to hum and hum like a song that healed the body and mind. At this time when they hum, players in a certain range centered on them have begun to slowly and continuously recover their HP, and the wounds of those injured began to stop bleeding, growing at a speed that can be seen by the naked eye. Started to recover from his serious injury. And the effect of this singing is also doubled according to the increase in the number of people participating in the blessing department. Ah! It's a goddess! It's an angel! No! It is the messenger sent by the gods to save us. The goddess of war and luck smiles at us again. Give me all! Get rid of these despicable invaders! Seeing the players who had the protection of treatment, one by one, as if they were protected and blessed by the gods, they began to blindly confront the kobold warriors, ignoring or avoiding attacks and injuries. The weapons in your hand are hardened steel with them. These idiots! Don't you know that this method is the most stupid? Damn! Aisha and the others are obviously exhausted because of the rapid consumption of MP. This group of brainless guys actually add to their burden. Yoon just repelled a few kobold warriors. As soon as he turned his head, he saw the players charging indiscriminately, and the exhausted and panting Aisha medical team clearly began to appear in the back. They couldn't help but feel a little dilemma.